Chapter 1, The world has changed suddenly, and I've been systematized for being poor. Magic City. A rented house. Dizzy Yi Qing patted his head and lay on the bed cursing in a low voice. I'll never drink this $10 fake wine again. Headache. After saying that, he opened his sleepy and confused eyes, then rubbed his eyes vigorously, panicked and pointed in front of him and asked, "What is this?" Because Yi Qing was in front of his own eyes, a transparent layout was presented in the air. Name, Yi Qing. Age, 23. Intelligence, average. Physical strength, average. Wealth, $35,000. A mechanical voice sounded in Yi Qing's mind. Host, you don't need to panic. I am your strongest auxiliary system. Yi Qing, who was in a state of panic, heard the voice inside his head and shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Who's talking? Who? System. Half an hour later, Yi Qing was lying on his bed full of stagnation. He didn't quite dare to believe the information that the system had just explained to him, because it came to Earth and caused spatial turbulence refraction. Then the prices of goods on our planet plummeted 10,000 times. Now a dime is equal to 1,000. A cent is equal to 100. And so on. Then if I have 35,000 now, doesn't that equal 350 million? I've become a billionaire. I'm rich. Yi Qing became excited after he reacted, and inside his mind, he quickly planned how he should spend this money, such as buying a car, buying a house, marrying a rich white woman, and going to the peak of his life. But when he came back to his senses, Yi Qing became disillusioned again. Prices plummeted 10,000 times. He became a billionaire. What about those who are richer than himself? In the end, one is still at the bottom. Seeing Yi Qing's decadence, the system once again emphasized, "Host, please don't worry. Other than the host, everyone's wealth has plummeted 10,000 times. As the strongest auxiliary system, I will step by step help you climb up to the peak of this world." When the system said this, Yi Qing, who was originally disheveled, became excited again. Before he could be happy for too long, the system spoke again. The system retrieved that the host's mother has been single for more than 20 years, and the host's novice mission is, end single life. As a novice mission, failure of this mission will not be penalized, and success of the mission will result in a novice gift package. Yi Qing looked at the task on the taskbar, clenched his fists and said confidently, "What's so hard about ending the single life? I'm so rich now I'm still afraid of not being able to find a date. I, Yi Qing, am about to set out to conquer the world. I don't know." Before Yi Qing went out, the door of the rented room was knocked bang bang bang. "Yi Qing, I know you're in there. You're already 3 months behind on your rent. I'm not a welfare organization. If you don't pay your rent again, I'm going to sweep you out." The one knocking on the door at this time was a flavorfully dressed mature young girl. She was the landlord's daughter, named Wang Sisi, similar in age to Yi Qing, but not named at the same age. Not only does she have a choppy body and a charming and seductive face, the main thing is, Wang Sisi's family has money. In the past, every time he met Wang Sisi, Yi Qing was so jealous and envious that the corners of his eyes would bleed. And at this time, the situation was different. When Yi Qing opened the door to his room, he saw Wang Sisi looking at Yi Qing with a frosty face. Wang Sisi was exceptionally pretty, even when she was angry. She was so playful and cute. "You've been 3 months behind on your rent," Wang Sisi muttered angrily at Yi Qing. Without waiting for Yi Qing to say anything, she continued like a machine gun. "You know, in Magic City, my house is not at all a worrying place to rent. If you don't want to pay the rent, I'll give a day to vacate things." Once Yi Qing, who had the system added to his body, heard this, he was no longer as coy as before. Full of confidence, he touched out a dozen $100 bills from his pocket, and said to Wang Sisi with a pretentious face, "Sorry, I've been busy lately. I don't have time to pay your rent. You figure out how much it costs." Wang Sisi had never seen so much money when she was growing up. Looking at Yi Qing pulling out such a huge amount of money, Wang Sisi was so surprised that she couldn't say any words. Seeing so much cash for the first time, Wang Sisi felt like her heart was about to jump out. Although the prices in Magic City were high, there were still a few people who had so much money. After a while, Wang Sisi came back to her senses and said, "1 month's rent is 35 cents. 3 months is $1.05. Plus utilities you give $1 and 1 good." After listening to Wang Sisi, Yi Qing pulled out a greenish $50 bill. Wang Sisi was so scared that she just said she couldn't find it. Yi Qing took the $50 bill back. He took out $5 from his wallet and handed it over. Wang Sisi, who had never looked at Yi Qing squarely, was looking at the $5 bill in Yi Qing's hand with a look of horror. Frost-covered pretty face as thawing of spring to general, overflowing with a little girl childlike smile. A pair of charming eyes as discharged general, said Yi Qing said softly. "Oops, I cannot find open. I package year. Even if you underwrite the year, the rest of the money I can't find open." Wang Sisi for the first time felt some difficulty. Their own out of the rush. The body simply did not bring any money. was sure that Yi Qing cannot afford to pay the rent, did not think that this once a beggar is actually a hidden rich, which thought to give Yi Qing to find the present the rest is counted as utilities. Now I want to turn on the air conditioning and faucet 24 hours, Yi Qing said. In the past, as long as he turned on the air conditioner, the landlord was going to curse and swear towards the upstairs. Now that he had money, his bottom line was full. Okay, whatever makes you happy. Wang Sisi finished shivering and picked up the huge $5 over. After Yi Qing finished giving the rent, he turned around and wanted to leave. Just a few steps away, Wang Sisi's gentle voice came from behind him. Yi Qing, do you have a girlfriend now? When Yi Qing heard Wang Sisi ask this, he was happy in his heart and said without looking back, do you think I'll lack a girlfriend? After saying that, he quickly disappeared in front of Wang Sisi's eyes, while Wang Sisi stomped vigorously and muttered in a low voice, why is it that all the good men are from other families, and I can't meet them? After leaving the house, Yi Qing took a taxi and went straight to where he worked, inside the Iron Man boxing gym. As the front desk, Inya has a pair of straight long legs, soft goose egg face, a pair of big soulful eyes, standard S-shaped body, is a well-deserved goddess in the boxing gym. At this moment, the goddess looked at the muscle man in front of her with disgust in her eyes and said with a frosty face, Zhao Jie, are you finished? I've said it many times, you're not my favorite type. If you keep harassing me like this, I'll call the police. The Zhao Jie in Inya's mouth was a middle-aged man with a height of 1 meter 8 and high muscles all over his body, who was also a boxer at the boxing gym. Right now, he was saying in a deep voice, Inya, there's something else about your cold face, and I hold myself in good condition, and I'm going to buy a house in Magic City soon. Look at my figure. I can definitely give you a full sense of security. Why do you need to look like you've rejected people before? Consider thinking about me. Chapter 2 Different Me, Different Fireworks. Inya's entire body was speechless when she heard Zhao Jie's self-righteous words. Zhao Jie, this person is simply a golden jade outside of the defeat. As a colleague of her, she has long heard about Zhao Jie in the boxing gym countless bad reviews, such as how many little girls scourge, and hooked up with how many deep-bosom complaining women. These are his bragging capital, and now ran to his own front to pretend to be pure love confession. Really disgusting. Inya, who was made impatient by Zhao Jie, saw Yi Qing entering the door. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped out of the counter and walked towards Yi Qing. Naturally, she took Yi Qing's hand and said to Zhao Jie with a happy look, Zhao Jie, the man I like has always been Yi Qing. He's hardworking, truthful, motivated, won't spend his time outside, and will be single-mindedly good to me. You just die of this heart. Originally planned to confess to Inya old single Yi Qing, get off the car was from their own heart of the goddess, holding hands first confession. This happiness also came too suddenly. It smell the tip of the nose of the flower flavor. Yi Qing face reddened and said, Inya, in fact, my heart has always liked you. You are now my girlfriend? Inya couldn't imagine that Yi Qing was so uptight and cooperated so well. Playfully blinking her eyes, she nodded and said, well, from today onwards, I'm your girlfriend. Ding, the host is off the hook successfully. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. A Ferrari F430 sports car, a set of Tangpin Ichan luxury residence, a pair of Vacheron Constantine commemorative edition watches, with the host's ID card. You can collect the residence key by yourself at the property management office. P.S. Go for it. Junior, mainline quest generation in progress. Dominate the party. Set up a company, and within 5 years have the entire Magic City's businesses living under your nose. When the advanced team 0 out of 100. Reward, to be issued depending on the host's progress. Failure, the host's ding-dong is 10 centimeters short, and he won't be able to lift a finger for the rest of his life. Yi Qing froze directly after hearing the system's rewards and the new main mission. This mission was killing people, and Zhao Jie, who watched Inya and Yi Qing's blatant show of affection, directly collapsed, pointing a thick finger and said, Inya can't imagine that you have such low taste that you would actually look at this little white boy Yi Qing. Look at his whole body, clothes add up to no more than 2 cents. Can he support you with a meager salary of a few cents a month? He lives in a rented house, commutes to work either by bus or subway, and doesn't even dare to take a taxi. How could you fall for this loser? Yi Qing, if you're brave enough, come on stage and fight me. If you lose, you'll leave Inya forever. Zhao Jie's loud voice attracted the attention of everyone in the boxing gym. The Chinese people all loved to watch the action. They stopped what they were doing and watched. Inya was squeezed by Zhao Jie's words. In the face of the colleagues' measuring eyes, the whole person was so embarrassed that she wanted to use her toes to pick out a set of 3 rooms. The frozen Yi Tian was also pulled back to reality by Zhao Jie's disparaging worthless words, temporarily throwing the matter of the main quest to one side, stopping Inya's waist with one hand, and said in a domineering manner, Zhao Jie, Inya isn't blind. She's discerning and sees my hidden qualities in the depths. Now that it's come to this, I'm not pretending. You all think it's a beggar. That's me trying to satisfy this hypocritical contented heart of yours. Really think I am poor? After saying that, from inside his pants pocket, he touched out a stack of huge red $100 bills, threw it on the table, and pointed at Zhao Jie and continued to curse. To put it nicely, you're a boxer, and to put it harshly, you're a punching bag. You, Zhao Jie, can earn this much money for a lifetime of boxing in the ring? Inya is my woman now. If you dare to harass her again, I'll take your life. This domineering declaration of Yi Qing directly stunned everyone in the boxing gym, looking at Yi Qing and the huge banknotes thrown on the table with an unbelievable look. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Yi Qing, who usually did hard labor and worked as a sandbag, was actually a super rich second generation, carrying so much money around. How terrifying was his wealth, and how deep was his family lineage. Zhao Jie looked at a changed Yi Qing. The whole person was alarmed, and the fierce expression that he couldn't wait to punch Yi Qing to death immediately disappeared, and replaced it with a pandering look and said, "Brother Yi, look how scary you are saying this. Killing is against the law. I drank too much fake wine this morning and am talking as much nonsense as I can, so just take me for a fart and set me free. Don't ever get on my bad side. I promise I'll never harass my sister-in-law again. If anyone dares to harass sister-in-law, I, Zhao Jie, will be the first to not let him go." After saying that, he also looked around with a fierce face. Zhao Jie's speed of changing his face was even faster than a Sichuan opera face change, once again refreshing his co-workers' perception of his cheek. As the saying goes, money can communicate with the gods, but also can serve the ghosts. Yi Qing was very satisfied with the shock brought by this wave of throwing money. Holding a look of shocked, Inya was ready to go out. Inya, who was held in Yi Qing's arms, had one thought in her mind: who am I? Where am I? Today's experience is too magical, comparable to a modern romance drama. Yi Qing, who usually works mopping floors, doing odd jobs, and moonlighting as a sandbag, is actually a super rich second generation, and he is actually his nominal girlfriend. The other party is for me to expose the identity of the rich second generation? Is his usual frugal and family-oriented look all a disguise? Did he come here to work in order to experience life? For a while the inside of his head was filled with countless thoughts. After Zhao Jie saw the people walking away, he said in a very understanding manner, "Brother Yi, take care." It was also these words that woke up Inya, who was in a state of delirium, broke away from Yi Qing's arm and said in a low voice, "Yi Qing, you've misunderstood. My intention was to ask you to help me out by pretending to be my boyfriend so that Zhao Jie wouldn't harass me. I didn't expect to get it wrong. This is a big oops." Yi Qing, who was being added by the system, heard Inya say this, and his heart went cold. This Nima, himself so big wave of X are installed. "You actually say I will be wrong," Salvage said. "Inya, of which I have always liked you in my heart, secretly in love with you. I've been working here for more than a year, all because of you. Your good qualities and virtuous appearance deeply fascinated me, and because I was timid so I have never dared to confess to you. This is not today. After hearing your words, I just gathered all the courage in my body to boldly say it. Is it okay to be my girlfriend?" Inya heard this deep confession from Yi Qing, slightly stunned. Inside her mind she thought a lot for a moment, remembering Yi Qing's identity, remembering the other party's companionship over the past year, and finally said, "It's too sudden. For a moment my head can't turn the corner. You give me a little bit of time to think about it, okay?" Chapter 3, A Difficult Task. After Yi Qing heard Inya's words, his heart let out a sigh of relief. It seems that he still has a game. He nodded his head and said, "Then I'll come and pick you up tonight to have dinner together? Well, then we'll contact each other at night. Right now I have to go back to work." You mumble, "Will you still work here later?" Yi Qing thought for a while and said, "Before I worked here for you. Now I plan to open a company and fight for our future life." "Can you not fight? Failure to complete the task is going to be 10 centimeters less." After Inya heard Yi Qing's words, her heart warmed up and she said with concern, "My requirements are very simple. It's not as complicated as you think. You go ahead and get busy with your business. I'm going back to work." After saying this, he waved his hand at Yi Qing and turned around to walk inside the boxing gym. The employees of the boxing gym, who were greatly shocked before seeing that Inya actually came back, were greatly curious. A few female co-workers who usually had a good relationship with Inya gathered around and inquired curiously. As for Yi Qing, who was about to really get off the hook, he took a taxi to receive his rookie rewards. Sports car, mansion. It was simply a triple happiness. Driver, Townsend. The big brother driver sitting in the driver's seat was a bit confused when he heard it. "Ha, Tang Pin Chen. Little brother, you didn't say the wrong place, right?" Yi Qing, who had a happy heart, said with certainty, "My home is in Tang Pin Chen. Drive." Driver, big brother heart, just one sentence, two can pretend it. "You can afford to live in the Tang Pin Chen mansion. Can take a taxi." He cursed in his heart, but still honestly drove off. located in the Riverside Avenue Tangpinichen neighboring the Bund. Inside the district can see the Bund's light show and seascape, so creating a huge room Tangpinichen. Living in the district inside the people are either rich or noble. In and out of the minimum standard are S-Class Mercedes-Benz. A variety of luxury cars is not uncommon. Today the district came to a special owner. Yi Qing from the cab down. In front of the district was stopped. The security guard looked at Yi Qing critically and said, "This gentleman, non-cell owners are not allowed to enter." Yi Qing, who was wearing a ground floor suit, breathlessly explained, "Big brother, I'm really the owner inside. Just let me go in and meet your property management. My key is in the property management office." Security guard, then how many buildings are you in and how many households? Yi Qing was asked confused. This NEMA system only said the reward, did not say how many floors and how many households. Forcefully explained, "I forgot how many households. If you don't believe me, take me to the property. I can prove myself." The dutiful security guard shook his head and still asked Yi Qing to leave. Marred. Having no choice, Yi Qing once again sacrificed his killer, fished out a stack of red bills from his pocket and said to the security guard, "I'm dressed in ordinary clothes because I'm usually low-key. Do you see me as someone who wants to be poor with this amount of money? I have too many properties across the country, causing me to be unable to remember exactly how many buildings and households right now. Help me contact your property. Just say Yi Qing." The dutiful security guard had never seen such a bold person before, and managed to fall under Yi Qing's killer, fumbling for his walkie-talkie and started to make contact. Soon the security guard said with a smile on his face, "Dear owner, welcome home. The property has come to pick you up. Now please come in and rest for a while." Yi Qing was invited by the security guard, tucked in his money and waited in the security room for a few minutes. A middle-aged man with a standard figure and wearing a suit walked in. Entering the door, he said to Yi Qing, "Mr. Yi, I'm one Dragon's butler, Long Bai Xiang. I've brought the key you sent to us, now I'll send you home." Long Butler's attitude gave Yi Qing a feeling of being flattered. A mansion is a mansion. The service attitude is different. He nodded and said, "Let's go." Following the Dragon Butler onto an open-top sightseeing car, he headed towards Building 1. Along the way, the Dragon Butler dutifully explained the layout, planning, and services of the entire neighborhood. It was simply a comprehensive service. Everything could be purchased inside the neighborhood. A few minutes later, arriving at Building Number 1, Yi Qing, under the respectful escort of Long Butler, went in the finely decorated elevator. 38th floor, Number 1. Yi Qing opened the door to the room, and under the illumination of the automatic sensor light, he saw the layout of the room. Full European-style decoration, yacht teak paved floor, full leather sofa, more than 200 inches of customized television sets. Yi Qing at a glance in favor of the layout inside. Simply too perfect. After entering the door to check some, found that his home is a large leap. The interior area of 420 square feet, divided into 2 layers. The upper is a rest area. The following is a multifunctional area. Yi Qing, who had been a beggar all his life, roared and screamed inside the large hall, giving vent to the unimpeded mood in his heart. This novice reward is also too rich. Home appliances, clothing complete, even toilet paper are ready. Simply too considerate. Now get the reward. Take a time will rent a room to take some of their own things away. Now first busy with business. Think about what kind of company to open, a company that can hang the Magic City so industry in 5 years. Yi Qing finished and got busy with his laptop. Time is like a white horse, a flash, full of energy. Yi Qing, this busy is a day. Back to look at the Vacheron Constantin watch that was only worn a short time ago. It's already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Qing shut down the computer. Yi Qing began to contact Enya. The two agreed on a time. Yi Tian washed up, changed into an expensive and low-key clothes, went downstairs to the parking space, opened their Ferrari toward the Century Home and Go. At 6:30 p.m., Enya, who returned home, started to dress up. Yin's mother looked at her daughter's appearance, guessed that her daughter may have a boyfriend, walked into the room and asked, "Yar, are you in love? How is the other person? How's the family background? Does he have a house in Magic City? Is it a local household?" Yin mothers for consecutive questions, beating Enya, are almost unable to find the north. Speechless, said, "Mom, what are you thinking? We are still friends now. We haven't developed to the point of boyfriend and girlfriend, and I'm disgusted that you're asking these questions. Good daughter, look at your appearance. This figure, you must find someone who is worthy of you. How high are the prices in Magic City now? In the future, your brother will marry and have children, but also rely on you to help out. Can't have a family all crammed inside this 89 square feet of small house. Look at the neighborhood inside the Heqian. She found a boyfriend is called good. The city center has a 130 square feet of house, driving a Mercedes-Benz. Every time we come to our neighborhood, Heqian, her mother has to brag about it. Your appearance, Body or dumped Hichien 2 streets. Don't find a worse than her, or I'm in the whole neighborhood inside the shame. Chapter 4, Where do we meet in life? Enya's heart was tired beyond belief as she heard the rambling chanting in her ears and opened her mouth again to explain. Mom, money isn't everything. What two people talk about together is feelings. What I care about is the other person's attitude towards me, their favoritism towards me, so that they can support each other until old age. Motherine once again heard her daughter's stubborn comments and frowned as she scolded. You dead girl, by now you still can't recognize the reality of this society. What's most real now? Money. Money is the most real. Without money, what do you eat? No money, later what you live. No money, what you use to maintain your delicate skin. And the woman's most beautiful, the most moving innocence on these years. You do not find a love you. Rich people. Later you will certainly regret a lifetime. Mom, every time I look at Ichien's mom wearing a famous brand, using a famous brand, my heart is envious. Envious of others who have found a good son-in-law. Enya heard her own mother's chanting, her heart was incomparably annoyed. Her mind remembered Yi Qing's wealth, and her heart began to be bottomless. Does the other party really love me? Even if he loves me now, will the other party change his mind and move on in the future? For a moment, Enya's head was filled with thoughts. The ringing of the phone interrupted Enya's wild thoughts. Hey, Enya, I've arrived. Yi Qing's magnetic voice rang out from inside the phone. Wait for me for a while, I'll be right down. Enya turned off the upside-down phone after saying that, and said to her mother, who was listening with her ears open, Mom, I'm going out for a meal with my friends. I'll come later. Finished picking up his own bag and quickly walked toward the door. En's mother, who was bent on her daughter marrying into a rich family, hurriedly followed her up, her mouth uneasy, and cautioned. What ordinary friends? Mom is the past person. What you think in your heart? Do I not know? There are too many crooks in society nowadays. Let Mom give you the palm of her hand, and I have already entrusted your second aunt to introduce a boyfriend to you. In the future, you let's give these unclear people together, so as not to spread the word in the future. In the in-laws where to fall. Looking at her mother like a cowhide plaster, Enya was speechless, stifling her head without a word as she descended the stairs. Century Home is an old neighborhood of the 80s. Most of the residents living in the neighborhood are older Magic City locals, either renting a room here to live in the workers. Yi Qing's smooth and conspicuous Ferrari, parked in front of the neighborhood, can simply be said to stand out. More than a dozen young people out for a walk pointing at the luxury car. Mouth exclaimed, this is a Ferrari. Right, look really handsome. Do not know when I can afford to drive such a luxury car. One of the knowledgeable ones explained, this is the latest Ferrari F430. It costs 700 to 800, and it can buy a 3-bedroom apartment in Magic. Sitting in the car, Yi Qing, looking at the young pointing outside, heart filled with a sense of inexplicable contentment. Just yesterday, he was also a member of this group of people. Fortunately, he has a system plus body. Get rid of the identity of the poor beggar, and is about to embark on the conquest of the entire Magic City. Walking out of the neighborhood, Enya, looking around, found that the entire neighborhood entrance did not see Yi Qing's silhouette, was about to touch to give each other a call when he saw Yi Qing from a look at the value of the sports car came out, and shouted excitedly at himself, Enya, I'm here. Enya's heart was instantly unsure. Is this his true side? Can he and I really go together? Yin's mother, who was following her daughter, saw her daughter's date tonight. Her eyes lit up and said to Enya, your date is calling you. Why don't you go over and say hello? After saying that, she pulled Enya's hand towards Yi Qing. Walking closer, Enya's mother's pair of eyes were like radar, quickly sizing up Yi Qing, close to 1 meter 8 in height, dressed in a matching fit, with decent features, looking svelte, just the right match for my daughter. Hello, I am Enya's mom, Wang Sujin. Enya's mom said enthusiastically to Yi Qing. Hello Auntie Wang, my name is Yi Qing, I'm Enya's boyfriend. Yi Qing returned warmly and automatically extended his right hand to shake Enya's mom. Under the illumination of the street lamp, Wang Sujin looked at the Vacheron Constantine commemorative watch on Yi Qing's wrist, and the smile on the corner of her mouth added a few more points as she said enthusiastically, Little Yi, I've been hearing from my daughter at home that you're very nice and a man worth committing to for life. So Auntie followed her downstairs to take a look. It's true that you're a good-looking man. This makes Auntie feel relieved. Enya looked at her mother incredulously. When had she ever said such things at home? Moreover, her own mother's attitude was completely different from at home, and said without good humor, Mom, what are you talking nonsense about? Shy. This daughter of mine has the thinnest face. Xiao Yi, Auntie won't bother you young people to have a two-person world. Remember to come to Auntie's house as a guest sometime. Auntie cooks delicious food for you. Wang Sujin said to Yi Qing with unchanged enthusiasm, then patted Enya's shoulder vigorously and instructed, Go, have fun. After saying that, she turned around and quickly walked towards the inside of the neighborhood. Enya was embarrassed and explained, Yi Cheng, I've made you laugh. Understood. Parents must be worried about their own daughters, afraid that the cabbage that they have raised for decades will be taken away by a pig. Yi Cheng said jokingly, and opened the car door very gentlemanly, inviting Enya on board. After getting on the car, the two of them chatted and headed towards the famous revolving restaurant in Magic City. Wang Suzhen, who returned to the neighborhood, was pleasantly surprised to see her old rival, He Qian's mother, Li Hui, taking the lead. She asked, Sister Li, what are you doing out so late? Hey, my son-in-law is not to come back for dinner. I'm not out to buy him some seafood to eat. Usually those dishes, he is not used to eating. As usual, Li Hui bragged in front of Wang Suzhen. If usual, Wang Suzhen heard this, immediately turned away. But today is different from the past. Suffered more than a year of anger, Wang Suzhen is ready to properly revenge back. Enthusiastically said, also, after all, your son-in-law is driving a Mercedes-Benz, used to eating mountain delicacies and seafood. Sister Wang, your family chanchan to you to find a good son-in-law. Unlike my dead girl, find a boyfriend is still hiding. If not, I found tonight. Still do not know she found a boyfriend. Sister Li, do you think I, as a mom, would stop her? Do you need to hide it from me like this? Simply too exasperating. Wang Suzhen said exasperating on her lips, but the expression on her face was still full of smiles, and she couldn't see any anger at all. Chapter 5, A Chance Encounter. When Li Hui heard Wang Suzhen say this, she immediately came to the spirit, and asked with a curious face, Enya's mom, how is Enya's new boyfriend? And how does he compare to my family Jihong? Which can be compared to your family Jihong? Your family Jihong is driving a Mercedes-Benz, said dozens of hundreds of dollars and my home Enya's boyfriend drove a horse logo sports car, like what called Ferrari. By the way, there is that hand to wear the table. Is the last time I saw on the internet Vacheron Constantine commemorative watches. It is said that the whole of Huaxia's circulation is only 12. A selling price is actually more than 800. I'm old. My eyes are not very good. Sisterly, next time my son-in-law comes to my house, you help palm eyes, see if it's true. Wang Suzhen said to Li Hui with a face of Versailles, the expression of triumph on that face, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Under an exchange of words, Li Hui was finished and said with a bad face, really? Then to congratulate Enya. I'm still busy, you to buy food. Later have time to chat. After saying that, she quickly walked towards the entrance of the neighborhood, and Wang Suzhen was looking for the next target to show off and start her bragging journey. Magic City. Inside the revolving restaurant, elegant music rang in the ears of the diners. Yi Cheng flipped through the menu and handed it to Enya and asked, Enya, what do you want to eat? Enya looked around at the surroundings, looked at the menu that was worth a lot of money, and ordered the cheapest vegetable salad before saying with her head bowed, I've been on a diet recently, so some salad would be fine. After Yi Cheng heard this, he smiled slightly and ordered the waiter to serve the food after ordering a specialty together to the menu. Enya, we've known each other for more than a year. In front of me you're no more than restrained. Eat buffet. Eat and hold the wall. This is what you said, oh. Yi Cheng said with a snicker. Enya blushed slightly. Under the illumination of the light, she looked extraordinarily beautiful. Am I not saving you money? By the way, since when am I your girlfriend? And I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend yet. So you're talking nonsense in front of my mom. When I go home later, I'll be in trouble. Enya and Yi Cheng were already familiar with each other, and under Yi Cheng's joking and teasing, they slowly let go and started chatting with Yi Cheng. The two were chatting about something, when a slightly delicate female voice rang in their ears. Enya. Yi Cheng sniffed and looked over to find a woman dressed in a fashionable and refreshing outfit, accompanied by a man looking towards her. Enya also saw the visitor and got up. Jia Jia, long time no see. The girl named Jia Jia had a height of 1.7 meters and above, with a melon face that looked like a Netflix face produced on an assembly line, and compared to Enya's natural googly egg face, it looked stiff and unnatural. Zhao Jia very enthusiastically brought the handsome man beside herself over and proudly introduced him. Enya, this is her boyfriend, Lu Shiping, a returned overseas Chinese, currently working as the CEO of Shanghai. This is my former college classmate Enya. This handsome man must be Enya's boyfriend. Dressed in a suit and wearing a gold watch on his hand, Lu Shiping first sized up Enya, then his eyes lit up, before finally placing his gaze on Yi Cheng's body. After realizing that the clothes Yi Cheng was wearing all belonged to a relatively low-key Armani casual wear, he put away his previous arrogant look and took the initiative to extend his hand and said, Hello, my name is Lu Shiping. Yi Cheng. At the time of the two handshake, Lu Shiping looked at the other party's low-profile luxury Vacheron Constantine commemorative edition. His heart was shocked. Jia Jia, this classmate's boyfriend's worth should not be expensive. A watch worth more than $800 was worn straight on his hand like this, and he wasn't afraid of knocking the flowers. Zhao Jia didn't pay attention to Yi Cheng, and was now sitting in her seat enthusiastically showing off with Enya what famous brand school her boyfriend graduated from, how much he earns per year, how big his house is, what famous car he drives, and what luxuries he bought for himself. Finally added, Enya, what does your boyfriend do? How big is the house at home? It couldn't be helped. Women love to show off, especially classmates, within their daughters. Enya was dumbfounded by Zhao Jia's question. What exactly does Yi Cheng do? She was not clear at all. Hello Zhao Jia. I rarely tell her about my work. After all, girlfriends are for pain. I don't want her to be too hyper about the company. She's only responsible for looking good. So I'll answer this question for her. At present, I opened a technology company. Registered capital of $10,000. Intend to try the water. The family lives in Tangpinichan on Riverside Avenue. There are more than 400 square feet. I bought it when I saw it was suitable. I didn't remember exactly how big it was, mainly because it looked good. Welcome Zhao Jia student to be our guest in the future. Zhao Jia heard Yi Qing's words. His heart despised the thought. Blowing hard. Also invested tens of thousands of dollars, but also live in Tangpinichan. This is also too much bull asterisk. If you are really so rich, then give Enya to buy a brand name clothes guilty of wearing a cheap ground stall goods. Enya heard Yi Qing's words. Her heart was also a bit confused. She only knew that Yi Qing was rich, but this was too rich. Lu Shiping wasn't as blinkered as Zhao Jia and changed the topic, saying, Brother Yi, you are simply a model representative amongst our men. I should learn from you. Zhao Jia, the love of classmates is the most precious. Since we met our old classmates today, we should have a good get-together. Seeing her boyfriend actually going against the norm, Zhao Jia swallowed back the words she wanted to say from her heart and started chatting with Enya about the past events inside the school in the past. On the other hand, Lu Shiping chatted with Yi Qing, and his words were all about what Yi Qing's official business was going to do, and what technology was going to be the main focus. Yi Qing consulted the information for a day, and copied it and blew up with Lu Shiping. Do you know about the 3D naked eye presentation technology? This is our company's main industry. As long as my lab conquers the final hurdle, the entire world's liquid crystal display technology product is about to face a huge reshuffle, and the licensor is me. This experiment, I spent $500,000 of investment before and after, and hired well-known professors at home and abroad to come together to solve this difficult problem. Yi Cheng, who had been body enhanced by the system, his entire body was filled with a powerful self-confidence, and even if he blew powerful words, saying them out of his mouth would make people subconsciously believe in them. The three people present, Enya, Zhao Jia, and Lu Shiping, listening to the professional words that popped out of Yi Qing's mouth from time to time, as well as tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars of investment, the whole person was horrified. The waiter served the food, interrupting Yi Qing's bragging. Classmates meet, why don't we have a meal together? Said the hesitant Yi Qing, opened his mouth and said to the two Zhao Jia. Lu Shiping, who had a small plan in his heart, frantically gave hints to his girlfriend. Fortunately Zhao Jia was an understanding person, nodded her head and said, well, then I won't be polite yo. Chapter 6 truly off the hook. On the table, there was red wine foie gras, a 5 wagyu beef, and seafood. Looking at the table full of expensive dishes, Zhao Jia had the intention to take out her cell phone to take pictures and show off in her circle of friends, but looking at Yi Qing's used-to-it expression, she could only eat her meal in silence. After the wine and rice, Lu Shiping opened his mouth to invite Yi Qing to go to the cafe to talk, mainly because he wanted to get in touch with Yi Qing the fierce man, and Yi Qing was previously a sandbag in the boxing gym to do miscellaneous work. There are a lot of things that he did not know about business, and wanted to learn from the experience. In the end, he gladly agreed. At the end of the day, Yi Qing then fished out a stack of red bills from his pocket, and drew out 2 of them and put them in the hands of Enya, who had a dumbfounded look on her face. I'm going to chat with Lu Shiping. You and your classmates go shopping. Buy whatever you see, buy whatever you want. The rest is pocket money. Not enough, I'll get it for you again. After saying that, he signaled Lu Shiping, who had a shocked look on his face, to leave. Zhao Jia eyed Yi Qing, who left in style, and after looking at her boyfriend who served as the CEO, he followed like a follower, returned to her senses and said with a face of envy, Enya, I'm so envious of you, actually finding such a good husband. If Lu Shiping could be 1/10 as good as him, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Enya, who was pinching a huge sum of $200 in her hand, said a little lost in thought as her entire heart was filled with panic as well as a faint sense of happiness. Let's go shopping at the mall. I actually don't have anything to buy. Zhao Jia heard this and gasped, decibel a few points higher, and said, my good classmate Lu, you still have nothing to buy. What is the most important weapon of a woman? Is the body? Is the appearance? Your boyfriend so good. Outside do not know how many women on the pole stick up. Go, I'll dress you up. so that Yi Qing can't leave you for the rest of his life. After saying that, she pulled Inya's hand and walked towards the special counter inside the mall. An hour later, Inya, who had finished shopping, came to the cafe under Zhao Jia's leadership. Embarrassed, Yi Qing, who had lulled Lu Zhiping, a student of water, into not being able to find the north, saw Inya's dress and her eyes lit up. This is a slim Inya. Now put on a green Chanel dress. The whole person appears as a lotus flower in general. Silver high heels, so that Inya appears more three-dimensional. The hand carrying the Hermes lady's small bag more complimentary display out of appearance to match the temperament. A cut of autumn water soul charm god. Half a song shadow of floating. Yi Qing instantly recalled this sentence. Yi Qing, look how beautiful I dressed up your girlfriend. You have to thank me properly in the future. Zhao Jia said as if taking credit. Ha ha, thank you classmate Zhao Jia, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Any place in Magic City of your choice. It's not early now. I have to send Inya home. Yi Tian said as he looked at his watch. Seeing this, Lu Zhiping, who had pulled a relationship with Yi Qing for the whole night, inside Fu and said, right, it's so late, we should go home as well. If brother Yi has a need in the future, feel free to give me a call, said pulling his girlfriend and left. Walking out the door, Lu Zhiping began and Zhao Jia explained up. For example, in the future and Inya good relationship, Yi Tian body where watch can be in the Magic City to buy a suite of such words. Inya, who looked like a changed person, looked at Yi Qing and kept looking at himself, and said in a bad mood, after a year of being a colleague, you haven't seen enough, not enough to see for a lifetime. It's getting late now, I'll send you home earlier so that auntie won't worry. Hearing Yi Qing's sweet and caring words, Inya's heart warmed, nodded and said, I couldn't argue with Zhao Jia, so I went to buy this set of clothes. This is the rest of the money. Without waiting for Inya to finish, Yi Qing said in a very overbearing manner, what's mine is yours. Why do you care so much? Take this money for your pocket. After saying that, he picked up his coat bag and led Inya to the parking lot. Half an hour later, the Ferrari steadily parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. Yi Qing phrased it for a long time and finally asked, Inya, can you be my girlfriend? Hearing Yi Qing's whitening again, Inya no longer wanted to be so frightened and scared before, playfully saying, am I not your girlfriend? After saying that, she picked up the shopping bag and took the lead to get off the car and run towards the inside of the neighborhood. Yi Qing was smashed by this huge surprise. This dizzy, stretched out his head and said, Inya, in the future I will definitely take good care of you. Inya, like a little girl, turned around and gestured a finger gun at Yi Qing. Yi Qing as if he was hit, with a silly smile on his face, he watched Inya go in and drove home. Of course back to Tang Pinichen's home, the rented room. Yi Qing was not going to go back to live there. Returning home, Inya immediately faced his mother's interrogation. What Yi Qing's family does? How big is the house? Being annoyed by their own mother cannot help, Inya can only honestly explain up. Looking at the daughter's hands left more than 100 pocket money, as well as Yi Qing bragged that hundreds of thousands of investment in research and development of 3D naked eye technology. The whole person is excited. Mouth hard to read. My good daughter, you do not find a man so good, simply to scare mom to death. Right, why are you back so early tonight? It's only less than 23 o'clock. Why don't you spend more time with Xiaoye? Xiaoye lives alone in such a big house. How lonely. You can often go and accompany Xiaoye in the future. Mom and your dad are still young. There's no need for you to stay at home and take care of me. Inya was stunned by her mother's words and said angrily, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Am I that much of a girl who doesn't love herself? If you say something like that again, I'll really get angry. Mom is afraid that Xiaoye is too good and you are not married to him. In case he is snatched away by another woman, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Mom gave you this. Wang Suzhen began to teach Inya in one board. Sitting in the living room, In Tianjiang and Shenzhen, the two fathers and sons, listened breathlessly to Wang Suzhen muttering inside the house. The next day, daybreak, Yi Qing woke up from the soft Simmons bed, and after having a simple breakfast, he chatted with Inya on his cell phone for a while before driving towards the business center. Inside the Magic City Lanting firm, Lu Xia stood at the front desk with exquisite light makeup, ready to start the day's reception work, and thought in her heart countless times that it would be nice if she could marry into a rich family like her classmates. If only she could marry into a rich family like her classmates, she wouldn't have to do this kind of work outside. The roar of the engine sounded in Lu Xia's ears. Not long after, Yi Qing walked into the office with sunglasses, and the moment he entered, Yi Qing saw Lu Xia standing at the reception desk and shouted in surprise, Lu Xia, Chapter 7 Life is a wake-up call everywhere. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Xia looked up and realized that the person who called her name was a young man with a straight figure and well-dressed, and asked curiously, You are? Yi Qing took off his sunglasses and said with a smile, It's me, Yi Qing. Come to think of it, Yi Qing from the third class of the university's industry and trade. Seeing that familiar face, Lu Xia instantly remembered Yi Qing, and said with quite a surprise, Yi Qing, I can't believe I'll see you here. How come you didn't come to the last reunion? Right, you came here to do what? Previously open reunion. Oneself is a poor man. Want car no car. Want room no room. I run to do what? Make a fool of myself. When the joke of the after-tea entertainment chat, laughing, he explained to the time abroad busy with the company, so did not go. I did not expect to come to do business today. Actually see you. Simply too surprised. Too unexpected. Can Yi Qing not be surprised? Can he not be happy? He is now also considered half successful. Yesterday he confessed his love, and successfully talked about Inya, which is like a flowery girlfriend. And now he met the person he had a crush on during his college days. Full of sense of accomplishment. Lu Xia listened to Yi Qing such an explanation. Carefully observed Yi Qing dressed, ordinary face filled with powerful confidence. This kind of confidence Lu Xia only saw in the body of those successful people, such as their own boss. That kind of planning temperament is ordinary people cannot disguise out. So it's like this. I'm also happy to see you. What kind of errand do you want to run? I can introduce my second uncle to you. His ability inside the firm is one of the best, Lu Xia said enthusiastically. Okay, definitely find someone you know. Let's go. I plan to open a company. Yi Qing nodded his head and said, after all, introducing employers to go, there must be kickbacks. It's better to earn for others than to earn for their own classmates. Anyway, they're not bad at these three crooked ones. The two walked and chatted, came to the second floor of the firm. Lu Xia pointed to the door of room 203 and said, my second uncle is inside. What needs you talk to yourself? Due to the nature of the work, I will not be able to accompany you in. Yi Qing nodded and said, see you later. After saying that, he knocked on the door and walked in. Lu Xia looked at the closed door of the room. Her heart played a small plan belonging to a woman. Her classmate used to belong to a small transparent person inside the school, not conspicuous at all. I can't imagine that after stepping into the society has changed so much. The set of famous brand worn on the body is not cheap. Half an hour later, Yi Qing entrusted all the things he needed to do to Lu Xia's second uncle, Lu Chao, and then prepared to go out to rent an office building. When he was leaving, he talked to Lu Xia for a few moments and left his contact information with each other before leaving. To be Yi Qing left. Not long after the door rang out of the special supercar buzzing roar, Lu Xia heard the sound, thoughtfully recalled the matter of the heart. Not long after seeing his second uncle with a briefcase to go out to do business, immediately sidestepped from the front desk came out, asked in a low voice, second uncle, my classmates in the end to do what? Lu Chao looked around, whispered back, your classmates are ready to open a technology company, registered capital of 20,000. After saying this, his pace accelerated and he quickly walked towards the door. Lu Xia immediately froze in place, just two words inside her head, 20,000. Yi Qing left the firm, directly drove towards the center building of Mordor, and under the warm reception of the supervisor, successfully rented a hardcover office area covering more than 800 square feet, and then went on fire to buy customized office supplies. A day's time. In such a busy, back home Yi Qing thought, the company's general framework has been organized. The only thing left is the license and recruitment. Have to think carefully about what employees need to be recruited. Clerks, secretaries, administration. After Yi Qing finished thinking, he used a pen to carefully record it down. Yi Qing, who finished his business, now it's time to get busy with his private affairs, took out his cell phone and started to boil up the phone porridge with Inya, and met up to have dinner together. But the result was rejected by Inya. The reason was that you have been tired all day during the day. You should take a good rest in the evening, and wait for a period of time when you're not busy, and then we will have a date together. Yi Qing's whole heart was sweetened when he heard these gentle words of concern. After chatting for a while, he hung up and was ready to order a takeaway to fill his stomach when he unexpectedly received a call from Lu Xia. Hey, Yi Qing, do you have time now? Do you want to come out and have dinner together? Thank you for taking care of my second uncle today. Lu Xia's voice filled with laughter rang inside the phone, and on the other end of the phone, Lu Xia's heartbeat accelerated as she pinched her cell phone, waiting for Yi Qing's reply. As for the reason for inviting Yi Qing for dinner tonight, it was something she had thought about all afternoon to come up with. After all, in the current society, young, golden men have been almost snatched up, and in the internationalized big city of Mordor, the involution between girls is super serious, but whenever a better man appears, there will immediately be a large group of girls pouncing on him. Since encountered, then should be timely action, and Lu Xia in the security office inquired his classmates but drove a Ferrari to the firm, registered capital of $20,000, driving a Ferrari. Such a large piece of golden dragon meat fell in front of their eyes. do not take the initiative to pounce on it. That is really a little cute. After 2 breaths of time, Yi Qing said, okay, I was just about to order takeout to come. Your phone call will come. Where to see? Lu Xia heard Yi Qing promise and said excitedly, then let's go to the entrance of our school to eat snacks. It's been a long time since I've been there. I'll be waiting for you at the Wanfu neighborhood on Hepping Road. Yi Qing, who used to live at the bottom of society, didn't know that he was being targeted. After all, he had never experienced a green tea whore before, and gladly drove his car to pick up Lu Xia. And Lu Xia has long been dressed up, delicate face slightly charming, delicate eyebrows like willow leaves, like a blooming rose. Lu Xia waited for a while at the entrance of the neighborhood, and saw a silver-white supercar parked steadily in front of his eyes. Yi Qing pressed down the glass and said, waiting for a long time? Right, get in the car. Lu Xia pretended to be surprised and said, oh my god, Yi Qing, you've gotten rich, actually drive such a good sports car. No, tonight you pay the bill. I want to eat dog big family. After saying this, she bent down and pulled open the car door. Inadvertently a touch of Snow White leaked out of her chest, which happened to be for Yi Qing to see. Single for more than 20 years, all rely on the 5 girls of Yi Qing. Heartbeat slightly accelerated up. A little blush said, okay, tonight I treat. What do you want to eat? Just point. Lu Xia, who was sitting on the car, took in Yi Qing's expression in her eyes, and thought to herself, heavens, Yi Qing wouldn't still be an innocent white guy. Chapter 8, Since Ancient Times. The set is deep. Lu Xia's heart grew happier and happier as she thought of this. With a smile on her face, she said, you can promise yo, I'm going to eat lots and lots later. Let's go. The Ferrari rushed towards Mordor University, and as the two chatted idly in the car, Yi Qing asked curiously, Lu Xia, how are you and Li Bo? Li Bo is Lu Xia's boyfriend, can play a handful of beautiful guitar, and play basketball thief handsome. In the university period by many female classmates like, in the end, Lu Xia and Li Bo came together. To the time the whole class think they will walk into the marriage hall. So Yi Qing asked curiously. When Lu Xia heard Yi Qing ask this question, she said sadly, hey, college is an ivory tower, which will only be filled with beautiful ifs and love. But stepping into society is different. Wanting to gain a foothold in society requires skills and motivation. After graduation, Li Bo went to a bar residency, and the results made him recognize the reality. Finally he went to find a job to work. The results on not even 3 days, because of laziness, was fired, and finally at home to gnaw on the old man. Asked me for money, I really cannot stand, and he broke up. Now should still do his big star dream it. Lu Xia's slightly sad words truly expressed that she was a girl with love and intention. Breaking up because her boyfriend belonged to the rotten goods, and in the end could only break up helplessly. Yi Qing understanding nodded his head. He also hated this kind of people. Have hands and feet, why nibble on the old man? Comforting said, the past, a few let it pass. In the future we'll meet a better man. Lu Xia saw the perfect pass, began to tell Yi Qing about her own misfortune in life, fully expressed a woman's weakness, fiercely inspired Yi Qing's desire to protect. After all, Lu Xia knew that Yi Qing had a crush on her before. The night market, close to the Magic City University, so extraordinarily busy. The Li Bo in Lu Xia's mouth was standing by the barbecue grill, grilling skewers with great effort. Star dream broken, he had to face the reality. Out of the stall skewers, just sprinkle a handful of cumin powder. Li Bo saw the roadside stopped a smooth sports car. Envious of the skewers flipped over and said, if I can drive on this sports car, Xia will not leave me. After saying that, the mouth is wide open, because Li Bo saw his ex-girlfriend Lu Xia dressed in flowery from the passenger seat down. That a pair of snow-white long legs led Li Bo full of endless memories. Lu Xia, who got off the car, looked around and immediately saw Li Bo's greasy figure not far away, and her heart tightened. Then as if looking at a stranger turned his head to look in other directions. Lu Xia's attitude, so that Li Bo's whole heart became full of holes. Even more desperate, Li Bo saw Yi Qing actually walked out of the car. Instantly full of holes in the heart became shattered. With a skeptical face, he said, why you, said undyingly with the back of his hand to ruthlessly wipe his eyes. Eyes were cumin powder, chili powder choked with tears. Who is the one driving the Ferrari? It can't be Yi Qing. To know that Yi Qing used to be a transparent person inside the class, going out every day to work part-time to earn tuition fees, wearing a suit for 3 years without changing it, and now he actually drove a Ferrari. This is also too damn magical. Let's go. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Yi Qing, who locked the car door, said to Lu Shihua. Lu Shihua stood sideways at Yi Qing's side, blocking the line of sight that could look toward Li Bo, and said, let's go eat a small hot pot. I used to go eat often when I was studying. Now that I'm working, I rarely come. I really miss that flavor, said leading Yi Qing toward the front. Li Bo, who was in tears, watched Lucia and the two of them walk farther and farther away. Arriving at the small hot pot restaurant, Lucia, like a little girl, started pulling Yi Qing to choose the dishes. This, I want them all. So annoying yo. So all delicious. After eating I'm going to lose weight again. Yi Qing, you don't know the pain of losing weight, Lucia said with a face full of excitement, giving Yi Qing a feeling of being easily satisfied. Between meals, Lucia didn't avoid raw food at all and gave Yi Qing dishes. Sometimes she would also use a paper napkin to wipe Yi Qing's mouth. But in the end, she was stopped by Yi Qing and said in embarrassment, I'll do it myself. After dinner, the two loitered for a while. Yi Qing drove Lucia back home, and then drove back to Yi Qing's mind from time to time, ringing Lucia chest a touch of Snow White. Really beautiful. Just home. Yi Qing received a phone call from Lucia, asking Yi Qing if she had arrived home, and said that she had dropped her lipstick in the car, and asked Yi Qing if she would be home tomorrow, and that she would take a car and come over to get it herself, so as to avoid delaying Yi Qing's time. Yi Qing, who had never experienced this kind of setup before, unsurprisingly took the bait and said that he would be home tomorrow and could come over to get it, and gave out a spot to Lucia. On the other hand, Lucia, who was lying on the bed, looked at the location on her cell phone and said excitedly, Yi Qing, you can't escape me. After saying this, she flipped through her blacklist and pulled out the phone number that had been sealed for 2 years and called it. The phone rang twice and was answered. Lucia said bluntly, Li Bo, I'm calling you to tell you that I have a boyfriend now. I hope you won't hold some unrealistic fantasies in the future. We're simply not people in the same world. Before and you together. That is because I am young and unintelligent. I hope that you will not Yi Qing's ear in the future to talk too much. You will meet a better girl than me in the future. Said Snap hung up the phone, lying on the bed beautifully humming a song. Night market. Li Bo powerless to release the hands of the phone, holding his head crouched down and cried, No, why do you want to do this to me? No. Flowers blossomed in 2 different ways. Tonight someone was sad. Someone was happy. Yi Qing rested as usual. Time passed like a white horse. Yi Qing woke up on time as usual, looked at the time, mentally planned his schedule for today and said, first go see Enya, then go to Mordor University to find Professor Huang. After saying that, he washed up and went out, bought breakfast and sent it to Enya. At the entrance of the boxing gym, Enya looked at the sumptuous breakfast and said in an unfavorable manner, You're so busy, so don't send me breakfast. Besides, I ate breakfast at home. If you ate it you can share it with your co-workers. No one has harassed you in the boxing gym in the past 2 days. Yi Qing said with concern, All know that I now have a boyfriend like you. Who dares to harass me? It's getting late. You go and busy yourself with your company first. I'm such a big man, I'll take care of myself. Enya said sweetly in her heart. Chapter 9, the company is established. Bragging comes true. Yi Qing originally wanted to ask Enya want to come to his company to work, so that the two can be together at any time, and then bring Enya home to live. The rest of the things will happen logically. As a result, the idea was good, but he didn't dare to say it out of his mouth. But he should know that Enya is a Taekwondo black stage. Well, then I'll go and get busy first. You take care of your health. After seeing Enya leave with her lunchbox, Yi Qing cursed and left, and then drove away. And after arriving at his own company, Evergreen Technology Limited, Yi Qing began to hire a cleaning lady to clean up. Toward the afternoon, the person who sent the office supplies began to assemble a variety of large and small objects. Looking at the gradual molding of the company, Yi Qing heart has a great sense of satisfaction. The two companies belonging to the same layer of employees. See this hot look will be curious to run over to watch. Bold will also chat with Yi Qing on a few sentences. Ask the company's boss intends to do what. After all, Yi Qing's appearance is here. People who don't know will mistake him for a supervisor. Yi Qing is also crossing the river by touching the stone. What exactly he is going to do, his heart is still not sure. He can only snort and say he does not know. After sending away the curious employees of the company next door, Yi Qing received a call from Lu Chao, claiming that the license had been processed and was now on its way to be delivered. Hanging up the phone, Yi Qing said excitedly, Firms are different. Usually people run for 10 days and half a month can't run down something, but it turned out to be done in just 1 day. It's worth the money spent. The company on the left is the Deep Treasure Company that plays with investment, and the one on the right is the Skywing Company that plays with finance. I think their old bosses are not ordinary people. I have to find some time to go and visit them and learn from them. All of this information was what Yi Qing had inquired from the employees of the two companies next door. An hour later, Lu Chao hoofed it to Yi Qing's company. Looking at the signboard has been hung. A variety of office facilities complete office area, as well as busy loaders and unloaders. Thinking that the speed of this is also too much. Only yesterday asked me to do license me. Today has been the office area to build out. Came to the finely decorated office. Met the main man, Mr. Yi. Fortunately, something for you to handle, said from inside the office bag, took out the things that had been prepared long ago and handed it over to Yi Qing. Yi Qing, who was sitting on the old boss chair and having a good time, hurriedly took it and said, "Tough, Mr. Lu, please sit down." After saying that, he personally poured a cup of tea for the other party. Lu Chao took the purple sand cup filled with tea, looked around, looked at the original mahogany-built coffee table, brush strokes, calligraphy and painting, huge desk, luxury wine cabinet. Heart enviously said, "Mr. Li, this office of yours costs not small, right? Ha ha, the office is a symbol of the strength of the company. Others want to talk business with you. See you as the helmsman of the company's office is actually stingy. The heart will certainly conclude that you do not have the strength. The other party will hesitate to sign a contract that could have been signed." Yi Qing said with great certainty. When Lu Chao heard Yi Qing say this, he nodded with approval. "Mr. Yi, you have a point. You have accurately grasped the human psychology. Please also sign for Mr. Yi, and I also wish Mr. Yi that you open your doors with great luck and prosperity." Listening to this slight horse's ass from Lu Chao, Yi Qing flipped open the folder, took a closer look at it, and signed his big name. Congratulations to the host on the successful establishment of the company. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Expect the host to be furious and hang on to all the companies in the entire Magic City. Mighty Party, the current advanced team completed 5 of 100. Special reward for the host, 3D naked eye imaging technology, graphite resolution. Yi Qing, who had finished signing, heard the voice of the system inside his brain. Then a clear stream exploded inside his brain. Just like inside a martial arts novel, he was imbued. All kinds of air imaging, nanoscale processing, diamond-free processing, optical acquisition and capture, graphene subsyncing, refining, applying the principles of electricity, optics and so on all exploded in the brain, before and after no more than a minute. These technologies are all imprinted in Yi Qing's brain. Just want to forget, cannot forget. Lu Chao looked at Yi Qing, who was frozen with a pen, and asked, "Mr. Yi?" Yi Qing, who had finished receiving all the technologies, said with a heart full of joy, "Mr. Lu, simply too thankful to you. Don't be too busy to go back first. Let's have a meal together in the evening. I must let me thank you properly." This sudden enthusiasm made Lu Chao a bit confused and opened his mouth to explain. "Yi Qing, there are important matters at home. Thank you for your kindness." Yi Qing, who was extremely happy inside, didn't force himself, fished out $10 from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chao. "Mr. Lu, this bit of tea money, please accept it. Today, you simply gave me a heavenly surprise." "Ah, this, Mr. Yi, you're simply too polite. It's all what I should do." After Lu Chao said a few polite words, he quickly picked up the money and then offered his farewell. Yi Qing got up and escorted him to the door before turning back to his office. After closing the door, Yi Qing excitedly waved his fist and said, "Yes, I've developed. With these 2 advanced technologies in hand, I'm fully confident that I'll dominate the entire Magic City within 5 years. Full of excitement and nowhere to vent, Yi Qing began to play in front of the computer plan, ready to go to the Magic City University tomorrow to visit the well-known Professor Huang of Optics, and then quickly signed the release of the paper, proving that he has already overcome the difficulties of these 2 technologies, all the patents in their own hands, and then formally embarked on the domination of the entire Magic City. Ambition full of Yi Qing, so dedicated, busy to the evening. Yi Qing checked their plans, found no problem, print out in the file bag, then get up and go home. After arriving home, Yi Qing ordered a few takeaways, and then on the computer began to check the entire Magic City well-known headhunters, and finally locked on a headhunter named Walden. Started to contact each other. After the phone was connected, a sensual female voice rang out. "Hello, may I ask what's the matter with you, sir?" Yi Qing said straight to the point. "Sorry to bother you so late, Ms. Orisa. I'm Yi Qing, the president of the Tianqing Company. I need a skilled person who is good at opening up the market." "Oh, Mr. Yi, glad to be of service. We, Wharton, will not let you down. Later I will send you an email to you. There are hundreds of excellent company management talents. Some have been competent as the CEO of the group. Some are the company's high-end management talents. I believe that Mr. Yi, you must have chosen an excellent talent that you need. Please let me know again when you've made your choice, Mr. Yi, and I'll make an appointment to come out for an interview," Alisa said very sweetly to Yi Qing. Chapter 10, Lucia, who sent himself to the door. Yi Qing was satisfied with the other party's attitude, and after telling the other party's email number, an email was sent over in less than 2 minutes. "No, this won't work. I need to be someone who is motivated. No need for indecisive people. Not this one either. With these 2 technologies in hand, I don't need this kind of stickler for the rules. I need it to be someone who can break all the keys. Yi Qing looked at the information on the computer and muttered as he lay on the bed. Yi Qing, who was mesmerized, was woken up by a ringing phone, and looked to see that it was actually Lu Xia calling. Yi Qing, I'm in your neighborhood. The doorman won't let me in. Lu Xia's delicate voice rang out from the phone. When Yi Qing heard the other party say this, he remembered that the other party had come to get lipstick today, and quickly said, wait a moment, I'll give the housekeeper a call. After saying this, he hung up the phone and called the dragon housekeeper in building number 1. Standing at the entrance of the Tangpenichen neighborhood, Lu Xia glared at the strong and powerful security guard. The security guard stood his post without looking at his eyes and ignored Lu Xia. After waiting for a while, a motorized sightseeing convertible drove over. The well-dressed long butler said to Lu Xia at the door, Miss Lu, sorry, the security guard didn't know that you are Mr. Yes friend, please also get in the car. I'll take you to building 1. Lu Xia looked at the courteous long butler and said in a bad mood, let's go then. My feet are sore from standing outside. This security guard doesn't have the slightest bit of eyesight, and doesn't even know to invite me in for a seat. Lu Xia got into the car in a bad mood. Butler Lon dutifully explained up to Lu Xia. Lu Xia, who was sitting in the car, looked at the building facilities inside the district and listened to the butler's explanation, and finally understood why Tangpenichen was the No.1 rich district in Magic City. Inside the facilities supporting the security guards are all retired down the military, from security to life comprehensive service for the owners of the neighborhood. It also strengthens Lu Xia's confidence to marry Yi Qing and live the life of a rich wife from now on. Came to the first floor. Long Butler respectfully invited Lu Xia into the elevator and said, Miss Lu, Mr. Yi is on the 38th floor of a household. After saying this, he made a gesture of please. Lu Xia stepped into the luxurious elevator inside, quickly came to the 38th floor, knocked Yi Qing door. Dressed in a casual outfit, Yi Qing opened the door and said to Pavilion Jade Lu Xia, old classmates, quickly come in and sit down. Dinner did not? Stepping into the room, looking at the elegant and expensive decoration here, Lu Xia said playfully, I came over after work, but that's the Dior lipstick I saved most of the month's salary to buy. The implication was that I haven't eaten yet. Yi Qing poured her a cup of coffee and said, I ordered takeout. Let's eat together later. After saying this, he pulled open the drawer and took the lipstick out and said, this is your lipstick. It's really hard for you to run so far. If I had known, I would have sent it over to you, saving you from running. Lu Xia said with a petulant hum, you are standing on your feet. This is my treasure. But Yi Qing, you're too rich. The room at Tangpenichen isn't cheap. Looking at the decoration, you've also spent a large sum of money. Simply a big dog. After saying that, he looked around the room's decoration. Men have vanity. Then what car to drive? Then whose girlfriend is beautiful? Yi Qing is also not listed. In front of the former crush goddess to show off. Didn't spend much money. Just look. Then I have to take a good look. After Lu Xia finished speaking, she visited Yi Qing's house with a curious face. 10 minutes later, Lu Xia returned to the living room with a very happy heart. Just now she strolled around inside the entire room and didn't find any items belonging to girls. Of course she was happy. After chatting for a while, the two of them ate dinner on the customized jade table. Yi Qing, such a big house. Do you usually live alone? Your girlfriend? Lu Xia asked curiously. Usually I live alone. My girlfriend is usually at work. She goes back to her house to live. Yi Qing's answer was no less than a bolt from the blue that struck Lu Xia's head. Yi Qing has a girlfriend. Yi Qing has been shortchanged. Damn. Which shameless stinking woman actually dared to steal a man with me? I cannot give up. As long as Yi Qing is not married, I have hope. Even if he is married, I can also let him divorce and marry me. Lu Xia thought angrily in her heart. But on her face she said with a smile on her face, congratulations. Yi Qing, when did you get a girlfriend? Bring it out someday. Let me get to know it. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. Lu Xia started to set up Yi Qing. Just the day before yesterday she and I started dating squarely. Wait for some time. I'll bring her out and let you get to know her. Yi Qing said with a happy face. Well, then it's a deal. When the time comes, I'll be the host and treat you two to dinner. Lu Xia green tea experience. The heart is even more that gas, but the expression is able to send and receive freely to speak happily to Yi Qing. Typical mind MMP. Face down smiling. Originally planned beauty drunkenness program. Lu Xia after dinner took the initiative to propose to leave. The reason is that the heart that gas Yi Qing actually has a girlfriend. More angry is to get up this morning. Found his aunt came 2 days early. Had no choice but to give up the plan of beauty drunk. Is it possible to say to Yi Qing is fine? You pull carrots. This kind of stupid thing, Lu Xia so smart people cannot do out. After sending Lu Xia away, Yi Qing continued to get busy, during which he and Enya made a video call for an hour before going to bed. Men who had just fallen in love were like this. A day without saying some lovey-dovey words and turning on the video. The whole body is uncomfortable. The next day dawned, and the magic city went down in a gentle rain. Taking the plan, Yi Qing began to contact Ms. Orisa. After the two agreed to meet in the afternoon at the fashion cafe, Yi Xiantian got out of the car and went straight to Mordor University. An hour later, the smoothness of the new Ferrari attracted the attention of many students at Mordor University, where a few bold female classmates also went up to ask Yi Qing for contact information. Yi Qing refused through and through. Yi Qing was not here to pick up girls, and went straight to the family area of the university. Arriving at the family area, Yi Qing saw many retired teachers walking outside and said to an old lady who looked kind, "Hello, Granny, may I ask how to get to Professor Huang's house?" The old lady with a head full of silver hair and carrying a vegetable basket smiled and asked back, "I know, young man, what are you looking for Professor Huang for?" "I'm Professor Huang's student. Now I want to find him to discuss something in optics. Please also inform me, old granny, of Professor Huang's residence." Chapter 11 Shock. Yi Qing was not false at all said. After all, 3 years ago, Professor Huang taught himself. He was still his student. He didn't tell any lies at all. And now that he was full of dry facts about optics, that was even less afraid. It's rare to see such a studious student. "Follow me." The old granny finished leading Yi Qing towards the family area, and after a few minutes arrived at the door of an aged single house, felt out the key and opened the door, and said to Yi Qing, "Come in. Old Huang should be reading the newspaper right now." Yi Qing looked at the granny's maneuver in confusion and asked curiously, "Granny, what are you?" "I'm Huang Guanyu's lover. Come on in." "I go." Asking a random person about Professor Huang's lover. "There's no one else." Yi Qing honestly followed and walked through the door. "Old Huang, your student has some questions he doesn't understand. He came to find you." Huang Guanyu, who was lying on the sofa looking at the newspaper, listened to his old partner's words and then looked at Yi Qing for a moment, not being able to remember who Yi Qing was. Yi Qing didn't wait for Professor Huang to ask who he was, and preemptively said, "Professor Huang, I'm Yi Qing from grade 12, Industrial and Trade Class 3. You taught my class before. I took the liberty of bothering you today because recently I developed something about optics, and I purposely came back to ask for teacher's confirmation." Huang Guanyu heard Yi Qing's words a little confused. Grade 12, now graduated 3 years, and their own major is optics and industry and trade to move 8 poles cannot hit the relationship. After hearing Yi Qing boasted that they have riddled the optics of some of the difficulties, the heart is even more scoffed at a yellow-headed boy. How dare to say this boldly? The heart immediately to Yi Qing defined as a second world master, looking for their own nothing more than want to give his paper. Statement signature only. Putting down the newspaper, he asked, "Yi Qing, right, you a study of industry and trade actually switched to optics? Then you can tell me what problem you have overcome." Yi Qing also knew that with his mouth, he couldn't make Huang Guanyu, a professor of the older generation, believe, and had to conquer the other party with dry goods, and opened his mouth to say, "Light image into shadow. Now most of the market is light column coating technology, either ring screen projection, VR. These are immature technology. I'm going to say the 3D naked eye technology. This technology, I have taken the breakthrough progress. Want-to-air imaging lies in the appearance of light columns and the air in the humidity contrast, so must use a dynamic optical capture collector. The collector I used is the XD integration technology. It has a high artificial intelligence." After half an hour, Yi Qing said everything he could about optical integration, and Prof. Huang Guanyu looked at Yi Qing with a shocked face. With an excited face, he said, "Yi Qing, you are simply a genius. I can't imagine that the problem that the whole world hasn't overcome yet has actually been solved by you. You will definitely go down in the history books. This is an epoch-making technology and product." It is important to realize that the naked eye 3D technology is still in the era of speculating on concepts and circling money. As soon as Yi Qing exited with this over-the-top expertise, he immediately gained Professor Huang's approval, looking at Yi Qing with a look of an alien. "Gross genius, all thanks to the system infusion," Yi Qing said in his heart, but with a confident face. "Mr. Huang, I'm looking for you this time because I want to put your big name on the paper and release it globally." Huang Guanyu instantly knew what Yi Qing was heading for. Release it globally. Break all the illusions of those copying sensation companies and register the patent to reshuffle the entire film and television industry. It is not difficult to imagine. In the future, the entire film and television industry all have to look at Yi Qing's nose to live. Countless spend huge sums of money to research 3D technology. Big brother, will be blood money. Little Yi, you're forcing countless people to die. The bosses who were just on top one moment will step into the bottomless abyss the next. Yi Qing replied with a smile in return. "Professor, the emergence of every navigator is accompanied by countless withered bones. The times are progressing. Civilization is progressing. Those who can't keep up with the pace of the times will eventually be abandoned by the times. You say, am I right? After hearing Yi Qing's words, Huang Guanyu looked deeply at Yi Qing and said, Yi Qing, you're right. What's an old man like me doing worrying about so many things? A good thing like being able to spread fame throughout the entire world. I couldn't ask for more. Yi Qing heard Huang Guanyu's answer, his hanging heart put down. He is a nobody. If he sends the paper up, no one will pay attention to it at all. While Huang Guanyu is different. He is a famous optics professor of Mordor University. As long as he can sign his name, I believe that it will soon cause a shock to the whole world. The relaxed Yi Qing began to chat with Prof. Huang. The topic of course cannot be separated from the issue of optics. With a brain of dry, Yi Qing soon vary each other to chat together. An old man and a young man. Under the sunlight is so harmonious and harmonious. Time unconsciously came to noon. The kindly grandmother walked into the tea room and said, seeing you guys chatting so happily, I didn't bother you, but we have to eat lunch now. After lunch, let's chat again. Being reminded by the old granny, Yi Qing looked at the time and realized that it was almost 12 o'clock, and hurriedly stood up and said to Professor Huang, Elder Huang, I still have things to do so I'll leave first. I'll come back to visit you another day. Hearing this, Huang Guanyu immediately said with dissatisfaction, Little Yi, this is slapping me in the face. Eat lunch before you leave. The emperor isn't even close to being hungry poor. When he chatted with Yi Qing just now, Huang Guanyu was convinced by Yi Qing's rich knowledge of optics. Both of them used common topics and shared a love for optics, simply treating Yi Qing as a forgotten friend. This is not a moment to hear Yi Qing to go, immediately said with a tiger face. Xingxiang hard to resist. Yi Qing saw this, nodded his head and said, then I'll disturb you, old Huang. Not disturbing at all. You are welcome to disturb me often in the future. Professor Huang said happily, leading Yi Qing towards the dining table. Old people ate very light things. They were all home-cooked dishes. 3 dishes and 1 soup. The 3 of them had just taken their seats when there was a knock on the door, and a girl's voice as clear as a lark's rang out from outside the door. Grandma opened the door. I'm back to dine. Grandma, he said to Yi Qing, my granddaughter is back. I'll open the door. Yi Qing, who had always respected the elderly and loved the young since he was a child, immediately got up and said, Grandma, you sit down. Just leave this errand to me. The young man, after saying this, he quickly walked towards the door, and with a click, he opened the door, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yi Qing's eyes. The other side has a slim S-shaped body, long hair over the shoulders, straight nose, delicate skin. The whole person is gorgeous. A pair of eyes like autumn water, like surveying Yi Qing. Chapter 12 Interview. Huang Yuding looked at Yi Qing and asked curiously, who are you? Why are you at my grandmother's house? My name is Yi Qing. I'm Elder Huang's student. Come on in. Yi Qing retracted his eyes and said, just now he was really stunned by the girl in front of him. This was a girl who was even more beautiful than his girlfriend. Huang Yuding walked into the house, looked at her grandparents who were sitting on the dining table, then looked at Yi Qing, thinking to herself, could this be a blind date arranged by her family? Ting Ting is back. Quickly sit, don't stand. After Grandma he finished speaking, she got up and went to the kitchen to take out a pair of bowls and chopsticks. On the other hand, Elder Huang looked at his granddaughter and then at Yi Qing, smiling like an old fox. He said, Ting Ting, this is Yi Qing, a very outstanding young man. Hello, my name is Yi Qing. Hello, my name is Huang Yuding. The two of them shook each other's hands and got to know each other under Elder Huang's introduction. Then Yi Qing stuffed his head and ate his meal, just wanting to finish eating early and leave early. As Huang Yuding sat down next to him, Yi Feng felt uncomfortable all over, probably because he had never eaten with such a beautiful girl before. Embarrassment rose. Little Yi, don't just pick at your rice, eat more vegetables. Grandma, he finished by giving Yi Qing a green vegetable. Thank you, Grandma. After Yi Qing reached out his bowl to receive the green vegetables, he quickly finished stealing his rice and said to the 3 of them, I'll eat well. You guys enjoy yourselves. Hearing this, Huang Yuding looked at Yi Qing's bare empty bowl with not a single piece of rice left in it, then looked at her own bowl and thought to herself, is this guy a pig? He finished eating so quickly. Professor Huang was old enough to have seen Yi Qing's dilemma. His granddaughter's charm was not something that anyone could resist. Praisingly, he said, men still eat. That's how it should be. From this point I can see that little Yi, you must usually be a man of thunder and lightning. Huang, old man, you so hard blowing I have to not be able to eat a meal can be related to competent. This is also too much bowl asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Qing thought with a slight blush, and Huang Yuding rolled her eyes without any good reason. This grandfather of his own in order to give this boy extra points. Bragging is also too powerful. Continuing to eat his meal in small bites. Yi Qing has never been so tormented. He finished his own meal, and was too embarrassed to leave early. So he just sat on the chair, watching the other party eat, and Huang Yuding didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. From time to time, he would measure himself, like he had words growing on his face, causing Yi Qing to want to get on the hand and touch his cheeks. After suffering for more than 10 minutes, the crowd finally finished their lunch, and after helping to clean up the dishes, Yi Qing offered his farewell. Huang Guangyu personally sent Yi Qing to the door, exhorting, "Little Yi, come and talk to me often when you have time. Academic issues, sometimes more exchanges will lead to progress." "Well, don't worry, Elder Huang. I will definitely come to bother you often in the future." After saying that, he fled like he was walking towards the outside. Elder Huan looked at Yi Qing's back and laughed. "I thought you were a very domineering person, but I didn't realize that you are actually so shallow, knowing the big by the small. You should be someone with a good heart." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his room, ready to have a good and proper chat with his granddaughter. Inside the house, Huang Yuting was sitting on the sofa chatting with her own grandmother. Seeing her grandfather return, she asked, "Grandpa, what kind of person is Yi Qing to you? It's rare to see a young man eating at home." Huang Lao said as he sat in his old position in awe. "Little Yi is a very talented person. I've been teaching for decades and have never seen such a genius." Huang Yuting, however, knew that his own old man had always been high-eyed and rarely saw him praising people. Curious, she asked, "How genius? Naked Eye 3D, I believe you're no stranger to it." "Of course I know. You didn't know that you had read it in my ears before. Isn't this still a sensational idea?" Huang Yuting said breathlessly. "This sensation has been fired for a few years. Can one not be clear? Before is the idea, now is not. Xiaoya has successfully broken through the most difficult level, gas imaging, so that this belongs to the idea in the middle of the Naked Eye 3D into reality. He is now already working on the patent issue. I believe that soon the world's first Naked Eye 3D machine will be released. The entire film and television industry is about to reshuffle the cards." Hearing her own old man's words, Huang Yuting's entire head was buzzing, incredulously saying, "Simply too overwhelming. No wonder you treat him so well, Grandpa." After saying that, he said to his grandmother, "Grandma, this matter is too serious. I'll go as soon as possible to report to Qingfeng. I won't accompany you today." After saying that, he picked up his bag and quickly walked towards the outside. Professor Huang said in a bad mood, "You sell cosmetics, and not about you. Rare back also do not know properly accompany your grandmother. I'll come back to accompany grandma after I'm done." Huang Yuting finished saying that she had already walked out of the door, and immediately contacted her girlfriends after she left. On the other hand, Yi Qing drove to the fashion cafe. He ordered a private room and ordered a cup of coffee and waited. After about 20 minutes, the sound of a doctor knocking on the door came from outside. "Please come in." At Yi Qing's gesture, the door to the box was opened, and a tall, mature-looking blonde beauty walked into the box with a middle-aged man with a country face. "Hello Ms. Orisa, nice to meet you. This I believe is Lu Jinghua." "Mr. Lu." Yi Qing stood up and greeted the two people in front of him very warmly. Orisa opened her mouth and spoke fluent Mandarin. "Mr. Yi, how are you? I'm glad to meet you. I've brought the people. You can talk to Mr. Lu if you need anything." After saying that, he sat down to the next seat and quietly watched the two. Mr. Lu Jinghua had a majestic national character face, giving people a feeling of not being angry, more like a soldier than like a businessman. Looking at Yi Qing's face that was too young to be true, Lu Jinghua suppressed the surprise in his heart and began to speak. "Hello Mr. Yi, let me introduce myself first. My last job competence as CEO of Guowei under my leadership. Profit over $50,000 in a year's time." Within a dozen minutes, Lu Jinghua said all of his rich resume. Yi Qing listened quietly and finally opened his mouth to ask, "Then Mr. Lu, is it convenient for you to tell me why you left your job?" Workplace suppression is something that has existed since the beginning of time. Traitors cook and good bows hide. No public office can be separated from such unspoken rules. Lu Jinghua, like a soldier, said to Yi Qing with a straight face. Yi Qing nodded and said straight to the point, "Mr. Lu, my company is a newly established technology company. The company is not a family industry. Graphene as well as 3D technology among the critical issues my company has solved. What it means, I think you must be clear in your own heart. The company pursues the law of the Wolf Road. Defeat, annexation of other companies. The first criterion, treatment, annual salary of 1,000 shares I will consider allocating to you as appropriate." Chapter 13 Relatives. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he picked up his coffee and took a sip, quietly waiting up for Lu Jinghua's reply. Lu Jinghua quietly thought up and finally nodded his head. "Boss, from now on, I'll be the soldier under your hand. Ha ha, collaborate with each other and look to the future." Yi Qing looked happy and said. Wharton's Orisa saw that the two had reached a consensus and opened her mouth to give her blessing. "Congratulations to Mr. Yi for getting this good general, and congratulations to you Mr. Lu, for being able to show your ambition. Looking at Orisa, this foreigner said so fluent blessing. Yi Qing was surprised, said boldly, all thanks to Ms. Orisa's help. I can get this good general. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope Miss Orisa will accept it. After saying that, he touched out an envelope and handed it to the other party. Orisa has already stayed in China for more than 10 years, deeply know the wine table culture and subterfuge rules of China. Unashamedly received the envelope, between the touch of the fingers, felt the hardness of the special genus of banknotes inside. It should be $50. Mr. Yi, you are really a bold man. I won't bother you for the rest of the time. I wish you all a pleasant afternoon. After saying that, he got up and left the box. After seeing Alisa leave, Yi Qing took out the plan he had prepared earlier and handed it to Lu Xinghua. Brother Lu, take a look at it first. I come from a technical background. After you look at the information, see what people the company needs, recruit them, and what they need to sell. Allocate $1,000 first as the initial startup capital. Lu Xinghua can't imagine that Yi Qing will release the power so fast. Actually let himself be fully responsible. Not afraid that he will hollow him out in the future? With a touched face, he said, Mr. Yi, there is a saying that a man dies for a friend. You believe in me so much, I will not let you down. After saying that, he carefully read the plan on the table. Half an hour later, Lu Xinghua said with a face full of shock, Mr. Yi, I am now very glad to have joined your company. With this leading technology in hand, I am certain that I can occupy the entire Chinese film and television market within a year, thus entering the international market, and let those condescending foreigners kneel down and sing conquests at our feet. Yi Qing looked at Lu Xinghua, whose whole body was shaking with excitement, and said carelessly, this is just the beginning. In the future, our company will stand on top of the world. Brother Lu, tell me what else you need to recruit inside the company. The two talked freely inside the box. At 6 p.m., the two who outlined everything for the future parted ways at the cafe, and as Yi Tian drove and prepared to pick up his girlfriend for shopping, he unexpectedly received a call from his second uncle. Yi Tian was not from Magic City, he was from Bashu. Since graduating from university, he has been struggling inside the internationalized metropolis of Mordu, which does not see his second uncle to call himself. The heart is quite curious to ask, Uncle, what's the matter? Yi Tian uncle to call you, is to ask you in the Magic City development how, since childhood, his parents died, and he grew up eating 100 meals. Yi Tian did not have any feelings for his nominal second uncle, and said flatly, over the still make do. Second uncle, in the end, what is the matter you say? The phone over there was silent for a while, before opening his mouth. Uncle is trying to find you to borrow some money. Your cousin intends to get married. This bride price money is not enough, and your cousin are in school. Uncle, this is really no way out, so looking for you to ask. Good guy, for years have not contacted, now call to borrow money. Yi Qing said directly, Uncle, how can I have money to lend to you? You don't know how high the prices are in the Magic City, how high the house prices are. My salary of a few cents a month is barely enough to cover the expenses, month after month. I am a moonlighter, so what kind of money is there to lend to you? Hearing Yi Qing say this, the other end of the phone went silent, and finally hung up directly. As always, Yi Qing was also used to the attitude of his second uncle, and rushed towards the boxing gym without being shadowed in the slightest. Ba Shu, Longtu Village. A Zhuangzi man who was over 50 years old hung up the phone and cursed. Thought Yi Qing the kid had gotten better after not coming home for a few years. I didn't expect it to still be that dang thing. Rotten mess. I shouldn't have made this call. Waste of phone bill. Just after that, a middle-aged woman with a shrewish appearance scolded. Yi Jun, what are you beeping about? What kind of goods is your nephew? Are you still not clear about it? Actually looking to borrow money from him? I think you're a tire god. Now the fire is burning. You cannot think of a way. The woman's belly is getting bigger and bigger, saying that if we can't come up with $10 more for the bride price, we're going to sue us. Huan, for forcing a woman to do it. What do you think we should do now? We can't just watch Huan go to jail, said sobbing, Yi Qing's cousin. Yi Jihuan to the next village a girl to get pregnant, and now the woman gave two ways to go. One is to give $10 of the bride price money, 20 send Yi Jihuan in. Total annual income of not more than $3 of the Yi Jun family, simply unable to pay up this huge sum, borrowed all the friends and relatives, is still short of $4 of the gap, and have no choice but to call Yi Qing, hoping that this in the Magic City struggled for 3 years of college students, can help. The result was predictable. Yi Jun smoked 2 mouthfuls of dry cigarettes and said in a low voice, Huaner is now hiding outside and doesn't dare to come back. For the sake of the Yi family's fragrance, should we marry off Yi Min, marry before it's too late, and have the man give us a bride price of $8, so we can get enough for our son's bride price, and still have a sum left over to buy some furniture for Huaner? Hearing this, The middle-aged woman nodded her head and said, "That's right. What's a girl doing reading so many books? Anyway, it's not like we're still going to get married in the future. I'll go out and find a matchmaker right now." After saying that, she ran out the door in a huff. And Yi Min, who was in her senior year of high school, knew nothing about this. Magic City, Iron Man gym entrance. Yi Qing quietly waited for a while, saw his girlfriend, carrying a satchel and colleagues walked out. The sharp-eyed female colleague saw Yi Qing leaning against the Ferrari not far away, jokingly said to Enya, "Oh my god, Yi Qing is simply a big change. Enya, you are really lucky. Don't forget your sisters when you get rich in the future." Enya's face turned red and she clenched her fists and said, "You can't ask for a beating." The other female co-workers heard this and dispersed, waving their hands at Yi Qing. After all, they were still co-workers in the past. Enya, who was left on her own, pulled up her forehead hair and asked softly, "Yi Qing, you're so here? Are you done with the company's business? The things on the company have just been dealt with today. This is not busy coming over to have a two-person world with you. Let's have dinner together in the evening, and then go see a movie, to accompany you properly," Yi Qing said happily. Chapter 14, Raising Eyebrows. Enya heard Yi Qing's words. Her heart was happy. The man in front of her was busy and tired again and thought of accompanying herself. With a soft tone, she said, "Well, then I'll give my mom a call." After getting on the car, Enya began to contact his mother. Not long after, she put down the cell phone in her hand and said shyly, "Yi Qing, my mom called us back for dinner. As the saying goes, there is no mother like a daughter." Enya, who has spent more than 10 years with her own mother, can't help but know her mother's thoughts. It's just that she wants to show off a bit in the neighborhood. This surprise came too soon. Right, this began to meet the parents. "Okay, then let's go to the mall and buy some things and go," Yi Qing said, turning the car around and driving towards the nearby mall. Enya hurriedly said no, but she couldn't argue with Yi Qing. Within the Century Garden neighborhood, Wang Shuzhen said to the two fathers and sons at home, "Later on, my daughter is going to bring her boyfriend home for dinner. You two fathers and sons clean up the house properly. I'll go out and buy some food, to let this future son-in-law of mine feel that our family values him." After saying this, he picked up his bag and hurriedly left the house, leaving the two fathers in Tianzheng wide-eyed. In the end it was Enya's younger brother, In Zheng, who took the lead in picking up the broom and said, "Dad, brother-in-law is coming. Get moving. Brother-in-law is so rich. Try to leave a little good impression." Father In felt that his son's words made sense and began to clean up vigorously. In the small area, Wang Shuzhen was about to go upstairs with a big bag of things when she saw her old rival Li Hui coming down from her son-in-law's Mercedes-Benz, and immediately put a smile on her face and asked, "Sister Li, this son-in-law of yours is so nice. Is he taking you back after shopping?" Li Hui lost face last time, stymied at home for a night, and finally thought, so what if Wang Shuzhen's daughter's boyfriend is even richer? After all, the other party is not yet married. The 8 characters have not yet been set aside. Maybe it will be yellow in the future. They can get back their face from this point. This is not the two met. Li Hui immediately countered, "Yes, my son-in-law just took me to finish shopping. You see how I this gold bracelet, 50 grams, more than $2. Wang's sister, this son-in-law to find their own good, is a good son-in-law. I have heard that those who are rich, are particularly philandering. You have to Enya look after, lest the future of people and money are lost." "Jihong, this is Auntie Wang. Quick call." Lu Jihong is a man with glasses, looks very quiet. Heard his mother-in-law say so, up and down to look at Wang Shuzhen. Tone strange said, "Auntie Wang, hello, buy so seafood. The cost cannot be small yo." He Qian, who was holding her own husband, also said, "These seafood can be expensive. It's rare to see Auntie Wang, you're so generous. Don't you save up for Yin Zhang to buy a house?" Wang Shuzhen listened to the other family counting down, red in the face and thick in the neck, was about to get angry, just to hear the small area resounded buzzing motor roar. A white like lightning smooth sports car quickly appeared in front of the eyes of a few people, and finally parked steadily in the parking space. Yi Qing's tall figure and Enya's beautiful figure appeared in front of the eyes of several people. Wang Shuzhen, who was so angry that her throat was almost smoking, saw this and immediately said with a smile, "You're right, Sister Li, be intentional. You see, this future son-in-law of mine didn't just come to visit me at home. Jihan, you are all young people, get to know each other together." After saying that, he waved his hand at Yi Qing and said, "Little Yi, you guys are here come, I'll introduce you." Yi Qing, who was carrying a large bag, heard these words and looked at Enya, who had a speechless face, and finally walked up curiously. Looking at the few people in front of him, he asked curiously, "Auntie, these few people are?" Wang Shuzhen said with a big smile, "Xiao Yi, just come, what gifts are you buying? It's quite heavy, right? I'll help you carry it. This is Auntie Li. These two are Auntie Li's daughter, son-in-law. All of you are young. I thought you all have common topics. Won't this let you have a chat? Listening to Wang Suzhen's so revealing words, the three members of the Li family all curiously sized up Yi Qing, carrying 2 bags of expensive luxury goods in his hands. Looking at the markings, there was Roman Conti red wine, Chow Tai Fook gold jewelry, watches, and expensive healthcare products. All of them were shocked by the things in Yi Qing's hands. Going to the door for a meal. Do you need to buy so many expensive things? How rich are you? Yi Qing put down the things in his hands and took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hello guys, nice to meet you." The expensive Vacheron Constantin watch was encrusted with diamonds, and the blue starry sky watch base was illuminated by the setting sun. It was almost blinding Lu Jihong's eyes. Confused, Lu Jihong stretched out his hand and shook it. Hello, Sister Li, Jihong is doing what to come. The last time I heard you say is a designer. See, the two people can have work in the future, not? Wang Suzhen said to Li Hui in a very wild manner. Li Hui looked at Wang Suzhen with the face of a dead child. Yi Qing saw the situation. Understand what is now a situation. Said helpfully, I opened a technology company, and design does not match, but I am recently ready to buy a few pieces of land in the western suburbs. Open a factory. By the time there is a need, I can ask my secretary to contact you. He Qianlai's 2 mouths were stunned by Yi Qing's words. They didn't know how to open their mouths to answer. Opening their mouths to buy land. This was also too bold. Inya gently patted Yi Qing, nodded to Yi Qian, looking for a step, said, Auntie Li, you guys are going home to cook, right? Yes, it's getting late. I'm still busy going home to cook, so I won't bother you guys. Inya, you found a good boyfriend. Keep an eye on him, yo. Shanshan, let's go. Li Hui finished walking towards the unit building in the first place. The 2 people who were tragically hit in the face by Yi Qing immediately followed the pace and quickly disappeared in front of Yi Qing. The mood is soothing. Wang Suzhen snatched up the gifts on the ground, said with a smile, Xiaoye, you are too polite. Tired. Go home and talk about it. Said enthusiastically, took Yi Qing upstairs. Inya walked beside Yi Qing and whispered, Yi Qing, my mom is not a bad person. Just like to fight for everything. Don't take it to heart. It's fine. I understand. Yi Qing said unconcerned. After all, he was used to seeing this since he was a child. Inya's home on the 5th floor is a small apartment, 3 rooms and 1 bathroom. The wallpaper on the wall is a bit discolored. The furniture is the old style from before. Little Yi, small door, don't you mind? Ah, Zhang, go and pour the tea. Call someone. Child's father. Little Yi is here. Wang Suzhen entered and shouted to the 2 people inside the hall. Yi Qing also saw the 2 in the room and politely shouted, Hello uncle. Hello Yin Zhang. Chapter 15. 3D instruments are introduced. Hello Xiaoye, don't stand. Hello brother-in-law, quickly drink tea. The 2 fathers and sons, Yin Tianzheng, also hurriedly said. Yin Zhang helped to receive the things in his own mother's hand, then ran his ass off to pour the tea. Yi Qing instantly received the warm hospitality of the entire family. Yin Tianzheng sat on the sofa and started chatting with Yi Qing. Yin Zhang, the soon-to-be graduate young man, sat next to him, curiously sizing up this brother-in-law of his. Little Yi, just leave the kitchen matters a few to the 2 mothers and mothers. Let's talk. How did you and Xiaoye meet? When was the relationship formalized? Father Yin uttered a tortured question from his soul. Yi Qing gently put down his teacup and said, Inya and I have known each other for more than a year. I chased her for a year before she agreed to me, and just 3 days ago, it was only officially put to finalize the relationship. Uncle, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Inya and won't fail her. The 2 men started chatting between themselves with the topic revolving around Inya. After chatting for a while, the fragrant meal was served. The 5 people ate and chatted. Most of them were Wang Suzhen talking again, Yi Qing answering, and the remaining 3 people taking turns as spectators. Time came to 10 o'clock in the evening. Yi Qing proposed to say goodbye. Wang Suzhen tried her best to stay. Little Yi, why don't you stay at home? As soon as these words were uttered, both Yi Qing and Inya instantly froze. The former immediately rambled on. The latter blushed and said, Mom, what are you talking nonsense about? Yi Qing, we still have to be busy with work stuff tomorrow. Besides, it's not like there's any extra room at home. Father Yin also hurriedly added, Little Yi, you sleep in Ah Zheng's room. Wang Suzhen glared at her husband, her mouth wriggling before she could say anything. Inya pulled Yi Qing towards the door. Mom, I'm going to see Yi Qing off. After saying that, she closed the door with a bang. Yi Qing, who was descending the stairs, could vaguely hear the words dead girl, you want to piss off your old mom. Inya blushed and pulled Yi Qing quickly to the parking lot. Yi Qing, there are some things that I have to tell you. You get along with my mom, you should know what kind of person she is. A bit snobbish, likes to compare, and I also have a younger brother that has been mentioned more than in front of me before. Let me marry a rich man, so that I can help supplement my brother to buy a suite in the future. my brother's situation, before you also saw, is a very lazy person. Just now in the kitchen, my mom told me to arrange my brother to work in your company to come, but I refused. If you're with me, you'll face many problems. Think about it carefully. Yi Qing heard Inya's words that spilled her heart out and said with a slight smile, not caring. What I care about is you as a person. I believe you are a good girl who can judge right from wrong. If there are any problems, we will face them together in the future. Yi Qing's words, which were full of sincerity, moved Inya to take the initiative to offer a fragrant kiss. After a long time of lips parting, Inya's small face was like a reddish apple as she shyly said, Yi Qing, then I will recognize you. In the future, if you dare to do something wrong to me, I'll beat you to death. After saying that, she hummed proudly and ran towards the upstairs quickly. Yi Qing, who enjoyed the wonders of the tongue fight, blinked his mouth in retrospect and said with a silly smile on his face, soon. After saying that, he drove away from the neighborhood. The next day dawned. Yi Qing started to get busy. The paper had been released and had already caught the attention of a bunch of big names, waiting for the fermentation. Lu Jinghua also started to get busy. All sorts of people started to appear inside the empty company. Yi Qing also began to move in his study, building the world's first 3D naked eye meter. Yi Qing, who has a comprehensive technology in his brain, stayed at home for 3 days, during which time Lu Zhenghua would report on how the company's framework was being built and how many people had been recruited. Yi Qing are to this small matter. You own full authority on the line. To send off, they are busy with the experiment. Another 3 days later, when the instrument is about to be completed, Yi Qing received 2 phone calls. One was from Lu Zhenghua, inviting Yi Qing to attend a high-class party on Friday night, in which there were many big names, those who played investment, finance, and movie making, to grow Yi Qing's network. The second phone call is disappeared for almost a week. Lu Xia called, invited Yi Qing Sunday to go to see the reunion. The location of the party in Magic City, initiated by the former class president Zhou Lei, graduated 3 years, never seen the reunion of Yi Qing, immediately agreed. He is now mixed, not bad. It is time to show off in front of the former classmates. If you don't pretend to be a pussy, it's like traveling in brocade clothes at night and not returning to your hometown when you're rich and famous. After answering the 2 people, Yi Qing was busy as usual. Time came to Friday. Yi Qing looked at the 3D instrument full of technology in front of him and said excitedly, after working so hard for so long, it's finally done, and it's still made according to the drawings inside my head. This is so lame of me. The first bucket of gold for conquering Magic City depends on you. After saying that, he gently loaded up the stuff and then went to wash and change his clothes. After all, Lu Jinghua had already contacted himself before, and now the car was already on its way. Inside a Mirage, Lu Jinghua looked at the time and said to the driver, speed up even faster. Don't let Mr. Yi wait long. After saying that, he said to a pretty girl in an evening gown sitting in the back seat, Zhang Lu, when you see Mr. Yi later you must leave a good impression. Tonight you are Mr. Yi's dance partner. Mr. Yi is in technology. There are a lot of things he doesn't understand at the dance. You have to keep an eye on him at all times. The girl named Zhang Lu is the administrative supervisor that Lu Jinghua recently recruited into the company. Age 28, height 1.73 m, graduated from a well-known foreign finance department major, with a model's body and a face as white as jade. Whether it is the ability or appearance in the company is one of the best. This is not the case that as soon as she joined the company, she was immediately placed in high hopes by Lu Jinghua and sat in the position of administrative supervisor. Auntie, I know, Zhang Lu said in a good-natured manner. Teach you how many times? Don't call me auntie husband outside. What do people think when they know? Think you are a relation. Come in through the back door. Lu Jinghua heard this Zhang Lu's name, directly exploded and criticized at Zhang Lu. Yes, I know, Mr. Yi. Zhang Lu rolled her eyes and said, Yi Qing didn't know what was happening inside the car. After changing into a formal dress, he picked up the equipment that was loaded by himself, and came to the entrance of the neighborhood and waited for a while before seeing a luxurious black Phantom steadily parked in front of him. When Yi Qing was feeling strange, he saw Lu Jinghua get off the car quickly from the passenger seat, and came to the back row to pull open the door first and said, Mr. Yi waited for a long time, please get on the car. Chapter 16 Pulling Investment. Yi Qing looked at the Phantom in front of him, and a pretty girl sitting inside the car, and asked curiously, Brother Lu, this is? Mr. Yi, this is the company's newly recruited employee Zhang Lu, also the company's administrative supervisor. Count me as my deputy. Under Lu Jinghua's explanation, Zhang Lu, who had been curiously sizing up this Yi Qing, also opened her mouth and called out, Hello Mr. Yi. Hello, then drive. Yi Qing carried his things and got into the car. Lu Jinghua and the 2 of them both looked curiously at the wooden box in Yi Qing's hand. but both adhered to the attitude of saying less and looking more and didn't open their mouths to ask. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the lights of the Polaris Hotel shone its unique light, and the entrance was lined with luxury cars. Sitting inside the Phantom, Yi Qing looked at this iconic building that belonged to the Magic City. His heart was filled with endless yearning. The doorman thoughtfully pulled open the car door. "Brother Lu, let's go." After saying that, he took the lead to walk off the car. Lu Xingguo explained a few words to the driver and then quickly got off the car, lagging behind Yi Qing by a step. Thoughtfully said, "Boss, today's party is sponsored by the government of Magic City. Our evergreen technology is also in the ranks of the invitations, and there are a lot of big names in business who are going to be here today. I'm afraid boss you're too busy to prepare a dance partner, so I purposely called up Zhang Lu." Yi Qing listened to the words in his ear and nodded. "Brother Lu, you've taken the trouble." After saying that, he looked at Zhang Lu, who was wearing an evening gown and dressed up in a flamboyant manner, and asked in a bit of a daze, "I haven't participated in a cocktail party. Do I need to hold hands now?" Hearing Yi Qing's words, Zhang Lu almost couldn't hold back her laughter and spewed out. Next door, walking not far from Yi Qing, a youth directly non-face-slapping said, "Look at you beggar-like, wearing a dragon robe are not like a prince. Really think that wearing a Bang Armani can come out to pretend 13? What cats and dogs of the purse company all dare to participate in the reception?" After saying that, he took his female companion and left. Yi Qing looked at the other party's distant back, his face unchanged as he asked, "Brother Lu, who is the other party? So crazy?" Lu Xingguo, whose face was equally unsightly, said hatefully, "The other party is the second youngest master of Universal Pictures, Lu Wei. Oh, he's in the movie business. We'll see." After saying this, he took the lead and walked towards the second-floor hall. Zhang Lu watched curiously without expressing any opinion, fully performing the role of a vase, but in his heart, he was thinking, "Mr. Yi was slapped in the face in public, but he didn't get angry at all. Either he is a person with a big heart, or he thinks that he has a very sophisticated person." Zhang Lu's heart inclined towards the latter. Inside the hall on the second floor, champagne, desserts were set up, waiters dressed in neat costumes interspersed amongst the crowd. Groups of people in 3s and 5s met with red wine glasses and chatted. Yi Qing, led by Lu Xingguo, started to get to know some business people. "Boss, this is Mr. Tian from Wansheng Company. This is Mr. Huang from Sailing Foreign Trade." Yi Qing, who was talking to these old bosses worth tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars for the first time, didn't have any stage fright at all. The system was his biggest backbone, holding his wine glass and chatting with the other party. "Hello Mr. Tian, I am Yi Qing of Evergreen Technology, belonging to the late generation. There are a lot of shortcomings, purposely taking lessons from you old-timers." Yi Qing's attitude won the liking of the two. The old boss present that was not a boss worth tens of thousands of dollars. Who could have a proper attitude like Yi Qing, claiming to be a junior? Mr. Tian, who was obese and a little bit shaven, said politely, "Mr. Yi is modest. Get to know each other and create a win-win situation." Wearing glasses, tall and skinny Mr. Huang also said in agreement, "Taking lessons cannot be taken for granted. Mr. Yi can create a company at a young age. There must be superiority. Maybe we, these old guys, in the future, we have to look for you to take lessons." A short chat had improved the relationship between the three of them. After chatting for about 5 minutes, Mr. Tian said, "Mr. Yi, you see Shen Nandao of Goldman Sachs. What good technology do you have? You need to pull investment can go to find him to talk. There are not only Goldman Sachs tonight, there are also people from Sequoia, SoftBank, IDJ, and all these companies will come. But these investment companies are not good people. Mr. Yi, you have to be careful." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Thank you for the concern of the two old brothers. The purpose of me coming here is to pull investment. I'm going to have a chat, Brother Lu and you, Mr. Tian, they'll have a chat." Yi Qing finished, looked at Zhang Lu, who was carrying the wooden box beside him, and signaled her to follow. Lu Xingguo took a glance at the departing Yi Qing and his niece. His heart was quite worried. Shen Nan, who was chatting with his friend, saw a young man appear beside him who kept staring at him. His sharp gaze sized up Yi Qing and Zhang Lu. "This gentleman, you're looking for me for something?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "Mr. Shen, at the risk of disturbing you, can you give me a few minutes of your time?" Shen Nan met such a direct person for the first time, looking at the other party's appearance as supposed to come to pull investment, but on this straightforward tone, a bit like a rash ah. Zhang Lu was also confused by Yi Qing's operation. "This is too straight. Can't you see that other people are chatting with their friends?" Yi Qing saw that the other party didn't say anything and said to himself, "Mr. Shen, I want to talk to you about the 3D naked eye thing." "Zhang Lu, give me the thing that." The clueless Zhang Lu saw his boss just roll up his sleeves and start working. honestly handed the wooden box to Yi Qing and whispered, "Boss, other people are partying and chatting. Why don't we come back later? It is to have more people to get the effect I want. When there are fewer people later, the visual effect will not be able to pull full circle." After glaring and signaling Zhang Lu to shut up, Yi Qing was ready to start pretending, and Shen Nan's group of people, hearing Yi Qing's words, all shook their heads. Naked Eye 3D. This belongs to the concept of things, can come out to pull investment. Now young people's guts also misses. Right. Simply take Shen Nan as a blind man and 255 in cheating. Even with a good cultivation of Shen Nan, now also Face Black is ready to reprimand away the other side. Not far from the crowd, popped out a person to Yi Qing education. "Kid, it's you again. Mr. Shen. I'm Lu Wei. We've met before. This little liar before I've seen this in front of the hotel. He's a liar. Actually dared to cheat on Mr. Shen's head. Security. Security. There's a liar here." Lu Wei Chon looked like a two-faced boy and said to Yi Qing, "Hey, you're the one who's a liar. Can you talk? My family boss is definitely not a liar. I think you're the liar. Under the banner of your family's company, you go around picking up girls outside. Aren't you afraid of getting philandering disease? You scum. Talent. I've just seen you pick up 10 girls. Even the waitresses you won't let go." Simply, Zhang Lu, a girl like a flower, started spraying at Lu Wei. The people at the reception site, hearing this cursing in general, immediately all watched over with curiosity. Chapter 17 Highlighted Moments. Lu Wei was swept off his feet by Zhang Lu and immediately fired back. A situation of a vegetable market quarrel appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Shen Nan had seen countless people pulling investments, and had never encountered today's situation, where the other party actually quarreled in public at this reception. He was ready to leave with a bad look on his face. Yi Qing took out his own compact instrument, didn't even glance at Lu Wei, and said to Shen Nan, "Mr. Shen, if you leave here, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Since I dare to come, I'm not someone who speaks with his mouth. Investors present, you are about to see the world's first 3D naked eye instrument. This kind of thing that exists in concept. I have spent 3 years and invested countless amounts of money, and I have finally made him come out," Yi Qing said with a face full of confidence. Goldman Sachs wasn't his only choice in the first place. At the time of getting this technology, Yi Qing has already considered it. His own company is too shallow. There is no deep network of relations, cannot spread to foreign countries, while these capital investment companies have a deep network of relations. Split a little cake then, can quickly monopolize the whole world. Shen Nan, who had raised his feet to take a few steps out, heard Yi Qing's so confident tone, stopped his pace and looked at Yi Qing curiously. Yi Qing held the instrument in his hand and explained loudly, 3D naked eye display technology. The most difficult thing is air imaging. It's always known that the humidity of the air, the density, all cause instability in the image. This instrument of mine has a high level of artificial intelligence wrapped inside, and can intelligently and quickly analyze the humidity of the air in 0.001 seconds, dealing with all the problems of the air when the human brain hasn't reacted yet. I don't know how many times stronger than human operation. Fixed shot. Now I'll demonstrate. After saying that, he gently clicked, as if opening Pandora's magic box. The cylindrical ball of light emitted a sci-fi general light, and then quickly illuminated the surrounding. The large reception site began to appear countless dinosaurs. The scene also quickly changed. The crowd as came to Jurassic Park in general. The sudden change in the scene caused the crowd to panic. Cowardly people drilled under the table and shouted in fear, "Tyrannosaurus Rex! God! Tyrannosaurus Rex! Dying to be eaten! Oh my God! The Velociraptor lunged at me!" A good meeting scene, under Yi Qing's operation, became chaotic. Ladies in evening dresses, celebrities, thousands of gold, men who were self-acclaimed gentlemen, all looked at the lifelike dinosaurs in the field in a pale and powerless manner. Among the crowd, Huang Yuting, who was as beautiful as a goddess under the moon, looked blankly at Yi Qing, who was holding a crystal ball in her hand, as if she was casting magic. A beautiful woman beside Huang Yuting, with a pale face, lost her voice and said, "It's over, it's over, it's all over." The woman's skin, which was white as jade in the past, at this time was looking so pale and then matched with such a look of disillusionment, just like Lin Daiyu in the world in general, appearing to be delicate and destructible. Yi Qing satisfied with the expression of the crowd in the field. See the fire almost after, gently point, as closed the Pandora's box in general, the whole scene in the field returned to the original appearance. To Shen Nan, whose mouth could swallow a goose egg, he said, "Mr. Shen, Yi Qing, don't play with falsehoods. I must have made a breakthrough to come to you." After saying this, he handed over the light pole crystal balls in his hand together to Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu held it in her arms as if it was a treasure. A pair of big soulful eyes staring at Yi Qing dead on. as if looking at aliens looking at Yi Qing. Not only one person stared at Yi Qing, the hundreds of people present all stared at Yi Qing. Shen Nan, who had experienced great storms and waves, had never seen such a powerful person who actually brought a finished product to pull investment. This Nima, you have this technology, but also pull a hairline investment. We investment companies still do not come to you on the pole, crying and begging you, let me invest some money into it. Long ago, you have been offered up like an ancestor. Mr. Yi, I am Sequoia's Luli, can I delay you a little time? Mr. Yi, I'm Chung Tianxiao from SoftBank, can we talk alone? Mr. Yi, I am IDJ's president in Asia Paul, I can fully represent the headquarters, can I delay you for 3 minutes? Just within a few seconds of Shen Nan freezing and being shocked, all the investment company people that would be present, all clustered around Yi Qing, scrambling to be the first to say to Yi Qing, Mr. Yi, misunderstanding, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. We, Goldman Sachs, are willing to fully reach a full cooperation with Mr. Yi, and all resources are all tilted to Mr. Yi. Once again, I apologize for my previous rudeness. The Yi Qing in front of him was a gold mountain, an inexhaustible gold mountain. As long as he could cooperate with Yi Qing, he would be able to dig out countless gold, not to mention verbal apologies. Even if he let Shen Nan kneel down and sing conquests, he would be willing to do so. Yi Qing reached the purpose of the night, looked around and said, it's inconvenient to chat more here, so I won't disturb everyone's prom time, and it's too rushed. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, Evergreen welcomes you all. Now if you have any needs, you can ask my company's CEO, Mr. Lu Zhenghua. Zhang Lu, let's go. Yi Qing finished pointing at the dumbfounded Lu Zhenghua, and then brought along Zhang Lu, who looked like she was holding an absolute treasure, to leave the hall and walk towards the outside, not even glancing at Lu Wei, who was hiding under the table the whole time. Seeing that the main man left, countless investors are surging towards Lu Zhenghua. Lu Zhenghua, who was carrying red wine with Mr. Tian, was instantly engulfed by the crowd. Walking out of the hotel, Yi Qing stopped a taxi. Turning to Zhang Lu, who had a look of starry eyes, he asked, Zhang Lu, where does your family live? I'll send you back first. Zhang Lu, who had high eyes and was single until now, said adoringly, boss, you're too good. When I was studying abroad, I heard from my classmates that when you want to take something in the middle of a concept and turn it into reality, you have to go through countless failures before there's so much as a glimmer of possibility. 3D naked eye rendering technology, I've paid attention to it before. Want to change the virtual into real? I don't know how many years, decades before it will appear. I can't imagine, boss, that you actually soloed the world's difficult problem. I simply adore you too much. Zhang Lu, who had a beautiful appearance and was wearing an evening gown, was now like a little fangirl, crazily hugging Yi Qing's shoulders and swaying, almost saying I want to give birth to monkeys. And because the person is in the middle of excitement, amplitude is too big. Yi Tian lowered his head and saw the other person's chest leaks out a large area. This has 36C right. This is also too big right. Looking at it, Yi Qing felt his nose wet, reached out and touched it. Nosebleed. Yi Qing wanted to die of heart. The face is lost. Chapter 18 All Sleepless Night. Zhang Lu also felt like the tip of his nose was like a drop of water, dripping to the general, reached out to touch and found that it was blood. Looking at Yi Qing neck up, pinching his nose, then looked at their own naked breasts, shyly organized their clothes, feel out tissue paper to Yi Qing wiping his nose. 3 minutes later, inside the cab. Boss, sorry, I was too excited just now, caused you to have a nosebleed. Are you okay now? Yi Qing had 2 tissues inserted in his nostrils. When he heard this, he explained in a pale manner, it's fine now, that thing just now. Sorry, I also know why. Suddenly had a nosebleed. The driver brother who drove the car was about to spurt with laughter. Hearing this explanation from Yi Qing, adhering to the principle of men helping each other, said, Beauty, you found a good boyfriend. At a glance it's a fast, extinct, pure and honest man. In the future you'll have to cherish him. When the two heard the driver's words, Yi Qing hurriedly tried to open his mouth to explain, while Zhang Lu preempted him. Uncle, you're right. Nowadays, there are no more men as good and outstanding as boss. They are rarer than pandas. Just send me to Lu Jiazui later. The driver nodded his head at that and concentrated on driving. Half an hour later, Zhang Lu got out of the car and waved goodbye to Yi Qing before running towards the inside of the neighborhood. Master, please give me a ride to Townsend. The driver's big brother heard a bit confused. Tonight he received a rich young couple. One lives in Lu Jiazui. One lives in Tangpinichen. No wonder he could find such a beautiful girlfriend. Arriving at the entrance of the neighborhood, Yi Qing explained as he took the money to pay the bill. Master, actually she is not my girlfriend. I have a girlfriend. She is my colleague, subordinate. The driver who took the money with a smile on his face that all men understand said, I understand. Co-worker, in the past I also do this. Young man, you have to pay attention to your health, or you to my age will know what is called the years do not allow waste love. After saying that, he drove away. Yi Qing heard this speechless. The old driver is not bad for the old driver on the nostrils of the paper towel a pull, thrown in the trash can, toward their own home to go. Back home, Yi Qing put the instrument after, wash and rest, sleeping in a daze. Yi Qing hung up countless harassing phone calls and continued to sleep in a stifled manner. On the other hand, the international investment companies such as Goldman Sachs, Sequoia, and SoftBank were having meetings with the lights on. Goldman Sachs headquarters, Shinnan began to report on what happened at today's party. The entire conference room, dozens of people quietly listening. A longtime Goldman Sachs president He Gang said, tell us all, what are your thoughts? Just now the prediction report has come out. The impact on the world under the conditions of 3D technology maturity is comparable to a change in the sky. Conservative estimate. This technology at least $300 million. And just now I also asked my foreign classmates. Yi Qing the young man has published his own papers in the world's leading newspapers. Now should have taken the patent firmly in hand. Most of those bosses abroad who invested in 3D technology want to go jump off a building. Tell us what you think, knowing that in 16 years of China, the entire country's annual tax revenue was only $260 million. One would know how much of a fortune the technology held in Yi Qing's hands was. Everyone present bowed their heads in thought, and one of them grabbed the lead and said, Yi Qing intended to talk to Shinnan alone. Unfortunately, Shinnan, this old-fashioned investor, failed to grasp this opportunity, making us Goldman Sachs miss this opportunity of 1,000 years. That's why Mr. I implore that I lead the team to negotiate this time. I have the confidence to negotiate this cooperation, Shinnan said with a frown when he heard his old enemy attacking his words. Li Wen, you haven't even met Yi Qing. Do you have the confidence to negotiate this cooperation? And this time it's an accident. Dare I ask everyone present, has anyone met someone who pulls investments like this? He Gang slapped the table and scolded. What time is it? Our own family members are still infighting up. Tomorrow I will personally lead the team. Shinnan you accompany. Li Wen you also follow. Tomorrow I want to see the two of you report analyzing the report. The meeting is now adjourned. After saying that, he took the lead to get up and walk towards the outside. The entire well-known investment organizations in China. This evening basically in Goldman Sachs general senior management gathered together to discuss major events. The next day dawn, Yi Qing's biological clock let him wake up naturally, boot up and look at the time above, as well as countless short messages, all of which are some unrecognizable phone numbers. Among them, there was also a short message from Lu Jinghua. After Yi Qing washed up, he contacted Lu Jinghua. Brother Lu, notify the people in the company to prepare for the reception. Today a large number of investment companies will come to the company. I'll come over later. Lu Jinghua's voice rang out with excitement amidst his haggardness. Boss, our company's conference room is too small. I've already rented a large-sized conference room outside. Moreover, this incident has gotten too big. The media all know about it, and are now reporting on this incident in a big way. Luckily no one filmed you at the reception last night. Otherwise boss you'll never have peace in the future. Yi Qing heard this and said affirmatively, Brother Lu you're my right-hand man. With you doing things, I'm completely at ease. See you at the company. After saying this Yi Qing casually ate something, drove straight to the center of the big and evergreen company inside. Lu Jinghua said to the company's dozens of employees, Mr. You will come to the company to negotiate a cooperation contract with a well-known investment company from around the world. This contract is at least tens of millions of dollars. You guys have to bring out your best side. Don't drop the ball for me at this time. Got it. When the staff door heard Lu Jinghua's words, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. A contract of tens of millions of dollars? This Nima is too scary. They all patted their chests and said they had no problem. At less than 9 o'clock, before Yi Qing arrived at the company, He Gang of Goldman Sachs brought his own humming two generals, Shinnan and Li Wen, as well as his entourage to Yi Qing's company. The receptionist, who had joined the company for less than 10 days, looked at the sudden big shot and said with a nervous expression, Mr. He, please come in. Our President Lu is already waiting for you. He Gang looked at the small company in front of him as well as the brand new office supplies. His heart instantly figured out a lot of things, nodded to the receptionist, and led by the receptionist, walked towards the inside. Lu Jinghua looked at this big brother of the investment world. The whole person excitedly greeted him. Mr. He, quickly take a seat inside. General Manager Yi will be here soon. Before Mr. He had time to speak, his old enemy, Sequoia Wangshi's voice rang out from the front desk. This Nima, you actually came so early too. Chapter 19, it's so easy to make money. Wangshi nodded to the receptionist and said bashfully, Hello miss, is your family's Mr. Yi here yet? Mr. Yi hasn't come yet, but you came quite early. Wang Shi, it's rare to see you come out so early to do your business. Don't you engage in your morning exercise to cultivate your body and mind? He just walked out and said to Wang Shi with a bad look. Same to each other. Wang Gang, you're different too. Wang Shi said to his old enemy with a smile on his face. Lu Jinghua, who was standing next to him, saw that both sides were looking at each other with a bad look in their eyes, as if they were pins and needles, and the air was relatively quiet at this moment. Lu Jinghua boldly said, both of you, inside please. Mr. Yi is already on his way here. I think he will arrive soon. The two parties led by Wang Shi, He Gang, both tacitly gave Lu Jinghua face, and each led people towards the next lounge. Not long after, SoftBank's people also came. Before and after no more than half an hour, large and small investment companies as well as people from movie and television companies arrived at Yi Qing's company one after another. Looking at this one big name, appearing alive in front of them, the employees of the company were all abuzz. Even the people from the two companies next door, all clustered in front of the door, watching curiously. The underground parking lot of the center building. Yi Qing was just about to get out of the car when he saw a silver-white Bentley parked next to him with a quick drift. Breathlessly, he said, rich people nowadays really know how to play. Bentley can even throw a drift. After saying that, he got off the car with the documents he had prepared. Inside the Bentley, Huang Yuting said to Shangguan Qingfeng sitting next to her, Qingfeng, you hurry up. When you go late, the yellow flowers and vegetables will be cold. After saying that, she took the lead to get out of the car. After getting out of the car, Huang Yuting immediately saw Yi Qing. The two looked at each other. Yi Qing said with a big smile, hi, what a coincidence, beautiful as a goddess under the moon. Huang Yuting slightly smiled, like a crescent moon, and said, it's not a coincidence. Yi Qing, we're here to look for you. Us? Yi Qing thought curiously, who else? The car door opened. A girl whose height was visually estimated at 1 meter 6'7" appeared in front of Yi Qing. The girl's skin all over her body was exceptionally delicate, like milk, melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, wearing a white dress, leaking out the delicate clavicle that could put down an egg-like, giving Yi Qing a feeling of delicacy. Yi Qing was surprised again. The last time he was stunned was when he saw Huang Yuting. Really, things come together. People are divided into groups. These two girls in Yi Qing's lifetime among the women he has seen, completely able to score more than 96 points. Enya's appearance is also excellent. But not these two people with this unique temperament. This is my best friend, Shangguan Qingfeng, the president of Tianmei Company, who used to develop 3D technology, as well as VR technology and holographic technology. Huang Yuting pointed at Shangguan Qingfeng and started to introduce herself. When Yi Qing heard this, he gave face and said, hello, my name is Yi Qing. Hello Mr. Yi, my name is Shangguan Qingfeng. Last night at the reception, I have seen your feet. The scene change, only in a single night. Is this the magic of 3D instruments? Shangguan Qingfeng said to Yi Qing with admiration mixed in her tone. Yes, scene change is just one of these. There are other functions as well. Let's talk while we walk. Yi Qing took the lead in moving his feet, and the two beauties followed Yi Qing's side with one on the left and one on the right. Zhang Lu, who had been waiting at the elevator entrance, full of anxiety, wiped the sweat on her palms with a tissue paper, and in her heart, she kept praying for Yi Qing to come quickly. After all, there were too many big names in the company. Her own aunt's husband couldn't cover them at all. Under Zhang Lu's prayers, the elevator opened with a click. Yi Qing, accompanied by the two beauties, walked out of the sky ladder, his mouth still explaining the role of this 3D technology in the military. Mr. Yi, you finally come. All the bigwigs inside have come. Every minute I stayed inside was torture. You two are? Zhang Lu's words halfway, eyes alert and with looked at the two beauties in front of him and asked, Huang Yuting, MS. Huang, this is Shangguan Qingfeng, the boss of Tianmei Group, are my friends. The other party both came quite early. Then let's go to the conference room. Yi Qing finished his introduction and walked towards the conference room. The three women glanced at each other, then followed Yi Qing's pace. Inside the conference room, dozens of people were sitting in the slightly crowded conference room, all looking at each other warily. As soon as Yi Qing entered, he felt like he was surrounded by wolves. Mr. Yi, this is Xie Jun from SoftBank. Mr. Yi, this is He Gang from Goldman Sachs. Mr. Yi, this is Wang Shi. Lu Jinghua dutifully introduced Yi Qing, who shook hands with the other party in turn, recognizing each other. After recognizing the people, Yi Qing opened his mouth and said, the 3D naked eye technology must have been understood by you guys last night. The market assessment should have been done and read by everyone. Then I'll cut the small talk short. I intend to sell 30/100 shares to everyone here. After all, it's hard to get fat on a sole meal. Yi Qing's single-handed words, let the bigwigs here are stunned. In the past days to talk about cooperation, that time not to pull the wool over their eyes. Talk about 10 days and half a month. This time everyone here is ready for a long battle. Determination. Did not expect to be so fast. He gang took the lead and said, Mr. Yi, our Goldman Sachs has a rich network of relationships that can reach all over the world. Once we reach a cooperation, it will definitely be a win-win situation. Our Goldman Sachs is willing to contribute $30 million to buy shares. TSK, $30 million. He gang, you are not sincere at all. We Sequoia are willing to contribute $25 million and take out the shares of the company in Tang Pictures, and cross-shareholding with Mr. Yi. Looking to the future, Wang Shi opened his mouth and directly dropped a deep water bomb, blowing everyone's head in the audience really buzzing. He just pointed at Wang Shi. Wang Shiyu. SoftBank's people see all immediately burst the price, immediately popped out and said, Mr. Yi, this is our SoftBank made out of the evaluation report. You see, our SoftBank is really want to reach a strategic consensus with Mr. Yi. We are willing to contribute 27 million, and are willing to cross-shareholding with Mr. Yi. Any of its shares are available. Our SoftBank has a rich history that touches all over the world. Yi Qing looked at the prediction table and listened to the introductory information and resources coming from his ears, and for the first time, he felt that the money was too good to be true. And following behind Yi Qing, Huang Yuting, Shangguan Qingfeng, who was mistaken by the group as Yi Qing's girlfriend or secretary or some other role, all buzzed inside their heads. This is also too horrible. Opening is tens of millions of dollars and also add shares, their own hundreds of thousands of worth of people, but also with each other to fight. What can fish a little edge to eat? Can eat into the big belly man. Both eyes looking at the stars like Yi Qing. The heart are thinking, this man is so charming. Chapter 20 Crazy Money Circulation. After Yi Qing finished reading the report, he smoothly handed the information in his hand to Huang Yuting, who obediently took it. Opening her mouth, she said, I'm satisfied with all three of your conditions. At the risk of asking, this tens of millions of cash, can you guys pay it all at once? Because I still have an important research to conduct in my hands. Once the barriers of this research are breached, it will be able to rewrite the entire aerospace, people's livelihood, and the entirety of electricity. This is also the reason why I'm selling my shares and pulling investments. Good Lord. Once Yi Qing said this, everyone here was confused. The feeling was that it was for another research that he was willing to come out and pull investment, or bring a finished product to pull investment. And in their hearts, they were all very curious about what the research Yi Qing was talking about. After all, with the 3D naked eye instrument in front of them, the crowd was still very convinced of Yi Qing's terrifying scientific research capabilities. Transparent-minded people have been planning whether to invest in Yi Qing's research in advance. After the results of the research out, is the windfall, hundreds of thousands of times the profit. The well-funded He gang heard Yi Qing's words and asked his right-hand man Shen Nan and Li Wen in a whisper, then opened his mouth and said, Mr. Yi, $30 million is an unimaginably huge sum of money. We can't get it out in a short period of time. I believe that everyone here can't get it out. We at Goldman Sachs plan to settle it in 6 installments, and we at Goldman Sachs are very interested in Mr. Ye's research. We intend to cooperate with Yi Zhong more deeply. When Yi Qing heard this, he directly wanted to poo-poo the other party. This Nima, it's simply a typical eat in the bowl, look in the pot, take my technology to make money, and then back to the capital, and then in the money to themselves, playing a handful of good calculations. Later, I will give everyone here a copy of my recent research information. Now let's talk about the 3D technology first. Mr. Wang, are you guys in the same situation? After Yi Qing finished speaking, his eyes were like radar, scanning around. The result is self-evident. Everyone here is awesome, blowing up the sky. As a result, none of them can pull out more than $10 million at a time. Wang Shi was a person with a transparent mind. Seeing that Mr. Yi was so obsessed with cash, he said to Yi Qing, General Manager Yi, can you give us a little time to discuss? Yi Qing nodded and looked at the time and said, what Mr. Wang said is true, and it's getting late. Let's have lunch and then talk. After saying that, he signaled Lu Jinghua and led the people to the hotel to be seated. A group of people crowed towards the hotel next door. Huang Yuting, who had been following Yi Qing, signaled to her bosom friend to speak. The latter did not know, still looked at Yi Qing with a look of fascination. There is no way of Huang Yuting only on their own. Exhaled like orchids to Yi Qing said, Yi Qing, actually Tianmei is also interested in reaching a consensus with you. Yi Qing asked curiously, is the company of the two of you Tianmei? No, my company is Tianxiu, a cosmetic company, and Tianmei is Qingfeng's company. Huang Yuting explained with a smile, I go, no thanks to being BFFs, one is Tianxiu, one is Tianmei, together isn't it Xiaomei? There's no one else to get this name. Right. Yi Qing, my company doesn't have that much money, but the business scope is very wide. I don't want that many shares, as long as you give me the right to sell in Magic City. Shangguan Qingfeng, who had returned to her senses, looked at Yi Qing with a face full of expectation. That delicate and compassionate look made it impossible to refuse. It's fine, isn't it just an authorization? Who let us be friends? Hand someone over to sign the contract tomorrow. I'll go and get busy with some business first. Excuse me for a while, Yi Qing said in a very domineering manner. After saying that, he walked towards Lu Jinghua. That domineering look made Shangguan Qingfeng's eyes overflow with soft light. Looking at her bestie's emotional face, Huang Yuding pulled her and snickered in a low voice. Isn't it that you think it's very charming and stylish? Love him to death. Shangguan Qingfeng looked like she had been poked and prodded. Blankly glancing at Huang Yuding happily said, yes, and so on. Just now he had that starry-eyed look on his face. Don't you get moved. Since we're done with our business, let's go. Don't bother him. After saying that, holding Huang Yuding's hand, the two of them walked towards the distance in a whisper. Inside the hotel, Yi Qing had chartered 2 private rooms, and after having a full meal, the people came inside the huge conference room that Lu Jin had booked long ago, and negotiated once again. Mr. Yi, just now we discussed, the 3 of us, Goldman Sachs, Sequoia, and SoftBank have a joint venture of $20 million, plus $8 million in market value, for the purchase of 30/100 shares in your hands. This is also our greatest sincerity. All the people present were stunned when they heard this. This Nima you 3 join forces. We people still talk. They all looked at Yi Qing anxiously, expecting not to agree in their hearts. Yi Qing also read the forecast statement. His own hands of the patent valuation in the 200 million or so, but need a long time to develop. 30/100 can exchange $28 million. He is not a loss. Finally, he nodded and said, okay, happy cooperation. Hearing Yi Qing's words, the 3 bigwigs breathed a sigh of relief, while the others had constipated expressions on their faces. All 3 of them took the initiative to stand up and shake hands with Yi Qing, saying, happy cooperation, happy cooperation. After shaking hands for 3 minutes, Tu Gang opened his mouth and said, Mr. Yi, the funds will arrive at your account one after another within these 2 days. In the future you can be the youngest multimillionaire in our China. Right, Mr. Yi is really young and talented, rewriting the entire events movie and television pattern with his own power. I'm simply ashamed of myself. I just don't know what is the research Yi Qing mentioned before. Wang Shi was He Gang's old Yuan family. It could be said that he knew each other very well, and after hearing He Feng's words, he immediately excused himself and asked. SoftBank's Xie Jun was that much more sluggish, but immediately added, is there any need to question General Ye's ability, regardless of what is being researched? SoftBank is Mr. Ye's most loyal partner. This slight sound of horse's ass, patting Yi Qing quite happy, opened his mouth and said graphene technology, involving people's livelihood, aerospace, electricity. I have a piece of information here. If you are interested, take a look at it. After saying this, he signaled Zhang Lu, who was standing by the side, to bring something out. The latter began to hand over the information one by one to the hands of the bigwigs present. There was silence inside the conference room. Only the sound of flipping papers remained. Li Wen had worked with technology before and knew the horror of this information. And with a small cough, he interrupted He Gang, who was concentrating on the information. Brother Gang, urgent urination. Want to go to the toilet together? After saying this, a pair of small, not so large eyes blinked at He Gang, who understood in seconds. Said to everyone present, folks, sorry, just drank too much liquor. Go out. After saying that, he brought Li Wen out of the conference room. Chapter 21. The cousin who escaped marriage. Wang Shi looked at the other party left, quietly sent a text message. Standing outside, people immediately strong first step to go to the toilet, squatting up. Yi Qing did not care about the other party's small movements, quietly waiting up, while Zhang Lu was quietly watching Yi Qing. The more he looked, the more he liked it in his heart. Inside the toilet, Li Wen directly unlocked the toilet door and said with the information in his hand, Boss, it's unbelievable. The wide range of uses of graphene belongs to the energy of fantasy. As long as this thing is once released, the country will definitely step in. For example, graphene coating technology can stabilize the voltage, current, in the electrical energy. Country can save a large sum of money. We must know how much China's annual electricity bill is. 200 million. With this technology, at least save a big half. This is still my conservative estimate. Li Wen took the information and talked with He Gang inside the toilet. Inside the toilet, a man was holding a tape recorder and recorded every word. 20 minutes later, He Gang and the two returned to the conference room. You can't pee enough. It takes so long to go to the toilet? Wang Shi snickered when he saw this. Can't you take a big one? He Gang said with a rude face. Yi Qing saw that the time was almost thick, stood up and said, This is the direction I'm going to study. I think you all understand. You can all go back to discuss and discuss. If you are interested, you can find me to talk. Deeply shocked crowd all nodded and then left in turn. Evergreen Company, inside Yi Qing's luxurious office. The team of lawyers inside the company looked at the text of the contract without missing a beat, and nodded at Yi Qing for a long time. Yi Qing cheerfully signed his big name and once again shook hands with the three parties in front of him to thank them. After signing the contract, SoftBank took the lead to leave. Wang Shi looked at He Gang with a mesmerizing smile on his face, with a look of if you don't leave, I won't leave either. Exasperated, He Gang wanted to curse and finally said to Yi Qing, Mr. Yi, can we talk alone? Yi Qing sniffed curiously and looked at the other party. Made up his mind so quickly? Nodding his head, he led Goldman Sachs people towards the conference room from before. After entering, He Gang said straight to the point, Mr. Yi, right now we at Goldman Sachs have decided to go in and out with Mr. Yi, this research, we at Goldman Sachs have voted for it. I have instructed the following people to start the research program. The initial investment, 1 million. Big money. Read a piece of information. Goldman Sachs will dare to bet to invest 1 million. This vision and pattern far beyond others. Then what do you need? Shares? Yi Qing asked curiously. No, don't want shares. I just need authorization. Once this epic-making thing of graphene appears, the country will definitely take control. I want authorization for the Southwest region. He just obviously has a far-reaching vision and pattern. Wisely chose the authorization. Once this thing comes out, get the authorization of Goldman Sachs, turn around and can earn a pot full of money. Mr. He atmosphere. This matter is so settled. Ha ha, create a future together. In the future I hope Mr. Yi will give me more support. Reached a consensus. He Gang and Yi Qing chatted for a while, contentedly led people away. Back to his office, Yi Qing saw drinking tea Wang Shi, a little surprised, said, Mr. Wang, Mr. Yi, we Sequoia decided to invest in graphene research. The investment capital is 1 million, as long as Southwest is authorized. Wang Shi, who was holding the recorder, said the same words as He Gang. Yi Qing said breathlessly, Brother Wang, the authorization of Southwest is given to He. Why don't you change the location? The Southwest region was a big producer of energy, so once graphene came out, the Southwest was the biggest dosage area, so both of them coincidentally hung on the Southwest region. When Wang Shi heard this from Yi Qing, his heart was angry and wanted to curse. Damn He Gang, and he preempted me by adding, then let's go to the north. Yi Qing nodded his head, uttering the words of one not bad before, sending off the other party. Sitting on his old boss chair, Yi Qing could not stop giggling. In his heart, he thought, just half a month ago, he was a beggar with nothing. Now sitting on tens of millions of cash flow, can be said to be rich. There is even a beautiful girlfriend, is simply on the peak of life. If then two confidants would be even better. Thinking of this, Yi Qing's ordinary face was filled with a too little cute-like smile. Zhang Lu, who walked into the office with coffee in hand, saw Yi Qing's silly face with squinted eyes at a glance. Smilingly, she said, Mr. Yi, tired, drink a cup of coffee to wake up. After hearing this slightly seductive voice of Zhang Lu, Yi Qing immediately regained his previous confident expression and said with glaring eyes, come in without knowing the quiet door. You didn't see anything before, did you? Zhang Lu shook her head in drone waves, hurriedly said no. Received the coffee, sip. Yi Qing said, there is no good. Today the guys have worked hard. Notify the financial, each send 50 cents of hard work. Okay, you go and busy yourself. Zhang Lu looked at Yi Qing, who was pretending to be calm, jumped 3 times to the office door, turned back and said, Mr. Yi, the way you smiled before was so cute yo. After saying this, she fled and ran out of the office. This niece, snickering to my head, I'll clean you up later. After saying that, he squinted his eyes and faked a nap. Ba Shu, Seoul bus station. A plainly dressed girl with yellow mud all over her feet was squatting next to a phone booth and crying bitterly. The girl was no older than 18 years old, with a one-tailed braid, and a clear face with tears hanging all over it. The girl was Yi Qing's cousin, Yi Min. Yesterday, after she came home on Friday, she was locked up at home and was told by her own mother that she was going to get married. The man was an old bachelor who was almost 40 years old, and the wedding was scheduled for Sunday. When informed of this sudden news, Yi Min directly frozen. They are only 17 years old, do not want to marry a 40-year-old man, crying, shouting that do not marry. As a result, their mother said the bride price has been received. The cook has been invited, waiting for the other side to come over on Sunday to pick up people over the door, and now is to want to back out of it, and instructed Yi Min to marry over to a good husband and raise children, and strive to have a son next year, and then shut Yi Min in the home. The young Yi Min, unwilling to marry like this, in their own village with the help of the hair small, sneaked out, stayed up all night walking dozens of miles of mountain roads, came to the bus station in Seoul, the heart of the confused Yi-min, do not know where they go, and do not dare to go home, hiding in the phone booth next to the headache and cry. Yi-min wiped away her tears and gave herself a pep talk. Yi-min, you cannot cry, you have to be strong. If you go home, you can only marry someone, right? Go find your cousin, go to Magic City to find your cousin. After saying that, she started to go to the phone booth to make a call. Chapter 22, Receiving Someone. Yi Chang, who was lying on the old president chair in a false sleep, was awakened by the ringing of his own phone. Looking at the unfamiliar Bashu number, he asked curiously, "Hello, this is Yi Ching, may I ask who you are?" Yi Ching heard this familiar voice, ringing in his ears, recalling all the past memories. "Cousin, don't cry, what happened? Tell cousin." Yi Min's voice rang out with a sobbing tone. "Cousin, my parents want to marry me off to a 40-year-old bachelor. If I don't agree, they'll lock me up. I ran away last night, and now I don't know what to do." Woo woo. Hearing this, Yi Ching's heart tired of fire prancing upward madly. His own second uncle's family is not a person. Thinking with the but no, this is definitely in order to give his son to put together the bride price to come up with a way. "Cousin, don't cry, there's cousin. Cousin is doing well in Magic City. I'll pick you up and bring you to Magic City." Yi Min's sobbing voice sounded. "But I don't have any money. Where are you now?" "Cousin will try to find someone to pick you up. I'm at the bus station in Seoul." Yi Ching pondered for a while and said, "You stand still. Cousin will find a way to come pick you up right away. Wait for cousin's call." After hanging up the phone, Yi Ching started to contact He Gang, who had just left not long ago. He Gang, who had just become a partner and was in the honeymoon period, immediately nodded his head in agreement when he heard the small requestor from Yi Ching. He ordered his staff in the vicinity of Seoul to go ahead and pick up Yi Min. On the other hand, in Longtu village, Yi Jun's house was noisy. A 5 big and thick man said angrily, "Dad, sister, this unintelligent child, simply do not know for me this brother to think about it. She a girl sooner or later to marry. Early to marry, late to marry is not all the same thing." Now actually ran away. Smoking a dry cigarette, Yi Jun ruthlessly knocked the pipe in his own hand, cursed brokenly, "This dead girl, the other side of the bride price are over. Tomorrow to pick up. This let me and the old king how to explain. Now quickly go to find. She a girl can run to where? And you melon, you can't even look at a person well." After Yi Jun cursed at his own mother-in-law, he took his relatives and started going out to look for someone. After Yi Ching arranged everything, he made a call to Yi Min, informing her that he had already made the arrangements, telling her to just wait patiently for a while, and that someone would come to pick her up soon. Hearing her cousin's words, Yi Min's heart settled down a little and waited patiently. 2 hours later, a dark Mercedes-Benz stopped at the entrance of the Seoul bus station, and 2 men stepped out of the car. One of the men got out of the car, looked around and immediately found Yi Min squatting on the ground, leading the driver towards Yi Min. "Excuse me, is this Ms. Yi Min Yi?" Yi Min heard someone call her, looked up and realized that she didn't know the other party at all, and said nervously, "I am Yi Min, may I ask who you are?" "I'm the head of Goldman Sachs in Bashu. My name is Lu Chi-hong. I'm here to pick you up." "Mr. Yi just contacted our Mr. He, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Girls' minds are more delicate." After hearing the other party's introduction, Yi Min sized up the other party's dress and then said, "I'll ask my brother." Lu Chi-hong smiled at the sight. His own hallowed head of Bashu, guilty of cheating you a little girl, taking the initiative. He felt out his cell phone and handed it to Yi Min. "Use my cell phone to call." Yi Min timidly took the cell phone and began to come to contact her cousin. 2 minutes later, Yi Min handed the cell phone to the other party and said, "Uncle, thank you, my brother to you to speak." Lu Chi-hong said with a revitalized spirit, "Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Lu Chi-hong from Goldman Sachs. Good, good, I guarantee that I will definitely send Ms. Yi safely to Magic City." Hanging up the phone, Lu Chi-hong said with a big smile, "Miss Yi, please get on the car." Yi Min followed the other party to the Mercedes not far away, but in her heart, she was thinking, the other party called her cousin as Mr. Yi, and her attitude was like the way the poor students in her class were afraid of her cousin when they met the class teacher. It seems that his own cousin is really developed in Magic City. "Please." Lu Chi-hong pulls open the car and says to the plainly dressed little girl in front of him. Looking at the luxurious interior of the car, Yi Min also looked at her shoes that were covered in yellow mud and said timidly, "Uncle, my shoes are dirty." Lu Chi-hong said amiably, "Ms. Yi, your shoes are not dirty. What is dirty is the human heart. Get in the car." Only after hearing the other party say this did Yi Min dare to step into the car. Yi Ji-won, that is, Yi Min's own brother, Yi Ching's cousin, and the same name as the tough guy who roamed across Hong Kong Island, rode a shabby motorcycle. and saw his sister from a long way away, getting into a Mercedes-Benz car. Exasperated, he shouted loudly, "Yi Min, stop right there. If you dare to go, don't go home in the future." Finished twisting the gas pedal, quickly rushed toward the Mercedes-Benz. After getting into the car, Yi Min heard her brother's voice. Like a frightened bunny, her whole body trembled. Lu Qihong looked at Yi Jihuan, who was chasing after him, and said to the driver, "Drive." The Mercedes quickly drove to the driveway. Yi Jihuan's small motorcycle definitely can't catch up with other people's Big Ben. Watching the Mercedes drive further and further away, heart more and more anxious. Their sister is involved in their own life matters. They do not beat her hair a small meal. Still do not know she ran to the bus station. And the heart of 100,000 curious. Their sister went to recognize these open Mercedes-Benz car. Big shot. Yi Jihuan dead note each other's license plate, and then stopped his motorcycle. This thing penetrates odd. Go home and dad discuss it. If you can't, call the police. After saying that, he turned the car around and rushed towards home. 1.5 hours later, inside the Rongqing airport, Lu Qihong pointed at the private airplane in front of him and said, "Miss Yi, I'll send you here." Mr. Yi is already picking you up in Mordor. Yi Min, who grew up living in the mountainous region, looked at the distinctive airplane in front of her, and then looked at the airliner in the distance. The whole person froze, and accompanied by the air hostess, walked up to the airplane step by step. The stewardess closed the door. Gulfstream 450 as a broken sword, flying into the blue sky, heading to the magic city and go. Flowers bloom twice. Class Schedule 1. Yi Jihuan returned home, and told his dad everything he saw before. The latter smoked a dry cigarette. "Kaba Kaba Stone Ash," said, driving a Big Ben to pick up Yi Min. "Is it those rich people? Look at my daughter. Huan, it's good that you can remember each other's license plate numbers. All these rich people want some quirks. Let's go to the police. Lest we make him pay a few $dozen out, or we'll send him into jail." Chapter 23. The youngest multi-millionaire. As the saying goes, pour mountains and bad water out of unruly people. Yi Jun. This family is obviously unruly people. The family discussed, felt profitable, immediately called the police. Lu Qihong, who just finished sending Yi Min, received a summons from the police before he returned to the company. Yi Qing in the Magic City does not know their second uncle, and get out of this moth thing, is standing at the airport. Then machine. Gulfstream 450 after more than an hour of flight, steadily stopped at the Pudong airport in Magic City. Yi Min, full of confusion, got off the plane, saw and remembered the different Yi Qing. She jumped into Yi Qing's embrace as if she was a swallow throwing herself into his arms. "Cousin, it's really you. I can't believe it. It's alright, there is cousin. From now on, you can study and live in Magic City without fear. Cousin will take care of you. Don't go back to your second uncle's house for now." Well, I listened to cousin. Yi Min was also dead to her own parents. When she learned that marrying herself was to raise the bride price money for her brother, she was dead to her. "Let's go. Cousin will take you for a stroll." Yi Qing led Yi Min towards the outside of the airport and came to the parking lot to drive towards the mall. Yi Min sat in the car, looking curiously at the skyscrapers outside, her mouth excitedly saying, "Brother, the buildings outside are so high. They are simply higher than the Dragon Head Mountain in our hometown." "Right. This is a sports car for you, right? I've heard about it before inside the school." "Cousin, what are you doing now?" "Before in Seoul to pick up my uncle. Call you as Mr. Yi, and also use the plane to pick me up." "It's just like a dream," said a pair of bright eyes, staring at Yi Qing endlessly. "Brother now opened a company. It is also considered a small success. In the future, you won't have to worry and be afraid anymore. Let's go. Brother will take you to buy delicious food and fun." Yi Qing's words gave Yi Min a strong sense of security, and everything that happened today also left indelible memories in this 17-year-old little girl. Half an hour later, Paris family. Yi Qing walked in with the face of introverted Yi Min and said to the shopping guide lady, "This is my sister. You match her with a few sets of clothes." The shopping guide had long practiced a pair of fiery eyes, looking at Yi Qing's body wear, as well as the expensive watch on her wrist. She said to Yi Min with a big smile, "Little sister, please follow me." After saying that, he took the grayish Yi Min to go try on the clothes. Yi Qing, on the other hand, sat on the sofa in boredom and waited up. The news playing in the store caught Yi Qing's attention. Huaxia Daily, the largest single transaction in China, creating the youngest tycoon Yi Qing. Just today, the famous investment organizations, Goldman Sachs, Sequoia, and SoftBank, contributed $28 million to purchase the 3D naked eye technology developed by Evergreen Technology. 3D naked eye is about to step into our lives. According to reliable sources, the four parties have signed a contract. The host's magnetic voice detailed the ins and outs of this matter, and released the 3D scene that Yi Qing had released last night when he was pretending. When Yi Qing saw this news, his heart was filled with bravado. This is just the beginning. The world will conquer under my feet one day. Inside the Iron Man boxing gym, Enya had just finished teaching her students when she saw her mother calling her. Once the phone was connected, Wang Suzhen's excited voice rang out. Daughter, look at the news. Look at the Huaxia Daily. Xiao Yi has become a multi-millionaire. You immediately go home and pack up your things. Go take care of his living and living. You don't have to work in this crappy class. When Wang Suzhen saw this news, she was so excited that her brain almost filled with blood, and immediately called her own daughter. When Enya heard her mother say this, the whole person was speechless. What is this mother of hers mad about again? Mom, I'm busy. I'll talk later. After saying that, she hung up the phone, and before she had time to put her cell phone inside her coat pocket, she heard her colleague Xiao Mei's excited voice. Enya, geez, you'll be a rich wife from now on. The biggest single transaction case in the country is your boyfriend, Yi Qing, worth over $20 million. Geez, Lu Xia, Huang Yuting, Shangguan Qingfeng, and those who were familiar with Yi Qing, all looked at the TV report with glittering eyes. This kind of character that had been reported by the state for a few minutes made Yi Qing directly occupy the #1 spot on the hot search list, and countless people paid attention to it. And in Bashu, inside the Seoul police station, Lu Qihong also pointed at the report on the TV and said, "This is about Mr. Yi." After I received Mr. Yi's call, I immediately came to Seoul to receive Yi Min, Miss Yi, and sent her on my company's Mr. Yi's private plane. Now should safely arrive in Magic City. It's not the liar, pornographer they talk about. Lu Qihong, who came to the police station to investigate, explained to the police in a clear speech. Yi Jun's family, who were bent on relying on their daughter to blackmail the other party for a sum of money, looked at the name mentioned inside the news and said with an unbelievable face, "You mean my daughter was picked up by her nephew Yi Qing? He is now a multi-millionaire?" That's right, otherwise would I have run from Rongqing to pick up Ms. Yi? Mr. Policeman, this matter is already clear. Miss Yi Min is only 17 years old this year, and she was forced by her family to marry someone else. This matter has already violated the law, and Miss Yi Min, unwilling to receive the persecution from her own parents, contacted her cousin Yi Qing, so the molestation, erotic mania thing that Yi Jun said couldn't have happened at all. The officer handling the case pondered for a while and said, "A phone call won't make it clear. Mr. Lu, thank you for your cooperation. It's okay, the police and the public are cooperating," Lu Qihong said carelessly. Yi Jun also came back to his senses, took out his own old-age phone and started to contact Yi Qing. After the phone was connected, Yi Jun's tone was much different. Pinching winks, "Yi Qing, it's me, second uncle. Are you picking up Minnie? Well, I'm the one who asked someone to pick her up. I'll take care of her. It's fine, that's it, hang up." Yi Qing's cold voice made Yi Jun's family like an ice cellar. Yi Jun backhandedly slapped on his wife's face, cursing, "Bitch, it's all your fault. I told you to be nicer to Yi Qing in the past, and you mistreated him explicitly and implicitly. Now it's good. Yi Qing has gotten rich, and doesn't even recognize me as his second uncle." Yi Min's mom, who was beaten and starry-eyed, was already a shrew, raised her body and pounced on her. Her mouth cursed loudly. "Good you Yi Jun, you dare to hit my mother. My mother and you will fight. Earlier it was you who said that Yi Qing is a broomstick, grasping father and mother, telling us to stay away from him. Now you're looking for me to take it out on you." After saying that, he cracked and snapped in the police station. The police station inside the case officer saw this immediately went forward to pull the fight, and Lu Qihong looked at the farce in front of him, shook his head speechlessly and walked out. Chapter 24 The Unconfident Enya. Yi Qing didn't know about the farce at his second uncle's house and was now looking at his cousin with a shocked face. The Yi Min in front of her eyes was like an ugly duckling squirming into a swan, wearing a proper white dress, her rosy face glowing under the light. Long-term farm work. Let her body become tight and shapely. Black eyes with special young girl's simplicity and kindness. Small melon face like a flower stamen to be released. Yi Qing's heart was doubting that the genes of his second uncle's family were that good. Yi Min saw that her cousin had been staring at herself fiercely, and said shyly, "Brother, does it look good?" Yi Qing nodded approvingly and said, "Good looking. It's almost like a princess in a fairy tale. Wrap up all these suitable clothes." When the shopper guide heard this, her eyes immediately lit up and she went to pack up the checkout with gusto. "Sir, the total is $22. Yi Min heard the guide's offer. Her small face was stunned. These clothes were so expensive. She opened her mouth and wanted to stop it. As a result, she saw her cousin touching out a large stack of huge $100 bills and dashingly drawing $50 and handing it to the other party. Then Yi Min even more stagnant. The small world received a strong impact. After all, before sitting on an airplane, sitting on a Mercedes-Benz did not now see so much money intuitive. After paying the money of Yi Qing, With the inner into the stagnation of Yi Min went home. Back home. The luxury of the decoration once again impacted Yi Min. This little girl's heart, looking at the ground, can reflect the silhouette of the people. Yi Min dumbfounded asked, "Brother, this is your home? Well, you casually go to choose a room. Later brother to take you to see sister-in-law. Together to eat a big meal." Yi Min, who was originally happy in her heart, became lost when she heard this. Every young girl is pregnant. Yi Min is no exception. Seeing his cousin so perfect, the heart to say do not like that is false. Lying on the sofa, Yi Qing didn't know about the little girl's mind, and felt out his cell phone to start contacting Inya. "Inya, do you have time tonight? Let's have a meal together. My sister is also there. There is another piece of good news to tell. That is, the 3D naked eye meter that I developed, officially came out, and ruthlessly earned $20 million in cash." Inside the Iron Man boxing hall, Inya heard Yi Qing's words. Her heart was filled with bitterness. She is just ordinary girl. How can she have such a perfect boyfriend? Just now the boss of the boxing hall made an appointment to see herself. With a very low attitude, she asked herself to help to make an appointment to see Yi Qing. Have not yet had time to answer the boss. Their own classmate Zhao Jiuli's point after the point also come. Meet themselves and Yi Qing dinner. Just cleared no more than 2 minutes, and received a call from Yi Qing. Inwardly extremely unconfident, Inya whispered, "Yi Qing, I'm scared in my heart. You are so unattainable right now. Like the stars in the sky, I am like the dust on the ground. I am afraid that you are getting farther and farther away, while I am standing still. Can you leave me alone?" Hearing this, Yi Qing was immediately dumbfounded and said eagerly, "Inya, what nonsense are you saying? I willingly stayed by your side as a handyman in order to pursue you. You should be happy for me that I've gotten where I am today. Don't worry, I'll be good to you." Before the words were finished, Inya hung up the phone and took a taxi home full of worries, wanting to go home and be alone. It's not hard to understand Inya's thoughts. Her boyfriend is too good and is intimidated. When your boyfriend or husband, twice as good as other men, twice as good, inside is happy, when it is 10 times better, you will feel that you have found a very good husband. When it is so good that it is more than 1,000 times better than others, 10,000 times better than others, you will only be born with fear inside, and Inya is in this situation. Sister, brother has something to go out. There are things inside the refrigerator. You can make yourself whatever you want to eat. Remember to call brother if something happens. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he hurriedly went out, came to the garage and drove towards Inya's house and sped away. Yi Min heard the whole conversation between Yi Qing and Inya. Her lost mood became beautiful. She got up and walked towards the kitchen, ready to make a delicious meal for her brother. Inya, who returned home, directly locked herself in the house, ignoring the calls from outside the house. This dead girl, what's going on, actually came back and hung up on me, Wang Suzhen said to her husband in dissatisfaction. Yin Tianzhang said curiously, could it be because of work? There is Xiao Yi, this boyfriend, but also what to work. According to me should be early to set things down. Give Yi Qing a son and a half daughter. The future to live the days of a rich wife is not good. You have to be stubborn with me. Listening to the rambling words outside the door, Inya felt even more annoyed. The knock on the door sounded. Interrupting Wang Suzhen's chattering, opened the door, and after realizing that it was Yi Qing, she said with a big smile, Xiao Yi, why did you come? Inya, this dead girl didn't know to tell me in advance, so that I can prepare for it. Yi Qing, who ran up to the 5th floor in one breath, said eagerly, Auntie, I came to look for Inya. Has she gone home yet? Back, stay inside the room, come in first and have a cup of tea. See you thirsty, my heart aches. After inviting Yi Qing into her home, Wang Suzhen shouted at Inya's dorm room, Inya, Xiao Yi is here to look for you. You dead girl still not coming out. Inya, it's me, can you let me in to chat with you? Yi Qing said to the closed door of the room. When the originally curious Wang Suzhen heard Yi Qing's words, she immediately knew that these two people had fallen out. A surge of blood pressure soared to her head, like she was going to lash out at Inya. Not yet issued a rage. Inya's room door opened with a click. Yi Qing saw this, immediately pulled open the door and walked in. So wearing a nightgown, Inya, without a word, very domineering, walked forward. Inya pounced on the bed, forcibly kissed up. Inya's pair of watery eyes were wide open, and when she felt Yi Qing's tongue drilling into her mouth, she fiercely hit Yi Qing's waist with an elbow strike. Yi Qing was struck by lightning and sat on his butt on the floor, pressing his waist in pain and sucking in cold air. Hitting so hard, you're trying to murder your own husband. Feel my love for you yet? Inya looked at Yi Qing with mixed feelings in her heart and asked, does it hurt? Hurt me. Before also said that this life identified me. Now change your mind. Is not worried about my money. Will go out to fool around. You can rest assured that my initial heart for you has always been the same. Dare to change your mind. Wife, you take like this to beat me. Yi Qing playfully said to Inya. A pair of eyes contained the true intention of looking at Enya, attempting to let the other party understand that they are sincere to her. Chapter 25, Buying a Car with Benefits. Enya clasped her legs with both hands and looked blankly at Yi Qing, who had a silly look on his face. Liangzhou reached out his hand to pull up Yi Qing, patted his bed and said, "Sit and chat with me." Worth tens of millions of dollars of Yi Qing immediately sat up, smelling the bed's special girl's fragrance. Thoughts began to bring up the color. Waste is not so painful. Enya pillowed Yi Qing's shoulder, whispered, "I'm just afraid that I can't match you, afraid that you will leave me one day, into the arms of another woman." Yi Qing, you know what? Right now on the internet, you're already being hailed as the youngest bachelor. Even Principal Wang has to step aside. Many girls have left messages wanting to give you a monkey. Plus the words of my boss and my classmates made me think a lot for a moment. Do I really deserve you? When Yi Qing heard this, he hugged Enya hard and tight. With an affirmative attitude, he said, "Match, no matter how the future is, my initial heart towards you remains unchanged. I was undercover at the boxing gym for a year before I dared to confess to you, so you have to believe in me and believe in yourself." Yi Qing finished speaking and once again pouted his own mouth and printed forward. This time Enya didn't resist, remembering that before Yi Qing had a considerable value, but ended up honestly working in the boxing gym. The reason for this was because he liked himself, so he used this silent and stupid method. He was in a mood, and immediately ran to comfort himself. What else did he have to worry about? With wearing a crown, must bear its weight. Open heart, not Enya. Hugging Yi Qing responded violently. A long time lips parted. Yi Qing, who was holding his whole body uncomfortable, was ready to implement the next action when he was stopped by Enya. "Don't. Mom and Dad are still at home. Besides, I'm on my physiological period." Enya blushed scarlet and shyly said to Yi Qing. Yi Qing was like being doused with a pot of ice water in a cold winter month, penetratingly cold. His heart soaring, self-soothingly said, "It's fine, endure it and it'll pass. Endured for decades, not bad for a while. Go, hubby take you out shopping," Yi Qing said as he changed the topic. Enya said with embarrassment, "Let's go again in 2 days. I'm not feeling well these 2 days." Yi Qing comprehended the essence of Chinese characters from this. Translated, "I'm on my period. Hemorrhage. It's not convenient to go out." "Alright, then you take a good rest and rest. After you get better, we'll go for a nice stroll. Well, accompany me to chat for a while." The two of them relied on each other and started chatting. 2 hours later, Yi Qing had a casual dinner at Yin's house before driving home. As for Enya's family, Wang Suzhen was vigorously counting down her own daughter. "Such as Yi Qing, such a good man. Can't be found by hitting the lantern. You're still not satisfied." When Yi Qing returned home, he saw his cousin waiting for him on the sofa, and there was still food on the dining table. "Brother, you're back. Have you eaten yet? I made you some home-cooked food," Yi Min said happily to her cousin. Looking at his cousin's excited expression, Yi Qing touched his stomach and greeted his head and said, "I haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together." After having a meal at home again, Yi Qing, holding his stomach, went back to his room to rest, while the diligent Yi Min cleaned the kitchen once more before returning to his own room, laying on the soft Simmons big bed, and entering dreamland. The next day dawned. Yi Qing woke up early and looked at the breakfast that had already been prepared on the dining table. Heartbroken, he said to Yi Min, "Little sister, in the future, you don't need to get up so early to make breakfast. Brother's heart hurts. Later I will go to hire a maid. You now review your homework. The school brother has already helped you contact. Tomorrow we'll send you to school." Yi Min nodded in her heart beautifully. Her own cousin really loved herself, more than her own real brother. After eating breakfast, Yi Qing drove towards the car expo far away in Magic City, ready to splurge a lot. The automobile park was in Jiaoding district. Yi Qing arrived in more than half an hour's drive. Looking at the rows and rows of luxury car 4S stores, there are Mercedes-Benz, there are BMW, there are Masha, Ferrari. Yi Qing went straight to the Masha 4S store, intending to buy a replacement car for his own girlfriend Enya. The roar of the sports car's engine told the car sales lady inside that a big customer had arrived. Several girls dressed up in flamboyant outfits looked at the main entrance in unison, and it wasn't long before Yi Qing's voice appeared within the girl's line of sight. A girl with an appearance of at least 85 points or more grabbed the first step and walked in front of Yi Qing and said, "Hello sir, I'm Deng Shui. I'm happy to ask for your service. I'll take a look first. Is there a favorite model?" Yi Qing finished speaking and took the lead to walk towards the showroom. Deng Shui followed closely behind. Every time Yi Qing looked at a model, she would accurately say the advantages of the vehicle. 10 minutes later, Yi Qing looked at the Masha president in front of him and said, "Just this one. Sir has a good eye. This is the newest model of the 2016 president. These smooth lines and retro elegant interior. It even better complements Sir's status." Deng Shui said to Yi Qing with a happy smile on her face. Check out. This car you helped me consign to the Iron Man boxing gym. Give it to a girl named Enya. The color should be white. Remember to be ceremonial. Deng Shui, who was in an exceptionally happy mood. After hearing Yi Qing's words, she was immediately unhappy. Why can this girl named Enya get the love of these rich second-generation people? Why can't she do it herself? She doesn't look bad either. Putting on a professional smile on her face, she said to Yi Qing, "Yes, we will definitely do our best to meet your needs, sir. Please, sir." This side of the checkout. Arriving at the counter, previously as brash as ever, he touched out a bunch of huge $100 bills and said to the cashier, "This is $230. Don't look for the remaining few dollars. Consider it as your hard-earned money." The cashier as well as Deng Shui, who was following Yi Qing, looked dumbfounded. After paying the bill, Yi Qing took the invoice and walked towards the outside of the store. Near the door, a girl with a document bag, when passing by Yi Qing, wearing high heels, her feet coincidentally wrenched. The whole person's center of gravity was unsteady, and fell directly onto Yi Qing's body. The two of them fell to the ground together, and the documents were scattered all over the ground. The girl, wearing a professional suit dress, raised her head, leaking out her charming face, her eyes like a pool of autumn water, looking at Yi Qing, and said, "Sir, I'm sorry, I just went to work and I'm not used to high heels. I broke my foot. Sorry." After saying that, she knelt on the ground with both knees and started to pick up the documents on the ground. The white overalls leaked out a deep chasm, a touch of Snow White in front of Yi Qing's eyes to shake vigorously. The short skirt of the flush fart couldn't hide a pair of Snow White long legs, seducing out a person's desire to explore the unknown, such as exploring the depths of the source of joy. Chapter 26, Reward for Waste. Yi Qing, who fell on the ground, just like this, looked straight for more than 10 seconds before coming back to his senses. In his heart, he was very glad that he wore jeans today, or else he had to make a fool of himself in front of this girl. Eyes scanning each other, a large area of Snow White breasts, quickly said, "I'm fine. I help you pick up together." Said quickly bent down to pick up things. The girl didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Every time she bent over for a moment, she would let Yi Qing feast his eyes. The strangest thing was that in the entire Martha's 4S store, there wasn't a single person who actually came to help. 3 minutes later, the girl pulled up the hair on her forehead and thanked Yi Qing. "Sir, thank you. My name is Fei Fei. Thank you for helping out today. I'll treat you to dinner some other day." After saying that, he greatly extended his hand and shook Yi Qing's hand. Looking at the tall and curvy girl in front of him, Yi Qing smiled and explained, "My name is Yi Qing." A show of hands. No need for that. To be. Our teacher taught us that the kindness of a drop of water is repaid by the spring. Besides, today is caused by me accidentally bumping into you. If it's convenient for Mr. Yi, leave a contact information. I'll treat you to dinner. Seeing that the other party was so persistent, Yi Qing felt out a business card and handed it to the other party before leaving the 4S store. After seeing Yi Qing leave, the girl named Fei Fei held up her business card and kissed it, saying to her little sisters, "Thank you, sisters. I'll treat the gang to a big meal after work today." The other employees in the store opened their mouths to snicker. Yi Qing walked out the door, straight to the Bentley store not far away. The heart plans to buy a few cars for the company. The shares of 20 million cash flow should immediately hit over. This time do not consume more. Wait for what time? An hour later, Bentley store door. A figure Chong Sam opened to the thigh depth of the girl respectfully sent Yi Qing out the door. The business card in Yi Qing's pocket was once again missing a card, and the stack of huge banknotes was missing a dozen or so. Walking out the door, Yi Qing quickly contacted Lu Jinghua, claimed to have bought 2 Bentleys for the company, and would send them to the company later, and asked what other vehicles the company needed to get around, and bought them all together. Lu Jin hurriedly said no, this small matter to the following people to do it on the line. Prepare to get addicted to Yi Qing, which cannot agree. Said he looked at the buy after hanging up the phone, turned to the Mercedes-Benz store not far away and walked in. Less than half an hour. 10 Mercedes-Benz hands, 6 sedans, 4 commercial vehicles. Yi Qing unsurprisingly less a business card. Mouth size said, these city girls are not the same. Each one is easy to fall. Walking do not know careful. Yi Qing, who had suffered from falling 3 times and had a feast on his eyes, turned around and walked towards his dream specialized store, which had a big B-shaped signboard hanging in front of the store. There were only 3 employees in the store, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was superior in both appearance and temperament. A long-nosed foreigner store manager saw Yi Qing come in and said in a very gentlemanly manner, "Sir, what service do you need?" Yi Qing looked inside the store, at the 3 sports cars that were worth a lot of money, pointing at the Veyron that he used to dream of buying. He said, "I really like this one. 2 hours? Can this car be licensed for the road?" When Jobs heard Yi Qing's words, he said to Yi Qing with an unbelievable face, "Sir, I promise on my life, In 2 hours, all the formalities for this car will be done for you. Jobs had come to Yanxia for the past 2 years, and Yi Qing was one of the most generous customers he had ever seen. Well, swipe your card, Yi Qing said in a very domineering manner. It didn't look like he was buying a $2,500 car at all, like he was buying a cheap toy. The two beauties in the store looked at each other, then quickly walked towards Yi Qing and started to liaise with him. Jobs thought to himself, it seems like he needs to recruit new sales clerks again. 2 hours later, Yi Qing drove his new car home with satisfaction under the service of the two beautiful clerks. Don't get me wrong, the service was only real service, feeding Yi Qing fruits, pouring coffee, chatting, brain massage and such, driving a Bugatti Veyron. Yi Qing, rampant running on the road, before and after the 50 meters, there is not a car close. Driving through the Rainbow Bridge, Yi Qing heard the familiar ding sound ringing in his head. Ding! Majestic, the host company's turnover reached $28 million in a short period of time, smoothly earning a huge amount of startup capital. Current progress, 25/100. Special reward for the host, kidney assist device, referred to as, 4 kidneys. The host's waist will be like a tiger with wings, full of spirit. Better into the work. P.S. Mom no longer needs to worry about me staying up late. After the system finished speaking, Yi Qing felt as if his waist had been stabbed by a needle, emitting a sharp sense of pain as if he had been cut open for surgery. Marred. What is this system thing up to? The body's pain makes Yi Qing curse too, ready to stop the car to take a good look at their own waist. Really can't call an ambulance. Just parked the car. The pain in the waist disappeared. It sent out a comforting cooling sensation, and the whole person was like being energized with electricity. The whole body was full of energy. This feeling is simply more fierce than eating Viagra. In the words of the system, it's equal to the fact that I've now added 4 new waists, which adds up to 6. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm awesome big time. Yi Qing fished up his body shirt, touched his waist on both sides, and said beautifully, not yet excited for long. Lu Zhengguo's phone came, said Goldman Sachs. Sequoia, SoftBank's funds have arrived, and made an appointment, said Wednesday to Tang, as well as Universal Pictures and a dozen other companies to participate in the shareholders' meeting. Let the departmental staff of these companies know to recognize Yi Qing, the new young shareholder. The two chatted for a while and hung up. The best of both worlds. The rewards for the 4 cashews are in place. The funds are also in place, just waiting for me to show my ambition. But today, Sunday, there's a reunion to get out to. That's what makes me the happiest, Yi Qing said excitedly. This is also the reason why he came to buy a Bugatti today. His former college classmates. A few people have a rich family background. Driving a car is not a Porsche. On the Lembo Caf, their previous Ferrari a little bit unable to calm down the scene, especially the class president, Zhou Lei. Tonight we will see. Came to the company. Yi Qing cozy chaired to rest for a while, looked at the outskirts of the magic city of the land, and then to his cousin made a phone call. Said tonight to go to a reunion, will be late to go home, don't give yourself to stay after dinner into the intense work. Chapter 27, Class Reunion is at Explain meeting. Yi Min, who received the phone call, was very happy. Her own cousin would give herself a clear explanation no matter what she did, making Yi Min, a 17-year-old ninny, fall deeper and deeper. Inside the office, Lu Zhengguo then walked in with the plan. Opening his mouth, he said, Yi head office is facing the upcoming step into high-speed development. We have too many shortcomings. The most critical is that the company is too small, the personnel is too small, and the available talent is very little. Brother Lu, don't panic. It's not like the company's development can be developed overnight. I've already planned it out. First go and buy a few hundred acres of land for the construction of the instruments factory, then the city center to buy land, construction of their own company building, the formation of the Ministry of Science and Technology to study new products, the Ministry of Public Relations, Ministry of Affairs, a team of lawyers, network maintenance. Yi Qing mentioned dozens of departments, big and small. An afternoon passed in the two men's seminar. Yi Qing waved his hand and allocated $5 million to be used to develop the company. Lu Zhengguo also saw sharp motivation from Yi Qing. Happy to go back to do planning, said Yi Qing, whose throat was almost smoking, before he had time to drink a mouthful of water. He received a call from Lu Xia. After the two talked for a while, Yi Qing filled 2 mouthfuls of tea and went to pick up Lu Shihua. At the entrance of the Lanting office, Lu Xia, who was dressed up in floral splendor, looked at the distance expectantly. Lu Xia, who was wearing a blue and white cheongsam, displayed her body perfectly, with a convex front and pouting back, plus that exquisite face, frequently attracting the attention of passers-by. Feeling the hot side of passers-by, Lu Xia was satisfied in her heart, knowing that she had prepared for 3 days early for today. No matter it was the makeup, or the clothes were all carefully planned. Make sure to let Yi Qing see a bright eye, and then drink some wine at night. let the other party beast, and then their own perfect on the throne. A low, roaring sound like a beast roaring resounded in Lu Xia's ears. Passers-by all looked forward to. Up among the crowd resounded with shocked cries. Look, it's a Bugatti Veyron. This car costs more than $2,000. Geez, this car is so cool. Yes, look at the lights. It is said that a lamp will be hundreds. A tire can buy a suite. It is said that the car body is all made of carbon fiber. A little bit of flour will have to be replaced. Lu Xia heard the loud envy of passers-by. The heart cannot stop thinking. What is this? To know that Yi Qing is now worth to buy you a Bugatti or dregs. As long as it is just trying to hang on to Yi Qing on the line. Bugatti steadily parked in Lu Xia's side. Yi Qing said with a smile, waiting for a long time. Right. Lu Xia was now really surprised looking at Yi Qing, not expecting that it was Yi Qing who was driving this car. A heartfelt smile filled her face and said, Heavens, Yi Qing, you actually changed your car. Tonight you're going to impress us classmates. After saying that, she stretched out her small snow-white hand and pulled open the car door. The car was instantly filled with a faint perfume odor. I recently made a small fortune, so I changed my car. Let's go to the Honey Capital Hotel now. Yi Qing explained with a smile before turning the car around and driving towards the distance. The female passers-by hated to replace Lu Xia's beautiful long legs when they saw her get into the car. The male ones couldn't wait for the one driving the car to be themselves. Inside the Honeymoon Garden Hotel, Zhou Lei deliberately changed into a valuable clothes, wearing a Rolex watch, waiting up early in front of the hotel, just to show off in front of his former classmates, proving that he is better than them. Zhou Lei thought to himself, the time, place and people are all on their side. The hotel is my father's. I am still the vice president of the hotel. The car is also more than 300 cabs. Just want to not pretend to be difficult. Strive to take Xiao Euro tonight. Zhou Lei, who is heavily armed, strives to be the prettiest boy tonight, and when he sees one of his familiar classmates, he politely goes up to greet them and then tells them where the party is going to be held. And Zhou Lei, familiar with the students, will chat for a while. Used to show that they and the big boss Zhou Lei relationship is very iron. Can be understood as a man's heart-deformed vanity. Chatting in groups of 3 to 5 in front of the hotel. This is not a named Zhang Wei's classmates. Mixing is not bad. Driving a BMW to a meeting, Zhou Lei came to a hug. A very iron relations look said, Mr. Zhou, I'm not late. Today's Sunday, especially traffic jam. Especially the Hongkou district side. That's called a traffic jam. I just went over there to look at the house. It's jammed where? When the other female students at the door heard Zhang Wei's words, they immediately said in surprise, Zhang Wei, I can't see that you've actually bought a house in Hongkou district, where the rooms are not cheap. The other students who were renting an apartment to live in, all looked at Zhang Wei with envious faces. Wei, I didn't expect you to actually buy a house in Hongkou district. We'll be neighbors from now on, so we'll drink together if nothing else to enhance our classmates' love, Zhou Lei said in a very pretentious manner. Among the classmates here, he only put Wu Jin and Lu Tao in his eyes. The others were all scum. When Zhang Wei heard Zhou Lei's words, his mood was unusually excited, as if he could be superior if he got Zhou Lei's praise. That's a good feeling. Mr. Zhou, in the future we'll move around more. By the way, classmates did not come, which I cannot wait to catch up with them. Chen Hao, who looked like Zhou Lei's lapdog, immediately said, the classmates have come almost. There are still Lu Xia and Xiao Yueliang Zuoxian. These few beauties didn't come. By the way, Yi Qing didn't come as usual. I think he must have mixed poorly and didn't have the face to come. Chen Hao singled out Yi Qing to talk about things, not mentioning the finale character who hadn't felt it yet, typically taking Yi Qing out as a topic. A few students around, after hearing the name Yi Qing, the heart instantly balanced. Their own mixing with poor. There is mixing with worse Yi Qing. Difficult mood a lot better. What are you mentioning Yi Qing for? In the past in school he was a beggar. Now what can have an interest? I guess he's still out running takeaways and earning hard-earned money now. Yi Qing was once again pulled out by Zhang Wei to whip his corpse. Zhou Lei, who was quite agreeable in his heart, was about to say not to mention Yi Qing as a spoilsport when he saw a blue Porsche stop at the entrance of the hotel, and Xiao Euro, the goddess of his dreams, walked in under the reception of the doorman. Xiao Euro was the flower of the Department of Trade and Industry. White Chanel dress perfectly set off the other side of the perfect body, like a swan-like neck hanging a sapphire necklace. Flawless features in addition to a pair of snow-white legs, exudes a fatal temptation to men at all times, so that people cannot stop. Instantly attracted a large number of men watching the line of sight. Chapter 28. All get out of the way. This xie someone to pretend to be sure. Zhou Lei immediately turned his gun in front of the goddess and said to Zhang Wei with a critical look on his face, Zhang Wei, see what you say? We are all classmates. We should help each other. Yi Qing is mixing poorly, but we, the classmates who are mixing well, can help him. I can make the decision to let Yi Qing come to my hotel to work. A month can earn $1 or $2. Finished with false eyes, looked at Xiao Euro who walked in the door. Just entered the door at Xiao Euro heard Zhou Lei this pompous voice. A cold and clear voice rang out. Classmates. They all came quite early. Are they chatting about Yi Qing? Seeing the goddess of his heart asking, Zhou Lei immediately answered, Euro, you're here. I just heard Zhang Wei say that Yi Qing's life is not as good as it should be, and I'm looking for a way to let Yi Qing come to work for me. Hearing Zhou Lei so affectionately called, Xiao Euro heart quite unhappy, but looking at the face of so many classmates, and cannot be attacked, the voice cold a few degrees said, that's good. Yi Qing this person is good, sincere and honest. There is an opportunity to classmates to help him it. To tell the truth, if Xiao Euro didn't hear Zhou Lei mention Yi Qing's name, she had almost forgotten that she had a classmate named Yi Qing. What are the guys chatting about? A handsome man walked in from the door. The man wearing a dazzling luxury goods, hand half leaking Masha's car keys, feet Italian imported leather shoes, Armani's top LV belt, looked like a star walking down the red carpet of the man. The students of the third class of industry and trade all shouted, Wuzhen. Wuzhen shouted greatly, hello classmates. Hi, Euro long time no see. Zhou Lei looked at the fully armed Wuzhen. His heart popped out 2 words. His strong enemy came. Immediately opened his mouth and said, reunion or we first go sit down. Wuzhen, the focus of the crowd, said faintly, let's talk first. After all, I haven't seen my classmates for a long time. I miss them. I can catch up with my classmates and receive some of my classmates who didn't come. Besides, Zhou Lei, aren't you the vice president of Honeydew Hotel now? I'm sure there's no ungrateful person who's come to drive us away. Wuzhen's words seemed to be casual, but he was insinuating that Zhou Lei was a second-generation ancestor who could only work as a vice president in his father's hotel after graduating from university. Martyr. It seems that this Wuzhen is here to pick a fight tonight. Thinking of this, Zhou Lei is ready to give each other a little bit of powerful look. To his little follower Zhang Wei make a wink, signaling the other party to make trouble. Zhang Wei said received, reached out his hand to pat Wuzhen's clothes. Mouth loudly said big, Wuzhen, I see wearing this clothes. Like a goods. Wuzhen's mouth trembled. Open mouth counterattack and show off said, a goods? Impossible. My annual income over 1,000. I will wear a goods. Zhang Wei you have not worn Armani's clothes. It does not blame you, but you can't slander me for wearing a goods. Do I look like someone who wears a goods? After saying that, he leaked out the key of his Masha sports car and waved it in his hand. The silver 3-pronged logo, hitting Zhang Wei's face and snapping. Looking at his own brainless little brother, said such a level of words, Zhou Lei is ready to personally on the field and Wuzhen board wrist. A blood-red tart Ferrari roar appeared in front of the hotel. A man dressed in a mature appearance, posture standard from the car down. The man was none other than Lu Tao. Touching out his wallet, he said to the parking attendant, park the car for me. These are your tips. After saying that, he dashingly pulled out a dozen or so 10 cents from inside his wallet and threw them one by one at the attendant. That dashing posture of throwing money instantly pulled away the crowd's line of sight, and successfully made Zhou Lei and Wuzhen, who were ready to start a war, turn off the fire and look at Lu Tao together with hostility. Both of them were thinking in their hearts, this pussy is well loaded. Why didn't they think of it? While those students with medium income, they were looking at the parking attendant with envy. This money is also too good to earn it, and Lu Tao is also too rich. Hi classmates, how are you? Long time no see. I don't know if you missed me. We must get together tonight. Euro long time no see. You came back from studying abroad ah. Lu Tao was obviously also an actor, and said to the crowd with a pompous expression. Xiao Euro nodded and said, it hasn't been long since I came back, and it's just in time for the reunion, so I came to get together with my classmates. As the department flower of Xiao Euro, she knew all 3 men in front of her too well. She started fighting for herself during her college days, and she didn't expect that after 3 years, these 3 people were still the same, meeting and fighting. The only thing that has changed is the identity of the 3 people. Zhou Lei's son inherited his father's business, began to take over his father's industry. Wuzhen and Lu Tao, in the help of their parents, opened up their own company. All are not the ideal partner in Xiao Euro's heart. Their family history and each other is almost the same. With more than $100,000, the Xiao Euro delayed to agree to the pursuit of the 3, the purpose of which is to wait for the price to sell. Well, the students have come almost. Let's go in and chat. I purposely left a Tianzi good private room. There's everything inside. Zhou Lei opened his mouth after seeing that the able heavyweights had all arrived, showing off his weight in the hotel. Let's go. I'm also quite tired, Xiao Euro said in agreement. She was not a welcome guest. It was embarrassing to keep standing here. Goddess Xiao gave the word, and the group all immediately nodded their heads. As the crowd walked towards the inside of the lobby, a roar like the roar of a beast resounded throughout the entrance of the hotel. and a black and red sports car came quickly from the distance under the illumination of the lights. The B-shaped logo on the front of the car and the dazzling headlights brought the attention of the entire hotel lobby. Money. The Bugatti Veyron steadily stopped at the hotel's revolving door. Within the line of sight of the crowd, the passenger door opened and a pair of long legs like turquoise roots leaked out. Then Lucia's arrogant figure and charming face appeared in front of the crowd. Looking at Lucia from the Bugatti Veyron down, the people of the third class of industry and trade heart altogether cursed a grass. Open Bugatti Veyron will not be Lucia one's boyfriend, right? Thinking of this, the crowd looked at the driver's seat. A familiar figure appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. The crowd collectively lost their words and looked at Yi Qing. Their hearts unanimously thought, the one who drove the Bugatti Veyron is actually Yi Qing. This Nima, one isn't dreaming. The TV show doesn't dare to shoot like this. The former beggar plus poor guy can actually drive this car. After getting off the car, Yi Qing looked at the collective dumbfounded classmates. More and more feel that they today this car by value. Just punch these people's expression. This car money back to the ticket. Chapter 29, the most beautiful boy in the room. Lucia looked at the dumbfounded reunion and said with a big smile, "Hi dear classmates, it's been a long time. I quite miss you guys. You guys see who I brought." Yi Qing. After saying this, she very actively plus naturally held Yi Qing's hand, explaining in a small voice, "Yi Qing, Zhang Wei has been chasing after Gomi. Please pretend to be my boyfriend for a bit tonight. I'll treat you to a seafood dinner afterwards." After hearing Lucia's words, Yi Qing nodded his head, didn't reject such an ambiguous action from the other party, and said to his classmates, "It's been a long time. The first 2 times we had a reunion, I was busy with work matters abroad, so I didn't come. In order to show reparation, I'll pay for everything consumed tonight." Yi Qing's overbearing words pulled the collective disoriented crowd back to reality, all of them looking at Yi Qing with unbelievable faces. Xiao Yuro, who was the most heartfelt, was the first to come back to her senses, looking at Lucia who was tightly holding Yi Qing's arm, nodding her head at Yi Qing and saying, "Yi Qing, it's been a long time. I can't imagine that when I saw you today. You've changed so much," with Xiao Yuro taking the lead and opening her mouth. The rest of the people started to climb up the conversation with Yi Qing. Some said interesting things inside the school, some said how much they used to take care of Yi Qing. This is the reality of life, the reality of society. As long as you mix well, relatives from 3 generations away will come to your door. Yi Qing enthusiastically responded to his classmates. "Just like I am the center of attention." Look makes Zhou Lei heart very upset. Stretching out his right hand, leaking out a shiny Rolex gold watch, he said to Yi Qing, "Yi Qing, long time no see." Yi Qing returned the favor, leaking out the Vacheron Constantine commemorative edition, the sapphire starry sky chassis, diamond-encrusted dial. In the reflection of the light, it is almost blinded the titanium alloy eyes of the surrounding students. Zhou Lei was defeated. Gray returned to the side of Wu Jin. His proud Rolex successfully become a green leaf to accompany Yi Qing. Wu Jin, who drove Masha, did not go forward to ask for trouble. With a smile on his face, he said, "Yi Qing, long time no see, tonight we get together." Between words, he held his Masha's car keys tightly, afraid of leaking a little crack. "Well, let's not get drunk tonight," Yi Qing said happily. Cannot be happy. In the past, the class inside the 3Jie, now completely by himself on the ground, friction, not a little resistance. Lu Tao changed the topic and said, "Today is a happy good day." The broadband still Xiao Euro students came. Yi Qing also came. "It is worth celebrating. We first go to the box to chat." After saying that, he winked at Zhou Lei. The latter nodded slightly and led the crowd towards the box. As for Lucia, she did not utter a word, tightly holding Yi Qing's hand, not moving an inch from Yi Qing's side. The name of the box is called Four Seasons Evergreen. There are 280 square meters big. Inside, the decoration is elegant. Fully equipped is a set of leisure and dining in one of the luxury rooms. Some early students have already started to get high and sing in the KTC. The students who arrived early didn't know that Yi Qing came in a Bugatti Veyron, and they were surprised to see Yi Qing and joked, "Yi Qing, long time no see. I can't believe you actually came today. Are you wearing Armani? It can't be a rental. The hang tag hasn't even been cut off. I'm wearing it tonight and I'll have to return it later." Brother Wu Jin, see if Yi Qing is wearing the real thing. Classmates meeting each other. Can you not say these spoiler words? Yi Qing came to me to do it. Don't be general with them. Yi Qing listened to the clutter of voices in his ears, both good and bad, nodded to the classmate who called himself over to sit, then smiled slightly, not caring at all, and said, "That's a good feeling. I still don't know if I've bought a fake or not. Can classmate Wu Jin take a look for me?" Wu Jin was the first to lie down and glared at his classmate who had previously asked him to check Yi Qing's clothes. Loudly, he explained, "Xiang Chao, do you think Yi Qing is still like before? I can guarantee that what Yi Qing is wearing isn't a goods. It's not fake." Can someone who can drive a Bugatti Veyron wear fake goods? Yi Chang, do you think so? Reunion is what? Is climbing, is to prove their own time, in the school inside powerful, does not mean that stepped into the society is powerful. The school is the ivory tower. The society is crushing factory, crushing these naive ideas. After seeing Yi Qing's value of 2005 seat and the value of more than 800 watches, Wu Jin cannot mention the slightest and Yi Qing climbed the mind, which does not immediately bow down to concede the defeat. When Xiang Chao heard Wu Jin's words, he was a bit confused and looked at Yi Qing with an unbelievable face. Not only was Xiang Chao dumbfounded, the students who came early were all dumbfounded. Yi Qing said unconcernedly, clothes are just external things. It's good to be able to wear them, so why care about whether they're famous brands or how expensive they are? Right, Yi Qing is right. Clothes are supposed to be used to cover things. Why care so much? Voices of agreement quickly came to mind amongst the crowd. A few minutes went by. The students quickly took their seats, gathered around the C-shaped sofa, sat in a circle, and started chatting. Some people whispered to their friends who had told them about Yi Qing's earlier arrival in a Bugatti Veyron. Female classmates whispered about Yi Qing, frequently looking at Yi Qing. Classmates who are familiar with Lu Xia, with an envious face, look at Lu Xia inquiring what is with Yi Qing. What is Yi Qing doing? Nay, Lu Xia is bent on eating alone. A little words did not leak out, only said that Yi Qing in the open company, and sitting not far from Lu Xia Xiaoyuro. After hearing this, the brain inside the immediate thinking up, and took out the phone to search for something. The three Jias of industry and trade. These three old opponents stayed together very harmoniously. Wu Jin whispered, it seems like we can't fight Yi Qing tonight. I didn't expect the former poor boy to actually turn around so fast. Lu Tao said rather unconvincingly, it's not just driving a Bugatti Veyron, maybe it's a rental. Wu Jin said breathlessly, is there a Bugatti rental agency in Mordor? And just now Zhou Lei you shook hands with Yi Qing. Do you think the watch he wore on his wrist was so good? Zhou Lei, who was smoking a cigarette, said with a defiant face, I think it's very delicate and elegant. I can't compare this Rolex with the appearance. Can it not be exquisite? You go to Vacheron Constantine's official website to see. This is a limited edition of the commemorative edition. Money are not necessarily able to buy. A piece of the table of at least 800 can buy a big bull to see. Wu Jintone enviously explained to the two people. After hearing Wu Jin's explanation, the two men fell silent, each remembering things in their hearts. Lu Xia, who was sitting with Yi Qing, had an urgent need to urinate. The female classmates who were envious and jealous of her all toasted to her very frequently, and after 2 bottles of beer were consumed, Lu Xia felt a swelling pain in her bladder, very affectionately said to Yi Qing, honey, I'm going to go to the WC, I'll be right back. After saying that, she walked towards the restroom. Chapter 30 Mantis Catching Cicada. Yellow bird at the back. Yi Qing shook his arm after seeing Lu Xia leave. Before he was in pain and pleasure. The pain was being held by Lu Xia all the time. His arm was stiff. The pleasure was that every time a classmate came to make a toast, lifting the cup and driving his body to sway, he would touch a lump of softness. This is not Lu Xia ago. Yi Qing whole body relaxed and next to the classmates chatting about the previous in the school inside the interesting things, just chatted a few sentences, but also look and feel their side a sinking. A wave of jasmine fragrance came to the tip of their noses. Turning his head to look, in the dim KTV color light irradiation, Yi Cheng saw Xiao Yuro's beautiful face. In his heart, he thought curiously, he and Xiao Yuro are not familiar with each other at all. Why did he look at himself with an excited look? Xiao Yuro, who had checked the information on the internet before, was very sure in her heart that she had not seen her classmate for 3 years, who was the youngest multimillionaire wearing a boisterous dress on the internet. Yi Cheng. So after seeing Lu Xia leave, she immediately took the initiative to come over. As for what to come over to do, of course it is to grab a man. No woman could refuse a man like Yi Qing who was worth tens of millions of dollars, even if she was a towering goddess. Yi Cheng, long time no see, how have you been doing these 3 years? Xiao Yuro playfully took the initiative to pick up the topic. I was lost for a while after graduation, then I figured out the path I want to take in the future, so I've been working hard for it. Good thing I've accomplished something now. Yi Qing said very modestly. People have a period of confusion. I used to be confused about what kind of man I will meet in the future, what kind of man I will form a family with. Then I figured it out and slowly let it go. My heart was a lot more solid at once, and before you were in school when you were very good. Right, work study. None of the students in the class can do. Most of them rely on the help of the family, living a life of clothing and food. So you made something of yourself. So it was inevitable. Xiao Yuro took the initiative to brag about it. After Yi Qing heard this, the whole person was speechless. He used to starve to death on the side of the road if he didn't go to work and study. There was no way he was forced by life. Lost for 3 years, struggling at the bottom for 3 years. the result is deeper and deeper. If not suddenly by the system plus body, now still in the boxing gym inside as a sandbag. So I still have to continue to work hard to make my life off. Values are realized out. Yi Qing smothered a mouthful of beer and said to Xiao Yuro. The two of them chatted like this. The students present, looking at Goddess Xiao actually taking the initiative to chat with Yi Qing, the jealousy in their hearts was almost overflowing. Especially Zhou Lei, who had licked for almost 5 years and had never even taken a small hand. Seeing his goddess in front of Yi Qing with a joyful smile, he was about to gnaw his teeth and swallow them inside his stomach. His eyes looked at Yi Qing with hatred, and he couldn't wait to eat Yi Qing in one bite. You already have Lu Xia, but you are still hitting on my goddess. Scum. The two of them didn't chat for a while. Xiao Yuro saw Lu Xia come back, smiled and nodded at her, then elegantly walked back to her original position. Seeing this, Lu Xia's sense of vigilance increased greatly in her heart. Looking at Xiao Yuro wistfully, this is encountering a formidable enemy. I didn't think that the usual appearance of an ice-clear jade was actually a disguise, and now that she saw Yi Qing, she was just bumbling around and sending her door to the door. Yi Qing, in the past, Xiao Yuro was not familiar with you. What is she looking for you for? Lu Xia asked curiously, saying this as if she and Yi Qing were familiar in the past. It's just idle chit-chat, Yi Qing said unconcerned. In fact, in his heart, he was curious. He drank so much liquor actually did not have a little drunkenness. Could it be caused by the system's rewards? 6 cashews. Drinking all others ferocious? Classmates, eat first. On the wine table we catch up, and then compare who's good at drinking. Without waiting for Lu Xia to continue asking, Zhou Lei's voice came to mind in the ears of the crowd. Dozens of people started walking towards the restaurant. 3 tables were set up inside the huge restaurant, and the people were seated in order. Yi Qing was not accidentally arranged in the one that was well mixed. Lu Xia on the left, Xiao Yuro with a smiling face on the right, and then Zhou Lei, Wu Jin, Lu Tao, and Zhang Wei, who were his classmates. In order, Zhou Lei, whose heart is not big even if he doesn't come, neatly poured Yi Qing a full glass of wine. He said, Yi Qing, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, let's not get drunk tonight. After saying that, he angled his head and finished off the wine in the cup in one gulp. Yi Qing, who had 6 cashews on his side, didn't take a wimpy step at all, muffling the white wine in his cup in a single sip. Seeing this, the surrounding students thought to themselves that this is a bar fight. Good liquor. Yi Qing, I'll toast you too, to celebrate you and I meeting again. Lu Tao stood up and personally poured a glass of wine for Yi Qing and spoke. What was in his heart was, so what if you're rich? I'll drink you over just the same at the table and make you lose face. Who let you pretend to be a pussy in front of us? Yi Qing was not to be denied, and began to fight with the other party to drink. The whole atmosphere of the box was brought up. The next 2 tables of students saw Yi Qing this amount of all the courage to come over to give Yi Qing toast 2 cups. Lu Xia looked at Yi Qing with a worried face, not worrying about Yi Qing getting drunk, but worrying that if Yi Qing didn't get drunk, then his plan for tonight would be completely lost. Xiao Yuro, who was sitting on the right side, still looked at Yi Qing in a ladylike manner, holding the red wine and raising her glass to Lu Xia from time to time. An hour and a half later, Zhou Lei was lying on his back inside the outhouse vomiting, itching to vomit out the bile. Wu Jin was lying on his back underneath the table, hugging the table legs and humming the song Where's the Road? You pick the burden, I hold the horse. Lu Tao is slightly better, lying on the table with a look of deep sleep. Zhang Wei held chopsticks and knocked on the bowl, accompanying Wu Jin. The whole inside of the box can be called a group of demons. Yi Qing is also drunk and unclear, on the basis of their own 6 waste, come and go. They do not know how much wine tonight. Now is lying on the table motionless, looking at Lu Xia, who was drunk and motionless, and was Yi Qing's girlfriend. She held back the strong feeling of vertigo inside her head, and said to Xiao Yuro, Yuro, I can't drink anymore. I have to send Yi Qing home. He still has an important meeting to attend tomorrow. Excuse me, I'll be the host some other day. We'll drink again. Drink up all of you students. I'll send Yi Qing home first. After saying that, he got up and laboriously pulled up Yi Qing and was ready to go out. Xiao Yuro's segment was obviously higher than Lu Xia's. Not seeing any drunkenness at all, she said to Lu Xia, then let me see you off. Said, not waiting for Lu Xia to open her mouth to refuse, directly on the hand to help Yi Qing, toward the outside, leaving a wet paper towel. Feelings before Xiao Yuro are in the fake drink. Drink into the inside of the mouth, wipe the mouth, and spit out the liquor on the paper towel, or drink a mouthful of tea, spit out in the teacups, and succeeded in letting Lu Xia drink too much. Chapter 31, I'm not human, I have 2 girlfriends. Yi Qing said in a low voice, Yi Qing is not a person who is not responsible. What shouldn't have happened last night happened. I have to be responsible for you. I don't have feelings for you right now, but it can be cultivated in the future. Then your girlfriend? I'm not willing to share a man with other women. Xiao Yuro's condition is not bad. There are a lot of men chasing after me. I'm not humble enough to do this. Xiao Yuro took advantage of the situation and said. Yi Qing was silent when he heard this. He had said this kind of words before in a heat of the moment, and now that he was reminded by Xiao Yuro, he immediately remembered the matter between himself and Inya. The inside of his brain instantly turned into a muddle. After a long time, Xiao Yuro found herself a step down and said to Yi Qing, Yi Qing, I'm not forcing you to break up with your girlfriend. I'll give you time. Think carefully. In the future, who you want to marry, the right to choose is in your hands. For now, let's just follow the method you said for now. After saying that, Naked was lying beside Yi Qing, pillowed on Yi Qing's chest, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Yi Qing. The meaning of Xiao Yuro's words in the eyes of a smart person a little bit, to put it bluntly is, I am also your girlfriend now. In the future you want to get married with who you think clearly. Yi Qing couldn't imagine that the other party was so nice to talk to, didn't force himself to choose one or the other, didn't do anything like crying and hanging himself, he just muddled through. You take a rest first. I have to go to the company later to take a look. It's been quite busy lately. Yi Qing took out his cell phone, a little curious to look at the cell phone that had been turned off, thinking when did he turn it off, and opened it to see that it was actually already 10 o'clock in the morning, and on the message bar, 99 plus messages appeared, all from Lu Xia. Xiao Yuro, who was lying on Yi Qing's chest, didn't have the slightest feeling of being a thief, patted Yi Qing and said, you go take a shower first. You're covered in the smell of alcohol. Yi Qing brown nodded, put down his cell phone and walked towards the bathroom. Xiao Yuro picked up Yi Qing's cell phone while the phone was still locked screen, and said in a low voice, Lu Xia, just by you still wanna fight with me, even if you can take down Yi Qing so what? With your crippled body, can you achieve this kind of effect? After saying that with a victorious look, she dialed Xiao Yuro's cell phone number. Lu Xia, who was so angry last night that she almost called the police, didn't go to work today, and is now lying on the bed with her head spinning and cursing. The heart is filled with endless remorse. He should not have left Yi Qing's line of sight. Everything he did was intercepted by Xiao Yuro. This. Don't let anything happen last night. Don't let Xiao Yuro this green tea whore get her hands on her. Yi Qing, you have to hold on. Lu Xia, who cursed Xiao Yuro, saw that her cell phone, which had been quiet all night, actually rang. Looking down, it was Yi Qing calling. The whole person excitedly picked up the phone. Hey, Yi Qing, are you alright? Where did you go last night? I was worried sick about you. Yi Qing is in the bath. Xia, thank you. Thank you for letting such a good man to me. In the future, if Yi Qing and I get married, I will definitely treat you to a good drink. After all, you are also considered a matchmaker for him and me. Xiao Yuro's lazy voice rang out from the phone, causing Lu Xia to fall into an ice cellar. Marred. Xiao Yuro, you robbed me of my man. I'm not finished with you. I'll tell Yi Qing what you've done. Lu Xia directly cursed. She went through all the trouble, but actually to her human disciple as a dowry. This matter put aside in anyone, will not be able to stand. Xiao Yuro didn't care about the wailing of this defeated dog. After hanging up the phone, she quickly looked through the address book, and memorized the numbers of all the suspicious people, especially the woman named Inya who was in frequent contact with Yi Qing. Yi Qing quickly finished washing up, wrapped in a bath towel and walked out, saying to Xiao Yuro, don't tell them about us yet. I'm afraid they will not be able to accept it. Xiao Yuro blankly glanced at Yi Qing without a good mood and said daintily, look at your smug look. Are you afraid that if they know that I'm with you, they'll be envious and jealous of you? There is also the feeling that you are philandering. Last night was still Lu Xia's boyfriend. In a flash it's mine. This was said in a false way, mainly because she wanted to know where Lu Xia was in Yi Qing's mind, so as not to spoil her good deed in the future. Yi Qing, who was rubbing his hair, breathlessly explained, Lu Xia and I just have a relationship. Last night she said that Zhang Wei has been trying to chase her, and asked me to impersonate her boyfriend so that Zhang Wei can die. Hearing this explanation from Yi Qing, Xiao Yuro knew that Lu Xia's segment wasn't low either. She had planned everything early on, and was a formidable enemy, but now that she had the upper hand, the other party shouldn't be able to turn any waves. Oh, so that's how it is. Are you going to work now? Don't keep me company more. Xiao Yuro said this in a pitiful manner, instantly breaking Yi Qing's mental defenses, thinking that he lifted his pants and disowned the other person, leaving the other person alone in the hotel. This is also too inhuman. I can't afford to go to the company first this morning, to accompany you. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Xiao Yuro excitedly pounced towards Yi Qing, hanging on Yi Qing's body like an octopus. Being touched by Xiao Yuro's white and delicate beauty, Yi Qing immediately lost his guard. A big battle started to break out. Xiao and Yi Qing also truly experienced the joy of a man. Last night, after all, he was in a daze and didn't feel it. An hour later, Xiao Yuro was like a piece of rotten mud, lying limply, her face with a blush as she said to Yi Qing, Yi Cheng, lying on the bed, immediately fell asleep. Can only stop. Lying on the bed, smoked the aftermath cigarette. The inside of his head ruminated up. With his own capital of 6 waists, I'm afraid that a girlfriend can't satisfy yo. And now there are 2 girlfriends. 2 damned scum. This thing must think about how to explain with Enya. Time passes away like this. When Yi Ching, the scum man smoking the aftermath. A van, pulling a transparent glass surrounded by the Masha president, came to the Iron Man gym. The valuable Masha president was like a well-wrapped gift, hung with balloons, pasted with colorful hearts and some words showing love, caused a great deal of attention around the term. One by one to the glass and the Masha pointing. Mouth muttered, if my boyfriend can send me a Masha is good. This is too romantic. Chapter 32, I'm not human. I have 2 girlfriends. Yi Ching said in a low voice. Yi Ching is not a person who is not responsible. What shouldn't have happened last night happened. I have to be responsible for you. I don't have feelings for you now, but I can cultivate them later. Then your girlfriend? I'm not willing to share a man with other women. Xiao Yuro's condition is not bad. There are many men chasing after me. I'm not humble enough to do this, Xiao Yuro said as she chased after him. Yi Ching was silent when he heard this. He had said this kind of words before in a heat of the moment, and now that he was reminded by Xiao Yuro, he immediately remembered the matter between himself and Enya. The inside of his brain instantly turned into a muddle. After a long time, Xiao Yuro found herself a step down and said to Yi Ching, Yi Ching, I'm not forcing you to break up with your girlfriend. I'll give you time. Think carefully, who you want to marry in the future. The choice is in your hands. For now, let's just follow the method you said for now. After saying that, the white-striped one was lying beside Yi Ching, resting on Yi Ching's chest, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Yi Ching. The meaning of Xiao Yuro's words was very well understood. To put it bluntly, I am also your girlfriend now. In the future, who you want to marry you think clearly on your own. Yi Ching couldn't imagine that the other party was so nice to talk to, didn't force himself to choose one or the other, didn't do anything like crying, hanging or anything like that. He just muddled through. You take a rest first. I have to go to the company later to take a look. It's been quite busy lately. Yi Ching took out his cell phone, a little curious to look at the cell phone that had been turned off, thinking when did he turn it off, and opened it to see that it was actually already 10 o'clock in the morning, and on the message bar, 99 plus messages appeared, all from Lu Xia. Xiao Yuro, who was lying on Yi Ching's chest, didn't have the slightest feeling of being a thief, patted Yi Ching and said, you go take a shower first. You're covered in the smell of alcohol. Yi Ching brown nodded, put down his cell phone and walked towards the bathroom. Xiao Yuro picked up Yi Ching's cell phone while the phone was still locked screen, and said in a low voice, Lu Xia, just by you still wanna fight with me. Even if you can take down Yi Ching, so what? With your crippled body, can you achieve this kind of effect? After saying that with a victorious look, she dialed Xiao Yuro's cell phone number. Lu Xia, who was so angry last night that she almost called the police, didn't go to work today, and is now lying on the bed with her head spinning and cursing. The heart is filled with endless remorse. He should not have left Yi Ching's line of sight. Everything he did was intercepted by Xiao Yuro. This. Don't let anything happen last night. Don't let Xiao Yuro, this green tea whore, get her hands on her. Yi Ching, you have to hold on. Lu Xia, who cursed Xiao Yuro, saw that her cell phone, which had been quiet all night, actually rang. Looking down, it was Yi Ching calling. The whole person excitedly picked up the phone. Hey, Yi Ching, are you alright? Where did you go last night? I was worried sick about you. Yi Ching is in the bath. Xia, thank you. Thank you for letting such a good man to me. In the future, if Yi Ching and I get married, I will definitely treat you to a good drink. After all, you are also considered a matchmaker for him and me. Xiao Yuro's lazy voice rang out from the phone, causing Lu Xia to fall into an ice cellar. Marred. Xiao Yuro, you robbed me of my man. I'm not finished with you. I'll tell Yi Ching what you've done. Lu Xia directly cursed. She went through all the trouble, but actually to give her human disciple as a dowry. This matter put aside and anyone will not accept. Xiao Yuro didn't care about the wailing of this defeated dog. After hanging up the phone, she quickly flipped through the numbers on her address book, especially a person named Enya, which attracted Xiao Yuro's attention. Yi Ching quickly finished washing up, wrapped in a bath towel and walked out, saying to Xiao Yuro, don't tell the classmates about us yet. I'm afraid they will not be able to accept it. Xiao Yuro blankly glanced at Yi Ching without a good mood and said daintily, look at your smug look. Are you afraid that the classmates will be envious and jealous of you if they know that I'm with you? There's also the feeling that you're a philanderer. Last night you were Lu Xia's boyfriend, and in the blink of an eye it's mine. This was said in a false way, mainly because she wanted to know where Lu Xia was at in Yi Ching's mind, so that she wouldn't jeopardize her good deed in the future. Yi Ching, who was rubbing his hair, breathlessly explained, Lu Xia and I are just classmates. Last night she said that Zhang Wei has been trying to chase her. and asked me to impersonate her boyfriend so that Zhang Wei can die. Hearing this explanation from Yi Qing, Xiao Yuro knew that Lu Xia's segment wasn't low, and had planned everything early on, and was a formidable foe, but she herself had the upper hand now, and the other party shouldn't be able to turn any waves. Oh, so that's how it is. Are you going to work now? Don't keep me company more. Xiao Yuro said this in a pitiful manner, instantly breaking Yi Qing's mental defenses. Thinking that he lifted his pants and disowned the other person, leaving the other person alone in the hotel. This is also too inhuman. I can't afford to go to the company first this morning, to accompany you. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Xiao Yuro excitedly pounced towards Yi Qing, hanging on Yi Qing's body like an octopus. Being touched by Xiao Yuro's white and delicate beauty, Yi Qing immediately lost his guard. Xiao Yuro was like a delicate flower, being destroyed vigorously by Yi Qing, who had 6 waists. Last night after all, she was in a daze and didn't feel it. An hour later, Xiao Yuro lay softly, her face with a blush as she said to Yi Qing, Yi Qing, I'm too tired, let me rest first. After saying that, she effortlessly rolled over, broke away from Yi Qing and fell asleep immediately on the bed. Yi Qing, who hadn't had his fun yet, could only call it quits. Inside his head, he was thinking, with his own capital of 6 waists, he was afraid that a girlfriend couldn't satisfy himself, and now there are 2 girlfriends, 2 damn scum. This thing must think about how to explain to Enya. Time passes away like this, when Yi Qing the scum man smoking the aftermath. A van, pulling a transparent glass surrounded by the Masha president came to the Iron Man gym. The valuable Masha president was like a well-wrapped gift, hung with balloons, pasted with colorful hearts and some words showing love, caused a great deal of attention around the term. One by one to the glass and the Masha pointing, mouth muttered, if my boyfriend can send me a Masha is good. This is too romantic. Chapter 33, Jolay's sky has fallen. Inside the Iron Man boxing gym, Enya had just finished drinking the brown sugar water when she heard the panicked voice of her best friend Xiao Mei. Her small body, like a gust of wind, quickly appeared beside Enya with an envious face. Enya, your boyfriend gave you a gift. You quickly go out with me to see. After saying that, he pulled Enya and quickly walked towards the door. A dumbfounded Enya was thus brought to the door by her little sister, and saw that her colleagues from the boxing gym were all clustered at the door, looking at her with an envious face. A girl in overalls, holding a document bag, walked over, first looking Enya up and down before putting on a smile and saying, hello MS. Enya, I'm an employee of Martha's 4S store. My name is Deng Shui. This vehicle was given to you by Mr. Yi. Now please sign for it. All the documents of the vehicle are inside the document bag. Now please take a look. On behalf of all the staff of Huaxing Martha Brand 4S store, I send my most sincere blessings to you and Mr. Yi, wishing that you and Mr. Yi will be in love forever. Love for a lifetime. This is a small gift prepared by our store manager for you. After saying that, he once again touched a box and respectfully handed it to Enya. Enya then received the gift under the gaze of hundreds of people, and then began to sign. The whole person's heart was filled with a strong sense of sweetness and happiness. Yi Qing was really thoughtful. Half an hour later, after Enya finished signing, the white beautiful Masha president was also unloaded from the delivery truck and parked in front of Enya. Deng Shui, who had finished delivering the gift, also left with an envious face. Enya, Yi Qing is too romantic, actually buying you a Masha, or a president. Yeah, I'm so envious. Now you quickly give him a call and care about him. The female co-workers all clustered around Enya and said to Enya. Enya, whose heart was filled with happiness, began to contact Yi Qing. Yi Qing, who was smoking an afterthought cigarette, saw his girlfriend's phone call and immediately got weak, looking at Xiao Yuro, who was caught in a deep sleep, and answered the phone like a thief. Yi Qing, are you busy? Thank you for the gift you sent me. Let's go to dinner together tonight. After hearing Enya's words, Yi Qing remembered the masa he bought yesterday, and could not imagine that the other party was so fast and delivered it this morning. Happily, he said, you're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? A new Michelin restaurant in Putua district. Let's go get together tonight. It's been a long time since I went shopping with you. The two chatted for a while and hung up. With a slap, Yi Qing slapped himself and cursed in a low voice. Yi Qing, you are a scum. Just now you said you only love Enya alone, and now you are lying in Xiao Yuro's bed. Bah, really not human. After cursing, he fell into deep thought. Xiao Yuro, who slept until noon, slowly woke up, feeling that her whole body was soft and couldn't lift a bit of strength. She grumbled and glanced at Yi Qing, who was full of excitement. She didn't know how to be compassionate at all. Yi Qing was looked at by the other party's whole body as uncomfortable. A face to please said, novice, too excited. I promise next time will not. Xiao Yuro's first time being a woman. She encountered Yi Qing, who possessed 6 waists on her side. She didn't know whether it was unfortunate or fortunate. In a low voice, she explained, Yi Cheng, I'm not blaming you. You don't have to blame yourself. I'll just go home and rest for a few days. I'm sorry for letting you down. Xiao Yuro spoke to Yi Cheng with an apologetic face. That delicate tone of yours truly made people pity her. Yi Cheng, who had a taste for food, could only give up the idea in his heart. The two of them ate a takeout meal and got bored for a while, mainly because Yi Cheng studied human physiology, then took a taxi toward the Honeydew Hotel. Zhou Lei, who had a hangover last night, was driving his caf and preparing to go home to wash up, when he saw his goddess, who he had licked for a few years, coming down from the top of the cab, being helped by Yi Cheng to limp towards the parking lot. Looking at Xiao Yuro's posture of walking with difficulty, as a bar regular Zhou Lei, how could he not know what happened last night, painfully pounding his steering wheel. No, Yuro, how could you do this to me? Where am I worse than Yi Cheng? I'm not convinced. After yelling, he got out of the car and ran towards the parking lot excitedly. Xiao Yuro, who had just sat on the co-pilot of Yi Cheng's Veyron, saw Zhou Lei running to his nearness with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at Yi Cheng and Xiao Yuro. Expectantly, he asked, Yuro, what is your relationship with Yi Cheng? Yi Cheng was speechless. It was only after I said that I wouldn't let my classmates know, but as a result, I've been found out now. Is my mouth open? Xiao Yuro, on the other hand, was happy to see it, and couldn't wait for the whole world to know that she was Yi Cheng's girlfriend. With a cold tone, she said to Zhou Lei, please address me by my name so that Yi Cheng doesn't misunderstand. As for what relationship I have with Yi Cheng, can't you see that? After saying that, he raised his neck and kissed Yi Cheng's lips in a slapdash manner, and once again said to Zhou Lei, who had a gray face, I am Yi Cheng's girlfriend. Please don't report any illusions about me in the future. Zhou Lei wishes you happiness in the future. Zhou Lei's heart was like being stabbed by a needle. No, I'm not a needle. It was chopped by a knife. His eyes looked at the other side listlessly. He just somehow lost. Last night Xiao Yuro, who was still single, today she took the single off and wormed her way from a girl to a woman. This Nima is too fast. Cannot accept. Yi Cheng and Zhou Lei body vaguely see their own former shadow. Comfort to Zhou Lei. With your conditions, we'll meet a better girl. Free time I invite you to eat law. After saying that, he drove towards the outside and drove away. Zhou Lei heard Yi Cheng, this belongs to the victor speech. The whole person's spine seems to have been drained away. The brain inside the ringing last night under the goddess of what happened to Yi Cheng, directly collapsed, madly vigorously pounded on the ground. The mouth of the heartbreaking cries. Yi Cheng sent Xiao Yuro to Pudong, and after seeing the other party limp into the neighborhood, he drove towards the center building and made a call to his cousin, explaining that he had drunk too much last night for a long time. That's why he didn't come back. The latter was very concerned about his cousin's health, and said a lot of words of concern for Yi Cheng's health before the two hung up. After coming to the company, Yi Cheng was once again busy and asked Lu Jin over how the school search went. The latter said that the matter of the school had already been implemented. It was Mordor Virtue Girls High School, a noble private school. As long as they could pay a large sum of tuition fees, they would be able to enroll in the school. The two talked about private matters, and began to talk about the company, the future development of the details of the problem to deal with some. They are busy. Chapter 34 Scented Bun. Yi Cheng some busy down, actually feel not tired at all. Fought here, touched his waist and said, my good baby, after having you, at work and in bed, I'm like a tiger with wings. Now it's just give me 1,000 gold I wouldn't change. After sighing, Yi Feng contacted Enya and then drove home, ready to pick up his cousin, talking about both ends of the spectrum. After Enya got off work, she no longer took the bus home as usual, but drove the masha given to her by Yi Cheng, and in the envious eyes of her co-workers, roared into the driveway and rushed towards home. Coincidentally, Qianqian today also looked at their husband's Mercedes-Benz car home. The parking lot happens to be between the two buildings. Just parked the car. Qianqian saw a brand new masha roaring toward the parking space to drive, coincidentally parked beside themselves. The tone of jealousy said, I can't imagine that there are people inside the neighborhood to buy this car. This money is not as good as to go outside to buy a suite of rooms. Look as the kind of no-brain of the profiteers. Said pull open the car door is ready to go home. Get off the. Qianqian saw Enya, that familiar figure from the driver's seat out. The heart instantly uncomfortable, to know that the two grew up living in the neighborhood, since childhood then learning, graduated from the beginning then the work, married then the man. Everything is pressed. Enya head of Qianqian, now suddenly found himself defeated, actually turned over, mixed with better than their own. Forced smile to greet, hi, Enya, this is the new car you bought? Enya nodded and said, this is given to me by Yi Cheng. Qianqian, are you off work? After hearing this reply from Enya, Qianqian wanted to cry. Her husband Jihon's car loan is still not finished. Enya's boyfriend started to send this more than 200 sports cars. How could she not meet such a good man before? The heart of the vicious thought. Send you a car to you to drive, so what? I've seen too many rich people are this way. Take a car to you to drive, coax you to find the north, and then tired of playing a foot to kick you away. The car is not intact back to the other side, and finally fell into a miserable end. The face is still bland. Said, your boyfriend is really good to you. This car account is falling on your head, right? Well, it fell on my account. What's wrong? Enya asked curiously. Once this sentence is exported, Chanshan instantly sour. Women are jealous, especially when they see the past than their own poor partners. One day suddenly mixed better than their own. The heart of that jealousy is simply comparable to the overturning of the river. Enya, you are so happy. I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you to chat. See you later, Chanshan said. Carrying her own bag, she walked towards the next unit building. Enya strangely watched the other party leave, then went home to wash and change to dress up. At Yin's house, Wang Suzhen looked at the keys to the Masha car that was on the table and said to her husband with an excited face, see, your daughter is now driving a 200 plus Masha. All thanks to finding a good man. As the saying goes, it's better for a woman to work well than to marry well. In the future, we will be able to follow our daughter to enjoy a good life. Yin Tianjing saw a bewildered look of his wife. The whole person is almost speechless. His own previous in the end what evil, actually found such a wife. Before are not like this, now actually become a money eye. Good thing that his daughter is not like her. Met Yi Qing, this good man. Half an hour later, Enya, who had finished washing up, changed into a pleated dress and said to her muttering mother, Mom, I'm going out to eat with Yi Qing. I'll be back later. Go, don't come home if it's too late. Enya directly ignored her mother's words and turned towards the door. Yi Qing's side was relatively easier over. He had told his cousin on the phone before that he didn't need to fix dinner at home today. He would go out to eat. Hearing this, Yi Min, happy, screamed. The result is that when Yi Qing came home and said that this evening to introduce sister-in-law and her acquaintance, immediately like a frosted eggplant aversion, at this moment is sitting on Yi Qing Bugatti Veyron. Eyes look at the roadside listlessly, the focus of the eyes, swaying with the speed of the car. While waiting for the red light, Yi Min happened to see a lipstick placed next to the passenger door. Cousin, this is sister-in-law's lipstick, right? Yi Min asked Yi Qing, holding the lipstick left behind by Xiao Yuro accidentally. Xiao Yuro's lipstick was left in my car. This is too careless. Luckily by their cousin saw, or by Enya found words, their own iron certainty finished. Smile and explain to sister. This is last night brother went to participate in the reunion. A classmate accidentally left. This must not let your sister-in-law know, or we'll quarrel. Oh, I know. Yi Min heard her brother's explanation and put the lipstick inside her coat pocket. She couldn't stop thinking inside her head. TV dramas say that men change when they have money, so will his own cousin change for the worse? Would she fool around with other women? Cousin has sister-in-law will not love me. The little ninja thought wildly and chaotically. After more than half an hour of driving, Yi Qing brought his cousin to the restaurant. Under the reception of the welcome guest, he walked in. As soon as he entered, Yi Qing looked at the two unusually beautiful acquaintances sitting and dining together and thought to himself that the world was too small. Huang Yuting and Shangguan Qingfeng also saw Yi Qing and enthusiastically waved at Yi Qing. Hi, Yi Qing. Want to dine together? Yi Qing led his cousin over and smiled. What a coincidence. This is my sister Yi Min. Yi Min quickly call out. Yi Min immediately called out to her sister twice before curiously sizing up the prettier-than-stars Huang Yuting and Shangguan Qingfeng. I have an appointment tonight. Let's get together some other day. Okay. Yi Qing smiled and explained to the two. After all, he wasn't someone who couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman, unless he was drunk. After hearing this reply from Yi Qing, Shangguan Qingfeng felt a bit of undetectable disappointment in her heart, while Huang Yuting asked curiously, is it your girlfriend? Yes. I'll introduce you guys to get to know her later, Yi Qing said with a big smile, and after chatting with the other party for a few moments, he was led by the waiter towards his set position. After seeing Yi Qing leave, Huang Yuting joked to her best friend. It's over. The sweetheart has been shortchanged by another woman. My family's Qingfeng is going to lose sleep tonight. After knowing that Yi Qing had a girlfriend, Shangguan Qingfeng fell silent, no longer wanting to quarrel with Huang Yuting as before. Her heart had a feeling of being blocked and hard to bear, almost unable to breathe. Yuting, I have a hard time in my heart. You accompany me to drink some wine, Shangguan Qingfeng said to her good girlfriend with a hard look. Wanting to get drunk. Chapter 35. Can't imagine you are such a girl. Seeing this low look of her bosom friend, Huang Yuting looked around and opened her mouth to whisper. Qingfeng, what's so good about men? Yi Qing is a perfect man, but you can't ignore the nature of men. They are all masters of seeing different things, and I'm different. I'll only be devoted to you. If you're in a bad mood, I'll drink with you. After drinking, go to my house and rest. Shangguan Qingfeng that could not know what the hell her bosom friend was playing. The two had known each other for decades. and both knew what was in the other's heart very well. The two had taken baths together, done shy things with each other together. They could be said to be bosom friends, and could also be said to be boyfriend and girlfriend. And Shangguan Qingfeng grew up especially hate boys. From childhood, those boys will rob their own things, their own heart, and then with the passage of time, Shangguan Qingfeng grew up. The aversion to men is also deeper and deeper. Aversion to the stench of the man's body, the smell of cigarettes, and aversion to men to see a different philandering. Then she meets Huang Yuting, who has the same illness, and becomes a pair of good girlfriends. From then on, they embarked on a path of no return. And let Shangguan Qingfeng the first man who does not feel disgusted. I am Yi Qing. It was also teased by Huang Yuting. Look at your colorful look. If an acquaintance sees you, they'll think you're a female sex maniac. My house is close by. Go to my house after drinking. After Shangguan Qingfeng, who had a soft appearance, said such pugnacious words, she called for a bottle of red wine, and the two of them started to drink. Yi Qing does not know Huang Yuting, these two big beauty, is a lesbian. Lily thing, if he knows, will certainly shock his eyeballs. Cursing God is blind. Blind these two girls' appearance. After ordering a few appetizers, he received a call from Inya. Cousin, I'm going to pick up your sister-in-law. Wait for me here, Yi Qing said and headed towards the door. A few minutes later, Yi Qing walked back with Inya, who was dressed as a lady. Turning to his cousin, he said, Sister, this is your sister-in-law. Inya, this is my cousin. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Yi Min looked at Inya's appearance and figure and spoke from her heart. Hearing this address from Yi Min, Inya's heart was like eating honey. Full of smiles, she said, Yi Min, sister-in-law knows all about you. In the future, you Mordor study well. Your brother and I will take good care of you. Whatever you have to say in the future, you can say it to sister-in-law. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her who cared about herself, but was the one who snatched her cousin, Yi Min's heart was a mixture of hate and long-lost care. She nodded her head and said, Thank you, sister-in-law. The three of them started to have their meal with the accompaniment of music. The motherly Inya gave Yi Min dishes from time to time and said some caring words, completely leaving Yi Qing, her boyfriend, out in the cold. Yi Qing, on the other hand, didn't care at all and looked at the two people who were getting along harmoniously with a smile on his face. After finishing the meal, Yi Min said playfully, Brother, sister-in-law, I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, she left the table, leaving the two of them time to be alone. Yi Min, this child really understands things, Inya said in praise, and then the two chatted about other things. Yi Min, who came to the restroom, unexpectedly encountered the big sister who had greeted her cousin earlier, and knowingly called out, Elder sister. Shangguan Qingfeng nodded her head and said jokingly, Hello little sister, listening to your accent you are from Bashu? The two chatted like this, mainly Shangguan Qingfeng asking and Yi Min answering. Through a short chat, Shangguan Qingfeng learned that Yi Qing is actually not a local, but a genuine Bashu people, living in a small mountain village since childhood. His parents died in a car accident when he was 10 years old, when he went out to work, and later on, relying on his own hard work, he succeeded in getting admitted to the Magic City University, and showed a different life. Yi Qing, this reality of inspirational life, the Shangguan Qingfeng touched to the core. Heartborn endless sense of pampering. Want to hold Yi Qing in the arms of a good care. I can't imagine that Yi Qing still has such a life. It's good that he's come all the way. He's the best human man ever seen. Marvelous, Shangguan Qingfeng said with a face full of emotion. Shangguan Qingfeng, who wanted to chat something with Yi Min but saw Inya walk in, a little smile nodded at herself. Then a voice full of elegance rang out. Yi Min, you haven't come out for so long. I've come to take a look at you. Time is getting late. We should go. Yi Min obediently nodded her head, said goodbye to her sister to Shangguan Qingfeng, and followed behind Inya out of the restroom. Yi Min, who is the other party? Inya opened her mouth to inquire. She's my brother's friend. I've met her before. When Inya heard Yi Min's words, a string in her heart immediately tightened. Friend? A girl as beautiful as the other party was actually friends with Yi Qing. There couldn't be any deeper entanglements in it. Well, when my brother and I came in for dinner earlier, they even took the initiative to invite my brother to eat with them, but my brother refused, saying that he wanted to accompany you for dinner later. Sister-in-law. Yi Min was obviously also a human savant, opening her mouth to honestly say. Hearing this, Inya's taut strings relaxed quite a bit, touched Yi Min's head and said, Let's go. Don't let your brother wait long for me. After saying this, she led Yi Min out. Yi Qing had already finished settling the bill long ago. As an atmospheric man, Yi Qing had even settled the bill for Huang Yuting's table and was now chatting with Huang Yuting. Seeing Inya walking with his sister, he introduced her with a happy face. Inya, come let me introduce you. This is Huang Yuting, the granddaughter of Professor Huang Yuguang. This is my girlfriend, Inya. Yi Qing didn't say anything about this little cover-up, successfully letting Yinya drop her guard in her heart. Looking at the exceptionally beautiful Huang Yuting, she shook hands with the other party generously, and after getting to know each other a little bit, she said her goodbyes. In the parking lot, Yi Qing sent off his girlfriend, then drove back home, and his cousin explained that tomorrow after the official school reading, Yi Qing went back to his room to rest. Just after lying down on the bed, Yi Qing received a call from Xiao Yuro, and the two of them chatted shallowly for a while before Yi Qing managed to enter dreamland. While Yi Qing was playing chess with the Duke of Zhou, Shangwan Qingfeng's home, two exceptionally beautiful women were doing things between their girlfriends. For a long time, Shangwan Qingfeng's tightly closed mouth greatly opened. A look of fever blush and thick neck, mouth whispered Yi Qing's name. Huang Yuting was instantly dumbfounded. Looking at her bosom friend with a bad eye color, she opened her mouth and scolded. Dying, you actually shouted Yi Qing. I'm not playing anymore. After saying that, she gamely walked out of bed, leaking out her jade-like skin towards the bathroom. Chapter 36, Major Shareholder. Shangwan Qingfeng silently watched his best friend leave, until the bathroom remembered the clattering sound of the shower, before he withdrew his eyes. I don't know how. This time I can't be as devoted as before. My mind will subconsciously fantasize Huang Yuting as Yi Qing. Bitterly, he said, what's wrong with me? After saying that, the figure of Yi Qing and Huang Yuting appeared inside the brain. Yi Qing's talent, Yi Qing's growth history, like the cold plum standing proudly on the snow, will be when the top. The companionship of the girlfriends, the care and tolerance so far, the figures of the two people just kept lingering in their own minds. Shangwan Qingfeng got tangled up. As for Huang Yuting in the bathroom, recalling what happened before, she gritted her teeth and said, damn Yi Qing, actually dared to rob my girlfriend. Then I'll rob your girlfriend. I'm not done with you on this. After saying that, he quickly washed up, changed his clothes, closed the door with a bang, and left Shangwan Qingfeng's home. Yi Qing, who was playing chess with the Duke of Zhou, did not know that he had unknowingly incurred a love rival, or a lily that had a natural advantage. Time passed like a white horse. On the following day, the first thing Yi Qing did when he woke up was to send his cousin to school, and after the two of them had a simple breakfast, Yi Qing drove towards Taksai Girls' High School. The Bugatti Veyron's dominance was evident in the endless morning rush hour. What was supposed to be a 40-minute journey took less than half an hour to arrive. Yi Min, who came down from the car, looked at the gorgeous decoration. The door is dozens of meters wide school. Small mouth stunned cannot close. Pointing to the construction of the school as a university general said, brother, after I will study here? Yes, this is the best girls' high school in Magic City. Fully closed management. Let's go. The principal should already be waiting for us. Yi Qing finished pulling his cousin and walked towards the teaching director who was waiting for him. The director of instruction, named Zhu Jianming, received a call from the principal yesterday, and waited up at the school entrance early this morning. And when he saw Yi Qing coming down from the Bugatti Veyron, he immediately quickly walked outside. Before he came close, Zhu Jianming said enthusiastically, Mr. Yi, you're here. I think this must be Yi Min. Mr. Yi, come on in. School uniforms, books, I've prepared them all, just waiting for you to come. The director of instruction, who looked serious at first glance, immediately bent down and made an invitation gesture to the two of Yi Qing after he finished speaking, and reached out to receive the school bag that was straddling Yi Min's body. There is no way. Yi Qing's head is too big. To enroll in the Evergreen Technology Company's general manager Liu. As we all know, the Evergreen Technology Company has just reached a tens of millions of dollars of cooperation with a few bigwigs in the business world. Yi Qing, the newest multi-millionaire, dominates the first of the hot searches list, with the buttocks want to know in front of you. This young who is it? Yi Qing nodded and pulled his cousin towards the inside of the school, accompanied by the director of instruction to the principal's office. Yi Qing chatted with the principal for a few minutes with a smile on his face. He claimed that his cousin used to study in a mountain village school in Bashu, and that she might not be able to keep up with the progress in her studies, so he asked the principal to be more sympathetic. Secondly, his cousin was an interloper, so if she was treated unfairly in school, he asked the principal to take care of her. The principal, who was so smart that he was about to go bald, immediately patted his chest and said that this was not a problem. Yi Qing took out the red packet he had already prepared and handed it to the principal. The other party repeatedly excuses, really cannot refuse Yi Qing's good intentions, reluctantly accepted. After receiving the red packet, the principal saw Yi Qing take out a huge green $50 bill from his wallet and hand it to Yi Min. Cousin, inside the school don't supermarket kiosks are used. This money you take and use. Don't economize. What to buy? What to buy? Used up. Brother then give you get. Said, put the money in the pocket of Yi Min's coat. Yi Min, who was carrying a huge sum of money, looked at her cousin with dull eyes. The whole person lost the ability to express herself verbally. In her heart, there was only one thought. This money is too big. How rich is my cousin? Xiading's principal was also stunned by Yi Qing's large sum of money. This Nima, a week's pocket money on the huge sum of $50. Still want other students to live off. Under Yi Qing's repeated explanation, Yi Min was taken away by the director of education who was waiting outside the office. Yi Qing also left the school and rushed towards his company. He began to lead a busy working life, dealing with the company's current urgent matters, such as what people the company had recruited, the matter of buying land in the suburbs, and the auction of some of the things in the city center site. Time came to Wednesday without realizing it, and Yi Qing just stepped into his office when he saw Lu Zhenghua bring someone in hurriedly. Mr. Yi, today is the day for the handover of Tang's shares. I've already prepared the vehicles. This is the itinerary. We'll go to Tangren in the morning, and then go to Universal Pictures in the afternoon. If we can complete the change of Universal Pictures shares before 4 o'clock, we can also go to Tiansheng Fashion. Yi Qing looked at the itinerary. It could be said that he had squeezed every minute to the limit. Nodding his head, he said, "Let's go then." After saying that, he led his group towards the parking lot. Tang Company, as the most famous film and television company in Magic City, with hundreds of artists under its banner, and 4 movie emperors and movie queens, countless artists have received the company's sub-notice today, and they all rushed to the company early in the morning, ready to meet the company's new shareholders. The big and small actors and actresses on the screen are all waiting up in their own offices, ready to meet the company's future big shareholders. There were well-informed brokers who whispered to their own artists to explain something. There were also smart people who chatted amongst themselves. On the 13th floor, in the B301 artists' exclusive room, a well-maintained, full-bodied woman whispered to her new sweetie goddess, "Sweetie, you have to remember everything I'm telling you. I've heard the news from above that our new boss from now on is Yi Qing, the multi-millionaire Yi Qing that's reported on the TV. From now on, he'll be our shareholder. Sequoia will transfer 46/100 shares to Yi Qing for $3 million because they bought the technology from him. From now on, he'll be our biggest shareholder in Tang Dynasty. Yi Qing is a young man with a lot of money, and you're the newest sweetheart godmother. If you develop something with Yi Qing, your resources in the acting circle will come one after another, and you'll become a triple threat movie queen. It's not a matter of time. If you can marry Yi Qing, then you'll be flying up to the sky and turning into a phoenix. Do you understand what I mean?" Chapter 37, There are a lot of scheming whores. Pan Sweet Sweet is a slim figure, appearance pure lovely girl, this year 23 years old, is in recent years the debut of the actress, with the pure and lovely face, and that proud of the ordinary people's big ferocious weapon, successfully captured a few million fans, in the show business circle, is considered to be a second-tier actor. The middle-aged woman who had previously admonished Pan's sweetness was her agent, called Wang Li, who was considered a broker with more famous connections within Tangren. After hearing Sister Wang's words, Sweetie's eyes glowed, her pure face filled with endless ideas for the future. Inside her head she was quickly thinking about what she would do to capture Yi Qing's heart. A chance encounter, a beauty plan. Sister Wang, there are so many artists inside the company. There are also many with such thoughts. Right, how do I have to get close to Mr. Yi? Sweetness fully utilized the advantage of asking questions when she didn't understand. Sister Wang pondered for a while and said, "After Mr. Yi comes to the company later, he will meet with all the artists under the company. You strive to perform better at that time. It's best to make Mr. Yi's eyes shine, leave a deep impact on him. At that time you are in this way, and finally in this way." Sister Wang began to talk to Sweetie in a whisper. In fact, the big and small artists inside the company, all whispered and talked to their agents. The vast majority of them held the same idea as Sister Wang, and Yi Qing pulling the relationship, hype gossip, in order to go further in the future. The water of the entertainment industry is deep. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the big and small artists of Tangren Company all went downstairs to wait up. Looking around, rows and rows of beautiful screen goddesses were standing together, dressed in gorgeous clothes, as if they were walking on the carpet. Some were dressed sexy, some were dressed charmingly, and some were dressed innocently, as if 100 flowers were blooming, and the entire hall was filled with countless perfume odors. After 5 minutes, the current director of Tang received a phone call and whispered a few words to the people around him. The executive president spoke to his artists. "Mr. Yi will be here soon, everyone pay attention." After saying that, a convoy of cars began to appear at the company's main entrance. The leader was a Mirage Extended Commemorative Edition, followed by a Bentley Elegance, and then the Mercedes driven by the security personnel. The front and back vehicles added up to more than 12. The value of the fleet of vehicles was over $20,000, giving the impression that a big shot had arrived. It caused all the artists present to stare. Tang's board of directors, as well as Sequoia's present personnel, all started to walk towards the outside, ready to receive Yi Qing, the newest and largest shareholder. The convoy steadily stopped. A burly security guard quickly got out of the car and walked to the front of the car, pulling open the door, while the other security personnel quickly dispersed around, looking around vigilantly. A group of people led by Sequoia representative Wang Luo quickly walked up to Yi Qing. "Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Wang Luo. My uncle has mentioned Mr. Wang from time to time. On behalf of all the staff of Tangren, I welcome Mr. Yi to our Tangren. Quickly please come in." Yi Qing nodded his head and said, "Fate all around are acquaintances. Senior Wang, she is the person I admire the most." Yi Qing started chatting with Wang Luo. Under Wang Luo's introduction, Yi Qing shook hands with the management of the Tang people in turn, and then each of them led both sides towards the inside of the hall. Yi Qing, who walked in the front, accompanied by Wang Luo, briefly said a few words to the artists present, which were nothing more than some words of motivation. Looking at the various goddesses inside the screen, all dressed up and flamboyantly appearing in front of his eyes, Yi Qing had an unreal feeling. He was now considered to be the one who could make the rules. As for the female artists present, there was an indescribable gaze in the depths of their eyes. If they were to use an idiom to describe it, it would be like a wolf like a tiger. After the reception was completed, a few young and beautiful artists were left behind, while the rest dispersed and went about their own business. Before they left, they all looked rather enviously at those artists who were standing still. This was because they would be going to the upper-level meeting site of the company, doing some tea-serving work, and would be able to come into close contact with Yi Qing. The Diamond King, Zhang Lu, who had been carrying a briefcase, looked at these flavorful actresses in front of her, and felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. As a woman, she knew how attractive Yi Qing's current status was to these women. The artists who stayed behind followed at the end of the crowd, heading towards the company's 66th floor. Sweet was also one of the ones who stayed behind, with a pair of lovely eyes, watching the surrounding area that could threaten their own people. 10 minutes later, inside the huge conference room, under the witness of the notary, Tang's equity change officially began. The female entertainers who came up with them acted as waiters and started serving tea and water to the bigwigs present. Sweet had just poured a cup of coffee and walked towards Yi Qing, when she saw another sweet-looking girl with a smile on her face carrying juice towards Yi Qing. Looking at the juice in the other person's hand, and then looking at the coffee in her own hand, Sweetie really wanted to slap herself. Now is the time to race against time. What is she doing stupidly brewing coffee? Delaying the time. Look at Jiang Wenwen carrying the juice. Immediately on. Yi Qing had just written down his big name, when he saw a tall girl come to his side, and said sweetly to himself, "Mr. Yi is thirsty, please drink the juice." Yi Qing nodded, took the juice in the other party's hand, said thank you and took a big sip. He had just said a large amount of words, his mouth and throat were sore. This juice delivery was really timely. After sending the juice when Wen Mei left, playfully stood behind Yi Qing, ready to serve Yi Qing at all times. There was a huge interest between Sequoia and Yi Qing, so this change in equity was easy. An hour later, Yi Qing smoothly became the biggest antique of Tang Dynasty and moved into the board of directors. The only thing left to do was to hold a press conference to recognize Yi Qing as the biggest shareholder of Tangren. Wang Luo, who had finished his business, shook Yi Qing's hand and spoke. "Mr. Yi, we've prepared a luncheon. Please be sure to honor us with your presence." The other party's sincerity was so sufficient. Yi Qing, that could not sweep someone else's face, nodded and said, "Mr. Wang, then we will bother you more." "Mr. Yi, you're too kind. In your own company, how can you say you're bothering me? It should be more like I'm bothering you. This way please." After Wang Luo finished speaking, he led Yi Qing towards the outside, ready to talk to Yi Qing alone. And Wenwen, who had been standing behind Yi Qing, was also happy to go downstairs. Today's own performance must have left a deep impression on Mr. Yi. She had to go back and have a good chat with her manager about what she should do for the follow-up program. The other female artists, on the other hand, looked at Wenwen leaving with a face of dark hatred, and in their hearts cursed not Wenwen, not understanding at all. They are all employees of the company. You don't care about the feelings of your colleagues at all. You have been standing beside Yi Qing for what? A little bit of opportunity does not leave for us. These colleagues. Chapter 38. The one who makes the rules. Yi Qing came to his own director's office and started to chat with Wang Luo alone. Wang Luo didn't talk about official matters. He kept chatting with Yi Qing about his hobbies and such things, so that it was convenient to quickly improve the relationship between the two. After chatting for a while, Wang Luo said, "Mr. Yi, how about the girl who served you juice before? This wind shift is too big." Before also chatting about sometimes playing golf together. Now how to pull to the girl. Quite a resourceful girl. People also look good. Quite good. Yi Qing said politely. Wang Luo nodded his head filled with a mesmerizing smile and then started chatting with Yi Qing about things on the internet. The two of them chatted blindly like this for a while, then went to the luncheon together. During the banquet, the atmosphere unanimously reached a climax. The wine inside the wineglass in Yi Qing's hand never stopped, and the evergreen technology staff led by Lu Zhenghua all came to help Yi Qing block the wine. Even Zhang Lu, the girl, drank 4 taels of white wine. After the luncheon had been going on for an hour, Yi Qing, accompanied by Wang Luo, came to the huge office from before. Wang Luo said with a mysterious face, Mr. Yi, this will be your office from now on. If there are any items inside that you don't need, talk to Luya and he will change them for you. I still have something to do in the afternoon, so I'll excuse myself. I wish you a pleasant lunch break, Mr. Yi. After Wang Luo finished, as if he was between buddies, he patted Yi Qing's shoulder and left. Yi Qing said breathlessly, cultured people talk differently. After saying that, he unscrewed the door of the office and prepared to walk towards the lounge inside. Previously Wang Luo had introduced the layout of the office. The entire office room had an area of 280 square meters. Inside there was an office area, a rest area, and a tea room. Yi Qing just walked into the lounge, and saw a white dress and a pair of ladies' high heels on the sofa, and the bathroom actually sounded like a shower. Yi Qing immediately stayed in place. What the hell is the situation? Jiang Wenwen, who was in the bathroom, also heard the sound of the door opening outside and quickly rinsed off the shower gel on her body. When she received the notification from her broker earlier, she was frozen in place. The agent's original words were that Mr. Yi had drunk too much today and needed someone to take care of him. How could Jiang Wenwen, who had been in the entertainment industry for a few years, not understand the subterfuge in those words, and nodded her head in agreement with a happy face. As long as she could serve Mr. Yi, she would be willing to be a lover. After a change of clothes, Wenwen came to the director's office alone. Coincidentally, the door actually did not close. The heart of all clear Wenwen, so that the natural way to come in. After quickly washing up, Wenwen came out naked. A pair of dynamic eyes, watery look at Yi Qing. Young girl popping broken can blow delicate skin, emitting milky white halo, like a pair of on the number of statues. Shyly said, Yi general manager you came. I help you do head massage, let you relax and unwind. When Wen's words exploded Yi Qing's head buzzing. Too damn scary. As soon as he entered the door, he encountered this kind of scene, and when finished with a pair of long white tender legs, swaying up, walking towards the dumbfounded Yi Qing. Yi Qing, who had 6 waifs on his side, his adrenaline secretion accelerated and his mouth was dry as he watched the other party walk towards him step by step. The damnedest thing was that Yi Qing was a little white man who had just eaten meat and was still not full. Jiang Wenwen also had the status of a first-tier star to add to it. This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire for Yi Qing right now, making it even harder for him to hold on to it. Wait, I don't need you to serve me. I have a girlfriend, Yi Qing said with difficulty to Jiang Wenwen. The latter didn't care and said, Mr. Yi, you're the person I admire the most. I don't need you to be responsible for me. I just want to do my duty as an employee to help you out. Mr. Yi. After saying that, he appeared in front of Yi Qing. The air seemed very heavy. Both of them could smell the sound of each other exhaling. Yi Qing, after some celestial battle, made up his mind, turned around and was ready to leave. This place can't stay any longer. If he stays on he will be eaten by these goblins with not even crumbs left. Jiang Wenwen saw that Yi Qing was ready to turn around and leave. Directly ignoring Yi Qing's identity, she directly opened her hands and pounced on him. If she didn't do something with Yi Qing today, and let the other party walk away, Yi Qing would definitely be disgusted with herself afterwards, and then her life would be over. As the largest shareholder of Yi Qing, just one sentence can put himself into the boundless hell, so that his efforts of these years in vain. Yi Qing, who had just turned around, felt a ball of softness coming from his back, and before he could open his mouth to curse, he was blocked by a ball of red lips. Jiang Wenwen's tactics were completely not comparable to Xiao Yuro's. Yi Qing's firm heart immediately began to break the defense, became wavering. In the end, Yi Qing, the man of steel, became soft around the finger under Jiang Wenwen's tactics. More than a child, Yi Qing lying on the bed to dry his eyes. Jiang Wenwen with the staff is very considerate to help Yi Qing to do a head massage. Mr. Yi, you're fantastic. You are exhausted just now. Let me help you massage to relax and unwind. Yi Qing, who was smoking the aftermath cigarette, once again wanted to slap himself. This Nima, he is simply a 10 evil scum. Putting out his cigarette, Yi Qing turned his head and asked, how many men do you have? Hearing this question from Yi Qing, Jiang Wenwen's scarlet face turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, blurring her explanation. Mr. Yi, I've only had 3 boyfriends in my entire life, but that was all in the past. I'll just follow you with all my heart and soul right now. Please, you must believe me. Listening to the other party's explanation, Yi Qing was quite grumpy in his heart, but he couldn't beat someone up and say, why don't you have 3 boyfriends? Every man's heart has more or less a hint of that plot. Yi Qing of course is no exception, but he can't be unreasonable and take it out on the girl who has just served him, and the wood has been turned into a boat. Yi Qing is ready to warn the other party properly so that the other party doesn't bring a cuckold on himself in the future. Remember what you said today, or I will make you regret it. Yi Qing got up and walked towards the bathroom after saying that. After quickly washing up, he changed his clothes and went out, ready to go to Universal Pictures and clean up Lu Wei's second-generation ancestor. Yi Qing is not a generous person. In the past at the dinner party, Lu Wei said those words, Yi Qing are all in mind, ready to take out all the irritation in his heart on Lu Wei's body. Chapter 39 Bullying Yi Qing. Jiang Wenwen, who was lying on the bed, after seeing Yi Qing leave, wiped her eyes and then walked towards the bathroom. Remembering the scene of the previous shock, she said with a bit of fear, Mr. Yi, you're really a scary man. 10 minutes later, Jiang Wenwen finished washing up, with a blush on her cheeks that anyone who has been here before understands. She opened the door of the office and walked towards the outside. Taking over the Jiang Wenwen who had just gone out, she encountered another shareholder of the board of directors and called out with her head bowed, Good day, Dong Zhang. Dong Zhang's name was Zhang Shichang, a small shareholder in front of Yi Qing, but an unattainable big shot in front of these star artists. Zhang Shichang had witnessed Jiang Wenwen coming out of Yi Qing's office, and seeing Jiang Wenwen's scarlet face, he immediately knew that something had definitely happened between the two of them. Smiling, he said, It's Wenwen, do a good job. The company is recently preparing to shoot a big investment movie. You can go and try it out. Hearing Zhang Dong's blunt words, Jiang Wenwen could not help but get excited even though she had already prepared in her heart. The company's resources were all held by the upper echelon, and if an artist wanted to get a movie, it was just a matter of a word from the people above them, which led to a lot of artists chipping away at these people to lean on their side. The stars that are red and purple and green basically have a big man behind them. They are now on the list of Yi Qing. Become Yi Qing's forbidden domain. This is not yet opened. Resources immediately came. Jiang Wenwen happily said, Thank you Dong Zhang, I will definitely double my efforts. Well, believe in your strength Wenwen. Do well. Help me ask Yi Dong out for a cup of tea when you have time. Zhang Dong said, turned around and left. Jiang Wenwen also went back to get ready to go. Leaving Yi Qing, has long been in the ride on the Phantom, the fleet of vehicles toward the Universal Film and Television Company. Lu Zhenghua also drank a lot of wine today, and also rested for a while at noon, now back to his senses, holding the information and said, Mr. Yi, Tang is good at making TV dramas, while Universal Pictures is a thoroughly big screen company with 78 artists under its umbrella, which includes some big-name stars such as Li Feifei, Gu Li, Tang Yen, Luo Long, and so on. These signings with Universal are as long as 5 years and as short as 3, and these actors have huge fan bases. Lu Zhenghua introduced the background of the two companies with Yi Qing in detail, and took out a thick pile of information to show Yi Qing, which detailed the artists of the two companies. In a word, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful, comparable to a gathering of stars. Yi Qing looked at a more than a beautiful female artist photos. The heart crazy admonished himself, Yi Qing you cannot make a mistake. Yi Qing, who had frantically admonished himself in his heart, came to Universal Pictures just like that. The exact same formula as Tang. All the staff came to receive Yi Qing in front of the company. A group of bigwigs are nervous to look at Yi Qing the new chairman. Yi Qing looked around and saw many big screen stars, and also saw Lu Kai who followed behind the crowd. Lu Kai, who was following behind his father, also saw Yi Qing's sharp gaze, and the whole person began to sweat, praying a million times in his heart that Yi Qing would be generous enough to let himself go as if he was a fart. But things often went against their wishes. After Yi Qing smiled and shook hands with Shen Nan, he joked, Mr. Lu, haven't seen you in a few days, why has your face gotten so bad? Lu Kai's old man, Lu Shishong, heard Yi Qing's words, and a pandering look was put on his old face. He apologized and said, Mr. Yi, my canine son is unethical and has made you laugh. After saying this, he angrily said to his son, Still don't roll over here now. Lu Kai looked at his father's expression that wanted to eat people, trembling with a heart. His face turned white as he walked to Yi Qing. Slap. The sound of a slap rang out as Lu Shishong forcefully slapped his son's face with a big ear. The latter's face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. I've taught you from time to time to be a man of good character, and you're constantly messing around outside in my name. I won't even talk about these. I didn't expect you to mess with Mr. Yi. Kneel down and apologize to General Yi. Lu Shichong, with a face of anger, cursed at his son, attempting to have this method to get Yi Qing's forgiveness. There is no way. People under the roof had to bow down. Lu family in the status of Universal Pictures belongs to the fourth. Above the boss Goldman Sachs, there are other major shareholders in the middle of a large number of shares. Want to have the right to speak in the company, depending on how many shares you have. His own son is a playboy, and good death offended Yi Qing, the largest shareholder. If you do not calm the anger of Yi Qing words, Lu family will be ready to sit on the bench. So in front of Yi Qing deliberately on the performance of such a play. All the employees of the company looked at the Lu family father and son in shock. This Nima received the new chairman. Actually can see such a big play. All look like gloating. Looking at the Lu family father and son, waiting for the development of things. Looking at the Lu family father and son who were singing a bitter trick in front of him, Yi Qing sighed and said, as the saying goes, a son doesn't teach his father. From your conversation just now, Lu Lao, I learned that usually you are very spoiled to your son. Everyone's personality, dignity is equal. Lu Kai is fooling around outside in your name, coaxing ignorant girls. I'm sure you know it very well in your heart. Speaking here, Yi Qing's voice violently raised by 3 points. Speaking sternly, apologize to me today. It's not because Lu Kai is genuinely reformed. It's because I'm better than you guys. So you bowed your head and apologized, purposely performing this bitter trick for me. If I, Yi Qing, was just a lowly peasant, would you still apologize to me? So, we don't need to come up with these falsehoods. I, Yi Qing, am going to mess with your Lu family. As long as your Lu family is in the company, I'm going to mess with you. Yi Qing's words filled with killing aura stunned so many people present. Even the old investor, Shen Nan, looked at Yi Qing with a shocked look on his face, never imagining that Yi Qing, who usually seemed to get along well, would actually be so ruthless. Lu family father and son heard this, immediately numb claws. Lu Kai, this second-generation ancestor, said with an open red face, Yi Qing, don't give an inch. This word, Lu Shishong hate to kill this pit of goods. Yi Qing was originally a young man, his son in the cocktail party twice to sweep the face of Yi Qing, so that Yi Qing disgrace, and now in front of so many people and Yi Qing on the bar. This Nima is brain dead? There was a loud thud. Lu Shishong jumped up and kicked his own pitiful son to the ground, apologizing with a face full of apologies. Mr. Yi, it's because I'm not strict in my discipline. I've been busy with my work for a long time, resulting in this sinful son's lawlessness. I promise that I'll educate him properly in the future. Chapter 40, the next to come. Lu Shishong finished, afraid of their own pitiful son, and then say what pitiful words. Reach out and grab Lu Kai, that self-talking dashing long hair, and then crackling beat up, publicly staged a pair of fists and feet drama. The whole scene without PS camera, fist to flesh, full of bitter drama. Yi Qing didn't say anything. Lu Shishong just kept punching. Dad, don't hit. It hurts. Oh. Rebellious son, are you wrong or not? Will you still do these things in the future? I'll beat you to death, you're no good rebellious son. If you're half as good as your sister, I'll be self-sufficient. Lu Shishong cursing and beating his son. Lu Kai crying and begging for mercy. The whole scene of the people just watched the drama. 5 minutes later, Lu Kai, the handsome young man, fell to the ground motionless and unconscious, while Lu Shishong stood in place with a look of tightness in his chest, unable to catch his breath. After Yi Qing looked at the other party's appearance of being exhausted, as well as Lu Kai's inhuman appearance, he sighed in his heart, and said in his heart, Lu Lao, let's forget about it. Quickly take him to have a look. Don't fall into any sickness. Lu Shishong, who had been expecting Yi Qing to stop himself for countless times, finally let out a sigh of relief, and said with a high mouth, Mr. Yi, there is no need to sympathize with this sinful son. It's just that I can't keep up with my physical abilities. If I were 10 years younger, I would have to beat him to death today. Zhang Lu, who has been standing behind Yi Qing, silently walked up, looked at Lu Shishong, took out a baseball bat from behind his back, and silently handed it to the other party. Out of the corner of her mouth, she kindly said, Uncle, I see that you're tired. With this you can save some energy. Lu Shishong, who just finished his vicious words, saw a girl with a slim figure and a tight face walking in front of him, smiling and handing over a baseball bat. Still steel. The whole person was silent. It's not a good idea to take it. It's not a good idea not to take it. The entire scene of people again stunned, just short of a Zhang Lu then thumbs up. Yi Qing also could not think of Zhang Lu back so out. You this baseball bat where to come? This is to think Lu Shishong killed his son hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Zhang Lu, do not fool around. Lu old you quickly send him to the hospital it. Lu Shishong as if amnestied, no longer dared to speak harshly, said a few words of thanks to Yi Qing, shouted the security guards to carry his son to the hospital. This farce came to an end like this. The audience, who had finished watching the play, focused their attention on Yi Qing again. Yi Qing looked at the time. The expensive Vacheron Constantine ruthlessly attracted a large wave of sight. Yi Qing opened his mouth and said, The time is now 16 o'clock sharp. A meeting will be held in 1 hour. All the artists present have any opinions to put forward. I will consider them at my discretion, as well as those who have been snowed in. All come to the site for a meeting. After saying this, he nodded to Shen Nan and apologized. Brother Shen has delayed you. Now let's go and do the formal first. Shen Nan saw the sharpness in Yi Qing's body, and said unconcernedly, "It's fine, now go." After saying that, each of them led the two sides and walked towards the inside of the company. Yi Qing thunder and lightning means, caused the scene stars a great embrace of love. But all a little bit of female stars have been harassed by Lu Kai, the second-generation ancestor. Now look at Yi Qing's back. Eyes inside are full of starlight. Heavy feelings of people quickly contact those who have been snowed in the stars. Yi Qing, who was in front, had been curious about where Zhang Lu's baseball bat came from, and asked in a low voice, "Zhang Lu, where did you get that baseball bat?" Zhang Lu, who was following Yi Qing's pace, explained in a whisper, "Mr. Yi, didn't Lu Kai bully us before? When we met today I thought we would fight. So I went to look for a guy and saw a baseball kid placed inside the hall display case. So I took the baseball bat down." Yi Qing was speechless. How vindictive are you? When someone else offends you, you can't wait to beat the other person to death. Or are women all very vindictive? Crap. If women are all so vindictive, Enya will not cut me alive after knowing about myself. Thinking about this, Yi Qing's heart was chilled to the bone. A girl, don't think about fighting and killing all the time. Be quiet. That's what makes people love you. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he started chatting with Shen Nan. Zhang Lu, on the other hand, thought carefully about what Yi Qing said, thinking to herself, "Does Mr. Yi like quiet girls? Then tomorrow she will change her own costume." The change of equity was exceptionally smooth. Yi Qing signed, then notary public notarization. Photography left a film and television records after the end. After finishing the matter of Yi Qing, fearfully followed Shen Nan to the chairman's office. Shen Nan pointed to the huge office and said, "Mr. Yi, in the future, this place belongs to you. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the Huangpu River. When you're not doing anything, drink a glass of red wine and look at the night view of the Huangpu River. Also has a different view. Yi Qing, do you have a favorite star?" When Yi Qing heard this, he cursed in his heart, cursing curse. Again. Previously, he said a nice thing in Tang, and the beautiful woman who turned around and poured the juice came to his door. Yi Qing, who had been fooled once, said in a resolute tone, "No, I'm all about scientific research, so what time do I have to chase stars?" Shen Nan sighed rather sadly and started to change the topic, and Yi Qing chatted. The two chatted for a while. Shen Nan laughed. Compared from today onwards, Goldman Sachs and Universal Pictures do not have a penny of relationship. Shen Nan has no need to stay. Near 16 o'clock in the afternoon, Universal Pictures opened a conference room full of people. There are young faces. There are also some strange faces. The most attention-grabbing meeting room at the corner, doing a beautiful girl appearance. The girl has a set of white face and a pair of dynamic eyes. Features full of tenderness, giving a very intuitive feeling. This is a tender girl. 3 years ago, the 100 Flowers Award, the winner of the Best Golden Image Award, by Shui. This girl, who had been dusted off for nearly 3 years, once again appeared in the conference room of the movie and television. Bai Shui could not have imagined that she would have the day to step into the company again. When she received Tang Yan's phone call, she could not believe that the Lu family's father and son, who had acted as a bully in the past, would actually have this day. And the company also ushered in the new chairman of the board of directors, called all the artists, ready to meet. All Bai Shui immediately rushed over. There was more than just Bai Shui, a star who had been snowed in. There were others, adding up to as many as 15, most of whom were girls. Now these stars who had returned to the conference room from the new meeting were all anxious to meet Yi Qing, the new chairman of the board. They were also eager to return to the stage and continue their interpretation career. At 16 o'clock sharp, Yi Qing brought a large circle of his own people and walked precisely into the conference room. The upright figure, confident face instantly attracted the crowd's attention, and the entire focus was placed on Yi Qing's body. Chapter 41, The Big Reach. Yi Qing looked at the rows and rows of stars in front of him. His heart did not have the slightest ups and downs. The huge wealth, and the existence of the system was Yi Qing's biggest bottom line. All of you present, you must already know who I am. I am always direct. What dissatisfaction you have with the company, you can now raise it directly. After saying that, he closed his mouth and looked at all the stars present. Most of the artists in the conference room were silent. After all, the time of contact with Yi Qing was still short, and they couldn't figure out Yi Qing's character and routines. While those stars who were snowed in didn't have so many worries, a martial arts artist took the lead and spoke. Mr. Yi, my name is Li Jun. I'm an artist under the company, specializing in martial arts action. 2 years ago, at the company's annual meeting, I saw Lu Jun molesting other female artists. I went up to stop it, and I missed and punched Lu Kai, and afterwards, I was snowed in by the company, and I couldn't receive any notices, any performances. If you want to terminate your contract, you need to pay an astronomical amount of liquidated damages, and now you're living on a meager base salary. I don't know, Mr. Yi, can you let me go back to the big screen again? Even if it's to play a dead body. At the end of his words, Li Jun, who was a sturdy man in his 30s, had tears in his tiger's eyes. Yi Qing, who heard Li Jun's words, in his heart, he cursed Lu Kai's two fathers and sons, and opened his mouth. Li Jun, the company will not give up on any artist. I am here now to solemnly say that, but all the artists who have been unfairly treated can reshoot the movie, and the company's resources will focus on tilting towards you. Brother Lu, take note of this. Anyone else who has suffered from unfair treatment can speak up. Seeing this, Li Jun sat down with his eyes full of emotion, unable to stop his mouth from saying these words of thanks to Mr. Yi. When the other artists saw this, they all scrambled to stand up and speak. Yi Qing answered them all in turn. An hour passed in a flash, and when Yi Qing was ready to open his mouth and say that the meeting was adjourned, Bai Shue's elegant voice, who was sitting inside the corner of the conference room, rang out, Mr. Yi, I'm Bai Shue, can I talk to you alone? Yi Qing saw the other party's appearance and that familiar name, and inside his head, he recalled the only female star that he had liked in the past few years. The other party's song Struggle inspired himself to struggle on strongly in this internationalized metropolis of Magic City. Nodding his head, he said, the meeting is now adjourned. Bai Shue, come to my office. After saying that, he took the lead to leave the conference room. The artists on the scene looked at Yi Qing's back as he left, and then looked at Bai Shue's delicate and elegant face, and in their hearts, they all boldly guessed what Bai Shue wanted to talk to Mr. Yi about. Inside the chairman's office, Yi Qing said to Bai Shue, sit down. It's just the two of us here. Speak freely. Bai Shue looked at the environment inside the office. Her expression was filled with memories and entanglements, and she said in a low voice, it's been 3 years, and not a single bit of this place has changed, except for the new owner it ushered in. 3 years ago, the Lu family father and son brought me here, and I met Mr. Shun. Mr. Shun asked me straight out if I was willing to become a triple amputee movie queen. At that time, I naively thought that it was my acting skills, it was my singing voice, that caught the attention of Mr. Shin, and happily said that I was willing. When I finished happily, I was greeted with a bottomless abyss. Mr. Shin asked me to accompany the guest. I was stunned to hear this. After struggling in the entertainment industry for so many years, I know the meaning expressed by Mr. Shin, telling me to go to sleep with the guests. He also returned me a triple movie queen. This is a deal. My acting skills, my voice is worthless in the eyes of the other party. The other party cares about only the body and appearance. Learning of this result, I chose to resist, and ended up in such a mess. So, Mr. Yi, do you still dare to use me? After Bai Shue finished saying this, her eyes looked at Yi Qing expectantly. After Yi Qing heard Bai Shue's words, his mind recalled Shin Nan's righteous face. Bah! Shin Nan, ah Shin Nan. I never imagined that you were such a person. I simply didn't see that you would actually coerce a girl to do such a thing. It's simply a loss of your identity. Yi Qing was silent for a while and said, Ms. Bai, I deeply sympathize with your experience. I can't decide what happened in the past, but I can decide what happens in the future. You don't have to care about Shin Nan's previous legacy. No one inside the company dares to make things difficult now, so do whatever you need to do. When Bai Shue heard Yi Qing's words, the whole person relaxed, remembering what she had encountered in these 3 years. The strong girl, Shue Bai, couldn't help but fall into tears of excitement. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Qing said with a slight smile, no need to thank you. Speaking of which, we are still quite destined. I used to love your songs. Whenever I couldn't make it through, I was tired, and wanted to cry, I would listen to the song Struggle that you sang. This song made me make it through all the suffering, and made me live on strong. Bai Shue heard Yi Qing say this, surprised to look at Yi Qing. In Bai Shue's heart, Yi Qing should be a rich second generation with a deep family. What is there to be hard? Is it the family's seizure of power? In fighting? I can't imagine that you still have such a past. Mr. Yi, Struggle, this song is a song that I used to write when I was stationed on the street. I didn't think that I could actually help you out of your predicament. General Yi, it's simply an honor. Yi Qing said with a sprightly smile. Yes, in the past, when I was studying at Magic City University, I would listen to your song Struggle when I was helping with courier deliveries and takeaways, and saving up for my living expenses. Yi Qing briefly said a bit of his past, used to comfort the star he used to like. 5 minutes later, Bai Shue looked at Yi Qing with an adoring look. From the conversation just now, Bai Shue learned about Yi Qing's past, a big boy who came out from the mountainous area. through persistent efforts, became a boss who was now worth tens of millions of dollars. It was simply a sad and inspiring history. Moved, she said, Mr. Yi, I will definitely be like you. Persist, work hard, don't give up, and strive to return to my former self as soon as possible. Yi Qing looked at Bai Shui's confident look and knew that the confidence in the other party's heart had returned. Looked at the time and said, Ms. Bai, it's getting late. You go back to rest earlier. The resources inside the company will be tilted towards you to a certain extent. I hope that you will once again bloom your beautiful and confident smile on top of the 100 Flowers Awards. Bai Shui happily nodded her head, like a little girl, and walked towards the outside. After Bai Shui left for a while, Zhang Lu sneakily poked out a head from the door and looked inside. Seeing Yi Qing honestly sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, her heart was greatly relieved. Chapter 42, The dirtiness of the world is nothing but the human heart. Yi Qing looked at the other party's sneaky appearance and said breathlessly, Zhang Lu, what are you doing? Oh, Mr. Yi, Mr. Lu asked me to come and see if you're done talking with Ms. Bai. It's getting late now. We should go back. Zhang Lu's mouth was talking about work matters. In fact, she came to see if Yi Qing and Miss Bai had happened in the end. Before in the car, Zhang Lu smelled a faint perfume odor on Yi Qing's body. This was not squatting outside to see if Yi Qing was a man of honorable nature. Finished talking, what Bai Shui had to say involved Shannan. It's kind of a scandal, so she looked for me to talk alone. It's a person who knows what's right. Let's go. Yi Qing got up after saying that and walked towards the outside, ready to go back to his own company. Regardless of the Tang or Universal's office, it was a strange feeling for Yi Qing, not as comfortable as staying in his own office. After finishing things, Yi Qing brought his own people and left under the escort of Universal Pictures employees. After an hour, the convoy arrived at the center building. Yi Qing began to gather people and had a short meeting before going home to rest. Yi Qing, who had arrived home at 23 o'clock, nimbly fell into bed to rest. Decai Women's High School. Yi Min, who was on her first day of school, also got off her evening study and followed her classmates towards her dorm room. Inside the dorm room, a girl wearing a short skirt, smilingly spoke to Yi Min. Yi Min, where did you study before? Why did you transfer into our class to study now? I saw the head teacher personally send you to our class this morning. What's your relationship with the head teacher? Children in big cities like to compare themselves, especially after seeing Yi Min, the transfer student, personally sent into the class by the head teacher. The entire class of more than 40 students were curious about Yi Min. To be able to go to school in this school, it can be said that basically the family is either rich or expensive, which also caused the girls to compare with each other extremely heavy heart. Yi Min honestly said, I used to study in Bashu. Then my cousin picked me up in Magic City and told me to live in Magic City from now on. Hearing this answer from Yi Min, the three girls inside the entire dormitory were speechless. Then what's your cousin's name and what company does he run? Yes, I see that the clothes you're wearing are from Parisian House. Your cousin is very rich, right? Where does live? What's his name? A girl with short hair and cute appearance asked it Yi Min, and after asking, started to touch the clothes placed inside the closet with her hands, ready to see if they were water goods. Goods. Yi Min also answered, then heard the exclamation of the girl who asked before. Oh my god, Yi Min, you are also too rich. This $50 was given to you by your cousin. Right, this is too generous. Yi Min saw that the money she had hidden was actually found out by the female classmate named Tong Tong, and immediately quickly walked over and snatched it. Admonishingly, she said, Wang Tong Tong, how can you mess with my things? Che, you say this money is yours or not? I also said that this money is mine. And, you still haven't answered my question. Yi Min carefully folded the money and put it inside his own coat pocket, no longer paying attention to the other party, preparing himself to go wash up and go to bed. When the remaining three girls saw Yi Min's ignoring appearance, they were all quite dissatisfied in their hearts, glancing at each other, ready to give Yi Min a little taste of power later. Let her know who is the boss in this dormitory. The entire dormitory became quiet. Into a deep sleep Yi Min heard a rustling sound. Feel someone in the rummage their own things. Immediately woke up from a deep sleep. Into the eyes to see before taking Wang Tongtong is stretching out his hand, from their own sheets underneath the touch money. Wang Tongtong, what are you doing? Said a hand grabbed Wang Tongtong's hand. Once again said loudly, you this thief. You want to steal my money. What your money? This is my money. This money is the pocket money my dad gave me. It was stolen by this fresh transfer student. Chi-Chi and Jinjin can testify for me. After saying that, he was ready to shake off Yi Min's hand. Yi Min had been doing farm work since she was a child, and her hand strength was not something Wang Tongtong, a pampered city girl, could compare to. With her palms strong, she angrily threw Wang Tongtong forward, and the latter immediately knocked against the wall. Wang Tongtong, whose head hurt, clutched the money in her hand and shouted, Chi-Chi, Jinjin, come and help. Yi Min, this transfer student's hands are really strong. I can't get her. Wang Tongtong's two little sisters immediately pounced on Yi Min. Mouth Evil first said, good you Yi Min? Thanks to Tongtong treating you so well, you actually stole her money. Yes, quickly spread your hands and return the money to Tongtong, or else we three sisters will beat you up. Yi Min, who was clutching Tongtong's wrist in a death grip, was directly enraged and cursed in a broken voice. You liars, thieves, trying to steal my money, not to mention actually trying to slander me, I'll beat you to death. After saying that, he scattered his hand that was clutching Tongtong, and punched towards the other party's eye socket. The latter was powerless to resist and fell to the ground with a punch, shouting in shock, Mama yeah, it hurts me, my eyes. The remaining two couldn't imagine that Yi Min, a girl with a thin figure, actually dared to take the lead, and they all swooped towards Yi Min in unison. There was an instant melee inside the dormitory. Yi Min, this girl was born with a vicious force. The other party punched her. She endured the pain and had to return the favor. Since she grew up fighting with boys, she used kicking gears and inserting eyes to quickly put down the three people led by Wang Tongtong. But a fight three, Yi Min also inevitably injured. Face and neck were scratched out of the wound, and arm mountain there is a tooth mark. Yi Min squatted down. From Wang Tongtong hand effort to draw out their own money, like a small wolf cub, viciously to Wang Tongtong said, Wang Tongtong, in the future, if you dare to steal from me again, I will beat you to death. After saying that, he was ready to give Wang Tongtong another lesson. When the dormitory door remembered bang bang knocking sound, the hostile aunt's voice came to mind at the door. People inside 3018, what are you doing? Open the door. The three of them, Wang Tongtong, who heard this, immediately shouted loudly, beating people up. Yi Min is beating people up. She stole Tongtong's money, and after being discovered by Tongtong, she even beat us up. This hillbilly transfer student, the hostess auntie, hearing the screams inside, immediately took out her key and opened the door, rushing towards it. As a result, when she entered the door, she saw Yi Min viciously slapping Wang Tongtong. Let you lie, let you lie, let you steal my money, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Yi Min's harsh words and the sound of slap 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 were presented in front of the hostile aunt. Chapter 43, I'm not afraid of anyone more than a magnificent person. The hostess auntie looked at the image of Yi Min unilaterally beating Tongtong. Directly a wave of cool air from the tailbone to the door of the head. The hostile auntie grabbed Yi Min's small hand and quickly separated the two. Her mouth warningly said, stop, the school rules prohibit fighting and assault. What are you fighting for? Wang Tongtong cried and sniffled as she said first, Yi Min, this new transfer student stole my money. I found out, and then she beat us up. This matter, Jinjin and the girls can all testify. The two Jinjins also hurriedly opened their mouths, perjured themselves, and began to accuse Yi Min of atrocities. Yi Min that was a match for the other three mouths, and was soon defeated. There was no other way. The hostile aunt also informed the principal about this matter. Inside Tangpinichen, Yi Qing woke up on time and was about to go to the office when he received a call from the principal. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qing drove his car at a fiery speed towards the Decisive Women's High School. Inside the school office, the principal of the school, who had a thankful roof, looked at the three parents of the students in front of him who had bad looks in their eyes, and then looked at the lone Yi Min who was standing next to him. In the end, his heart favored Yi Min because Yi Qing was too big, and opened his mouth to say, this brawl incident, I've already learned about it. That $50 belongs to Yi Min. Her brother handed it to her personally yesterday in front of me. So you're lying, student Wang Tongtong. Classmate Yi Min simply stole your money. This matter was caused by you seeing money in your eyes. Wang Tongtong looked at her daddy with fear in her heart when she heard the principal say this. Wang Fugue in fact has already learned the whole thing from his daughter, but he cannot turn his arm to the outside. In a firm tone, he said, Headmaster, the money is not marked, and there is no name written on it. How do you dare to conclude that this money is Yi Min's? I Wang Fugue, more dare not say, more than 100,000 worth or have. Is the demolition of Pudong district? The house lost me more than 10 sets. I have plenty of money. A while ago, my daughter looked at a LV bag. I took $50 to her, so I think that the money is my daughter's. Wang Fugue's words blocked. The principal didn't even know how to answer. The two remaining parents also opened their mouths to attack Yi Min. Chi-Chi's mother acerically said that Yi Min was just a country child. Her hands and feet were definitely unclean. My Jinjin's father, on the other hand, said that his daughter was injured by Yi Min, and must pay a large sum of money for moral damages, and demanded that the school expel Yi Min, a student with unclean hands and feet. Yi Min's defense explains that he did not, and Yi Min in the same dormitory. Three students are high and mighty looking at Yi Min. Mouth loudly said thief. Liar words. The principal looked at this messy situation and felt that he was going to lose a few more hairs on his thinning head. The most fearful thing is to meet these rich and powerful parents. White can be described as black for you. Outside the principal's office, Yi Qing heard the tirade inside before he even entered. Furious, he kicked the door open and looked at his cousin standing alone, and angrily cursed. Horse trotting, who's a liar? Make it clear, said strides toward Yi Min. Came to Yi Min body whispered, it's okay, have brother in. They do not dare to bully you. Yi Min, who was full of grievances, saw her cousin. The strength on her face immediately disappeared. Her eyes reddened as she hugged Yi Qing and said, brother, they are bullies, not to mention stealing my money, but now they also accuse me wrongly, saying that the $50 is theirs. Hey, who wronged you? This money was originally my daughter's. Wang Fugue said to Yi Min with a vicious look on his face. His expression looked like he was greatly insulted. Yes, your sister stole the money, failed to change to rob, but also injured my daughter. To do my daughter's face can be very expensive. You say this compensation how to calculate? Must be expelled. Compensate us. Qiqi and Jinjin's parents also opened their mouths and spoke to Yi Qing. That tone of certainty, as if Yi Min had really done 10 evil things to their daughters. Yi Qing patted his cousin's shoulder, signaling her to rest assured that she had herself. The principal has already told me about this matter. You said your money, it's yours, so let's call the police and do a fingerprint comparison. It's clear who this money belongs to. This money is what I gave to my cousin. It definitely has my fingerprints on it. If not, I'll accompany you for 100. After Yi Qing finished speaking to Wang Fugue, he turned his head towards the other two parents and continued. You want compensation, right? Name a price. I, Yi Qing, still have tens of millions of dollars. I'll give you as much as you want. Yi Qing's irascible words instantly made Wang Fugue dumbfounded and smothered in place without saying a word. As for Qiqi's mother, she was dead set on not letting go of her daughter's injuries. When she heard Yi Qing's outrageously rich words, she said with a contemptuous face, Toad yawning, what a big mouth. I'm asking for $10,000 in compensation. Can you compensate me? Yi Qing heard the other party say this. Without saying a word, he felt out his wallet, and pulled out a neat stack of money with a strong effort, and flung it on the table. Opening his mouth, he said, this is $10,000, count it. Not enough, I'll go to the car and get you more. When Qiqi's mother saw Yi Qing pull out 10,000 yuan at the drop of a hat, her face painted with full makeup immediately became unsettled. With a trembling voice, she said, that's enough, I won't pursue your sister for injuring my daughter now. After saying this, he bent down to pick up the money that Yi Qing had dropped on the table. Yi Qing's bold behavior let Wang Fugue and Jinjin's father's eyes lit up. This kind of people's stupid money. This life cannot be encountered once. This encounter must be a good deal of money. Okay, the matter of my sister injuring your daughter is understood. Now let's talk about the matter of your daughter injuring my sister. Yi Qing finished and pointed to the teeth marks on Yi Min's wrist and the upper scratches on her neck. Say, how will this be resolved? Qiqi's mom, who had just taken $10,000, said with full concern, I'll take your sister to the hospital and rub some medicinal wine on her. No, my sister hasn't suffered this kind of anger since she was a child. Everything that happened to her today has left her with an indelible psychological shadow. We must hire the best psychiatrist to enlighten my sister until she fully recovers. When Qiqi's mom heard this request from Yi Qing, she mentally cursed Yi Qing for being brainwashed. She got $10,000. Even if she took out $1,000, she could still earn $9,000. Besides, hiring a psychiatrist would only cost a few dozens of dollars at the top of the day. Okay, just do as you say. Say it, you can hire any psychiatrist you want. I'll pay for it, Qiqi's mom said painfully. In her heart she was already planning how she would go shopping later and spend this windfall. Chapter 44, I'll smash you to death with money. Tong Tong's father and Jinjin's father, seeing that Yi Qing was actually such a fool, obediently handing over a huge sum of $10,000 and making such a brain-dead demand, both scrambled to get compensation. Yi Qing had a smiling look on his face as he said to the two people in front of him, alright, both want $10,000 in compensation, right? Right, as long as it's $10,000, I won't prosecute your sister for assaulting my family. Jinjin, that's right, $10,000 is not much in my Wang Fugue's eyes, but you have to pay for doing something wrong. Look how badly your sister beat this daughter of mine. I don't want you to compensate more. I want you to pay $15,000. After all, my Tong Tong hasn't suffered so much since she was a child. The two men spoke successively. Good guy. In front of these three people, one more than the other. No wonder they can teach such a powerful daughter. This 10,000 yuan in the prices before the devaluation. That is 100 million. There is also a more ruthless. Opened his mouth to ask for 15,000 yuan. If you do it in the past, it would be 150 million. Yi Qing stopped Yi Min from opening his mouth and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll give it. I'm going to the car to get it now. Later we write an agreement. You guys take the money in hand, together with the funding to invite the best psychiatrist in the whole world to save my cousin. Do you guys think it's okay?" The other three couldn't imagine that Yi Qing was so uptight and actually even thought of black and white paper. They all nodded their heads in agreement, fearing that Yi Qing would back out at the time. The principal of the Xie looked like he could see what was going on, not even a hint of reminder, and playfully looked at the three people in front of him. Yi Qing nimbly went out to get the money, and gave Lu Jinghua a phone call. After the two talked a bit, Yi Qing hung up the phone, took the money bag and walked in. 5 minutes later, the person holding the money looked at Yi Qing with a smile on his face, like extremely seeing the god of wealth inside the temple. "You've taken the money, you've signed all the agreements, now we should talk about my cousin's fright," Yi Qing said to the three people who were happily counting the money. Wang Fugue said with a disinterested face, "Isn't it just seeing a psychiatrist? I'll go to the city hospital this afternoon and register a number, and I'll make sure that your sister is looked after properly." "Mr. Wang, I think you said the wrong thing. I'm talking about the best heart doctor in the world, not some Mongolian doctor inside some magic city hospital you're talking about. I've already consulted. The best heart doctor in the world is Dr. Max from Germany. He can hypnotize a strong man from 3 meters away. My assistant has already started making appointments with him, and he's billing by the hour, $10 per hour. The psychological trauma my sister received is rather serious. I'm going to pack it in for a year first to see how the medical effects are first, and if it doesn't work, then I'll pack it in for another year. You three, prepare the expenses first." Yi Qing's words made the three people who were happily counting their money's hands tremble with fear. The inside of Chi-Chi's mom's head quickly remembered the ratio between American knives and Chinese coins, and finally looked at Yi Qing with a cold sweat on her face, and angrily cursed, "Brat, you're shading me. So what if I'm shady to you guys? I really think my Yi Qing's money is so easy to take, now that it's written clearly in black and white. You guys just have to fulfill your obligations even if you sell your house. I Yi Qing just want to make you guys lose all your money. Really think it's all for nothing. By the way, I just notified the police. I'm sure the forensic people are already on their way. Wang Fugue, I'm not only going to make you lose all your money, I'm also going to send your daughter in." Yi Qing's words were like a knife, thrusting towards the three family members, especially Wang Fugue. The whole thing shuddered up, looking at Yi Qing's expressionless face, extremely defeated. He said, "Kid, you bully people too much. I, Wang Fugue, am not finished with you. If you still want to hang out in Magic City, take back what you said before when. Otherwise I'll find someone to screw you over." Yi Qing didn't care about Wang Fugue's threat at all, tidied up his clothes, walked to Wang Fugue's body, and fiercely punched towards the other party. Yi Qing, who had 6 cashews added, had an extremely heavy punch, and as soon as the punch went down, Wang Fugue, a greasy uncle full of fat, was directly knocked off the ground and then planted on the ground. Wang Fugue, who was blinded, saw that the other party actually hit at the drop of a hat. A wave of anger went straight to his head, forcibly endured the pain in his cheeks to get up and pounce towards Yi Qing. His mouth shouted, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, I'll get you killed." The sound of punches and kicks came to mind. Wang Fugue lunged out in a rage and came back bruised and battered. His white clothes were covered with footprints, and his obese face was stained red with nosebleed. Yi Qing, relying on his powerful waist, finished abusing Wang Fugue, came to Wang Fugue's body and squatted down. With a ruthless face, he said, "Just with you, you still want to fight with me, and you don't go out and inquire about Yi Qing's name. The evergreen technology is what I opened. Believe it or not, I just beat you to death. No one dares to give you a head start. Don't you like money? I'll take the money and smash you to death." After saying that, he got up and walked to the black money bag, pulled open the zipper. Inside all of them were neatly placed huge $100 bills. One stack was 10,000. It looked like there were 4 or 500,000. Yi Qing picked up the money, vigorously to the ground. Wang Fugue smashed. Mouth cursed, "You do not like money. I take the money to smash you. Take ah. Bundled together in $100 bills. Diamond angle, smashed Wang Fugue cheek pain. "Ouch, ouch," screamed up. Yi Qing's horrible scene of smashing people with money stunned all the people present. They also understood the horror of Yi Qing's young man, carrying hundreds of thousands of dollars with him. It was too scary. Also remembered Yi Qing's identity, the new multi-millionaire who was reported by the news all the time. Thinking of this, Chi-Chi's mother and Jinjin's father almost went weak in the knees and looked at Yi Qing with a pale face. "Mr. Yi, raise your hand. We didn't mean to offend you. It's all because this girl Wang Tongtong instructed my family Chi-Chi. My family Chi-Chi is innocent. I don't want this money. Please Yi Qing, let my family Chi-Chi go." Chi-Chi's mom cried and cried. Yes. It's all because of Wang Qiqi's instructions. Mr. Yi mustn't get on our bad side. This sharp voice also brought the 4 girls present, who had never experienced a big scene, back to reality. In their hearts, they all had one thought: this gesture of smashing people with money is so handsome and stylish. It would be great if they could find a boyfriend like this in the future. Wang Tongtong longing thought, after thinking, only to realize that the person being smashed by the money is his own daddy, immediately pounced out to lie on his own daddy. Enjoy the fun of being smashed by the money. Mouth loudly explaining, big brother don't smashed, and then smashed, my daddy will be smashed to death. Chapter 45, the matter is over. Yi Qing ignored the girl Wang Tongtong, and after throwing the only remaining tens of thousands of dollars in his hand, he looked at the principal who had a dumbfounded look on his face. With a smile, he said, Principal, sorry, I was rude just now. The principal, who was thankful for the top of his head, fawned and said, Mr. Yi, no rudeness. No rudeness. It's really because these people are too hateful. You had no choice but to do this. I understand your feelings very well. The other 2 parents were also frightened by Yi Qing's violent tactics. They both looked at Yi Qing in horror. Their legs moved back, afraid that the other party would inflict the same tactics that they inflicted on Wang Fugue on themselves. Yi Qing did not care about the other party's tactics, picked up his cell phone and made a call, then sat inside the office and waited. 10 minutes later, a knock came from outside the office door. Yi Qing glanced at the principal, who bumbled and ran to open the door. A large group of people walked in. The leader was Lu Zhenghua, followed by the 2 lawyers from Yi Qing's company, and then the police officers from the Pudong branch. The group of people who entered the door saw Wang Fugue, who was piled up inside the pile of money. All of them had an open mouth and surprised expression. Lu Zhenghua was the first to react and asked in a low voice, Mr. Yi, what is this? Yi Qing looked at the people who should be here, pointed to Yi Min and a few girls, and opened his mouth to explain. The matter is simple. Last night my sister was bullied by 3 girls from the other side, and they were all injured. Then these 3 parents came to the school and asked me for compensation. The least asked for $10,000. The most is the fat guy who fell inside the pile of money. This is the agreement I signed with their 3 parents. Lawyer Wang, take a look. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he handed the engagement book in his hand to a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The latter took the engagement book and read it carefully. The other 2 police officers, on the other hand, looked at Yi Qing in astonishment at Wang Fugue, who had already collapsed on the ground. This Nima, the former is really dare to give, the latter is really dare to want. Small children fight, scratch a little skin, actually want Nima hundreds of thousands of compensation. This heart is also too Nima black. No wonder now can lie inside the pile of money. Mr. Yi, hello, I am the Pudong branch of the Madong. You said that this case involves a significant amount of money. Is that this lying inside the money pile of Mr. Fraud you? A stout police officer asked carefully at Yi Qing. Can one not be careful? Wealth can pass to God, and also pass to ghosts? Yi Qing, this horrible stature is here. The tone of voice is not and soft and careful. That's the little cute. Yi Qing began to explain the cause of the whole thing. The $50. A few minutes later, the 2 police officers understood the whole thing, and then put on gloves, took the evidence $50, put into the evidence bag inside. A face of assurance said, Mr. Yi, the theft of $50 belongs to a huge case. Once the perpetrator is found, sentenced to more than 10 years, 18 years of imprisonment, we will as soon as possible to take the evidence, to extract fingerprints, as soon as possible to solve this large amount of theft, but also a justice for all of you, Ma Dong said with a righteous face, finished with his eyes looking around, giving Wang Tongtong great psychological pressure. Thinking of her going back to jail later, Wang Tongtong, the little girl, could no longer tense up and cried. Police uncle, it's me who did it. Don't arrest me to go to jail. I'm still young. I don't want to go to jail. I'm just mentally unbalanced. Why does Yi Min have so much money and I don't? My dad gives me $10 a month. It's totally not enough to spend, and there's not much left to buy a favorite bag. So after I saw Yi Min's money, I went to take it. I'm sorry. I don't dare anymore. I apologize. Yi Min is sorry. Please don't sue me. Don't let me go to jail. With Wang Tongtong taking the lead, the remaining 2, Jinjin Qiqi, also explained. The 3 are all belong to the pursuit of fashion, vainglorious, girls. After seeing Yi Min carrying a huge sum of $50, immediately saw the money, ready to steal Yi Min's money, and finally stealing could not be changed to open robbery. Hart also concluded that Yi Min, this mountain girl, do not dare to make a big deal. Takeover met Yi Qing, this ruthless character. Qiqi and Jinjin's parents heard their own daughter's words, looked at Yi Qing with a groundless face, and finally chose to hit the child out of anger to Yi Qing, praying for forgiveness. Yi Qing quietly looked at the scene inside the office and said to Yi Min, Sister, look, this is life in all its forms. In the future, you must remember to keep an extra eye out. Yi Min nodded her head knowingly. Brother, I know. In the future I will definitely study hard and become stronger. That way no one will dare to bully me. Yi Qing touched his sister's head, explained a few words to Lu Xinghua, then took his sister out. The two siblings circled around inside the school. Then Yi Qing sent her to the classroom door. Sister, society is like this. In the future, if anyone bullies you, tell brother. Brother will help you out. For now, you study hard. The dormitory, I'll get you a separate dormitory. Well, thank you brother, I will study hard, Yi Min said and walked like a classroom. Yi Chang, on the other hand, walked towards the principal's office, and when he entered, he saw the three parents who had flaunted themselves before crouching on the ground to pick up the money, and then neatly folded it together and placed it inside Yi Qing's bag that had previously contained the money, while the three girls who went after fashion, love of vanity, were crying and sitting together writing a review. Wang Fugue, whose stomach was like 6 months pregnant with jade, looked up and saw Yi Qing who was entering the door, and hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. The little girl didn't know any better before causing such a thing. Thank you for your exaltation and letting us off the hook. Wang Fugue now has no desire to fight with Yi Chang. The two fight is an egg against a stone. Their own is an egg. Yi is a stone, or that kind of black iron level stone. Guarantee a touch. Their own this egg immediately broken. Looked at the nose and face swollen. Nose Shanghai hung with blood. Wang Fugue, Yi Qing liked to see the Lu family father and son. Lu Kai and Lu Shichong. How similar the two were. Both caused by spoiling their children one after another. I hope this incident will give you guys a lesson to understand that gratuitous spoiling will only harm your children. Raise your memory more in the future. But capital offenses can be avoided. But living offenses can't be escaped. In the future, you guys are good for it. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he picked up his money bag and led Lu Xinghua towards the outside. The rest of the matter to his company's lawyer to solve. This matter Yi Qing does not intend to just let it go. Not to send the other party to jail has already been considered benevolent and righteous. As for the compensation for Yi Min, as well as the mental damage, it depends on the sincerity of Wang Fugue and the others. And Wang lawyer is not jealous, guaranteed to let them hemorrhage once. Chapter 46, They're all thespians. After dealing with his sister's matter, Yi Qing took Lu Xinghua and rushed towards the company. Sitting in Yi Qing's car, Lu Xinghua, I touched the sports seats of the sports car with my hand inside. I've sat in many luxury cars, but today is the first time I've sat in such an expensive sports car. Yi Qing said jokingly, in the future, brother Lu, you also bought a sports car to drive. Now driving a sports car, uncle, quite a lot. Ha ha, let's talk about it later. Mr. Yi, a recent meeting about a land auction, located in the Pudong district, covers an area of more than 30 acres. But there's a historical problem. With the development of Mordor, the houses built on the edge of the city in the past have slowly turned into urban villages, and now the city government intends to replan this piece of land to solve this historical legacy problem. A bidding conference will be held the day after tomorrow. Mr. Yi, do you think we should go and take a look? Lu Xinghua said to Yi Qing with a look of interest. After all, with the rapid development of the company, renting and hiring a venue to work is not a long-term thing, and those large companies all have their own office buildings. Evergreen technology wants to grow bigger and stronger in the future. It must have its own office building, but the land in Pudong district is too expensive. They don't have the authority to make the decision. They can only hand it over to Yi Qing to get the idea, then go and take a look. As long as it's suitable, we'll take this piece of land. Yi Qing said lightly, a piece of land terrific, more than $100,000, which also includes the demolition compensation. He has tens of millions of dollars of value. Completely not false. Don't necessarily have to focus on Pudong district. The western suburbs, Putua, can go and take a look. We can look long term. The company is not bad for 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Yi Qing's domineering tone gave Lu Xinghua great confidence, and the two of them walked towards the company in a happy mood. Came to the company. Yi Qing opened a short meeting, mainly to recognize some of the company's new blood, such as administrative director, security director, personnel director. Looking at his company a thriving look, Yi Qing inside a great sense of satisfaction. It feels like raising a child in general. Looking at their own children healthy and excellent growth, the feeling in the heart is indescribable. After the meeting, Yi Qing returned to his office and Enya chatted for a while. Mainly Enya is talking about their own classmate Zhao Jia has been enthusiastically inviting themselves to dinner. That enthusiastic attitude, simply let Enya cannot refuse. Yi Qing knew that this was definitely Lu Zhiping behind Zhao Jia's advice. Very sympathetic said, it's fine. Not just a meal? I have time tonight. Why don't you call up your classmates and we'll get together? Hearing Yi Qing think so much for himself, Enya's heart was like honey. Yi Qing, you don't have to commit yourself for me. If you're busy, forget it, and Zhao Jia is doing nothing. I didn't see her inviting me to dinner before, but now she's calling me 3 times, asking me to eat, asking me to go shopping for beauty treatments. It's not like I don't know what's in her heart, it's just that she wants to get in touch with you. Through me. Looking at his girlfriend being so smart, Yi Qing complimented. Hua Bin, my girlfriend is so smart. This was all thought of by you, but I've known you for more than a year, seeing that you usually have very few friends to go around. Now that you have Zhao Jia, a classmate, looking for you so enthusiastically, you should contact her more to liaise with your classmates. And I'm not doing anything tonight, so let's just get together. Hearing Yi Qing say this, Enya was moved and agreed. The two chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. Then Yi Qing received a call from Xiao Yuro. This Nima was simply a timely rain. He had just hung up in front of himself, and then he called in the back. Hey, Yi Qing, what are you doing? Telling you a good news. Guess what good news? Xiao Yuro was lying on her big soft bed at this time and started talking to Yi Qing. Their own in order to Yi Qing, this multi-millionaire tethered. Their own collection of decades of chastity are handed over. Completely belongs to the hammer business. Must see Yi Qing to firmly tethered. Daily essential greetings are indispensable. This is not just injured. Xiao Yuro has begun to provoke Yi Qing to, for the future marriage and do paving. Listening to Xiao Yuro that charming tone, Yi Qing has a big head and asked, could it be that you bought the latest model of clothing? No, guess again. Let me think. Could it be something like cosmetics? Nope, guess again. After a few minutes, Yi Qing said breathlessly, I can't guess. You better tell me. Xiao Yuro cheerfully said, stupid. It's my injury is good. This you can't guess. These days I'm at home to recuperate from my injuries. Where do I have time to go shopping? Now that my injuries are good, you have to compensate me well to go shopping. Compensate me. Yi Qing straight said, so it's this good news. Recently I'm busy. In a couple days I'll accompany you to go shopping properly, right? Humph. I think you just don't want to accompany me. You, a company's president, need to be so busy? Time is not just squeeze out. For nothing I'm happy to tell you such a good news. Xiao Yuro huffed and puffed as she spoke to Yi Qing. 3 parts angry and 7 parts petulant in her tone. I really have something to be busy with. The shares under Goldman Sachs, SoftBank, and Sequoia will all continue to be transferred. Involving the turning of huge assets of $80 million is very troublesome. The recent ones are busy with these things, and I embarked on the research of graphene technology, now has reached a very critical moment. Simply cannot find time to accompany you. Yi Qing honestly said to Xiao Yuro, in fact, it's just bull ********, just stalling for time. Xiao Yuro heard Yi Qing's words, lying on the bed rolled with excitement, both eyes are almost glowing. 8 million asset transfer, 20 million in cash, as well as more advanced graphene technology in the future. If you don't hold on to Yi Qing, simply sorry for your own chastity. Yi Qing, why didn't you give me a word when you were so busy? Now I'm heartbroken for you. How about this? I'll go buy a black chicken and make a pot of soup for you later. And I'm your girlfriend, it's my responsibility to take care of you. Don't worry, I'll make sure to get the logistics right. I won't make you feel heartbroken, Xiao Yuro sweetly said to Yi Qing. In fact, she wanted to go to Yi Qing's company to declare her sovereignty, so that those demonic goods knew that Yi Qing was a person with a master and not to hit Yi Qing's idea. Yi Qing heard Xiao Yuro's words, the brain is almost exploded. I woolly before not heart tired. N times regret why he went to participate in the reunion. Why to drink so much wine? Sinning Chapter 47 Lucia who works hard for her dreams. Yi Qing did some quick thinking inside his head, and after burning off n number of brain cells, he came up with an excellent answer and said with a magnetic voice, Yuro, you've just recovered from your injury, so don't think about making soup for me. And didn't we agree before that the two of us should keep it quiet beforehand? I did this, in fact, for your own good, to know that in business covet my technology of the people many, and may be on the use of what underhanded tricks to deal with you. You'll be in a very right lot of danger by then. Kidnappings are the norm, so you have to understand my good intentions. Xiao Yuro was quiet when she heard Yi Qing's words, actually thinking inside her head about the credibility of what Yi Qing said. As Xiao Yuro, who had returned from studying in Australia, was not lacking in intelligence at all, it could be said that her face value and intelligence were online at the same time. I thought that what Yi Qing said should be mixed. Yanxia as the safest country. This kind of kidnapping and threatening others will never happen. It is more likely that Yi Qing does not want to be exposed out so early, even though men can't force too tight. Otherwise it will be like the sand in a tight grip. The tighter the grip, the easier it is to flow from the thin cracks of the fingers to tune. Well, thank you husband for your reminder. It's my poor consideration. Wahahaha, Xiao Yuro sweetly said to Yi Qing. Hearing this, Yi Qing's hanging heart dropped and ended the conversation between the two on the grounds that he had to be busy with work. Xiao Yuro, who hung up the phone, was quickly checking Yi Qing's company's information on the internet, and saw the recruitment information. Specially recruited a presidential assistant. Seeing this, Xiao Yuro leaked out a bewildered smile and began to operate. The flower blossomed to each watch a branch. When Xiao Yuro thought of here, disappeared a few days, Lu Xia wearing a white even clothes appeared in the Evergreen Technology Company door. The well-dressed Lu Xia has perfectly expressed the temperament of the Jiangnan woman she belongs to. Coming to the personnel department, Lu Xia generously and decently said, "Good day. I'm here to apply for the position of president's assistant. Lu Xia. I graduated from the Magic City University." Recruitment supervisor. Several people look at Lu Xia generous appearance. Heart feel good. There is a little flaw is the professional mismatch. A study of industry and trade actually to apply for the position of assistant. Obviously very bad. Especially sitting on the side of Zhang Lu. Looking at Lu Xia's delicate and tender face, the brain immediately surfaced inside the words of Yi Qing to her. The girl should be a little quiet, only to attract people to like. Obviously in front of the eyes with the Jiangnan woman tender Lu Xia. Immediately let the same woman Zhang Lu upset up. Lead the wolf into the house thing. Zhang Lu obviously will not go to do. Directly interrupted Lu Xia's self-introduction. Ms. Lu Xia, I'm glad that you can come to participate in this application, but I regret to tell you, you as a graduate of the Department of Trade and Industry, obviously cannot be competent to do this thing as the president's assistant. Lu Xia, who had made all the preparations, had long anticipated that this matter would arise, and said with a slight smile, unconcerned, in the past, I was in Lanting office, I did the reception work. I have the confidence to do a good job in this job as an assistant, and I used to be in the same class with Yi Qing. I know his character and temperament very well, a familiar person to be an assistant to Mr. Yi is always better than those strangers. Alright, I've finished my words. After Lu Xia finished speaking, she lowered her head and became very quiet, waiting for the answers of the people in front of her. The few people from the personnel department whispered and discussed a few sentences, then nodded to the upset Zhang Lu and finally spoke. Ms. Lu Xia. Congratulations, you've been accepted. Our Evergreen Technology Company is an epic-making company. I hope you can take care of Mr. Yi in the future. You and I will work together to create a brilliant future. Hearing this reply, Lu Xia, our open excited heartbeat accelerated up. In order to approach Yi Qing, Lu Xia can be described as a backwater. Quit his second uncle introduced the work. Boil more bitter battle finally close to Yi Qing. It was to not let her dream be dashed. And when Xiao Yuro met again, it was the day of the official war. Thank you leaders, I will definitely work hard and work well. Lu Xia expressed her understanding by saying to the few people in front of her, and at the end asked, when can I go to work? As long as you have time, any time. Hearing this answer, Lu Xia said that she could be in Yi Qing's arms today. No, she was in the middle of her passionate work. Lu Xia just like this blended into Yi Qing's company, while Yi Qing had no knowledge of it, and was now looking at the information, studying and researching about the construction of the factory building in the suburbs. Bang bang bang, the sound of knocking on the door came to mind, interrupting Yi Qing's thoughts. Enter. Only since the last time he was seen giggling by Zhang Lu, Yi Qing seriously declared that he had to knock first when entering the door. Lu Zhenghua opened the door. Speaking to Yi Qing, he said, Mr. Yi, this is the new assistant to the president, Lu Xia. In the future, you can leave your work matters to her, so you don't have to be too tired. Yi Qing looked at Lu Xia standing behind Lu Zhenghua with a stunned look on his face. His head was filled with countless black question marks. Didn't the other party work at Lanting firm? How did she run to my company now? Looking at Lu Xia, who was wearing a black bag skirt and white uniform, Yi Qing curiously asked, old classmate, it's you, why are you here? Lu Xia said with a quiet face, the firm's salary is too low. I was about to change my salary when I saw the news of your company's recruitment, so I came to apply for the job, and I didn't expect to apply for the job. I have to say, Yi Qing, your company's treatment is really good. Look at the surprised look. Is it that I'm not welcome? No thing. And recruitment assistant, this thing I do not know at all. I think it must be Lu brother, they privately make the arrangement. That's right. Brother Lu, you go and busy yourself first. After Lu Zhenghua confirmed that Lu Xia was Yi Qing's classmate, he left after exhorting Lu Xia to work well. Lu Xia and Yi Qing were left in the office. The former clenched his palms tightly, admonishing himself in his heart. Yesterday's things, today's teacher. This is the opportunity that he had not been able to fight for. The future is a sparrow or a phoenix, depends on today. Lu Xia was ready to do a big thing. That is to come and drug Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, you're thirsty. I'll go and pour you a cup of juice. I remember that you used to like drinking juice. Lu Xia quickly got into a work ethic and said caringly to Yi Qing. After seeing Yi Qing nod, Lu Xia walked towards the next wine cabinet, picked up a bottle of juice and poured it inside a cup. Then with sweaty palms, she touched a packet of suspicious medicine from inside her bra. Chapter 48 High Risk High Return. Lucia was nervous with sweaty palms, muttering in her mouth, "This is something I spent a lot of money on. Don't drop the chain at this critical moment." In fact, with Xiao Euro this forewarning, after the arrival of things, Lucia used their own pet dog to do the experiment. The effect is very satisfactory. The pet dog is still lying in the pet hospital, now nervous is the matter to the end. The inner tangled fear, afraid of not fulfill their dreams. Lucia finished, ready to pour out half. Suddenly heard Yi Qing shouted, "So, how come it's not here yet?" Frightened, her hand shook and the whole packet was poured in. Lucia instantly froze. "It's over. It's over." Poured more. Whatever. People and animals are different. Yi Qing is light and strong. He shouldn't be in trouble. It had to be said that Lucia was a person who could do great things. After organizing her mind, she carried the juice towards Yi Qing. With an apologetic mouth, she said, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. I'm a bit nervous about going to work for the first time. This is all a small matter. In fact, you don't have much to do. It's just to help deliver some documents within, or deal with some small things on your schedule. Now you go and rest first," Yi Qing said without caring. After saying that, he drank a big mouthful of juice and continued to busy himself, while Lucia walked to the side and waited for time to ferment. 10 minutes later, Yi Qing felt his throat dry and finished the remaining half of the juice, but the result was that it didn't quench his thirst at all, and said in doubt, "Could it be that I have a cold? My throat is so dry." "Old classmate, you go and pour me another cup of water." Lucia, who was sitting not far away, knew that the medicine was starting to kick in, but in her heart, she was puzzled as to how the time was so long this time. It was a full 8 minutes longer than the pet dog at home, but comparing Yi Qing's physique to the size of her own pet dog, she felt that it was very reasonable. Obediently, he got up and went to pour a cup of water. "Please drink water, Mr. Yi," as Lucia bent down to hand over the water. Her white shirt perfectly set off the perfect figure on her body, as well as that inadvertent leakage of a touch of Snow White. Yi Qing hallucinated and vigorously wiped his eyes, then saw his girlfriend Enya standing playfully in front of him, swallowing a mouthful of water. He asked, "Enya, why are you here?" "Enya, is this Yi Qing's girlfriend?" "Xiao Euro, Xiao Euro, you went to great lengths to snatch Yi Qing from me, but in the end, didn't you just as well not walk into Yi Qing's heart?" Thinking of this, Lucia lowered herself to caress Yi Qing's face, and said softly, "Yi Qing is me, tired to lie in my arms and rest." Yi Qing, who was trapped, dreamed another dream which was extremely real. He dreamt that Enya came to his company and did something inside the office that only men and women would do. A cold spear shines in the 9 states, and all the enemies are bowed down. After more than an hour, Yi Qing, who was dancing with a gun and a stick, collapsed from exhaustion. Lying on the sofa in the office lounge, he fell into a deep sleep, while Lucia, who was practicing kung fu with Yi Qing, also struggled to get up, took out her cell phone with great effort, and snapped a photo of the two of them being sweet and happy. Then she slept contentedly, and in her sleep, Lucia didn't know what she had dreamed of, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, looking like I was the happiest woman in the world. I don't know how long it took, but the knocking sound of bang 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 woke Yi Qing up. Yi Qing, who had 6 cashews in his body, his recovery ability was not covered. Before practicing kung fu, practicing hands and feet were soft, the whole body was weak, and now after sleeping for such a while, he immediately recovered with vigor. Yi Qing, who woke up, dumbfounded, looked at the side of a miserably abused Lucia. Curses, what is happening here? Yi Qing brain inside the chaotic thought, and the door outside the insistent knocking sound. Yi Qing could not care about Lucia, quickly put his own finishing touches, trotted to the office area. A look of sitting down and working hard to the office said to the outside, "Enter." Zhang Lu poked her head in and asked curiously, "Mr. Yi, what are you busy with?" It took so long to open the door. Reading the information for a while. "Zhang Lu, what are you looking for me for?" Yi Qing tried to maintain his original appearance and spoke to Zhang Lu. "This is the planning book from the corporate department. Asked me to send it over for you to look at. By the way, Goldman Sachs people are contacting us. The rest of the fashion modeling agency has now been handed over to us." Zhang Lu began to talk about the shares that the company had recently taken over, as well as the company's main direction of development, rustling around for more than half an hour before leaving the office. Before leaving, in Yi Qing's expression of egg pain, she sniffed her nose and asked skeptically, "Mr. Yi, have you smelled a strange ask? A fishy odor like seafood?" Yi Qing said with a righteous face, "Why don't I smell it?" "Well, you go and busy yourself first." Zhang Lu could only leave resentfully. After dismissing Zhang Lu, Yi Qing got up and quickly walked towards the front door, gently unlocked the door of the room and then walked towards the lounge. In his head, he was thinking randomly, What happened in the end? Wasn't he in a good office? How did he put Lu Xia to sleep? What exactly happened in between? Arriving at the restroom, Yi Qing looked at Lu Xia, who was half covered by a pipa, and called out sheepishly, "Lu Xia, wake up!" Lu Xia, who hadn't practiced for more than 2 years, was definitely not as deep in her martial arts attainments as Yi Qing, and when the two competed, Lu Xia was like a dragoncloak encountering Hong Qigong at a glance, and immediately lost under the 6 cashews, and was sleeping to heal her wounds at this moment. Hearing Yi Qing's voice, Lu Xia, who was like a sleeping beauty, leisurely opened her eyes, and looking at Yi Qing's tense appearance, she immediately started to perform. Tears were rolling inside her eyes, and with a crying look, she said, "Yi Qing, I never thought that you are such a person. After I poured you a glass of water, you looked at me with green eyes, and inside your mouth, you called Inya's name. I curiously asked you who Inya is. Is it your girlfriend? The result is that you ignored me, hugged me and kissed me. I struggled hard. The result is that you became more and more violent, just like a different person. Finally I gave in." After saying this, pointing to her torn clothes, staring dead at Yi Qing again, she said, "Yi Qing, you must give me an explanation. Otherwise I will sue you for forced female sex. I, Lu Xia, am not like other women." It had to be said that Lu Xia's acting skills were very online. A pair of eyes were like knives looking towards Yi Qing. It was too eager to go up and nibble on Yi Qing's appearance, making Yi Qing's heart full of fear and worry. Fear that Lu Xia will really call the police. After all, the other party is a girl, naturally occupies a certain advantage, and the one who suffers is also counted as Lu Xia himself. Chapter 49, A mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers unless 1 male and 1 female. Yi Qing, who was miserably set up, did not know that he was the biggest victim. The abuser was actually the delicate Lu Xia in front of him. The head quickly organized a tone. A face to Jiangdong father and mother looked to Lu Xia said, "Lu Xia, I don't know what's going on with this matter. I can't recall anything that happened before now. I only know that my girlfriend Inya who I saw came to look for me and then it happened logically. I'm sorry, I really didn't know it was you. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer for this matter." Lu Xia, who was filled with tears, was relieved when she heard Yi Qing say this. "That's right, Yi Qing's clothes were taken off by me. The skirt was also torn by myself. The scratches on my body were also scratched by myself with Yi Qing's fingers. If you Xiao Euro come soft, I, Lu Xia, will come hard." Anyway, Yi Qing has not experienced these things before. He knows nothing about this. He can just use this point to start. Lu Xia said with a tragic smile, "Yi Qing, it's easy for you to say. Give me a satisfactory answer. Is it to compensate me for money? I, Lu Xia, is poor, but I don't care about your 2 crappy money. And with my appearance, it's really that kind of realistic woman words. I would have already found a big money." Lu Xia said this in a loud voice, completely unlike what a heartless whore could say. Lu Xia is not greedy for small money, but he is greedy for big money. Is to be more. Those who are worth tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, basically older, and most of them are married and have children, really want to look for a rich man. Then, at best, to do an underground lover, do wife is impossible, and those who are worth 100,000 even if accidentally died in bed, the assets will only be inherited by the children. It is completely in fee motor and effort. The loss is not worth it. And right in front of you there is Yi Qing, the golden dragon that shines with golden light. Young and rich, little cute. It's only then that they go for those fat and oily profiteering rich. Lu Xia's perfect performance made Yi Qing numb his claws. Damn egg. What should Yi do now? After wording for a long time, Yi Qing said expectantly, "Lu Xia, what do you say about this? Then you marry me." Lu Xia, the movie star possessed, said to Yi Qing, and cut off all the women's backs as soon as she opened her mouth. "One person eating alone." Yi Qing reflexively said, "Impossible. I already have a girlfriend now, called Inya. You should know. You change another condition." Hearing Yi Qing's words, Lu Xia's expression remained unchanged, looking at Yi Qing with an appearance of wanting to eat someone, but in fact, her heart was quickly thinking of other options. In fact, a few days ago, Lu Xia had already come up with a lot of options to use to bolt Yi Qing. It wasn't a blink of an eye that Lu Xia opened her mouth and said, "It's fine if you don't get married, then be a fiancé, or a girlfriend, and it's not unacceptable for a fiancé to do this shy thing to his fiancé or girlfriend. Otherwise this kind of intimate contact without any relationship will make me unable to stand it, so that I will have the illusion of a one-night stand all the time." Lu Xia and Xiao Euro both wisely retreated and did not push Yi Qing. Both planned to start with the role of girlfriend first, and then tie Yi Qing down firmly. When Yi Qing heard Lu Xia's words, he was speechless in his heart. This Nima, girlfriend again. Isn't he 3 girlfriends now? Right, there is also a Jiang Wenwen the lover. Damn egg, what is this situation? His own three good man, how now become like this? Yi Qing, who couldn't wait to slap himself twice, chose to give in. It was not that Yi Qing was not honest enough, it was because Yi Qing was too honest. Encountering these high-level women, was powerless, being held to death. Okay, this is something I agree with, but I have some things I don't want to hide from you. In fact, I was before you. I already have 2 girlfriends. One is a classmate of both of us, Xiao Yuro. Lu Xia, who knew all the true picture, immediately acted surprised, not mentioning in the slightest about Yi Qing having 2 donkey shadows. Her small mouth slightly opened as she said, "Geez, isn't Xiao Yuro the iceberg beauty in our class? When did you guys get together?" Right after the last reunion, Yi Qing briefly talked about what happened between himself and Xiao Yuro. Flowers blossomed in 2 different ways, and the Xiao Yuro in Yi Qing's mouth, who was now wearing tight light makeup, giving off a soft and gentle temperament, took all of her graduation certificates, awards, and drove from Biyun towards the center building, rushed to the long-term technology company Xiao Yuro, immediately from the personnel department where to learn a thunderbolt of news. The position of assistant to the president was applied for, and the applicant was a very beautiful girl named Lu Xia. After knowing this news, Xiao Yuro's mind is almost broken. I can't imagine that Lu Xia, who was pressed down by his own hand, actually stood up again. What is this, the undefeatable little strong? He himself will recuperate within the period of injury. The other party to do things, gloomily walked to the underground parking lot. Xiao Yuro thought for a while, touched out the cell phone is ready to contact their own this other party. After washing up and changing her clothes, Lu Xia looked at the incoming call on her cell phone and leaked out a smile. Xiao Yuro, you gave me humiliation before, I will return it to you now. Now our battle has just begun. After saying that, she hung up the phone and took out her cell phone to send Xiao Yuro a brainwave of the photo she had taken earlier. Underground parking lot. Xiao Yuro looked at the flash photo that appeared on her phone, holding down the photo with her finger. The picture of Lu Xia and Yi Qing's revealing photos clearly appeared in front of her eyes. After looking at the first photo, Xiao Yuro became furious and threw her cell phone vigorously to the ground, cursing viciously. Damn, this is something we don't count as late. Sooner or later I'll make you never get over. We'll see. After saying this, she drove home, without the slightest intention of going upstairs to ask Yi Qing. Smart women often do not go to confront a man face to face. After this piece of paper is broken, there is no room at all in the future. The intention was to settle Lu Xia privately. Yi Qing had no knowledge of the feud between the 2 women, and was now driving towards Tang Dynasty. Since taking over Tangren, Yi Qing planned to go to Tangren in Universal Office for 2 hours every 3 days. After arriving at Tangren's chairman's office, the assistant quickly brought up some recent information, as well as statements on movie and television investments for Yi Qing to see. Yi Qing quickly flipped through page after page, and soon saw the name of the main character Jiang Wenwen in a movie and television drama, and there was an evil fire rising online in his heart. Curious to the assistant asked, the main character of this drama is actually Jiang Wenwen. You call her up. I'll ask. Chapter 50, so brutal. Jiang Wenwen was whispering with her agent. 1-1. For the drama Huaigu Love, you must work hard and try to catch Mr. Yes, you know, Sweetie is eyeing the number 1 female position, so we must be completely prepared this time. And the connection with Mr. Yi, you must not break it. As he was talking, the agent received a phone call and hung up. Happily speaking, Jiang Wenwen said, 1-1. Mr. Yi called your company office for a trip. You go quickly. Don't let Mr. Yi wait in a hurry. Hearing the agent's words, Jiang Wenwen used less than a minute to make up a makeup for herself and then quickly walked towards Yi Qing's office. After arriving at the office, Jiang Wenwen knocked respectfully on the door, and after receiving Yi Qing's permission, she opened the door and walked in. Mr. Yi, hello? Jiang Wenwen respectfully shouted at Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at the other party's tight face and felt an evil fire in his heart that he wanted to vent out. This evil fire was the aftermath of Lu Xia's medicine pouring more. Come, sit beside me. Yi Qing pointed to the sofa and said. The latter obediently sat beside Yi Qing and waited for the next instruction. Press my head for me. Jiang Wenwen sniffed and wrapped her arms around Yi Qing's head and gently massaged it. The soft fingering of the other party and the faint floral scent on her body made the evil fire in Yi Qing's heart grow more and more, and she got up and pressed the other party underneath her. After a child's time, Yi Qing stood up refreshed. Looking at the time, he said to Jiang Wenwen, who was lying on the bed, the recent theater that the company invested in, you do a good job of filming it, to pave the way for walking into the big screen in the future. In these 2 days, if you have nothing to do, take a look at the script more. I still have a little thing to do in the evening, so I'll leave first. Yi Qing said a few words of concern, and left Tangren to go to Bulgari for an appointment. Yi Qing met Zhao Jia and Lu Zhiping, who were still separated from each other at Bulgari. The latter looked at Yi Qing's young face, remembered the horrible value reported in the news, and had a feeling of dreaming in his heart. He himself could actually dine with Yi Qing, this new multi-millionaire. This was too unreal. Double Hair had a friendly dinner, mainly Zhao Jia, two mouths one in praise, either praise Yi Qing or Yinya. Lu Shiping very implicitly proposed to come to Yi Qing's company post-conversation. The words are very good. The position does not lie in the high and low. Mainly want to go to Yi Qing's company to learn. What supervisor, what minister does not exist? Mainly to learn. Yi Qing in Yinya's face, did not refuse or agree, said that after a period of time their plant opened, can come over. Lu Shiping expressed understanding, and then humbly asked for advice on other issues. After the meal was over, Lu Shiping expressed his thanks to Yi Qing in a friendly manner, and then left with Zhao Jia. Looking at Yinya's showy face, Yi Qing wanted to spill his heart, but was afraid that after he said it, Yinya would leave him without hesitation, so he could only take advantage of the situation and asked, Yinya, this afternoon I brushed the short video and saw a video of a male cheating. That man, behind his girlfriend's back, raising a lover outside. His girlfriend has handed over 3. It's simply impossible for people to look at. The main thing is that the man looks ordinary, and he's penniless. Yi Qing said it in the form of a joke. I also saw this short video you said. It's simply a 3-view explosion. If I were the words of the girl in the video, I wouldn't cry for a second. I would make him regret it for the rest of his life. Yinya said hatefully. Regret for the rest of your life? Yi Qing asked curiously. Yes, I will pretend not to know about this and then live with him like before. And when he lets his guard down, I'll click to scissors down and extinguish his lifeblood, so that he won't be able to be humane for the rest of his life. This will make him regret it for the rest of his life. Listening to Yinya's vicious words, as well as the scissors hand that was gesturing, Yi Qing felt his crotch chilling, and said inwardly in horror, this is too brutal. Yinya stared with a pair of eyes, scrutinizing Yi Qing for a moment, then said warningly, Yi Qing, if you do something wrong to me in the future, I will become even more brutal. I won't use scissors. I'll use a hammer to smash it into a ball of meat paste. A wave of cool air ran directly to Yi Qing's head, his head shaking just like a pendulum clock. His tone was firm. Yinya, don't worry, I swear, I will never hook up with those girls, will only be good to you alone. Yi Qing in the scum of the road farther and farther. He is not hooking up with other women, but cannot help but have other women seduce him. Yinya didn't hear Yi Qing's strings and cautioned. Yi Qing, I believe in you, but your value is so horrible now. You have to guard against those girls coming close to you, and you and I actually came to dinner alone. How unsafe. In the future you go out and remember to bring 2 security guards, so I feel more at ease. After saying that, with a slightly red and shy face, she said again, also, I know you are a physically healthy man, I can give it to you in the future, but the premise is that we have to be engaged, so please insist on insisting again. Yi Qing expressed his understanding. Yinya was originally a conservative girl with a very positive outlook. Besides, a wolf dog that has opened up a meat dish, that can still be a vegetarian. Don't worry, I will definitely endure. Let's go shopping at the mall. Buy something back for uncle and aunt. Yi Qing digressed and took Yinya and started shopping until 22 o'clock at night before sending Yinya to the car and seeing Yinya drive away before Yi Qing went home. The next day, Yi Qing came to the company to find Lu Xinghua, brother Lu, which is the most famous security company in the country. I want to hire the other party to do something. Mr. Yi, the most famous thing in the country is Black Shield. Most of them are people who retired from the army above. Mr. Yi, if you need it, I can contact them. Lu Xinghua said curiously, thinking that the company is not set up inside the security department. Why does Mr. Yi want to find a security company now? Yi Qing patiently explained, I want to hire a few female security watches to protect my girlfriend's safety closely. Hearing that Yi Qing had a girlfriend, Lu Xinghua immediately remembered his niece Zhang Lu. As a person who had been there before, how could Lu Xinghua not know his niece's little mind, which was nothing more than having a crush on Yi Qing's young handsome man, young and golden, and the outside world has been rumored to be under the youngest diamond bachelor. Countless girls in the dream lover. Zhang Lu does not move hard is strange. Now No Yi always have a girlfriend. He must remind his niece, do not fall too deep into, or later sadness hurt God. Chapter 51, People are stupid and have a lot of money. Mr. Yi, I know. How many bodyguards do we need to hire? Lu Xinghua asked in a very upbeat manner. Let's hire 3 first. When Yi Qing finished speaking, the faces of Xiao Yuro, Lu Xia, and Zhang Wenwen came to mind inside his head, and he immediately changed his words. Forget about not hiring 3, hire 9 female bodyguards, and then help me hire 2 male bodyguards to protect me closely. Yi Qing wants to hire boyfriends. There is a deep meaning. To protect his own safety is only one. The most important thing is that there are bodyguards in, can always remind themselves not to make mistakes, and drinking too much. The bodyguards will also send themselves home. Never again will they make the mistake of drunk and disorderly X. What? 9 female bodyguards. Mr. Yi protects your girlfriend. It's not so bad that you need to hire 9. Lu Jinghua reminded in a friendly manner. Yi Qing looked around and said sheepishly, Brother Lu, who said I only have one girlfriend? You must help me keep this a secret. If you spread it out, you know the consequences. When Lu Jinghua heard Yi Qing's words, it was no less than a thunderbolt from a clear sky splitting on his head. When the subordinate is the most taboo is to know too much of the boss's private things. Yi Qing has a few girlfriends once the matter is passed out. No matter if it is not their own pass out. Mr. Yi will definitely think that Lu Jinghua pass out, and his niece is still chasing Yi Qing. This Nima jumping fire pit I know the secret of Mr. Yi. How should I open my mouth to persuade my niece? Yi Qing continued to Lu Jinghua, who had a blurry look on his face. Brother Lu, you go ahead and contact Black Shield. Let's talk when their people arrive. Lu Jinghua walked towards the outside with a heavy heart and then started to contact the people from Black Shield. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Jinghua knocked on the door and came in and said, Mr. Yi, the person in charge of Black Shield is here and is now waiting for you in the conference room. Yi Qing heard this and led Lu Jinghua towards the conference room. After walking into the conference room, Yi Qing saw that Lu Jinghua actually didn't follow him in, but stood outside the door to give himself a look out. Brother Lu, you come in when the time comes you help me out. Lu Jinghua couldn't even dodge when he tried to, and walked in with a stiff upper lip, and started to touch Yi Qing's private matters. Inside the conference room stood a man and a woman. The man's body is tall, tight muscles but the shirt high bulge. National character face, give a person a face with a killing feeling, should have fought in the war. The female's appearance was ordinary, but had a pair of sturdy long legs, giving the illusion of being straight and powerful. Mr. Yi, this is Mr. Goss, the leader of Black Shield's one male group, and this is Miss He Liping, the leader of the female group. This is our company's general manager Yi. Lu Jinghua introduced. Yi Qing shook hands with the other party in turn after hearing this, and spoke in a simple manner. Thank you both for coming. I believe my demand Brother Lu has already spoken to you. I wonder what program you have. It was the first time He Liping had seen such a young employer. But this Mr. Yi is too flamboyant, actually made so many girlfriends, and still willing to spend a lot of money to hire private bodyguards to protect his girlfriends. He shouldn't even say anything about the other party. Is it that people are stupid and have too much money? Mr. Yi, our Black Shield pays the most attention to the host's personal privacy. When the time comes, our Black Shield and you will sign a confidentiality agreement. Dare to say that Mr. Yi needs to protect a few female friends? He Liping was very good at talking. This is not a girlfriend has become a female friend. The gap in between can be described as a world of difference. Ahem, I have 4 female friends that need protection. What's the plan? Yi Qing paid attention to his words and said to the other party that there are 2 programs. One is carry-on 24-hour invisible protection. The second is carry-on protection, in which there is a group of 3, a group of 6, from following the car, listening, tailing. He Liping began to carefully explain to Yi Qing. Yi Qing opened his mouth after listening. I'm a big one to hire invisible protection, and it's a 24-hour kind of thing, so the personnel will be set in a group of 6, then set 3 more, a team of 3, to protect my other 3 friends. After hearing Yi Qing's words, everyone present knew that Yi Qing had 4 women, and one of them, from the gap of the bodyguard, knew that it should be the most loved by Yi Qing. No problem, we Black Shield brand new to serve you, we are billed by the hour. Mr. Yi, you probably need to sign a contract for how long? Yi Qing gestured a finger, and said with a big meal, I'll start with a 1-year contract. If we need it next year, we'll renew the contract. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Gao Si, a man who was not meticulous in his speech, all of them leaked out a trace of shock. This Nima came with a big business. This person in front of him was also too arrogant, opening his mouth on the yearly package, talking like a simple traffic recharge monthly glance. Mr. Yi, have a good cooperation. Later I will print out the contract. The contract is signed. Immediately effective. My people will not let your friends suffer a trace of harm. He Liping said to Yi Qing in a happy mood. The contract will be signed together at that time. I still have a group of people I hired to use to protect me. After hearing Yi Qing's words, Gao Si took the initiative to extend his hand to shake Yi Qing's hand and said in a loud voice, Mr. Yi, don't worry. We will definitely protect your safety in all aspects. The contracts for our male and female groups are signed separately, so please be patient with Mr. Yi for a while. After saying that, the 2 walked to the side and started to liaise. After about 10 minutes, He Liping took out a thick stack of contracts from inside her briefcase and spoke to Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, I have already contacted the headquarters. This is the contract. Please write down the name and address of the person you need to protect. My people will guard your friend's safety 24 hours a day. This is the 1-year fee you need to pay. Yi Qing looked at the contract and said to Zhou Xingguo without blinking his eyes, Brother Lu, inform the finance to pay them the money. After saying that, he picked up a pen and signed his big name with a dragon's flourish. After writing the contracts of the two men in turn, the two from Black Shield said in a very official manner, the contract is officially in effect. From today onwards, Mr. Yi, you are our host. Black Shield will do its best to serve you. This is the contact details of the personnel. They will be on standby for Mr. Yi 24 hours a day. After saying that, the two handed Yi Qing 5 special satellite phones before taking off with their things. Yi Qing looked at the labeled electrics. One group was himself. The second group was Inya, then Xiao Euro, Lu Xie and Jiang Wenwen in that order. It's worth the money spent. It guarantees safety, not to mention that you can also keep track of their whereabouts. Lu Xingguo heard Yi Qing's words. His whole body twitched, spending a few tens of thousands of dollars of sky-high prices, and actually said that it's worth spending. Mr. Ye's brain circuits are too powerful. He himself is not able to catch up with this by clapping his own horse. Chapter 52 Big Brother Gathering. After phrasing it for a long time, Lu Xingguo appropriately delivered a horse's ass. Mr. Yi, your throwing away money for a redhead is also considered a good story in ancient times, and there are very few men in this society now who are as sentimental and righteous as you are. Mr. Yi finished looking at the satellite phone labeled with the number 4. If one remembers correctly, the bodyguard of this phone is responsible for ensuring that Lu Xie this only came one day of the president's assistant. The two were together before then, it was still understandable. If it was the latter who had stirred together a day after joining the company, Lu Xie's segment of this girl was also too high. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Lu Xingguo said 3 horrors in a row in his heart, and intended to turn around and give his niece a good talk about it. Hearing Lu Xingguo's ass that wasn't really an ass, Yi Qing said with a cheerful laugh, ha ha, brother Lu, you're being modest. Low key, just don't spread this out. Lu Xingguo expressed his understanding. If such a defeatist behavior spreads out, the guys will think you are a fool. After Lu Xingguo left, Yi Qing took the satellite phone and returned to the office with a happy face. Lu Xie, the assistant, was considerate enough to send a cup of coffee to Yi Qing and asked curiously, what's so happy? Nothing. The municipal government is going to open a bidding conference. If we can auction this piece of land, it will mean a lot to our company. Yi Qing opened his mouth and babbled. When Lu Xie heard what Yi Qing said about our company, she immediately felt that her payment was worth it. Fortunately, she got rid of Li Bo in time, or else her life would be over. After a passionate first kiss, Lu Xie exhaled like an orchid and said to Yi Qing, dear, you're really great. How come I didn't find this advantage of yours inside the school before? Ha ha, in the past I was a transparent person. It's only strange that you could discover me. Now you know how great I am. Yi Qing said to Lu Xie jokingly, hate it, know that you're awesome, okay? After saying that, she raised her small fist and vigorously punched Yi Qing's chest. Yi Qing grabbed the other wrist, began a match. The battle was unusually fierce. Lu Xie this follow Li Bo learned martial arts rookie. Completely not Yi Qing this 6 waste evening first-class masters of the opponent, but Lu Xie with her own tenacity and Yi Qing fight to the death. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great, and she surrendered in less than a few minutes, her mouth loudly shouting the words of admitting defeat and begging for forgiveness. After completing a match, Yi Qing felt that his intention was very much realized. Perhaps this was the monstrous satisfaction of a master bullying a weakling. The refreshed Yi Qing started to get busy. The western suburbs of the land has been approved, is now going through the process. The municipal government of Yi Qing, this technology company, can be described as a high degree of concern. Compared to the city of Su, have run over to grab people. In this GPD is the king of the times. Magic City next door to the city of Su has begun to covet Yi Qing this sudden rise of the company. 3D naked eye technology, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars of technology, once come to the city of Suzhou. Then, immediately an Ali can dominate. An internet, a high-tech, simply perfect. This is not the devil saw the next door neighbor in robbing people. Immediately opened the green light. Numbly the land to Yi Qing approved down. Is now going through the process quickly. About a day later, the western suburbs of a few hundred acres of land belongs to Yi Qing completely. Time is so full. Yi Qing has nothing to do, off work and Enya shopping. When he was in an irritable mood, he went to find Lu Xie or Jiang Wenwen for a martial arts match, to try to see if their kung fu had grown. Day so simple and unadorned came to Friday. The day of the bidding conference began. The Magic City Conference Hotel, in today's quite full of countless luxury cars. One by one, people who looked imposing, walked down from the expensive luxury cars with the people under their hands, and walked towards the inside. Yi Qing was also one of them, followed by the pure and beautiful Lu Xie on his left hand. followed by Lu Jinghua on his right, followed by several subordinates behind him. His young face, soaring demeanor, and self-confidence made Yi Qing stand out amongst the crowd. Lu Xia had a happy face as she followed Yi Qing's side, looking at the old bosses who were worth millions of dollars coming and going by her side. Her heart was full of complacency. Humph. Lu Xia toward also all set foot in high society. Thought here. Eyes imploring to look at Yi Qing, small hand gently touching their own stomach, thinking when can I conceive Yi Qing's child is good, by then they will be able to turn smoothly. Yi Qing didn't know what was in Lu Xia's mind, and led the people to the large conference room, looking at the banners pulled above, and the signatures on the main leader's speech position. He knew that this time the commotion was absolutely huge, and all the heroes of Magic City would basically come together. Mr. Yi, our company is arranged in the front row. In the first row, it can be seen that the above quite attaches great importance to us, Lu Jinghua whispered to Yi Qing. Yi Qing nodded his head and came to sit in the front row under the leadership of the staff. The others sat behind Yi Qing in turn. Yi Qing looked at the left position labeled Hatai, the right side of the Hung Tai, not far away from the Baigui. The major superior real estate companies basically came complete. The heart cursed. Crap, these listed companies actually came. It seems that this piece of land in Pudong are very important. Comparison with the magic has begun to develop in the eastern suburbs. Now the land inside the city is getting less and less. Thinking about this, Yi Qing heart has prepared to hemorrhage. Across a position Hong Tu nodded at Yi Qing, looked at the sign company on Yi Qing's position, and then said heartily, "Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Guan Peng from Hung Tai. Nice to meet you." The sudden chit-chat pulled Yi Qing back to reality. "Hello, Mr. Guan," Yi Qing said politely. Seeing Yi Qing talking back, Guan Peng started chatting with Yi Qing, very enthusiastically giving Yi Qing the information about what the plot ratio would be after the completion of this piece of land, and what the payout rate would be for the demolition of the squatters. Yi Qing, who already knew this news, pretended not to know, and said with a warm face that Mr. Guan was polite and so on. The two chatted and chatted. The left and right sides of the Hatai and Biji also came, began to look like a party, lively chatting up, chatting to the rise. Hatai Xiang Zhilong asked curiously, "Mr. Yi, your company is in high technology, is it involved in real estate now?" In fact, a few people are very curious about the significance of Yi Qing to bid. Pudong's land prices inch by inch, is to build a science and technology building cannot use dozens of hundreds of acres of land. So to Zhilong so asked, so are curious to look at Yi Qing, want to know in front of this rich and powerful Yi bid to buy this piece of land in the significance of. Chapter 53, all out of the way. I'm going to start blowing awesome. Yi Qing smiled faintly and said with bravado, "This is not ready to build a own office building, supporting the laboratory, scientific research department. The rest of the land is intended to build a few residences, to be used for their employees to live in the future. Sort of a benefit for the employees." Yi Qing's bold words moved the employees sitting in the back row, with a look of following the right person. Looking at Yi Qing's handsome back of the head were filled with admiration. As for the other bosses, some of them looked at Yi Qing with a speechless face. Some looked at Yi Qing with a face of admiration. Mr. Yi is so atmospheric that he can spend a huge amount of money to create welfare housing for his employees in the Pudong district. This is simply unthinkable. In the whole country and such. Mr. Yi, you are one of the few. Listening to these admiring voices, Yi Qing said that it was just a drizzle. After the news of 3D technology started to be deposited, he would throw out the graphene technology, believing that this pair of king bombs could cause a worldwide sensation. As for not throwing out the technology of graphene now, that should not be as extraordinary as the performance. 3D technology has already caused such a big stir, causing the country's attention. If immediately throw out graphene again, Yi Qing can guarantee that the Chinese Academy of Sciences will immediately come to the door. The worst thing is to be sliced and diced for research. The best thing is to be fed by the state and start a miserable research career. Technology all depends on the system of infusion of Yi Qing. In fact, is a water. Really want to find the Chinese Academy of Sciences to the door. That would be the end of the world. So plan graphene things to slow down again. After a short chat, the bidding conference began. A middle-aged man in a suit with glasses walked onto the stage and introduced himself bluntly. "Thank you all for coming to this bidding conference. The purpose of this bidding conference must be clear in everyone's mind. With the passage of time and the development of science and technology, Mordor is just like a pearl of hot summer, illuminating the whole world. With the international convergence and the synchronization of the world, the historical problems left behind by Mordor are already imminent and need to be solved. Pudong's geographical location. I won't talk about it. Now let's talk about the solution to the shantytowns. The shantytown covers an area of 61 acres, of which the old residents are at 11,300. Most of them live inside silos. The silo is a building from the 1960s. The equipment inside is aging, and the sewage is suffering. The middle-aged man spoke in detail about the silos, then shut up and didn't speak. The topic was taken over by another obese middle-aged man. Should be the characters of the city construction department, began to say some of the work carried out afterwards is nothing more than to call the big brother here to give the residents living in the silo to give a very good match of compensation, and do not use force to demolish and so on the idea of matters. The big brother here are all human savvy. Immediately heard the other side of the implication. Want to get this piece of land, must give a perfect bid. Evergreen Technology prepared a bid. Yi Qing has already seen. I believe that the conditions he opened, the big brother here simply cannot keep up. After all the leaders of the Magic City made their speeches, he signaled to Lu Zhenghua in the back row, and the latter immediately got up and walked towards the 10 million, ready to put in his bid. Lu Zhenghua got up like a catfish effect in general, led to large and small vice president, assistant within the role of forward to go. After the bidding, waiting for the opening of the bidding, a line of people worth millions of people gathered together, cannot be so scattered, spontaneously held a small salon. Yi Qing was among the invitees. The bigwigs came to the famous Bulgari Hotel in Mordor, got together for a meal, and contacted each other for a bit of affection. Basically all of them are engaged in real estate starting price. Only Yi Qing, this layman, seems out of place, listening to the spin-off, combination and so on. Feel headache. This does not have the idea of transformation. Guan Peng noticed Yi Qing's expression, said with a smile, "Gentlemen, we all sell hard work. Let Mr. Yi display high-tech to us popularize the knowledge about the future of high-tech." Hantai could be considered as the leading boss amongst many real estate. As soon as Guan Peng opened his mouth, someone inside chimed in. "Yes, let Mr. Yi open my eyes. Mr. Yi is young and promising, definitely better than Double Horse. They are the ones who play with the internet. What I admire most is still a character like you, Yi Qing, who plays with high technology. 3D naked eye. This kind of metaphysical things are made by Mr. Yi alone. It's just like Zhao Zilong 7 in 7 out, hanging all the world's large-scale research institutes, listening to all the real estate developer bigwigs bragging. Yi Qing said, "I'll get out of the way. Let me put on a big X-wave." In a low key, he said, "Then I'll just talk casually. All of you are being taken seriously. The cake of the internet is only so big, and now it's basically all divided up. And if you want to step in, you have to have epic-making products. So I don't know much about things on the internet, but a lot of things are related to people's livelihood. As small as light bulbs, as big as moving cars and airplanes. These are indispensable things. So the main focus of my research is on products that are closely related to people's livelihood. Graphene, this epic-making product." Yi Qing took the memories instilled by the system inside his brain and once again took it out to pretend to be half a child. Yi Qing looked at all the real estate bigwigs dumbfounded look. Inner smile, gently sip the teacup and drink a mouthful of water, quietly waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses. Worth millions? Millions are not little cute. Not to mention the leading real estate Gem and Guan Peng in, all sucked in a breath of cool air looking at Yi Qing. Too damn scary. This is called graphene technology research out. This must be damn earn how much money then build hundreds, thousands of buildings still earn more. Mr. Yi, great talent. This kind of technology to benefit the people and strengthen the country once the world. That is really will shock the whole country. Maybe will also be Ruo Bayer Mention Award. I don't know that Mr. Yi, your research funds are lacking. Hantai intends to make a good cooperation with Mr. Yi. Everything is based on you. Guan Peng Heart excitedly said to Yi Qing. Guan Peng's words are well understood, meaning that I put up the money, you put up the brains, and then when the graphene technology matures, then give Guan Peng a share of the profits. So this sentence immediately caused a sensation in the room. This Nima, mouth a pull to such a strong partner. Why do not they have Yi Qing, that smart brain? They are full of expectation to Yi Qing, said Chatter Up. The big goods are a meaning. On the ride on Yi Qing, this head of the giant ship, take them to pretend X, take them to wave. After all, graphene, this thing is too ahead of its time. As long as you can research a little bit of results, inside there are countless people waving money to find Yi Qing. Chapter 54, The Land by the Mouth to Fooled. Yi Qing looked at his own dry goods, attracted the attention of so people, very calm said, "Gentlemen, all calm and cool. Graphene research funds, I've been very sufficient. When I do not have enough money, in looking for your big brother to negotiate cooperation." Looking at Yi Qing, who did not take over even if he sent money. All of you can only temporarily extinguish the idea of going on Yi Qing's worship. As a result, just after extinguishing this idea, Yi Qing leisurely opened his mouth again and blew up. Awesome. Graphene is in the research stage, so let's put this aside for now. Do you guys understand plasma technology? A group of laymen all shook their heads neatly, while Guan Peng, whose research aspect was obviously broader, asked curiously. Mr. Yi, by plasma technology, you mean renewable energy? Isn't this just a finished product? The batteries used in the electric cars on the market now are lithium battery technology. Yi Qing said approvingly. Mr. Guan, you're right. It's well known that battery technology has an Achilles heel. That's the bifurcation of the two levels. Over time, a mark shaped like a bolt of lightning will appear on the battery, known as the Spear of Zeus. All the research institutes in the world, research programs are how to solve this deadly lightning. Once the attack on this deadly lightning, then all the world's energy situation will be rewritten. We Yanxia no longer need to be subjected to foreign pincers. And plasma technology is a breakthrough I found. Plasma technology is not a battery pack in the traditional sense, but a liquid fluidity battery, which immediately contains concentrated plasma, used to release a smooth voltage. Yi Qing was talking with a dry mouth. A sheer developer saw this and immediately served a cup of hot tea and handed it to Yi Qing. Yi Qing said a thank you before continuing to blow awesome. A small child. Yi Qing finished blowing awesome, looked at the time, it was already 14 o'clock exactly, regretfully said, everyone, today's topic will be talked about here. Delayed everyone too much time. Would have liked to talk to you about 3D printing? Minimally invasive technology, but time waits for no one. Delayed everyone too much time. Sorry. Yi Qing said to the crowd in front of him with a sincere tone and a satisfied heart. The crowd that was listening to such as intoxicated, then came back to their senses and looked at Yi Qing with the look of a godly man. Was this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? His brain inside the ideas and experimental direction from where to come. Their own if his head half smart. No, 1/10 of the smart. Has long been changed to play technology to go. Real estate still do a hairline. Guanping took the lead to stand up and said to Yi Qing, listening to Mr. Yi, your words, better than reading 10 years of books. Open your eyes today. I'll organize a party tonight. Let's have a good chat. Yi Qing saw the other party's sincere attitude, nodded to indicate that there was no problem, and then once again satisfied with the crowd said sorry, and then left the room, ready to take people to the bidding site to see if they won the bid. And Bulgari decoration gorgeous box. Guanping looked at the front of a dozen developers. After wording some said, gentlemen, I'm sure you all have your own plans in mind, so Guan, will make it short. Mr. Yes, technology has a wide range of aspects. A single 3D technology that has been introduced has earned a pot full of money, and this technology is conservatively estimated to be a few $100 million. If the operation is good, on $1 billion are not a matter of course. Now we want to intervene in, or no way. We can't interfere with 3D technology, but we can interfere with graphene technology. You all know how terrifying this technology is. Once it's researched, the value is to fish for gold inside the sea of gold. So I'm going to talk to everyone. Yanxia has only been preaching about courtesy since ancient times. Mr. Yi and we have no reason why we should be allowed to join. So I propose to give Mr. Yi a gift. Isn't Mr. Yi planning to build his own technology building? Let's give out this piece of land as a big group. No matter who wins the bid, we will give it to Mr. Yi. How much is the total value of the land? We will share it equally together. Mrs. Hung, will give out the big head. Gentlemen, what do you think? Guanpeng's words aroused the contemplation of everyone present. The bold ones were ready to take a shot. The timid ones were afraid that Yi Qing was speculating on sentiments just like Dama, and were ready to look for familiar people to ask. Guanpeng also understood each other's thoughts and said that he could give all of you 10 minutes to discuss. In this way, what Yi Qing said during the meeting began to be passed on through these developers. Dama, who was not in Hang City, received a call from his best friend. With an alien face on top he curiously asked, it's rare for Mr. Xiang to call me. Xiang Zhilong was originally a large local developer in Magic City, and Dama usually had a good relationship. This was not after hearing Guanpeng's suggestion. He immediately walked to an unoccupied location to call Dama. Brother Ma, today I came to attend a bidding meeting and ran into Yi Qing, the Yi Qing of evergreen technology. During the meeting, he said a lot of words about high technology. I have no bottom in my heart. I intend to ask you, is this feasible? Within a few minutes, Xiang Zhilong repeated all of what Yi Qing said, and then raised Guanpeng's suggestion and asked, Brother Ma, do you think this is feasible? On the other end of the phone, Dama, who was sitting in Ali, was silent. In his heart, he quickly thought, the outside world was rumored to have grown an alien's face, but he didn't expect that there was now an even more ruthless Yi Qing, who actually grew an alien's brain. How in the world did his brain grow to be so genius? After about a minute of silence, Dama whispered, Zhilong, this is something that I think is feasible. The land in Pudong is not something that can be bought just by giving money for it. Your chances of winning the bid are equal to the others. So why don't you just listen to Guanpeng, and give up on this piece of land? And Guanpeng can do real estate leading boss position. can be said to not see the rabbit does not spread the eagle of the Lord. This thing you follow him to do it, around cannot spend a lot of money. When the sale of Yi Qing a face, the future of the road to walk with a little flat. Isn't there a party at night? You bring me along. There are too many ideas inside my head that I want to collide with this genius Yi Qing. Hearing Dama's words, Xiang Zhilong felt that this was a sure thing, and after hanging up, he expressed his support for Guan Peng's proposal. Real estate tycoons here, large and small, do not understand high technology, but cannot help others know more friends they do not understand. There is always someone who understands. Therefore, Yi Qing's words of bragging today have unknowingly spread to the ears of all the upper echelon figures in Yanxia who are engaged in science and technology. With the epic-making product of 3D technology, basically they all believed that Yi Qing wasn't painting a big cake, blowing awesome, and that there was really a breakthrough in this area. Before he would say such awesome and lightning words. Chapter 55, What's going on here? 10 minutes later, the big men present had finished their discussion and nodded at Guan Peng, signaling that they were willing to join the proposal. Guan Peng on these people attitude is very satisfied. This plan only rely on their own family cannot be completed. Their own Evergrande is very large, but cannot completely guarantee that this time they can win the bid, so had to put forward this proposal. After all, in the seat of the developers, have their own means. Snake has a snake road. Rat has a rat road. These people basically have their own network of relationships. Otherwise they will not be mixed to hundreds of millions of dollars. Alright, since the guys have decided, let's go to the site. After saying that, he got up and walked outside. At 15 o'clock in the afternoon, large and small developers basically returned to the conference hotel between, waiting quietly for the opening of the bid. After all, the government our legacy is quite important. The opening of the bid will not want to be like before. Will experience a long wait. Between the speech of the eyes of the man once again walked up to the podium, ready to speak speech. Guan Peng a smiling face stood up, to the stage of the leader full of apologies said, Huang Bureau you good. This bidding conference, Hong Tu quit. The man with glasses named Huang Bureaus was dumbfounded by Guan Peng's sudden statement, how to quit properly, and it wasn't you, Hong Tai, who won the bidding this time. Could it be that Hong Tai knew in advance? So he used this method to save his face as the leading real estate boss, not waiting for Huang to think about it. The large and prestigious developers on the stage all spoke in turn, claiming to have withdrawn from the bidding. After all, if you follow Guan Peng's words, you'll be right. The people in the audience were dumbfounded by this sudden change. What's going on? So these developers have withdrawn from this tender. Is it because they heard some rumors, so they withdrew from this tender? Yi Qing was also dumbfounded, curiously looking at a bland smile that was filled with a bewildering smile. Looking at Yi Qing felt inexplicable. Lu Zhenghua, who was sitting behind Yi Qing, said excitedly, Mr. Yi, each of these developers are stronger than the other. They actually all withdrew from this bidding conference. Our chances of winning the bid can be considered as 100%. Yi Qing, who couldn't understand the mentality of the crowd, felt that there must be a demon when things go wrong. These big brothers all quit. Could it be because there is some problem with this piece of land? Or else they didn't demolish it early. They didn't demolish it late, and now they are ready to demolish it. These real estate big brothers actually all quit. Yi Qing, after some quick thinking, ready to also withdraw from this bidding. After all, the Magic City has too much land. Really can't if they go to buy a building. There is no need to die here. Sitting beside Yi Qing, Xiang Zhilong, always paying attention to Yi Qing's right hand. After seeing Yi Qing's right hand had the action of lifting up and preparing to speak, he immediately whispered, Mr. Yi, you must not give up this bid at this time. We are withdrawing this time in order to bar this piece of land to you. Mr. Yi, just now during the meeting, listening to your words, all of us big old men were deeply impressed by your erudition. Mr. Yi, so the guys plan to withdraw from this bidding conference, especially to give up this piece of land. When Yi Qing heard this from Xiang Zhilong, his entire body was stunned. It was truly stunned. This Nima, these people wouldn't have withdrawn from this bidding conference because of the awesome words they blew up in the gallery, but out of the graphene technology, everything else is blowing awesome. Important thing to say 3 times. I am blowing powerful, blowing powerful, blowing powerful. The result is that you all believe, but also united together to withdraw from this bidding conference. This Nima is not trying to build a line for the future. Thinking of this, Yi Qing does not know whether he should cry or be happy. For nothing the various plans on his tender as well as the generous compensation. In fact, this is the time of the big brother. Before our English teacher of the big horse is relying on a mouth, successfully fooled those investors, successfully let Ali listed. It was evident how important it was to have a mouth that could talk. Mr. Xiang, why do you guys have to mumble? Anyway, the favor of this matter. Yi Qing remembered. Thank you all for your love. Let's get together tonight. Yi Qing very enthusiastically said thankfully to the group of bigwigs sitting in the front row. The bigwigs were all quite happy in their hearts when they saw this enthusiastic thanks from Yi Qing. It was the first time that the leadership team of Magic City had encountered this kind of thing, and their hearts were curious as to why they had actually all withdrawn together this time. Standing on the stage, Bureau Huang looked at the leader sitting on the side. After seeing the other side nodded, continued to speak and said, "The results of this bidding conference has come out. The winning bidder is Evergreen Technology Limited. In the bid, we see the many friendly programs of Evergreen Technology." Bureau Huang delivered a 5-minute speech, then enthusiastically said, "Thanks to Evergreen Technology's great contribution to our city, as well as all of you for coming, I declare this bidding conference a perfect curtain call." After saying that, he nodded at Yi Qing and then walked off. The people watching the scene, seeing this bidding conference wrapped up so quickly, could only rustle and get up to leave the scene. Yi Qing, on the other hand, was enthusiastically chatting with the bigwigs in the front row. A work employee walked over to Yi Qing's side and whispered, "Mr. Yi, please move to the lounge later. Our whole bureau would like to talk to you alone." Yi Qing listened and nodded, saying an apology to the crowd before walking towards the lounge under the leadership of the staff. Arriving at the lounge, the leadership team of Magic City that was engaged in urban construction basically came complete. The crowd expressed many opinions and questions about the shantytowns in Pudong. Yi Qing answered the questions of the crowd one by one and said that in the future, the company's headquarters would be set up in the Pudong district and would never move out. The smiles on the faces of the leaders of the crowd never stopped. After the friendly negotiation, Yi Qing declined the invitation to the dinner party, claiming that he wanted to learn from many real estate seniors tonight, and then proposed to take his leave. Seeing that Yi Qing really had something to do in the evening, the crowd sent Yi Qing off with regret and then went about their own business. "Mr. Yi, how are things talking?" Yi Qing walked out the door and looked at Lu Xia, whose eyes were on the verge of overflowing with tears, asking to himself, "The specific guidelines have been discussed. Now go back to the company first." Yi Qing smiled and said before leading his people towards the parking lot. After an hour's drive, Yi Qing returned to the company and briefly talked to the people about the future planning, and requested that the demolition of the shanties be put on the agenda as soon as possible, and that money should be given. In any case, no violent means should be used, and that everything was negotiable. The employees of the company raised their hands and expressed their opinions, as well as the construction of the new company in the future. Chapter 56, Huang Yuding, who was ready to wield a hoe. After the meeting was over, Yi Qing returned to the office after explaining things pretty much. Lu Xia, the virtuous assistant, immediately sent a kiss, daintily said, "My dear, you are marvelous. The company building belonging to us is about to start construction. I can't wait to watch the day this building is completed." The perfume smell that exhaled like an orchid drilled into Yi Qing's nose one by one, and her small hand rubbed Yi Qing's palm vigorously. It made Yi Qing's heart go wild. Both hands vigorously pushed Lu Xia on the sofa and angrily scolded, "Bold demon, how dare you spoil my Taoism? Let's see if I don't act on behalf of heaven today and subdue you, demon." After saying this, he struck Lu Xia, the little demon, with a surplus serving demon power. At once, Lu Xia, the little goblin, cried out and claimed that she would never dare to mess with Great Master Yezdao in the future. After more than an hour, Yi Qing, who had exhausted himself by subduing the demon and removing the demon, lay on the sofa smoking a cigarette to slow down his energy. As for the little demon Lu Xia, who didn't subdue it, she said with a peach blossom face daintily, "Yi Qing, the demolition and relocation of the squatters in Pudong district, who are you going to give it to?" Yi Qing, who was smoking an afterthought cigarette, heard Lu Xia ask this question and highlighted a mouthful of white smoke and said, "Why, you have an idea." Without saying a word, Lu Xia stretched out her arm like a turquoise lotus root, grabbed towards the bananas on the table, took a banana, her thin lips opened and gently took a bite, then only full of temptation said, "This banana is so delicious. My form used to be engaged in construction. I think my cousin is my family. That is, your family, anyway, are going to outsource out of the matter. Why don't you let my form do it, so that he can still earn some money?" A cigarette has not yet finished Yi Qing, looking at the other side of this full of ambiguous action, the whole person internal force cloth all over the body. A move of Shaolin dragon grasping hand toward Lu Xia this little goblin grabbed. His mouth said loudly, "Demon, don't try to show off your tongue. Beat me before you say anything." The battle that had calmed down for less than 5 minutes started again. In order to take the project for their own form, Lu Xia fought hard and Yi Qing vowed to press Yi Qing to the ground friction. But the difference between the two is too big. Then last time more than 5 minutes to lose. Just when Yi Qing was subduing the goblins for the youth at large. Inside the Iron Man boxing gym, countless males who exuded thick hormones looked at Huang Yuding, who walked through the door with a drooling look. Since the last time to find their girlfriend's mouth called Yi Qing's name, Huang Yuding, this hard eyes fine with the ability to thread the needle of the woman, swore in her heart. Must be revenge. After many inquiries, important to know the Inu workplace, this is not immediately came to the door. Front desk Xiaomei. Looking at the beauty of the woman in front of the world, the heart rose a strong sense of inferiority. If they can have the girl in front of the general beautiful on the good, like a lark general voice in the ears of the small beauty ringing. Hello, I would like to come here to apply for a fitness card. What is your annual fee here? Huang Yuding asked to Xiaomei. Hearing the question from the woman in front of her, Xiaomei gathered her envious mind and said seriously, we have many kinds of fitness here. There's yoga, slimming, aerobics. Xiaomei seriously introduced it to Huang Yuding. After hearing this, Huang Yuding said that she wanted to go to the site to have a look before deciding which sport she would choose. Xiaomei sniffed and led Huang Yuding towards the inside of the boxing gym. Looking at the boxing ring, muscles are more developed than a strong man. Huang Yuding, this lily, almost could not help but spit out. Too disgusting. Skimming her face, she looked to the side, then quickly walked through the ring area and headed inside. After visiting a few women's sports halls, Huang Yuding met Yi Qing's girlfriend in judo, pointing at Enya, who was dressed in all white, and asked, this is judo, right? I'll learn this. In the future I can exercise my flexibility and prevent myself from getting hurt. Open a membership first. Xiaomei said happily when she heard the other party make up her mind so quickly. This lady, you have a good eye. Our judo head coach is Enya. She used to be the city's overall women's judo champion, an expert inside judo. I'll ask her to come out and talk to you now. Xiaomei finished waving her hand at Enya, who was teaching inside. The latter walked out of the judo department, looked at Xiaomei and the girl, who was too pretty to be true, and said curiously, it's you. I can't believe we're here. Huang Yuding pretended to be surprised and said, yeah, it's really fate. Originally I wanted to work out. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really too coincidental. Seeing that Enya actually knew each other, Xiaomei asked dumbfounded, Enya, you guys know each other? Well, she's one of Yi Qing's friends. Together I've met before. Xiaomei let out an O sound, looking at Enya's showy face, then looking at Huang Yuding, who was like a moon goddess. Her heart began to worry deeply about her good sister. Enya could see what was on Xiaomei's mind, smiled and said, Xiaomei, it's fine here. You first take Miss Huang to check in, and after you get your practice clothes, you can attend class. Hearing Enya say this, Xiaomei also knew that this was not the place to talk, and took Huang Yuding to the front desk to check in. Huang Yuding smiled, and after saying that she would see you later, she followed Xiaomei to check in. Inside the judo department, two women with short hair and athletic bodies, seeing the scene outside, nodded to each other, then looked at the confident Enya walking back. A kind of one asked curiously, Instructor Een, who is the girl outside? It's actually so beautiful. Enya smiled and said with a face full of happiness, she's a friend of my boyfriend. It's fine now. Keep in touch. The woman who asked the question nodded her head and did not say anything more, began to follow Enya movements to practice. In fact, inwardly thinking, Een, coach's boyfriend, is not to put down his girlfriend's right. With Coach Yin's hands, one or two men can't get in, but as a private bodyguard, this kind of curious thing, heart think on the line, will never say out. About 10 minutes or so later, Huang Yuding, who was wearing a clean white practice outfit, appeared in front of Enya and said with a smile, Instructor Een, I'll trouble you more in the future. It's fine, you've just come into contact with judo. There's a lot of knowledge you don't understand. I'll teach you individually. After saying that, Enya dutifully began to teach Huang Yuding, the female lesbian who was hiding her evil heart. A lesson soon finished teaching. A sweaty Huang Yuding, appropriate leakage of their fangs, thankfully said, Enya, thank you, let you trouble and effort. Tonight I invite you to dinner. Steam sauna it. Chapter 57, A Gathering of Good Men. Enya obviously didn't know Huang Yuding's good intentions, and said unconcernedly, it's fine, this is originally my duty, and your body's resilience is very good, so you'll be able to get the hang of it soon. Yes, my grandpa and Yi Qing are old friends, and now that I casually found a boxing gym, I actually met you. The fate of this kind of encounter deserves a good celebration. If you're not sure, call Yi Qing along, Huang Yuding said with a genuine face. Enya Ben looked at Huang Yuding's soft face filled with expectation, and couldn't bear to refuse. Alright, I'll ask Yi Qing later to see if he has time. After hearing Enya's promise, Huang Yuding's entire body was refreshed. Her eyes left no trace of glancing at Enya's exquisite figure before walking towards the dressing room. Enya, on the other hand, returned to her resting place and took out her phone to start contacting Yi Qing. It also allowed Lu Xia, who was competing with Yi Qing, to gain precious time. Looking at Enya's incoming call, Yi Qing all but stiffened up, stopped his big moves, walked to the side and started talking to Enya in a low voice. After learning that Yi Qing had something to do tonight, Enya could only go out and get together with Huang Yuding alone. After all, in the previous call, Yi Qing also expressed that there was no problem. After all, Huang Yuting's Huang Lao's granddaughter. There were many benefits for one's girlfriend to be able to have more contact with people like Huang Yuting. Unbeknownst to him, these few words of Yi Qing had pushed Enya personally to the side of Huang Yuting's lesbian, kicking off the love-hate relationship between the two in the future. Inside the Iron Man boxing hall, Xiaomei saw his good friend and Huang Yuting laughing and joking all the way out. The whole person is stunned. His heart is worried to death. Enya actually nerves so big. Actually and this potential enemy stirred together. This is not nothing to find trouble. Frantically launched a text message to Enya on her cell phone. Enya confidently replied back with a nothing. Then drove into the driveway, followed by Huang Yuting's car, and started to go to the gathering. The person who was close and secretly protecting Enya immediately followed him when he saw this. As for Yi Qing's side, he also started to clean up the battlefield, tidying up his outfit, then took out a clementine and lightly pinched it vigorously, and the orange water turned into a mist and sprayed on Yi Qing's body. The flavor of the green tangerine was already strong, and instantly covered up the faint womanly fragrance on Yi Qing's body. This was the method Yi Qing had looked up on the internet, and every time he finished a martial arts match with Lu Xia, he would operate like this. Raising his hand and sniffing his armpit asked, "Low body said, perfect. Xia, I'm leaving. There is an important party tonight. The demolition of the shantytown you find Zhonglu." Everything was as usual, but Lu Xia, whose face was full of redness, leaked out a crescent moon-like smile when she heard Yi Qing's words. "Well, I'll ask my cousin to come tomorrow. You drink less alcohol outside. The body is important." Lu Xia's words, in fact, was a euphemism to remind Yi Qing not to drink too much. Drunkenness messes up X. Xiao Euro is the previous warning. Have to guard against She didn't want Yi Qing to go out for a trip and come home with another woman. That would be devastating. "Don't worry, I know in my heart." After Yi Qing finished speaking, he went out. Sitting in the elegance, the driver drove Yi Qing towards a private restaurant in Hangzhou, Magic City. Inside the Tan family cuisine, Yi Qing walked into the private room that Guanpeng had booked under the guidance of the waiter. When he entered, he saw that the inside of the large box was filled with people and many strangers appeared. Yi Qing stared at an alien-looking Dama, his heart filled with curiosity. Dama is not engaged in the internet? How can he get involved with these real estate bigwigs? Looking at Yi Qing's surprised expression, as the host Xiang Zhilong stood up and said, "Mr. Yi, please take a seat. Dama is my friend. He came to Mordor today to do some business, and specially came to meet you." Being a human savant, Dama also stood up and said, "Ha ha, Mr. Yi, I've been a godly friend to you for a long time, and today I heard about this party, and specially came to see you. We'll have to have a good chat later." Big horse, this person is really not bad. After all, Yi Qing also borrowed this horse's father's money to use in the past, so after seeing Dama, he immediately leaked out a sincere smile, passionately shook hands with Dama, and said with true feelings, "Brother Dama, please have a seat. I've been a true friend of God to you for a long time. In the past, when I hadn't even started a family yet, I still often borrowed your money to get by." The crowd basically knew about Yi Qing's history of making a fortune, and they all praised Yi for his youthfulness and being the most powerful youth of the current generation. Dama was also shocked by this enthusiasm of Yi Qing, reached out and shook Yi Qing's hand forcefully, opened his mouth and explained, "Mr. Yi, being able to borrow your money to get by is no wonder. It's the most gratifying thing in my life. Let's see who dares to say that I'm encouraging young people to overspend." After saying that, he continued to introduce the IT people to Yi Qing. "Mr. Yi, this is Lei Jun. This is Chen Yen, Wang Wei." Dama detailed introduction of 7 or 8 for the famous internet boss. Each introduced a Yi Qing pair will shake hands with each other. A modest back appearance. And Yi Qing also showed a very modest, as the saying goes, the sedan chair is carried by all. He or she in front of the ordinary people to pretend to be high and cold is okay, but the value of these old bosses is not lower than their own. Pretend to be high and cold is counterproductive. Standing on the side of the Guanpeng, hate with itchy teeth looking at the big horse, egg, this party is their own up. How the big horse here is like his organization kind, and to Zhilong is a stupid fork. You actually put so articulate big horse shouted to the future competitors more. Think here, Guanpeng would like to give to Zhilong this stupid fork 2 slaps, pit bastard. Seeing that the people have been introduced, Guanpeng this time the organization of the party intends to the big horse that is speaking. People have come, let's all take our seats together, let's chat while eating. Then the afternoon martial arts Yi Qing, has long been hungry, agreed to say, all eat while chatting it. The large round table that could sit 23 people was filled with people. Yi Qing sat Dama on his left hand, and Guanpeng on his right hand. This treatment, there were not many people in the entire Yanxia who could enjoy it. Dama was originally a Jin Yong fan. After seeing people were seated, he opened his mouth and said, In ancient times, there were boiled wine discussing heroes. Today there is a group gathering of our heroes. It is worthwhile to have a good time. How come there is no wine at this time? I am pleased to bring a bottle of Shaoxing yellow wine too. Today we will not get drunk. After saying that, he spoke to the waiter standing at the door and told them to bring it in. Then Yi Qing saw two strong men carrying a bottle of wine in. Did not see wrong, is carried in. A bottle of wine can hold 30 pounds of wine cans. Just like this was carried into the box. Wine cans above there is still yellow soil. Seals, a just dug out of the old cellar look, appeared in front of the crowd. Chapter 58 Going out is a matter of fooling around. Yi Qing looked at the altar of old wine, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This Nima al altar of old wine to drink. The table is conservatively estimated to fall down half of the people. Dama continued to introduce to Shaoxing's yellow wine is famous all over the country. This wine has a low degree. Everyone can drink it freely. Come and fill it up for all of you. Along with the big horse's words and fall, sealed wine altar was opened, a thick wine aroma in the room inside the diffusion of the room, in which there is a knowledge of wine, love of wine, smelling this thick wine aroma, said with emotion, the wine aroma is strong and does not dissipate. The wine fountain such as pull flowers, good wine, not bad. I think this wine has at least 50 years of history. It's a rare and good product. I didn't think that you, Mr. Ma, are actually a person who loves wine so much. Yi Qing used to be a life of drinking erguotu. He literally knew nothing about wine. This was also his weak point. He did not have the time at the table, Big Brother's time, to precipitate the heritage, only to keep his mouth shut and not say anything, quietly watching the other party pretending to be a good person. Dama obviously enjoy these people's bragging. An alien face is almost smiling out of the folds, said modestly, since ancient times, the great and the good get together. Wine is an indispensable part. Come on, let's drink this cup together. There was an indescribable boldness in his skinny body, like the scenes of martial arts novels where the green warriors get together. Guanpeng stifled his head and drank from the cup, a bitter feeling in his heart. This Nima, their own organization of a party, originally intended to properly also Yi Qing exchanges. But this big horse came. How this party changed the taste of the mumble. Yen Xia was originally the table culture. After a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere on the table lively. Some people talk about their own land. Some people talk about the changes on the internet, relying on a mouth to build up Ali's big horse. That mouth did not stop. No matter what the topic, he can pick up the words. From this aspect can be seen in the big horse's knowledge reserve is how powerful. Pei Gong danced with his sword. Drunken Dama raised his cup to Yi Qing and said, Mr. Yi, I heard through the grapevine that you are already working on graphene. Mr. Yi, shedding your shares in 3D technology is also for this research. Can you tell me what whimsical ideas you have? Mr. Yi, after all, I'm still obsessed with scientific research, so I'll be bold enough to take lessons from you. Mr. Yi, as soon as Dama opened his mouth, all the bigwigs here looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing muffled the yellow wine in his cup in one gulp and began the journey of pretending. Mr. Ma, scientific research is actually similar to imagination, constructing the idea for the first time and then doing it to implement it. After all, taking the first step is the key. Everyone's success is not by chance. How can you succeed without experiencing failure? Graphene research? Let's not talk about it. Recently I have an idea. How can people experience the attractions around the globe without leaving home? Alright, turning a distance of 10,000 miles into an instant. Then I thought of it. That's 3D virtual technology. More profound research inside the existing 3D naked eye technology. Research the remote sensing neural contactor. Wearing the remote sensing contactor will allow people to travel the world inside the network. Beaches, seafood, surfing, all can be made real. Yi Qing started to pretend. The bigwigs in the audience held their wine glasses and watched with stunned faces as Yi Qing pretended. After 10 minutes of talking, Yi Qing closed his mouth for fear that he would not be able to close the show if he blew it off like this. The bigwigs here looked at Yi Qing with admiration. Even Dama, who was a huge blowhard, was stunned, lost in thought. He said, Mr. Yi, if this is really researched by you, the whole world will step into a new era, the scientific era. But, Yi Qing, aren't you researching graphene? Still have time to research this remote contactor? Yi Qing said in a very low-key manner. I've already come up with a solution to the key problem of graphene, and I'll basically be able to mature the technology in a year or so. Yi Qing's low-profile words once again caused all the bigwigs in the audience to hiss with the sound of cold air. The mentality is almost blown apart by Yi Qing. This Nima said well together as an ordinary person. You actually want to fly up to the sky, and the sun shoulder to shoulder. Simply do not give people a way to live. Big Horse has not been a few years of high-speed brain, now extremely fast rotation, attempting to make their own Ali and Yi Qing's over-the-top company liaison. It was like running a high-speed, burning carbon deposits in general. After the big horse died not knowing how many billions of brain cells, it really let him come up with a way. With a face of admiration, he said, Mr. Yi, you are simply a god. But I just heard you talk about the remote sensing contact technology. It should involve a lot of programs, right? Yi Qing nodded and said, not bad. In my vision, it involves a lot of programs that need to be written. To make the simplest analogy, suppose I researched a virtual helmet that can take people on a tour of the entire world, and even allow them to experience the effects of actually fighting monsters and upgrading, and going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Imagine how many programs would need to be written? Legend has it that a shopping planet needs to be written, and if the entire world can shop in it, how much manpower and material resources would be needed? And IT is supposed to be my weak point, and engaging in science and technology is my forte. This is a huge project. Drink, drink, drink. Yi Qing finished, raised his glass and drank with everyone present, then turned around to ask Guan Peng about his knowledge in architecture. Guan Peng, who had been left out until now, was touched to the point of crying when he saw Yi Qing taking the initiative to find himself a conversation. I'm the initiator of this party. I am the initiator of this party. As for the internet bigwigs here, when they heard Yi Qing say this, their hearts were like a flame burning in their hearts. In their hearts, they all thought, Yi Qing has a powerful scientific research technology in his hands, and he has a powerful internet technology from his own internet background, so if the two are combined, they might go down in history. Thinking of this, they all looked at Yi Qing with a fiery gaze. The hot gaze was almost melting Yi Qing. Big Horse Heart also has its own huge plan. Looking at in Guan Peng chat Yi Qing, he is not good to open the mouth to interrupt each other. The eyes swept to Zhilong, signaling his buddy to open. To Zhilong pretended not to see the big horse to his eyes. Lowhead drinking his own wine. He opened his mouth at this time. Then, maybe present in the real estate big brother to death. Just now, when he saw these IT bosses, the eyes of these peers were like they wanted to eat people. And now he is going to interrupt Yi Qing and Guan Peng's conversation, and direct the topic towards the internet. Then he probably won't be able to walk out of this box. Chapter 59, Yi Qing, the woman wearing a forgiveness hat. After all, there are not many good people who started in real estate, and before Xiang Zhilong brought IT people, it was like he came to smash the scene in general. Chubby real estate big brother is practicing Wing Chun. You as a Wing Chun disciple actually brought the practice of Taekwondo masters to participate in their own party. This Nima not to your dog brain out of the strange. Yi Qing and is not a sinewy what, before a simple blow a little powerful, began to return the favor by asking for advice on the construction of knowledge. Before the gloomy face of the real estate big brother only revealed a smile. Have to give Yi Qing planning and planning. When Dama saw this scene, he could only temporarily extinguish the burning flame in his heart, waiting quietly for the right time. The meal lasted for more than an hour, and after everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Dama proposed to go to the cigar lounge to sit and chat to increase their feelings. Yi Qingzhong has guessed what ghost idea the other party is playing in his heart. Not just wanna hear me blow awesome. Good, I fulfill you. The other real estate bigwigs all thanked Boss Ma's kindness and prepared to leave. As soon as the real estate bigwigs left, the crowd immediately lost a big half, and the remaining internet bosses and Yi Qing headed towards the cigar lounge that Big Ma had mentioned, ready to chat with Yi Qing all night long. Flowers blossomed. Yi Qing went to the cigar hall to blow awesome. Huang Yuting's side was not idle. The two women went to eat a Japanese meal first, and then Inya came to the women's club under the warm invitation of Huang Yuting. After the two variously changed into their bathing suits, they looked at each other. Inya felt that the skin of Huang Yuting in front of her was too good. It was simply white and red, and it felt like a pinch could pinch out water. And Huang Yuting looked at Inya's skin, tight and has elasticity. Straight thighs simply let flow. Enviously said, Inya, this sense of power of yours is simply too strong. And this pair of powerful long legs, it is simply to make Yi Qing happy. Hearing Huang Yuting's such revealing words, Inya's face slightly reddened as she explained. Yi Qing and I are still innocent now. Sister Tingting, don't talk nonsense. When Huang Yuting heard Inya say this, the excitement in her heart was almost overflowing on her face. Geez, there are still such innocent male and female friends in this world. They actually didn't even play poker during their relationship. It's simply unimaginable. Yi Qing must love you very much. That's why he treats you like this. Let's go. Let's go in for a bubble. Steam sauna. This is good for the skin. Inya, I'll tell you, women are originally made of water. Want to keep this beauty of theirs unchanged? You have to put a lot of effort on healthcare and skincare. After sharing her own experience of being beautiful, Huang Yuting led Inya towards the sauna. Walking into the suite that she had previously chartered, Huang Yuting took off her bathrobe under Inya's dumbfounded expression and plopped down naked on the sofa. Looking at Huang Yuting's appearance, Inya asked dumbfounded, Sister Tingting, why are you taking off your clothes? This is simply humiliating. Huang Yuting thought to herself. She wanted this effect, but her mouth honestly said, yeah, this is the only way to open up the pores of your entire body. You wrapping your bathrobe in a sauna can only steam your leaking skin for a bit. The effect is not great, and this sauna room has been wrapped by me for a long time. No one comes in. You and I are both women. I have all the things you have. What are you still afraid of? It's better to take it off. I don't know if it was Huang Yuting's amenable words that worked, or if it was the effect of the fact that all women have a heart for beauty. Yeah. The conservative-minded girl really listened to Huang Yuting's words. Taking off her bathrobe, she followed Huang Yuting's example and started steaming up the sauna. The two little white rabbits just like this steamed sauna chatting. In the high temperature inside the sauna, the two people's whole bodies' pores are open. Sweat beads one by one dripping down. Looking at the little red-faced Enya, Huang Yuting was all agitated. Enya, don't blame me. Your boyfriend hooked Qingfeng's heart. Now I will turn you into a lesbian, so that you can experience the joys of a woman and a woman. And from now on, leave this disgusting man Yi Qing. I am saving you from your misery. I hope you will understand my good intentions in the future. Thinking of this, Huang Yuting couldn't help but press her excited heart and stood up and walked to Enya's side. Reaching out and touching Enya's shoulder, she said in a lowly manner, Enya, look, is your skin going to be better now? Enya, who was lying on the chair in a false sleep, was still a bit nervous when pinched by Huang Yuting, but after hearing Huang Yuting's conversation, she immediately asked, Sister Ting Ting can't be right. It's so quick to have an effect? Definitely. This sauna has a lot of valuable herbs added to it. If it didn't work, why would all the famous women and noble women in Devil's capital come here? And Yi Qing is not short of money. From now on you will come here at least 3 times a week. I guarantee that in less than 2 months your skin will become as moist as mine. Huang Yuting said in a very bold **** way that her skin was natural and could not be created artificially at all. When Enya heard Huang Yuting's words, her heart was moved, but remembering that she definitely couldn't afford to spend money here on her own salary, she was about to open her mouth to refuse when Huang Yuting opened her mouth again and said, if you want to come in the future, just report my name. I also have some exclusive techniques that I learned from an old Chinese doctor. Do you want to try it, to ensure that your skin will be tender and white in the future? Hearing Huang Yuting say this, Enya was moved, nodded her head and said aha. Looking at Enya lying on the chair, her iconic S-shaped body, the hidden mermaid line, Huang Yuting indisputably swallowed her saliva. Stretching out a pair of snow-white palms, she grabbed towards Enya. Enya, who was sprawled on the chair, felt normal at first, but soon felt abnormal and asked in panic, Sister Ting Ting, why is your hand touching towards my chest? Breast enhancement. Breast enhancement. Besides you and I are both women. I have what you have. No need to make a fuss. Just close your eyes and enjoy at ease. After saying that, he started to show his life's best skill, and started to greet Enya's body. Enya, who has never competed in martial arts, suddenly suffered from Huang Yuting's big move, and was unable to guard against it. Enya let out a sound of coercive humming. Comfortable, crispy feeling. This is unblocking the acupoints. We are both women. I won't take advantage of you. Huang Yuting finished and continued to work up. Yi Qing's hired private person bodyguard. From time to time, when he walked past Enya's steam sauna room, he would hear rustling sounds. Yes, that's it. Enya, you lie down and split your legs, just like judo. Right. Inhale and straighten your waist and tighten your abdomen, as well as the occasional woman's ostentatious humming. The bodyguard who was secretly protecting Enya was simply puzzled. Chapter 60 Good things come in threes. Black Shield's female bodyguard, who never dreamed that the target she was protecting would actually be scourged under her nose, would have been killed by Daddy A if she had known. Inside the sauna, Enya had never experienced such pleasure before. Her entire body was paralyzed on the ground, sweating profusely as she spoke. Sister Ting Ting, how could you? Huang Yuting, whose cheeks were sore, smiled like a weasel that had been stealing chickens. Speaking condescendingly, she said, Enya, how's this exclusive craft of my sister's? Enya was lying on the ground and didn't answer. Before, Huang Yuting had done a lot of unspeakable actions to her. If it wasn't towards the other party who was also a girl, Enya would have long wheeled her fists and hit the person. When Huang Yuting saw that Enya didn't answer, she began to settle down with her own set of crooked reasoning. Enya, listen to me. There is not a single good man in this world. You mustn't trust men. Men are all philandering, lying and disgusting, but we women are different. All fragrant, neat and clean. It's totally two extremes from those smelly men. And women can live just as happily with each other. You experienced it just now, so you break up with Yi Qing. Follow me, I will take care of you, and we can go abroad to get married in the future. The simple Enya heard Huang Yuting's words. Her whole body was stunned. A carp straightened up from the ground, pointing at Huang Yuting incredulously. Huang Yuting, you turned out to be a lily. Vomit. So disgusting. I was actually sullied by a woman. At the loss of me trusting you so much. After saying that, a pair of pink fists pinched tightly, strongly restraining her urge to punch her fist on Huang Yuting's face. What do you mean by tainted? We are true love that steps through the world, Huang Yuting explained with dissatisfaction. And Enya didn't listen to Huang Yuting's explanation in the slightest. Putting on her own bathrobe, she said, "You're sick, and you're still sick and unclear. I advise you to go to the doctor earlier." After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the door, afraid that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to help but give Huang Yuting a fat beating. Seeing Enya's back as she left, Huang Yuting's thin lips opened up and said in a seductive manner, "Enya, trust me, you'll be enamored with this kind of gratitude." Bang! Enya violently closed the door and walked toward the outside, and in her heart, she planned to never have the slightest interaction with Huang Yuting this in her life. The private bodyguard saw Enya huffing and puffing away, couldn't figure out what was happening, and hurriedly chased after Enya. After blowing a grate, smoking a cigar, Qing did not know that his girlfriend was Huang Yuting tainted, and is now listening to the big horse drawing a big cake, an alien faceplate, filled with strong energy to the crowd drawing a big cake. It's best to bring Little Ma in on this aspect of IT. He's very well versed in this area, whether it's piracy or self-development. There's a certain amount of backbone. Qing, leave this matter of contacting Little Ma to me. After saying that, like a martial arts master, he sighed with a look of being high up in the world. After establishing Ali, I was thinking that there are still peaks in this world that I can't climb. All the peaks will be conquered under my feet. But today I met you, Qing. Let me understand the mystery of the universe, the wireless possibilities of technology. Ma, still have a long way to go, Lu. Really looking forward to the birth of the minimally invasive robots you mentioned, so that the overall lifespan of our human race will be increased by at least 20 years. Big horse, for why will be such a look of enchanted appearance? Not right. Is the whole internet Big Brother are enchanted? Because just now Qing blowing too metaphysical. From medical, energy, aerospace, Qing can blow a blow. Stunned in the so Big Brother, now led by the big horse, intends to set up a C sub-conference. All the people here are members of the C word will be, and the big horse said he will personally horse. The small horse and pig lay are pulled in, for the future of the virtual era to make contributions. Qing looked at the grandiose big horse, as well as the crowd who were all about to be brainwashed, and the whole thing was speechless. This crazy scene, if spread to the outside, also thought that these internet bigwigs are collectively brainwashed collectively. That scene is simply unimaginable. After delivering an impassioned and urgent speech, Ma turned his head to Qing and said sincerely, "Qing, the virtual era is not something that is said on the lips. It is something that has to come up with strong evidence, or else if we say it with empty words, everyone else will think that we are blowing our might, especially Xiao Ma. He is even less courageous, unlike me who has such a sharp upward mobility. Anyway, hard work to you, Mr. Yi. Let's take a look at this product that ushers in a new era as soon as possible." Qing listened to Ma's words a little bit wrong, so it felt like he was at work, the tone of the leader instructing himself to do things. He did not panic at all and said, "It's okay, 10,000 feet high. The virtual era must ultimately be built on strong science and technology, otherwise everything is an empty pavilion in the building." Qing's words successfully made Dama shut himself up. He said 1,000 words. In the end he still had to look at Qing's face to do his job. Gathering up his mood, he began to chat with Qing about other things. As for the other internet bigwigs, the eyes are bright, have long seen through the essence of the matter, and in the future want to ride the warship of the new era. You must use the means within the scope of Qing's rules. Cootie, only then go to fight for power. A group of people chatted in the cigar hall until 12 in the morning before dispersing, each going back to their own homes. Qing was escorted by the driver and returned to his own home, ready to wash and rinse up before taking an early rest, only to receive a call from Enya. "Hey, Enya, you're still up this late?" Qing asked curiously. After all, Enya rarely had the habit of going to bed late. She would go to bed at 23 at the latest. Enya lay inside her own quilt, her face flushed red, and quietly said, "I can't sleep. Qing, can you accompany me for a chat?" "What? Something on your mind? Say it out and I'll help you analyze it," Qing said with concern. Hearing Qing's question, Enya's entire face flushed red. Her legs rubbed themselves vigorously, as if she had been bitten by a mosquito, itching to go scratch with her hands. Enya gazed and listened to the sounds around her, and after realizing that her family was asleep, she whispered, "Qing, I can't sleep alone. Can I come to your house to talk to you?" Qing heard Enya this. The whole person's heart has turned up shock waves. What is the situation? His girlfriend came to my house in the middle of the night to find me chatting. Is not it said that there is no marriage? Do not live together? Now what is the situation? Suddenly changed his mind. Chapter 61. Yi Jun, who came to Magic City. In fact, women and men are the same. Once open meat. Want to eat meat? Enya today encountered Huang Yuling's clutches. No longer like before, so do not understand. Back home Enya toss and turn cannot sleep. The brain inside has been thinking back to this evening Huang Yuling's car skills. The whole person is difficult. This is not really endure. Not Enya suddenly remembered that they have a boyfriend. After thinking about it, chose from the heart. To Yi Qing made a phone call. This does not put their own ideas politely set out. Enya shyly stopped speaking, previously stunned and now excited. Yi Qing also chose to follow his heart. Quickly answered, I'll come pick you up. I don't feel comfortable in my heart with you driving alone this late. No need. It's too late to go back and forth. You give me the address. I'll come myself. Enya replied with a hint of urgency. Thompson's first, Building 1, 36th floor, number 1. You drive first. I'll go to the entrance of the neighborhood and wait for you. After Yi Qing finished speaking, the two quickly hung up the phone. The Magic City in the summer was already super hot. After Enya quickly changed into a dress, then tiptoed to open the door of the room, just like a thief, quickly went towards the downstairs, one step across the 3 old staircases, the speed of the speed. Not long after the sound of Masha's roaring motor, Enya quickly rushed toward the Townsend. Yi Qing quickly washed up, then shaved himself, sprayed a little men's perfume, and then hoofed it toward the neighborhood gate. In about 30 minutes, the white Masha was like a moving bolt of lightning that quickly drove towards the entrance of Thompson's first class. Yi Qing, who was standing at the gate, quickly waved his arm. The Masha steadily stopped in front of Yi Qing. Looking at the flushed Enya, Yi Qing quickly pulled open the car door and sat on it. Go to the B1 floor. I have 4 parking spaces. Enya nodded and parked the car next to the Ferrari under Yi Qing's instructions. Then the two of them walked towards the elevator. The gorgeous elevator lights reflected Enya's beautiful figure. Looking at Enya, who was dressed in a long silk dress, Yi Qing couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A rumbling sound came to mind in the small elevator. Enya, who had her head lowered, happened to see the sound of Yi Qing's gulping, and buried her head in her chest. After opening the door of the room, Yi Qing took out a bottle of red wine in a dignified manner and said, Enya, do it, let's drink and talk. Whatever bitter things you have in your heart, you can tell me. In fact, both of them were unspoken, drinking the wine and started chatting about the past events that they used to work together, as well as Yi Qing's embarrassing stories. A bottle of red wine soon saw the ground. Under the alcohol's enhancement, Yi Qing couldn't wait to invite Enya for a match, and as he spoke, the faint red wine flavor inside his mouth made Enya even more mesmerized. Everything is in the unspoken. What should happen naturally happened. Enya, who practiced judo, was really powerful. More than a child, Yi Qing laboriously took out a cigarette and lit it with a click. The flame of the lighter illuminated Yi Qing's tired face. With trembling fingers, he held the cigarette, took a deep breath, and then spat it out in intoxication, relieving his body of a trace of fatigue. Looking at Enya, who was curled up, Yi Qing touched his own waist and felt a little fear in his heart. He had 6 waists that were all tossed like this by Enya Crusher's moves. If the waists weren't strengthened by the system, then this wasn't the end of the line, and was nailed to the man's pillar of shame. Thinking of this, Yi Qing decided to have moderation. In the future will not indiscriminately in other people martial arts, or face Enya, have the heart to not be able to In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Yi Qing thought about a lot of things on his mind, and then hugged Enya and fell into a deep sleep. As for the old home in Bashu, Yi Jun didn't sleep for the whole night, lying on the bed smoking welded cigarettes and cursing at his wife. Ever since he knew that Yi Qing was well developed, Yi Jun basically had a fight with his wife every day. This is not. From Yi Min's village friends where to get their own daughter is now living days. Yi Jun want to beat his wife to death to apologize to Yi Qing. This is not again scolded. You, used to tell you to be nicer to Yi Qing. Nicer. You womanizer bias, don't listen. Now it's good. Everyone inside the village knows that Yi Qing is developed. Next door's Sanpi is still asking me when I'm going to enjoy my happiness in the Magic City. You asked me to answer this way. You tell me how. Can you guess how much money Yi Qing took for Yi Min? 50. I drop a sky. It's $50 for living expenses. My family don't eat and drink, all have to save 20 years to save enough. Yi Min's mom was no longer as shrewish as she used to be. Only from the time she learned about her daughter's $50 a week living expenses, she could no longer be spirited, and now she could be described as scolding without fighting back, and was only interested in hugging her nephew's thighs. This did not wait for Yi Jun to finish scolding before she dared to open her mouth to speak. In the past, I didn't know that Yi Qing would have today. Blood is thicker than water. Why don't you take us to Shanghai? Xiaomei said that her daughter, she is now studying at the Decai Girls' School in Magic City. Let's go to our daughter and ask her to take us to Yi Qing. When the time comes, I'll kneel down and kowtow to him and apologize. He'll definitely forgive us. Yi Jun heard his own wife's words and stopped cursing, thinking carefully in his heart. As long as he could get his nephew's forgiveness, the family would be well off by then. and his son Huan would be able to find a better mother-in-law. Good guy. Before leaning on Yi Qing, Yi Jun was thinking that his future daughter-in-law was not worthy of his son. Alright, just as you said, tomorrow I'll book a train ticket to go to Magic City. When I don't get my nephew's forgiveness, all 3 of our family members will just starve to death on the streets and won't come back to make the neighbors laugh. Right. Not only the 3 of us will go, Luo Xiu will also bring along. She's pregnant with the Yi family's flesh and blood. I don't believe that Yi Qing, who is an uncle, will have a heart of stone and not care about our family, Yi Min's mom said as she was advising from the side. Yi Jun heard his mother-in-law's words. His eyes lit up, thinking that this is a good way. Immediately got up and walked towards his son's room, intending to communicate with his son and discuss the matter. As a result, after 2 minutes of discussion, Yi Jiwan heard to go to Mordor, immediately nodded his head yes, touched out his cell phone and began to contact his wife for the door. Then to the pregnant Luo Xiu painted a big cake. The latter listened to fascinated, also nodded yes. As the saying goes, the brain decides to think. Yi Jun's family think things are with the ass to make decisions. Pat on the ass with want to take the pregnant Luo Xiu to the Magic City to sell poor, to obtain Yi Qing's forgiveness. The family good to soar. Chapter 62 Foundation Ceremony. The following day, the sky of Magic City was dusky. Yi Qing who was sleeping was woken up by a ringing phone. Looking at Enya who was sleeping soundly, Yi Qing fumbled under the pillow for a while, took out the phone and connected it without even looking. Enya, where did this dead girl run off to? There's actually no one in the room? You actually learned to stay out at night. Let me tell you, you're the one who is Xiao Yi. Get your ass back here, or I'll beat you to death. Hearing Wang Suzhen's voice, Yi Qing realized that he got the wrong phone. Looking at Enya whose eyes were twitching and pretending to still be sleeping, Yi Qing said with amusement, Auntie, it's me, Yi Qing. Enya is here with me. So at night when I was sick and not feeling well, Enya ran all night to take care of me. Wang Suzhen woke up early in the morning and realized that her daughter had actually disappeared. The whole person panicked and immediately called and started contacting her daughter, not realizing that the one who answered the phone was actually her future son-in-law. The sadness on her face immediately disappeared and she happily said, That's good. Xiao yeah, you're not feeling well. Let Enya take care of you at home these days. Usually when you are home alone, you are too busy with many things. Enya has been very capable since she was a child. Auntie hangs up. You rest quickly and try to get healthy sooner, Wang Suzhen said and hung up the phone. An old face excitedly said, I drop a good daughter. You finally got the hang of it. After saying this, she happily went into the kitchen to cook. Yi Qing said to Enya who was pretending to be asleep, Daughter-in-law, do you think there is something wrong with my answer? Seeing that Yi Qing knew that she was awake, Enya simply stopped pretending. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes and rolled her eyes nicely and said, You're just a liar. Don't want to talk to you. Go back to sleep. After saying that, he turned over and turned his back to Yi Qing. Yi Qing heard Enya's words. The whole person was speechless. How am I a liar? Sending fat meat to the mouth and not eating it yourself. Is that still a person? Wrapped his arms around Enya, said in a low voice, Daughter-in-law, you don't worry. I will always be good to you. Yesterday fell asleep quite late. You continue to rest and rest a little. Said the two mouths began to get tired. With last night's match, the relationship between the two was like a step closer, chatting about many topics. The future, full of yearning and longing for the future. The two who were physically and mentally exhausted, chatted for a while and then continued with the martial arts. An hour later, Yi Qing looked at a seriously injured near-death Enya. Yi Qing touched his waist toward the bathroom. Mouth muttered, the system rewards my waist. Will not be water goods it. The system that had dived so far could no longer remain calm after hearing Yi Qing's words. Host, technological means can only strengthen your kidney function. It's not really giving you 6 waists. You compete with people every morning. You compete with people in the afternoon. And you have to have a bedtime competition sport at night. It's that you really have 6 waists that will be scrapped by your dryness. Give it a rest. You really think you're an internal combustion engine with gasoline? Yi Qing never dreamed that his words to himself actually blew the system out. Forcefully explaining, I'm not 20 years of not knowing the taste of meat. Once I tasted it, I ate the flavor of the marrow. I will definitely pay attention in the future, and won't use the waste as an internal combustion engine. Yi Qing's explanation for a long time did not wait for the system's answer. This wordless mockery instantly poked Yi Qing forced explanation. Humph, still a high and mighty system. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he rubbed his waist and then quickly washed up, intending to go and press a massage this evening to relax and loosen up his waist. After taking a shower, Yi Qing came to the bedside and said to Enya who was not lightly injured, Today you won't go to work. Take a good rest at home. Access card I put on the table in the living room. Order whatever you want to eat. Whatever is inside the neighborhood will be delivered to you. Today I'm going to the western suburbs. The leaders of the city are going back to see the 3D Technology Park's groundbreaking ceremony. I'll come back early to accompany you after I'm busy. Inya, who had not been seriously injured, didn't even lift her eyes, gently hummed, and then continued to fall asleep to heal her injuries. Seeing this, Yi Qing gently kissed Inya's forehead and left the house. The western suburbs of the Magic City, hundreds of acres of wasteland, was surrounded by a circle of barbed wire, rows of red flags, slogans inserted on both sides of the barbed wire, both sides of the road parked full of vehicles, as well as neatly dressed security guards. All the leaders of the western suburbs have arrived. Yi Qing, accompanied by Lu Jinghua, began to introduce the people who played the field in turn. Xiao Weifei, the boss of the western suburbs, pulled Yi Qing with a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Yi, I've been looking forward to the stars and the moon, but I'm finally looking forward to you. We need people like you who had a great career years ago in Mordor. It's an honor for our western suburb to have 3D technology settled in our western suburb." Yi Qing listened to the other party's compliments. The whole person's heart has no waves. After all, yesterday's bidding conference himself met too many big shots. Now after the small western suburb's boss, Yi Qing is a little bit with false. Xiao brother, can settle down in Magic City? Is my Yi Qing's biggest honor? You say this is also too foreign. Mr. Yi is polite. Inside please. Xiao Weifei finished and personally led the way towards the inside. Then he gave a gracious speech to the people who came to the scene, and finally had the honor of inviting Yi Qing up to the stage and delivering a speech. Yi Qing, who was worried about Inya's safety in his heart, had little time to engage in these face-saving projects. After a few short words, the foundation stone laying ceremony held in the western suburbs began. Yi Qing was accompanied by dozens of people, amongst the videos memorized, leaking out an ordinary and confident face to start laying the foundation stone. After this foundation stone laying ceremony, Yi Qing's face of this multi-millionaire will really appear in the public's line of sight, so that those on the network on Yi Qing salivating for a long time people to see Yi Qing's true face. After more than an hour of busyness, this time-consuming and labor-intensive groundbreaking ceremony finally came to an end, and Yi Qing was also invited by the district's bosses to see a luncheon. As the saying goes, a handout is not a smile. Yi Qing could only nod his head in agreement after facing the unanimous invitation from these big and small bosses. A group of people rushed towards the western suburbs hotel. In the hotel, Yi Qing began friendly meeting. In the crowd are very high when Xiao Weifei received a phone call, hurriedly ran out. Not a moment with the Magic City's big secretaries come in. The big secretary made an unprecedented toast to Yi Qing. He said, "This cup of wine is to thank Yi Qing for the prosperity of the Magic City and make significant contributions to the toast, as well as the affirmation of Yi Qing, to Yi Qing in the future to show their ambitions, to make great achievements." Chapter 63, If the enemy doesn't move and I don't move, then all of them don't move. The first secretary's words caused everyone here to be shocked, thinking that not at a young age Yi Qing had gotten a high level of attention from the Magic City, personally sending someone to congratulate Yi Qing on the opening of his factory. The identity of the great secretary in some cases, it represents the face of the Magic City boss. This is also the reason why the crowd is uplifted. After drinking a glass of wine and saying some official words, the big secretary left in a hurry. The atmosphere at the table unanimously reached a climax. Xiao Weifei led a group of people to frequently toast Yi Qing. The luncheon didn't last long. More than an hour later, Yi Qing left the western suburb with his people, preparing to go home on his own current, telling the driver to send him to the basement of the neighborhood. Lu Xia, who had been sitting beside Yi Qing, saw that there was actually a Masha parked in Yi Qing's parking space, and took advantage of Yi Qing getting out of the car to pick up her cell phone and take a photo. After the car was started, took out the photo and enlarged it to study it carefully. Looking at the accessories of the lady in the car, Lu Xia thought with a face of dark hatred, this should be just the car of Inya in Yi Qing's mouth. I can't imagine that they are actually all living together now. I must think of a way to break the situation, otherwise I can't turn around in this life. Thinking of this, the brain began to contact Xiao Yuro. Inside the Magic City Green Valley neighborhood, Xiao Yuro was practicing yoga, used to shape her body to maintain her slim figure. Since the first time after the martial arts competition with Yi Qing, these days, the two people's communication was getting less and less. They didn't contact Yi Qing. The other party was about to forget themselves. Every time he thought of this, Xiao Fishmeat's heart was filled with hatred. This is not the heart is hating Lu Xia when he heard his cell phone ringing twice text message alert sound. Xiao Yuro unhurriedly finished practicing the last set of movements before clicking on her cell phone, discovering that it was from her love rival. She said angrily, "Damn, Lu Xia has come back to show off how many times she has played poker with Yi Qing and how many times she has competed in martial arts." After saying this, he didn't even have the desire to check the text message and threw the phone away. ready to change clothes and go shopping. And the other end of Lucia C. a long time did not get a response. The heart cannot help but a little anxious. And so back to the company. Immediately locked the door to Xiao Yuro played the phone. Once the phone was connected, Xiao Yuro's angry voice rang out. Lucia, are you sick? I know you are with Yi Qing every day, but you don't need to come and show off every day. This time I'm not here to show off. Our enemy has appeared. Do you know who I saw today? Yi Qing's real girlfriend's car. The two of them were already living together. And with the momentum going on, the two of us are destined to see the light of day in our future identities. Lucia explained sharply, clearing things up in a few words. Xiao Yuro, who was just about to go out for shopping, heard Lucia's words and her body immediately froze in place, thinking quickly inside her head. Finally, she was ready to make a rearguard action, and said with a tone full of not caring in her voice, "Is that so? What's that got to do with me? Among the three of us women, I was already at the bottom of the list. Yi Qing hasn't come to me for almost a week now, so why should I bother fighting for it? Being an underground lover is actually not bad. Save yourself from thinking nonsense." After saying that, he hung up the phone, then turned around and went back to the house, ready to go back and perfect his countermeasures, planning to let Lucia this cannon fodder to play the lead first, and Yi Qing's real girlfriend just a wave of head on, and then his own in and then jumped out from inside the bushes, to come to a fisherman's victory. When Lucia in the office heard Xiao Yuro's self-destructive words, she was so angry that she almost dropped her cell phone. Lucia, who had watched dozens of palace fighting dramas, quickly reacted. No, Xiao Yuro is not someone who can give up so easily. According to my understanding of him, even if Yi Qing got married, Xiao Yuro this scheming will get Yi Qing divorced and then rise to the top. There is something fishy about this matter. The probability is that the plan is to make me and Inya this woman fight each other and then come out to clean up the mess. This is also too insidious. The enemy does not move. I also do not move. See who of us has patience. After I get pregnant and carry my son to the throne, I'll clean up all of you one by one, said and touched his smooth belly. Secretly hated his own belly is not competitive. Every day in Yi Qing martial arts and poker, actually no movement at all. Time was spent in such an uneventful manner. Within the Tangchen Ipin, recovering her vitality, Inya stared at Yi Qing and asked, Yi Qing, you said you've never touched a woman before, then how come you were so skillful last night? Hearing this fatal question from Inya, Yi Qing put down the information in his hand and said shyly, there are some moves that men are born with, and in the past, I often watched the movie, myself and the 5 girls competing, nothing practical type of operation, but the simulation of the martial arts scene I have watched tens of thousands of times. Inya quite high this answer. The whole are speechless. Pity said, don't use your hands to compete in martial arts in the future. It's very harmful to the body, said gently leaned his head on Yi Qing's shoulder, since experiencing the feeling of the greatest joy on earth. Inya this judo's expert in martial arts rose a strong interest in martial arts. Well, with you here, of course not. Is your body better? Take you for a stroll inside the neighborhood. There are all kinds of facilities inside. First go for a massage, then eat. When Inya heard Yi Qing's words, her face blushed and she whispered, I'd rather go home and stay. Besides, I don't even have a change of clothes with me. Inya's words were said so openly that Yi Qing instantly understood the meaning of the words. You now rest at home. The nearby mall has online delivery. You can buy whatever you want to buy. I'll go to your house again to help you get a few changes of clothes. Be good and wait for me at home. After saying that, he carried the car keys and quickly ran towards the parking lot. Inya saw Yi Qing's impatient look, laughed out, and then the heart tangled whether to tell Yi Qing what Huang Yuding had done. If Yi Qing asked himself why he was like that last night, then how should he answer? Thinking about this, Inya this straight girl got worried. In less than 40 minutes of driving, Yi Qing came to Inya's neighborhood, rubbing quickly to the 5th floor, knocked on the door. Wang Suzhen said hua, then Creek opened the old security door, opened the door and saw his future son-in-law. Wang Suzhen said happily, Yi Qing you came, quickly come in and sit down. After speaking, she turned her head and opened her mouth again and said, Xiaoye, Inya this girl murmured, won't still be downstairs inking it, this dead kid is just not understanding at all. Yi Qing hard-headedly said, Auntie, Inya yesterday when I took care of me, cold, this period of time will live in my house. I came over to help take a few pieces of change of clothes. Chapter 64 Academic Exchange Meeting. As a person who has been there before, how can Wang Suzhen not know what happened last night? Looking at the dragon and tiger, Yi Qing did not have the symptoms of a cold at all. Will smiled and said, this girl, since she was a little girl, she has a big grin. I'll go pack her clothes. Sit down at your home. Yi Qing nodded and walked into the living room. Electric and his future father-in-law started chatting, asking how his body was doing, what arrangements his brother-in-law had in the future and so on. In Tianjang see Yi Qing on his own family so attentive. The heart of the kind of home raised decades of watery cabbage was the grumpy mood. slowly calmed down. He began to communicate with Yi Qing in a low voice. Yi Qing so and his future father-in-law chatted up. The conversation between the two men is very simple, nothing more than some career issues. Inya's mom, who had quickly gone to finish packing her clothes, walked out the door and said to your own man, "What are you talking nonsense about? People Xiaoye can open up the company to such a large size. Do you need to point your finger at it? Xiao Yi, these are the clothes Inya usually likes to wear, and the cosmetics she uses. You bring them all over," said to hand over the 2 traveling suitcases in his hand to Yin Tianzheng. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you help Xiaoye take the things down?" Yin Tianzheng looked at the 2 large suitcases in front of him. His entire body was bad, then looked at his future son-in-law. Yi Qing looked at the clothes packed all sent away looking suitcases. The whole person's heart happy, reached out to catch the suitcases. Mouth quickly said, "Auntie, this thing I come on the line." Looking at Wang Suzhen who looked like her mother was about to get angry. Yin Tianzheng obediently took over one of the large-size suitcases. "It's fine, just leave this little matter to your uncle. We'll send you down, just like this." Yi Qing, empty-handed, followed behind Wang Suzhen's 2 families, came to the parking lot, looked at his sports car, then looked at the suitcase. The whole person was speechless. Seeing this, Wang Suzhen immediately said, "It's fine, we are fine now, so let's send it over together. Old man, you still don't go and drive." After hearing his wife's words, Yin Tianzheng understood that his daughter-in-law was ready to go to see the family, and breathlessly went to drive his old Hyundai out. Wang Suzhen loaded all the luggage on the car in 3 tries. Yi Qing, on the other hand, thanked him profusely and said, "Thank you uncle and aunt, let's have dinner together later." The 3 of them drove towards Thompson's. Yi Qing drove an hour back after a 40-minute trip when he came. Sitting in her husband's car, Wang Suzhen looked at the elegant and classy buildings inside the neighborhood. Inya, who was resting and recuperating at home, heard the sound of the door opening and immediately said happily, "Yi Qing, you're back." Yi Qing, who opened the door, nodded and said, "Well, uncle and auntie are here too." Before she could offer a hug, Inya heard the familiar name of her own mom, and her entire body froze. Yi Qing actually brought his own mom and dad. "Damn girl, Yi Qing said that you have a cold. Of course I as a mom have to come to see you." Wang Suzhen, who entered the door, looked at her daughter's moisturized appearance and the way she didn't even dare to take a big step when walking. How could she not understand what had happened to her daughter? Smiling, she put the suitcase down and went over to support Inya, whispering in her ear, "Rest well during this time, okay?" Yi Qing looked at Inya's 2 mothers and daughters who looked like they were whispering, and then started to take care of his future father-in-law, taking Yin Tianzheng to the tea house. He made tea and chatted. Wang Suzhen took her daughter's hand and walked inside the dormitory. After looking at the area of 80 square meters of the large bedroom on the sea, did not say anything, immediately took out his cell phone again to take pictures. After clicking in operation, Wang Suzhen turned her head to her daughter and explained to her, "Inya, you've grown up too. Don't mind mom talking too much. Meeting Yi Qing is also a blessing for you. You must cherish it. Now that mom and dad are still young, they can help you guys with the kids. You guys strive to have a grandchild out sooner. Think about it. Yi Qing is alone now. If you give him a child, he doesn't know how happy he will be." Inya listened to her mother's ramblings, and her whole body was bad. He himself just never dreamed that his parents would follow Yi Qing. It was as if he had done something unseemly and was discovered by his own parents. His heart was filled with emptiness. Wang Suzhen chanted for a while, seeing her daughter's appearance. How could she not know what she was thinking? Pulling Inya's hand, she began to talk about some things between husband and wife. Inya, on the other hand, looked at her mother with a look of an alien. In the time between conversations, Wang Suzhen packed up Inya's clothes properly, and then Yi Qing took Inya's family to have a casual meal. It was just some caviar, seafood, cherry blossom country wagyu beef within the ordinary food. Back home, Yi Qing asked curiously, "Inya, what did auntie say to you? It feels mysterious. Don't pry into things between women. Go to sleep." Inya turned around and stopped paying attention to Yi Qing after saying that. Time passed like this. The sky of the magic city flooded with the white color of fish. Yi Qing, who woke up, received a call from Prof. Huang. As soon as the call was connected, Huang Guanyu's excited voice rang out in the middle of the phone. "Hey, Yi Qing, I'll tell you a good news. Your academic weekly has been officially published. People abroad put you as the first scientific research talent in the past 100 years of hypocrisy. Right, there are academic exchanges. The Capital University is about to organize an academic exchange conference on future technology. I've already signed up for you. The time will be on Wednesday next week. By then we'll take a special plane to the capital together. Remember to organize your time wisely." Yi Qing heard Prof. Huang's excited voice. The whole person was like falling into an ice cellar. This Nima, himself is a watery goods. Tell the capital city this pivotal place to pretend? where there are countless big names, as long as one pretends to say the wrong word, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Phrasing it again and again, Yi Qing modestly said, Elder Huang, I don't have the time to engage in any academic exchanges. Without waiting for Yi Qing to say yes, Professor Huang hated it and said, Yi Qing, money in this life is endless. The value of scientific research is priceless, and this matter is highly valued by the top management of Mordor. When the time comes, you'll go to war instead of our Mordor University. It's a great way to get a facelift. Well, hearing Professor Huang's words, Yi Qing finally knew why the Grand Secretary would come to the scene of yesterday's groundbreaking ceremony. It turned out that because of this scientific research would come. Chapter 65 Yi Jun's arrival. Yi Qing was practically in tears. All the back roads were blocked by Prof. Huang. He could only go on with his head. In his heart, he had already planned. When he went to Shangjing, he must talk less, and just watch everything. After the two hung up the phone, Yi Qing began to get up and wash, point outside to send breakfast. Enya also woke up after Yi Qing woke up for a while. Prepare to go to work today. Practicing judo is really great. A day's time is basically able to move freely. Unlike Xiao Euro in general, actually recuperating at home for 3 or 4 days. That's why this person can't be compared to others. During breakfast time, Yi Qing talked about wanting to hire a nanny for cooking and cleaning. Enya thought about it for a while and finally nodded her head in agreement. However, it was required that the nanny had to be older. Otherwise it was not reassuring. After all, Yi Qing's horsepower. Enya had experienced it herself. Now it was an incomparable blessing that she practiced judo. Yi Qing said that this was not a matter. And after pushing the contact information of the dragon housekeeper to Enya, the two of them drove off to work individually. Time was like a white horse passing by in a flash. And during the time he was working at the company, he was also adhering to his martial arts expert's pushiness, and refused Lu Xia's invitation to fight many times. Angry Lu Xia cheeks bulged. This sudden change in disparity was too much for Lu Xia to accept at once. After returning home and thinking about it, Lu Xia finally came to her mother's bedroom and said to her mother, Wang Yan, Mom, I can't sleep. Can you accompany me for a chat? Wang Yan was a mature woman. Her appearance in her 40s was not old at all. A beautiful person who would be treated as a sister if she and Lu Xia walked out. Wang Yan, who was lying on the bed applying a face mask, saw her daughter with a preoccupied look, patting the side of the bed. She said, My baby, what happened? A look of unhappiness. Lu Xia, who had already made up her mind to stall, sat straight on the bed and said, Mom, do you know of any prescription that can make me pregnant? When Wang Yan heard this from her own daughter, the mask on her face fell off in shock. With an incredulous face, she said, Are you crazy? What nonsense are you saying? Mom, I'm not talking nonsense. I know you must be shocked in your heart, but there are some things I must say to you. Only you can help me now. Yi Qing, do you know? Wang Yan heard the familiar name of Yi Qing and frowned as she carefully recalled it before saying out of breath, Multi-millionaire tycoon Yi Qing. Yes, that's him. Actually, last week I already resigned. Instead of working at Lanting firm, I went to work at Yi Qing's company, and now I'm his presidential assistant. The main thing is, I'm still her girlfriend. Lu Xia burst out all her secrets to her mother. She believed that her mother would definitely stand by her side. Wang Yan was angry before, but now she was horrified. Her own daughter this was too capable. Without saying a word, the hundreds of millions of young girls want to do things. Wang Yan, who understood the cause and effect, said, Yi Qing is in the upward swing of his career right now. His desire to have a child won't be too great. Without waiting for Wang Yan to say yes, Lu Xia eagerly said, Mom, time is running out. I'm just one of Yi Qing's girlfriends. Now if you want to officially expose with Yi Qing, this is the only way. And Yi Qing still has big moves. The graphene that he's researching will be out next year at most, and by then I'm afraid Yi Qing's worth will be over $1 billion. And I helped my cousin get the shantytown renovation project. As long as it's operated well, it's still no problem to make a few tens of thousands of dollars. Wang Yan looked at her showy daughter's words, and her whole body was dumbfounded. The value of the breakthrough billion. Their families can earn tens of thousands of surprises to come less than yellow. Smashed Wang Yan head dizzy. Back to God Wang Yan. Open mouth cursed, damn Li Bo. Before Mom told you not to interact with this kid, you do not listen. Now you regret it. These people who are worth millions and millions of dollars have high requirements for their other half. The fact that you are dating Li Bo will definitely be a thorn in Yi Qing's heart. Nowadays carrying your son to the top is the most reliable method. Tell me carefully how many girlfriends Yi Qing has. Mom will help you out. Wang Yan unsurprisingly stood by her own daughter's side. Lu Xia immediately started discussing with her own mother. The entire inside of the dorm room was filled with the sound of the two discussing, and Yi Qing didn't know a thing about Lu Xia's small movements, and was now interviewing for a nanny. The nanny's name was Li Yanfang. She was from Bashu, aged in her 50s, She was found by Long Butler, and was now looking at Yi Qing's two families with a bumpy face. Yi Qing saw Enya nod her head before speaking. Aunt Lu, I'm also from Bashu. You don't have to worry. Salary every month. I'll give you $3. Your main job is to help us cook and clean up a bit. Do you think you can accept it? Li Yanfang never dreamed that the imposing young man in front of her would offer such a high salary. Nodding her head, she said in a mouthful of Sichuanese, yes, I'm willing. $3, when put in a time when prices hadn't depreciated, was $30,000? This was the wage that Yi Qing had offered for the sake of the old folks. Alright, Auntie Lu, tomorrow you will come to work, Yi Qing said after saying a few words of thanks to Butler Long. Butler Long left with his men. After only the two of them, Yi Qing, were left inside the empty room. Enya said with a pained look, $3 a month, that's too much. Why don't I quit my job and cook for you at home? Yi Qing said with a funny smile, my silly daughter-in-law, $3 isn't much, just enjoy it without worry. By the way, this is my secondary card. There are a few $1,000,000 in it. Daughter-in-law, you can just swipe whatever you see. Also, I see that the place where my uncle and aunt live is very shabby. Why don't you buy a new set of house? Looking at the bank card in Yi Qing's hand, as well as the demeanor that was full of concern for herself, Enya's entire heart melted. The moon quietly hid inside the dark clouds, no longer disturbing this couple who were working hard to plow. Time passed by, and Yi Qing lived a full and busy life every day. As for Yi Jun's family, they also arrived at the North train station in Magic City. A family of 4, plus an unborn child, followed the crowded crowd to the hall. Looking at the huge LCD screen on the screen, the subtitles displayed. Yi Jun's family, who were not highly educated, were confused, looking at a passageway, and didn't know where to go. Luo Xiao, who was carrying a big belly, found a staff member on duty and asked for clarification before finding the route. Walking out of the station, looking out at the rising and falling buildings, this group of families coming out from the mountain village were shocked. Chapter 66, Poor and Pathetic. Yi Jihuan whispered, Dad, where should we go now? To find my sister? Yi Jun, who has been guarding his own acre of land for his entire life, that has seen such a big scene, was a bit shocked. No hurry first, I'll give Yi Qing a call first, see what he says. Yi Jun finished speaking, felt out his old age phone, and started to contact Yi Qing. Yi Qing, who was working, looked at the unexpected call from his second uncle, and thought in his heart with a little curiosity, was it because of Yi Min's matter that he contacted himself? Thinking of this, Yi Qing picked up the phone. As a result, before Yi Qing could say a word, he was confused by his second uncle's words. Hey, Yi Zi is my second uncle. Our family is in Mordor. Can you pick us up if it's convenient? You've arrived in Mordor, and you're only calling me to pick you up now, so it's too late for me to put wings on my back. Second uncle, what are you doing in Mordor? Yi Qing said in a bad tone. His own second uncle's family, but they are people who don't want to make any profit, and they definitely have something in mind when they come to Mordor now. Hearing Yi Qing's cold tone, Yi Jun said in a shameful tone, Yi Qing, second uncle did a lot of things to apologize to you in the past, but you have to understand second uncle, at that time, there was Jihuan and Minor to raise. Second uncle really had no power over you, seeing that blood is thicker than water. You should forgive second uncle. There was nothing wrong with Yi Jun's words. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw it, they would definitely say that Yi Qing was an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Now that he has money, he has cast aside all his loved ones. There's a saying that if you don't experience the suffering of others, don't advise others to be kind. Yi Qing didn't buy Yi Jun's account, and said in a light tone, I don't want to mention what happened in the past, so tell me what you're doing in Magic City. Yi Jun saw that his nephew didn't buy the account in the slightest, and said sorrowfully, the conditions at home are limited, and your sister-in-law Luo Xiao is pregnant, so in order to give the child better conditions in the future, our family is planning to come to Magic City to work. Yi Qing, don't worry, your second uncle's family will not come to trouble you even if they starve to death or die of thirst. Yi Jun's words were so loud and clear, if he didn't bring up the words pregnancy, working and starving to death, Yi Qing might have really believed his words. Yi Qing was silent. He hated second uncle and his family, but he didn't expect the other party to actually bring a pregnant woman to Mordor. The second uncle's family is no longer in contention, but the child inside the belly is innocent. Thinking of this, Yi Qing's heart softened. You will stay in the train station. I call someone to pick up the car to find you. Said to hang up the phone, gave Yi Jun's phone number to the driver, and called for someone to go to the train station to pick up, while Yi Jun was smugly saying to his family, Yi Qing has already sent someone to pick us up. In the future our family will be enjoying the happiness in Magic City. Yi Jun's words excited his own son beyond recognition. Dad, my sister's pocket money is 50 a month. I must have at least 60, and I also want to drive a Big Ben. To be a human being, Dad, you remember to tell Yi Qing about it later, Yi Jihuan said to his father with a face full of expectation. Yi Jun thought that his nephew had forgiven himself, now full of fantasies of enjoying his own blessings in the future. Hearing his own son say so, that was no hesitation to nod his head. Yes, it's fine. Your cousin's worth tens of millions of dollars isn't bad. Dad, go and talk to Yi Qing. We're all family. I'm sure he'll help our family. Finished with a cross-eyed look at Luo Xiao. In the past your family was strong. Now you know that my Yi family can't reach you. Poof, time was lost like this. More than an hour later, an unfamiliar caller appeared on Yi Jun's phone. Yi Jun spoke a fluent local language and the other side of the difficult communication for more than 10 minutes. Even with guessing, finally told the driver where he was. Not long after, a black Mercedes-Benz commercial car stopped in front of Yi Jun's family. Driver Xiao Luo looked at Yi Qing's family's dress, then immediately affirmed that he had found the right person, and asked Yi Jun, "Hello, may I ask if it's Yi Jun, Mr. Yi?" Yi Jun, who was holding a dry cigarette and had been warned many times, hurriedly said, Yes, I'm Yi Jun. You're sent by Yi Qing to pick us up, right? Well, the original words that Mr. Yi said was that he told me to pick up a pregnant woman. He didn't say to pick you guys up. This young lady, please get in the car. Xiao Luo finished speaking and pulled open the car door to make a please gesture to Luo Xiao. As long as they are not blind, they all know that Luo Xiao is pregnant. After all, Yi Jun's family is only 4 people. Only Luo Xiao is a young girl. The other one is a bad old man and a pretentious woman. Even the most brain-dead people would guess it. Xiao Luo's words stunned Yi Jun. What does this Nima mean? Could it be that Yi Qing sent a driver just to pick up this never-met Luo Xiao? This is also too add up. Luo Xiao herself was also dumbfounded, looking at the solid wood floor and luxurious decorations inside the car. The whole person was like a frightened deer, hiding behind Yi Jihuan. No, this comrade. Are you not mistaken? Yi Qing didn't say anything about picking us up or anything like that? Right. I'm Yi Qing's cousin. Didn't he say anything to you about us? Yi Jun's 2 fathers and sons were a bit flustered. Their mouths asked loudly. Xiao Luo shook his head and said in an affirmative tone, I'm only responsible for transporting a pregnant woman named Luo Xiao to the hotel to rest. I don't know anything else. Please get in the car. When Luo Xiao heard this, her simple eyes were filled with panic. She didn't even know the man in front of her. If the other party was a bad person, then what should I do? Thinking about it, Luo Xiao whispered, No, I don't want to go with him. I want to be with you guys. Yi Jihuan, who was already annoyed, heard his daughter-in-law's words, and the mental fire came up. Vent-like scolded, Luo Xiao, your brain is not loaded with. Told you to go. You go? Afraid of what? Luo Xiao was Yi Jihuan so a roar. Eyes immediately red. Their own alone not far from thousands of miles to the magic city. The results of their fiancé. This fiancé treated himself so. Gambling, she said. Just go. Don't regret it later. Then carry their own bag. Step on the car. Xiao Luo saw this and drove away. Yi Jun's family just watched the car carrying Luo Xiao, walking farther and farther away, then collectively confused. This situation is completely different from what was envisioned. An hour later, the physically and mentally exhausted Luo Xiao was brought to a hotel. Yi Jihuan has been bragging about Yi Qing, 1.78 meters. The body looks relatively slim, but the whole person has an indescribable aura, giving Luo Xiao a great psychological pressure. Luo Xiao was very constrained and shouted at Yi Qing, Uncle Junior. Chapter 67, Going to Shangjing. Yi Qing looked Luo Xiao up and down, a very authentic mountain village girl. With a smile, he said, Sister-in-law, don't be formal, my name is Yi Qing. I won't say much about what's going on in my second uncle's family. I'm sure you know it well yourself. Now that you're pregnant with the Yi family's flesh and blood, this little uncle of mine won't ignore it. During this period of time, you'll be in Mordor to properly nourish your fetus. I've already asked someone to go out and look for a house. If you want to go back to Bashu, I'll ask someone to send you back and give you a nutritional fee. Luo Xiao stirred her fingers, then said in a low voice, My parents know that I've come to Mordor. If I go back like this, they'll definitely get angry. I'll just stay in Mordor for a while, then go back, okay? Yi Qing nodded, pulled out $10 from his money clip and placed it on the table, speaking, Sister-in-law, then you can stay in Mordor without worry. You can use this money first. Xiao Luo and you are both family members. If there's anything you can tell him, he's your driver now. I still have a few things to take care of, so I'll leave first. Then Luo Xiao watched Yi Qing leave with a dumbfounded look on his face. Luo Xiao stayed inside the hotel for the time being, while Yi Jun's family was miserable. Looking at the darkening sky, the family started to look for a place to stay. After asking a few families, they were all shocked by the expensive prices. This is not the dream did not come true. Suffered a social storm. Yi Jun family finally broke out. The family argued under the bridge, each blaming the other. Yi Jun took a hard drag on his dry cigarette and said with an angry face, "Go find Xiao Min or go find Luo Xiu. Huan, you give Luo Xiu a call and see where she is now?" Yi Jihuan heard his dad's words, took out his cell phone with a face of displeasure, started to contact his daughter-in-law, and finally said all the good words before Luo Xiu sent the address to Yi Jihuan. After the family of three, with a face of flesh pain, gave a considerable amount of taxi fare, they came to the hotel where Luo Xiu was staying. After 5 long minutes of communication with the staff on duty, they finally went in. Walking inside the suite that Luo Xiu was staying in, the family of three sucked in a breath of cool air. Geez, this floor is simply so bright that it can practically be used as a mirror. Yes, you look, and the coffee table, actually all made of stone. And this big curtains, can be pulled down to change a dozen sets of clothes. Right, and this bed, actually so soft, inside is like a paved cloud. Yi Jun's family was like Lu entering the manor. Looking at the decorations inside the suite, they all screamed in shock. After the shock, Yi Jun, the head of the family, started to ask Luo Xiu words. Luo Xiu, the honest child, told the things that Yi Qing had explained earlier one by one. Yi Jun's family listened to it, and their hearts sank. Yi Jun habitually wanted to smoke a couple of welded cigarettes, but thought of Yi Qing so concerned about the child inside Luo Xiu's stomach, opened his mouth and said, Yi Qing is still concerned about the bloodline of the Yi family. In the future, to take care of Luo Xiu, we can starve. She can't starve. Got it? After seeing his son and mother-in-law both nodding, Yi Jun took his own welding cigarettes and walked towards the toilet. Sitting on the stool, toilet, exclaimed, the big city is different. Inside the toilet are actually installed a bench convenient for me to smoke. Said began to spit up. The entire bathroom quickly filled with thick smoke, began to trigger the fire alarm warning. Yi Jun has not yet passed to the addiction to smoke. Suddenly heard la 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 alarm sound, and then the whole bathroom inside the pouring rain. The whole person was instantly drenched into a drenched chicken. Yi Jun panicked and looked at the fire sprinkler on the wall. Shouted loudly, Huan, the house is leaking. Come and help. After saying this, he took off his big undershirt and started to plug the leak. Yi Qing, who returned home, did not know that his own second uncle had made this mess again, and was now talking to Enya at home about his upcoming no Shangjing. I received a call from Professor Huang in the afternoon. We're going to Shangjing early. He'll take me to visit some celebrities, then go to see the academic exchange meeting. I can't accompany you these days. If you're bored, you'll find your classmate Zhao Zhao to chat. Every Saturday, Yi Min after school you go pick up. And my second uncle's family also came to Magic City. There are some things I have to make clear to you. Yi Qing began to talk about his childhood past. Enya listened to the whole person. Motherhood flooded into disaster. Hugging Yi Qing whispered consolation, it's okay, all in the past. Now you have me in, I am your family. The two mouths, separately imminent, especially crazy. The next day, Yi Qing once again touched his waist to get up, and then began to pack up his things, and Enya puttered around for a while before arriving at the Hangzhou airport under the transportation of the driver. Yi Qing, who had just walked to the T2 boarding gate, saw Elder Huan walking over from not far away with his granddaughter, and said to Yi Qing in a neutral tone, Yi Qing, you've come quite early. Yuting, still not calling? Huang Yuting, who was wearing a Chanel dress, heard her grandfather's words and rolled her eyes without any goodwill, nodding perfunctorily at Yi Qing. Yi Qing, long time no see. Then it was over. Yi Qing was speechless. He didn't seem to have offended Huang Yuting. Curious, he asked, Elder Huang, this time it's just the two of you going to Shangjing together? Well, my assistant had a temporary problem, so I asked my granddaughter to fill in. Elder Huang spoke to Yi Qing with a smiling look on his face, and the rest of the time was spent chatting about knowledge regarding optical zoom. Yi Qing, the water boy, was not afraid of the knowledge and optics at all. Time went away between the two people's chats. After getting on the airplane, Yi Qing started to sleep and rest. After all, his waist was still aching right now. 2 hours later, Yi Qing and Huang Lao walked off the airplane while chatting. Hearing this from the other party, Huang Guangyu said with an excited look on his face, yes, I can't wait to meet him too. By the way, this is Yi Qing, a very powerful backwoods researcher. The 3D naked eye technology is from him. Isn't Dean Jiang studying mom something about renewable energy development? No, I purposely brought Yi Qing here. He's also been researching renewable energy technology lately, so we'll have a good collision with the two deans at that time. These words sounded like they were coming to get back at him. Yi Qing had been keeping silent, just because he didn't want to stand out too much so as not to be set on fire by the other side. Who knew that as soon as Elder Huan got off the plane, he started provoking the other party. It simply made Yi Qing want to cry. Isn't this a typical movie sequence? It feels like he's bringing his helpers to seek revenge. Chapter 68, Exchange of Subjects. When the middle-aged man heard Huang Guanyu's introduction, his pair of slender eyes carefully sized up. Looking at the expressionless Yi Qing, he instantly felt that Yi Qing was a ruthless character. He He should be the foreign aide that Professor Huang had pulled in, but the other party's age was too young. Taking the initiative, he extended his hand and introduced himself. Hello Mr. Yi, my name is Zhang Xiaoming. I'm the assistant of Dean Jiang of Shangjing University. Hello, my name is Yi Qing. Please take care of me in the future. Yi Qing said extremely cooperatively. Huang Yuting deflated her mouth at the side. Hypocritical man. In his heart, he obviously hated to beat the other party to death, but now he actually pretended to be so friendly. Simply too hypocritical. After introducing each other, the group rushed towards the hotel. Sitting inside the commercial vehicle, Yi Qing felt more and more guilty the more he thought about it, and asked in a low voice, Elder Huang, what's the situation? Huang Lao looked at the driver who was driving the car and said with a big smile, Dean Jiang is an academician of the College of Science and Technology inside the University of Shangjing. The scope of his research is extensive. A real bull. Last exchange meeting, I haven't said anything about him. Yi Qing heard Huang Lao's words and mentally cursed. Someone else is actually an academician. You actually asked me to go up and take revenge for you. Is there any mistake? I'm a watery bastard with less than 100 battle power. I'm still not going to be turned into slag. Looking at Yi Qing whose face was full of worries, Huang Guanyu said with full of concern, Yi Qing, the so-called hands have length, and there are specialties. In optics you're still afraid of him, so the one who should be worried should be him, not you. Just keep a good mindset. It's just like going to bully kindergartners. Professor Huang said this is no problem, but Yi Qing had to listen to the heart-feel twisted mumble. Shangjing is worthy of being a hot summer at Hub. Get in the car on the traffic jam. Has been blocked for a few hours. A group of people came to the Shangjing Exchange Hotel. Sitting in a dizzy, Yi Qing jumped out of the car and took a few deep breaths to vent the bitterness of the heart. Zhang Xiaoming from the other car also had come over and said to Yi Qing and his party, Dean Jiang is already waiting for you inside the hotel. Insincere, actually waiting for us inside. If Jiang Hong was really sincere, he should have come out to pick me up. But who called someone else an academician? I'm just an ordinary professor. Go Yi Qing, I'll take you to pay a visit to academician Jiang. Huang Guanyu, who was a big age and had a temper that was not small, said in front of the group in a conspiratorial manner. Zhang Xiaoming was like being strangled. The whole person stood aside, blocked from speaking. Old man Huang, after decades, your character hasn't changed at all. It's not just an academician. If you're not happy in your heart, I'll switch with you. Do you need to make things difficult for your juniors like this? Besides, I'm not out to pick you up. An old man with a full head of white hair and a slim figure walked out from the door. His mouth said obnoxious words, but his mouth was with a smile from the heart to Huang Guanyu. Che, say it like I'm rare, you academician. Huang Guanyu said to Jiang Hong with disdain on his old face as he lost the battle. Yi Qing and Huang Yuting glanced at each other. Pair understood what was in each other's heart. That is, a dead duck's mouth. Right. You don't care. The Huang Guanyu I know is someone who regards money as dirt. Surely he won't care about these false names. This is Yi Qing, right? I've heard a lot about him, and today I've seen that his name is true. Let's go inside and talk. The group of people walked towards the inside of the hotel. Coming to a conference room, they started chatting. Huang Guanyu took a sip of tea and asked, Old Jiang, who will be arriving at this academic exchange? What is the purpose of the exchange? Jiang Hong said lightly, academic exchanges for development. This is divided without borders. I heard that the Sakura country next door is now applying to discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea. We are again neighbors next to the sea. Once we discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea, it will inevitably harm the health of our people. That's why the top has been strongly opposing it. And the ultimate purpose of this exchange meeting is centered around this topic. The cutting-edge talents from all provinces will all be there. Hearing this, the crowd in the room all washed a mouthful of cold air. This Nima damn shorty. You want to die, don't drag everyone. Use your samurai spirit. One person drank the nuclear wastewater in one gulp. Once it's discharged into the sea, I don't know how many people will die. Yi Qing had already made up his mind that once Sakura's nuclear wastewater was discharged into the sea, he would never eat any seafood from the nearby sea for the rest of his life. Elder Huang said with a gloomy face, with our current technological conditions, it's hard to solve this problem. The best result would be to stop the other side. But the other side has always been on good terms with the Free State. I think 9 times out of 10 the proposal for nuclear wastewater discharge will be passed this time. As soon as these words were uttered, so the expressions of the people on the scene all grew cautious. After all, this wasn't a matter of 2 families, but a major event that concerned the livelihood of the entire country. Jiang Hong nodded his head and said helplessly, this is something that is bound to happen, so the country has put its focus on us, hoping that we will research a perfect proposal. After the research of the Scientific Research Institute, The population size of the Sakura country and the large amount of nuclear industry has long been out of contrast. In accordance with the existing science and technology, if they want to dispose of the nuclear wastewater that they themselves have accumulated, it will take at least 70 years, and this is still the premise that they will not be using nuclear technology in the future. So this is a daunting task for us, and to be honest, I personally don't have much confidence. Zhang Hong's words made the hearts of the crowd heavier. If you all have ideas, you can all say them. Everyone brainstorm and speak your thoughts at the top of the conversation. Take a good rest for these 2 days. Now talk about other ideas. Yi Qing say how in the end you solved the problem of air presentation. This thing I thought for so long has not been figured out. Academician is academician. This spirit of hard learning is not ordinary people can compare. Yi Qing now hard is not false. 3D naked eye technology. Their own in the line immediately began to blow up to Zhang Hong powerful. The latter is like a student in general. Touched out a notepad. Took a pen. Seriously took notes. 1 hour. Yi Qing finished pretending. A modest look to Zhang Hong said, Zhang academician. To offer ugly. Zhang Hong closed his own notepad, looked at Yi Qing with a face of admiration and said, Yi Qing, your attainments in optics are simply unprecedented. I've been taught today. Ha ha, of course you have to be taught. And then there's the fact that this old problem of yours, Zhang Hong, hasn't changed. You always carry a notepad with you at all times. Huang Guanyu mocked to his heart's content from the sidelines. Happy finally saw Zhang Hong's look of surprise. Chapter 69 Bar Encounter Disney's Fugitive Male. Zhang Hong glared at Huang Guanyu and said without any good humor, Old Huang, didn't your teacher teach you? A good memory is better than a bad pen. Don't be stubborn with me either. If you want to say you have a good memory, you repeat what Yi Qing said before. After saying that, the old god took a sip of tea. Huang Guanyu is the point of a mute cannon general, full of red face sitting on the chair. Do not dare to open the mouth. The people are stifled in the heart want to laugh, but do not dare to laugh, for fear that the Huang Guanyu this firecracker to blow up. Time spent in the two old men's quarrel. Anyway, one of the two said a word. The other immediately jumped out to lift the bar. The entire conference room is the sound of these two people. In the end, the two men parted with their beards blowing. Yi Qing followed behind Huang Guanyu, breathlessly walking towards the hotel where he was staying. Huang Yuting, on the other hand, had long since left. In Huang Yuting's words, is to go and their friends to eat. Chatting with these old curmudgeons around a little bit of fun is not. The whole person is going to be bored out of their minds. Yi Qing and the capital of a friend are not. Can only stay in their own rooms and Enya playing video phone? More than once in the heart. Why they have to follow Huang Guanyu so early to the capital? With the passage of time, to talk to the meeting more and more people. Among them there are Bashu. There are upriver. One by one. Just by looking at the appearance and the aura, one could tell that this group of people were definitely high intellectuals. Time came to the next day. Yi Qing is ready to go out for a walk. After all, in the boredom of the room inside too boring, will suffocate out of the disease. Followed the recommendations on the internet, came to a clear bar, ordering a cocktail, listening to the elegant song. Yi Qing quietly drank. I don't know if it was because of Yi Qing's temperament, or the role of the Vacheron Constantine commemorative watch that was inadvertently leaking out between his wrists. The ladies drinking inside the entire bar would basically gaze at Yi Qing for a while, but no one went up to strike up a conversation. After a glass of wine, a woman with a lot of flavor walked into the doorway of the bar. Her straight long legs were covered with fishing net stockings, and her white t-shirt would leak out a touch of snow white from time to time. The girl is like a rose emitting fatal temptation. Beautiful and fatal but attractive people close. Jin Mei, as her name suggests, is a girl whose entire body exudes fatal temptation. Surveying the surroundings, Jin Mei looked at Yi Qing whose aura was out of place in the bar, moved a pair of long white legs and walked towards Yi Qing. A Bloody Mary, and bring this gentleman a cup of sake, Jin Mei said to the bartender. Yi Qing looked at the unusually beautiful girl sitting beside him, a little excited that he was being accosted by a girl. The excited Yi Qing, it wasn't any kind of seeing a girl, it was pure excitement. It was like something that he couldn't even dream of before had actually come true. But when Yi Qing looked around, Yi Qing realized that the entire people inside the bar were all looking at themselves with a look of pity. This Nima, what's the situation? A beautiful woman came to hit on me. Nima actually looked at me with a look of attending a memorial service. Is it envy extremely jealous of me? Yi Qing ignored away these gazes and started to accost the other party. No, I'll treat you, Yi Qing said in a not so bad manner. Seeing Yi Qing's rookie look, Jin Mei knew that Yi Qing rarely came to the bar, thinking to herself, I hope you're a powerful person, otherwise don't blame me later. I see brother you are drinking alone here. Is there something on your mind? You don't guard against saying it. I'll help you analyze it. Jin Mei took a sip of Bloody Mary, her sexy flaming red lips slightly opened, and said to Yi Qing, Are women hitting on each other so blunt now? Yi Qing honestly said, nothing is bothering me. I'm just bored in the hotel. I came out to stroll around. Do you have something bothering you? Jinmei sighed. I have a bitter thing in my heart, so I came out to drink some wine and find a stranger to confide in. I was a very cute girl from birth, so I was given the name Jinmei. As time passed I grew up and became more beautiful. Speaking here, Jinmei smiled to herself and touched her pretty face as she continued. But even the most beautiful words have a moment of withering. My origin and future destiny were all arranged in a proper way. My parents had long ago fixed a marriage for me to an uncle 30 years my senior. When I was a child, he even hugged me, and I naively called him uncle. But I never thought that after more than 10 years, I would actually have to change my mouth to call him my husband. Isn't that sad? This Nima is making up a story. Right. Yi Qing saw the other party's appearance, then asked in astonishment. Wait, how old are you now? Jinmei frowned. I'm talking to you about whether it's pathetic or not. You actually asked me how old I am. Has your sister ever heard of a saying called a woman's age can't be asked? But looking at the face of the Vacheron Constantine commemorative edition, Jinmei chose to answer Yi Qing's straight man's question. I am 19 years old. Crap. Yan Xiao's makeup is too scary. A 19-year-old girl actually looked so flavorful. Yi Qing honestly said, it's quite pathetic, but you can choose not to marry. Isn't marriage free now? Hearing this answer from Yi Qing, Jinmei said her heart was very tired, spat out a mouthful of wine and continued. I don't want to marry, but can I make the call on this? The male party has quite a lot of energy in Shangjing. It's not something I can resist, and this is also a marriage that was set by my parents to flatter the other party. Do you think I still have a choice? I'm just a trading item, just a toy. Do you think it's pathetic? As she said this, Jinmei's golden peas began to flow out. Yi Qing sympathized and handed the other party a tissue, not even knowing how he should speak. In his heart, he suspected that the other party was making up stories. That is, the TV show did not dare to act so. He came to the bar to drink to relieve boredom. He met this million inside the pick one will happen only the heroine of the tragic thing. This Nima is too magical. Soon reality let Yi Qing this is not magic at all. Is the real thing. Hey, wipe your tears. Jinmei reached out and took the tissue and wiped her tears. Then the remaining corner of her eyes saw the bar walk into two big and burly men, and their bodies were covered in tattoos. Immediately stretching out her neck like a dragonfly, she kissed Yi Qing on the cheek and said, thank you. You are a good person. Why don't you take me to escape? Let's walk far away. Find a place where no one can find us, and live our lives peacefully. After Jinmei finished speaking, she tightly held Yi Qing's hand and didn't let go, with a happy look of identifying with Yi Qing for the rest of her life. Chapter 70, Bodyguard Black Wolf. This sudden ambiguous action of Jinmei stunned Yi Qing. Now the girls are so passionate and exuberant? This is only the first time to meet. Said to stay with yourself for life? This is also too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Qing effort to pull out his wrist. Isolert said, please respect yourself. The words just fell. Into the bar of the two tattooed strong man walked straight to the bar where Yi Qing out. One of the shaved head of the strong man, directly a slap to Yi Qing, mouth loudly scolded, that comes to the little punk. Sister-in-law you dare to soak. Yi Qing saw that the other party made a move at the drop of a hat, and immediately raised his hand towards the other party's wrist to grab it. The addition of the 6 cashews allowed Yi Qing to have unrivaled explosive power. With a snap, he instantly grabbed the other party's wrist and said angrily, what are you doing? Sister-in-law you dare to pick up. Simply did not put my big brother in my eyes. See my waist you. The bald burly man said to Yi Qing in an unusually arrogant manner. Then he was ready to greet his companions and go on together. The Black Shield bodyguards who had been secretly protecting Yi Qing saw that they needed to protect their employer suffered a threat. A man wearing a black hat quickly got up and rushed towards Yi Qing. The whole person was like a wild wolf about to prey. Before he arrived, he jumped up and kicked towards the bald man. A bang sound rang out. The bald strong man who had just greeted his partner to make a move, was so wrong as to be less than yellow a kick on the body, directly covered his waist and knelt down. Hiss, hiss, leopard give me on. The bald man roared at his partner with bloodshot eyes in pain. The man called Panther, looked at the burly man who suddenly popped out, then looked at the man put into the bald brother's expressionless face looking at himself as if he was looking at a dead man, and said sheepishly, kid, I advise you to mind your own business. You dare to meddle in the affairs of the third young master of Shangjing. Beware that I will let you walk out of Shangjing. Leopard this is a typical mouth high. Mouth said harsh words, but the body is very honest. Do not dare to go up and make a move at all. The bodyguard's eyes that were filled with murderous aura, glanced at the leopard, then respectfully stood by Yi Qing's side and apologized. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, for causing you trouble. I'll take care of them. When Yi Qing heard this, he immediately knew that this man was Black Shield's bodyguard. The heart that was hanging in the air was finally put down. If he really hadn't hired a bodyguard, He might have been gotten by these two burly men in front of him right now. Glancing at Jinmei, Yi Qing instantly conjured up a drama. On this Nima is encountered Disney again on the run princess? But the other party has not been too arrogant. Right, a word to abolish their own. From childhood to live independently, Yi Qing is not any kind of kind generation. Picked up the bottle of wine at the reception. Directly smashed on the head of the bald strongman. Bang! The wine bottle shattered in response to the sound. The bald man was brutally hit by a second blow and directly fainted with a crooked neck. Yi Qing threw away the glass bottle in his hand, looked at the leopard and said, "I hit the man. Go back to your master and say, if you want to retaliate as soon as possible, to come and find me. I, Yi Qing, would like to see if he is able to cover the sky with one hand." After saying that, he glared at Jinmei, then got up and walked out. As Yi Qing got up and left, the crowd of bodyguards secretly protecting Yi Qing all stood up from their positions. Upon counting, there were as many as 6 in number, and each of them looked like well-trained soldiers. The people inside the bar all washed a mouthful of cold air. What kind of person was this teenager in the end? Going out actually brought so many bodyguards. This was too terrifying. Jinmei's eyes were full of vigor at this moment, and she said to the stupefied leopard, "See, this is my man. If the third young master really wants to forcefully marry me, Yi Qing won't agree. You advise him to better die of this heart." After saying that, she twisted her body and quickly chased towards Yi Qing, shouting loudly, "My dear, wait for me." Yi Qing, who went out the door, ignored the follower behind him, and said to the bodyguard who had struck out before, "Thank you. What's your name? I'd like to give Black Shield recognition for you." The stout man wearing a black hat whispered, "My name is Black Wolf. Black Wolf, are you interested in following me? I can pay for you for the breach of contract. The salary is 3 times your current one. Don't reject me yet. I'll give you 2 days to think about it. If you have an idea, come find me." Yi Qing whispered to Black Wolf and then took a cab towards the hotel he was staying at. Black Wolf waved his hand at his partner, signaling his partner to follow him before he was alone, now thinking under the streetlight. After seeing Yi Qing take a taxi alone, Jinmei stomped her foot in anger and cursed a stingy man. She took a taxi and quickly followed. Half an hour later, Yi Qing returned to the hotel and Jinmei also chased after him. When Yi Qing was about to enter the door, Jinmei grabbed Yi Qing's sleeve and said daintily, "Brother Yi, you can't do this." Yi Qing expressed his annoyance and said impatiently, "What exactly do you want to do?" "Of course it's to be with you," Jinmei said without thinking. It was not easy for her to meet a fierce man who dared to shake the third young master. She had to hug this big tree tightly to put herself out of the misery. "Come on, don't do that. You're just using me to deal with your fiancé. You'd better die this heart earlier. Goodbye, never see you again," Yi Qing said, flinging away Jinmei's hand and then quickly closing the door. Angry Jinmei, teeth itchy, but cannot offend Yi Qing in the slightest, can only selective retreat. Yi Qing thought that this matter just settled down, and Enya chatted for a while, then rested early, and Enya in Magic City, looked at the time, already 21 in the evening, immediately to pick up Yi Min's school dismissal time. She changed her clothes and drove towards the Magic City's Virtue Girls School. Yi Min's school is a private school. Every Saturday, 22 o'clock on time after school. Sunday afternoon 17 o'clock on time to school. When Enya drove to the entrance of the school, the entire roadway was already full of luxury cars, the least of which was the Bauma 5 Series. After Enya parked her car, she walked towards the school entrance. The young face and noodle body became the most beautiful scenery line among the group of parents. Yi Ji-won, who was squatting at the school entrance, looked at Enya's young face and once again thought in his heart, girls in big cities can be so beautiful. The child is in high school and is actually still so young. Thinking of himself, Yi Ji-won's eyes glazed over as he admired the female parents who picked up the students. Enya was wearing a one-piece European-style suit, and his body, which had been working out for a long time, looked like an international model under the suit's backdrop. Chapter 71, I'm her sister-in-law. "Hi there, are you here to pick up the kids too?" A mature woman took the initiative to ask Enya, mainly because the aura on Enya was too intoxicating, so she wanted to chat with Enya. "No, I'm here to pick up my sister. I'm here to pick up my daughter. I was really surprised to see you just now. I thought you were here to pick up your child." The mature woman chatted with Yi Qing like this. After chatting for 10 minutes or so, the bell rang for the school dismissal. The gate opened, and a group of little girls in short skirts and school uniforms walked out chattering. Enya and Yi Ji-won both looked at the school entrance with eager anticipation. Not long after, Yi Min with a ponytail walked out. "Yi Min, Yi Min." The voices of a man and a woman rang in Yi Min's ears. Yi Min, who was looking for her sister-in-law, heard her big brother's voice and thought she was hallucinating. As a result, she really saw her big brother, Yi Ji-won, with a shocked jaw hanging on her entire little face. Then his legs were like a small motor. He quickly ran to Enya's back and pinched Enya's corner of the coat and eagerly said, "Sister-in-law, my brother is here. They chased him to Magic City. Hearing Yi Min's words, Enya watched as a man with a more mature appearance quickly walked towards her. Comfortingly, she said, "Don't be afraid. There's sister-in-law." Yi Jiwan laboriously squeezed through the crowd and came to Enya Young. Looking at his sister hiding behind this exquisite woman, a pair of thick eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. As usual, he chided, "Yi Min, follow me." Yi Min shook her head like a drumwave and said defiantly, "No, I won't go with you. If I go with you, you and mom and dad will marry me off." After saying that, his hands tightly grabbed Enya's arm. "This gentleman, my sister doesn't know you. Please don't harass us or I'll call the police," Enya said calmly to Yi Jiwan. After saying that, she pulled Yi Min's hand towards her car. When Yi Jiwan heard this, he was so angry that his veins were throbbing and hurriedly chased after him. "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to take away my sister? I'm her real big brother, and this is our family matter. It's not your turn to dictate. If you dare to take my sister away, I'll beat you up." After saying this, he pulled up his own sleeves and was ready to strike. Enya stopped her footsteps, her delicate face expressionless for years as she looked at Yi Jiwan. Finally said in a cold voice, "I am Yi Min's sister-in-law, Yi Qing's lover. Who do you think I am? And now society is not a society to play rough. If you are bold enough, touch me and try. Yi Min, let's go." After saying that, he pulled Yi Min into the Ferrari that Yi Qing drove before and then sped off into the distance. Yi Jiwan, who raised his fist, looked at the Ferrari in the distance with a dumbfounded expression. It wasn't because Enya's aura was too strong that he was dumbfounded. It was because the words that Enya, such a beautiful and delicate woman, was actually Yi Qing's wife, that he was dumbfounded. Yi Jiwan's head buzzing. He is dreaming, did not think that the woman in front of this more beautiful than the star actually is Yi Qing's girlfriend. The heart from full of a kind of extreme imbalance. Why they look for a wife as a dry-skinned peasant girl. Why Yi Qing's wife is so beautiful, and also drive a sports car. Thinking of this, Yi Jiwan hated and gritted his teeth. "Yi Qing, how can I say we are all family? You actually treated us like this, and now you even instructed your wife to disown us as a family. I can see through you. I'm going to find someone to expose you and make you lose your name." After saying that, he huffed and took a taxi back. In the Ferrari, Enya looked at the silent Yi Min and opened her mouth to comfort her. "With sister-in-law here, don't be afraid. Now it's a law and order society. Unlike before, they don't dare to do anything to you. Just study at ease." Yi Min actually understands this reasoning, but living at home for more than 10 years of life concepts, that is so easy to change. Entangled said, "Sister-in-law, my father and my brother will not give up so easily. I know them too well. I'm worried about what stupid things they will do." "Silly child, don't think too much. Would they still go and commit suicide and blow up Yi Qing? Just study at ease. When it's longer and your parents open to see, I don't think Yi Qing will sit back and do nothing to them. After all, they are Yi Qing's only relatives in this world." Hearing Enya's words, Yi Min was quite a bit more relieved, and her little face was not sad. On the other hand, Yi Jiwan returned to the hotel where Luo Xiu was staying with an angry face. At Luo Xiu, who opened the door, he was giving a head-butting scolding. "Look at your yellow face. You don't even know how to clean up and tidy yourself up. You don't even have the face to see people when you walk out." When Luo Xiu heard this, her eyes reddened, and the whole person was like an aggravated bag, not daring to open her mouth to speak. "What are you being mean about? Luo Xiu is pregnant. Don't be mad at her, or else I'll beat you up." Yi Jun's voice was hoarse as he cursed at his own son. Yi Jun, who smoked yesterday and triggered the fire alarm system, managed to catch a cold. That's why his voice was so hoarse. Then he turned his head to comfort his daughter-in-law. "Luo Xiu, don't be general with Ji Huan. This kid is just itchy skin. I'll just beat her up later." After all, the family was able to land in Magic City, all thanks to Luo Xiu. And if it is not Yi Qing, look at Luo Xiu's face. Yi Jun family old long grayback. Yi Min's mother pulled Luo Xiu to comfort her in a low voice. Yi Jun, on the other hand, looked at his son and asked, "Say, what happened? So much fire." "Dad, you don't know that my sister was picked up by a very beautiful woman. That woman is Yi Qing's wife, driving a white sports car for a few $100s less, and taught Yi Min to no longer recognize our family. Do you think I can't be angry?" Yi Jun heard this, the voice or broken cursed. "Melana, simply a harpy dragon, actually dare to teach my daughter to disown us. This matter I Yi Jun, and she is not finished." "Money? Did you and Yi Min mention the matter of money?" Speaking of the best, Yi Jun asked eagerly. Yi Jihuan heard this, the fire is even more. Clang clang clang, drink a cup of tap water. "A look to eat," people said. The sister, as soon as she came out, was taken away by that woman. I simply do not have time to mention the matter of money with her, and said to call the police to arrest me. Hearing Yi Jihuan's words, the family's mind exploded, and they all cursed at Enya. A mouthful of authentic and fluent Bashu language came to mind again inside the room. For a long time, The family's mouth dry throat pain quenched the fire. All becomes sad face up. Because the family with the money was not much. Want to live in this high prices of Magic City, is simply a drop in the bucket. Chapter 72 The exchange will start. Big Brother gathered. Luo Xiu was originally a simple-minded mountain village girl. Unlike other girls who are as rich in heart, when she saw that Ji Jun's family was sad, softly said, Gong Gong, you guys are worried about the money thing? Luo Xiu, just rest assured that you're raising your fetus. We'll worry about the money. Don't think too much. Yi Jun obviously wanted to rely on this unborn grandson to hook up with Yi Qing, so his attitude towards Luo Xiu was extraordinarily good. Hearing this, Luo Xiu fumbled inside her own clothes for a while, preferably pulling out $10 and handing it to Yi Jun. Opening her mouth, she explained, Eunuch, this is given to me by Yi Qing's brother-in-law. You guys take it first. Yi Jun's family was simply stunned when they saw the $10 in Luo Xiu's hand. Yi Jun grabbed the money before his son and said, I'll keep this money. Go buy some tonic for Luo Xiu tomorrow. There are still more days to spend money in the future. So everyone save it. Right. What else did Yi Qing say to you? Luo Xiu honestly replied. Uncle Junior also said, this money is for me to use first. If it's not enough, he'll get it for me again. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Yi Jun's family's eyes were glowing with gold, looking at Luo Xiu as if they were looking at a money tree again. Slap. A whistling slap sounded. Yi Jun slapped his own son's face violently, which can be described as using enough force. Yi Ju won this countryside man directly by his own dad pumping nosebleed wildly, buzzing inside the ears. A face of confusion looking at his own dad, dark face hung full of incomprehension. This is a lesson for you. In the future, if you dare to yell at Luo Xiu again, I'll beat you to death. Giving you a big ear scrape today is to make you remember. Apologize to Luo Xiu right now, or I'll beat you to death. The power of $10 can be really big. Instantly make Yi Jun to his son painkiller. To prove their own importance of Luo Xiu, this daughter-in-law's determination, Yi Ji-wan, who was beaten dizzily, heard his father's words and looked at his wife, who was obviously pregnant. Very aggrieved, he bowed his head. Xiu-er, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you so loudly. Luo Xiu got up and hugged her husband, a little heartbrokenly touching Yi Ji-wan's face, softly said, marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog. Ji-wan, I married you in order to live with you in peace. I hope that in the future you can treat me well. The family immediately put on an emotional drama. The next day, Shangjing, Yi Qing woke up early, opened the door to see, finally did not see that annoying Jinmei. Mood suddenly relaxed, foot ready to go to find Huang Guanyu, ready to today nimbly to the exchange meeting to finish, and then go home early. As a result, the front foot just stepped out of the door, saw a lovely girl wearing Lolita clothes walked out from the elevator. The gentle face, exuding a soft gaze, looked like a young girl who came out from the second dimension. Yi Qing looked at the other party's face and had a sense of déjà vu, like he had seen the other party somewhere. The young girl carried a cartoon version of a lunchbox, walked straight to Yi Qing and softly shouted, Brother, I'm a big chow. Hearing this voice, Yi Qing instantly knew who the other party was. This Nima is not last night's Jinmei. The style has changed into a cute girl in the second dimension. The change in style is also too big. Yi Qing said in shock, Jinmei, what are you up to? Don't you have class today? Brother, today is Sunday. I'm on vacation, and I'm afraid that you didn't eat in the morning. I specially brought you breakfast. Eat it. After saying that she was like a cook, she bowed to Yi Qing. A touch of Snow White on her chest shook Yi Qing's eyes. Come on, don't come with a set. I still have to go to a scientific research meeting. I don't have time to fool around with you, Yi Qing said with a firm will. After saying that, he took a deep look at the other party's snowy white, and then walked into the elevator without leaving any residual feelings. Jin Beautiful see Yi Qing left, not the slightest action to catch up, whispered, do not like secondary? Now the boys do not all like secondary girls. By the way, go to the scientific research meeting. Is it because of the 3D technology to come to Shangjing? In fact, after Jinmei went home last night, she read all of Yi Qing's information. Inside this era of high-speed internet development, it was simply too easy to find out a person's general information. After learning that Yi Qing was the president of Magic City's Evergreen Technology, the youngest multi-millionaire, Jinmei immediately dressed up and came to give Yi Qing breakfast. Leaving Yi Qing in the hotel conference hall, met Huang Guanyu and disappeared for almost 2 days of Huang Yuting. At this time Huang Yuting, dressed as an assistant, long hair coiled together, leading a suitcase, honestly stood beside his grandfather. Huang Guanyu, who was chatting with his old friend, saw Yi Qing and immediately waved at him and said, Yi Qing, come here, I'll introduce you to some old-timers. Seeing that elder Huang was interested in helping him expand his network, Yi Qing was moved to walk forward. Yi Qing, this is Prof. Zhang from Basha University. Speaking of which, you are still old folks. This is Prof. Zhu from Binjiang University, this is Prof. Shi Shang. Huang old man introduced 5 people in a row to Yi Qing to recognize. One of them is still academician. This scene can be Yi Qing scared not clear. A look of juniors follow the big brother in front of him to shake hands one by one. The attitude of the sincerity, tone of voice of the tenderness. Prof. Zhang, who wore old-fashioned glasses and back-combed hair, happily patted Yi Qing's shoulder. Yi Qing, you are simply giving our Basha hometown a long face. This 3D technology is simply beyond words. It is at least 20 years far beyond the existing imaging technology. Thanks to Elder Lu's compliments, I just had a little breakthrough in 3D technology. There's a long way to learn. Yi Qing said with full modesty. Little Yi, there is no need to be overly self-effacing. Your achievements are there for all to see. It's your glory no one can take away. You are indeed at the forefront of 3D technology. The bigwigs were dissatisfied with Yi Qing's self-effacement, and they all lectured Yi Qing. In the end, Yi Qing had no choice but to accept it with an open mind. Professor Shi started and began to talk about the recent weather changes. Environmental pollution is serious. If we don't control it, the national climate change will become more and more serious. The North and South Poles glacier melting will intensify, and the ozone layer will deteriorate. Professor Shi's words caused everyone to sigh, and Yi Qing also pretended to talk about it. There was no way. One had to keep up with the rhythm of these bigwigs. Well, after talking about the weather, Professor Zhu started talking about biological topics. What with soilless cultivation, vitamin extraction, microbial preservation and such topics. Yi Qing once again followed the bigwigs here with a face of admiration, saying words of admiration and such to Prof. Zhu. Chapter 73 The Telling of Location. Ba Shu's Professor Zhang finally opened his mouth to speak, chatting about some knowledge about medical care. What vascular minimally invasive technology. What soda water starves cancer cells of high-end topics. Yi Qing was listening to it and was almost dumbfounded. This Nima, a big bull is a big bull. These topics are simply too high-end. He himself is 6 out of 7. The rest of them don't know a thing. Finally, Yi Qing pretended to chat about the high-end 3D naked eye technology, shocked the other party. In his heart, he also began to recognize Yi Qing, a junior, as a person with real talent. The high-end conversation ended when the time came to 9 in the morning, and a large group of intellectuals engaged in academics and scientific research walked towards the huge exchange venue. Not long after, Yi Qing followed behind Huang Guanyu and arrived at the circular venue, and under the arrangement of the staff, he sat in the second row of the most corner seat. Yi Qing felt that this position was simply an excellent venue. Unlike the first row which was so conspicuous, he just felt at ease and waited for the venue to disperse. Sitting on the seat, Yi Qing then bent his waist, letting the whole person curl up, so that it would be even less attractive. Who knows that the ass is not yet sitting hot? Yi Qing saw Huang Guanyu shaking ahead to look around, saw Yi Qing sitting in the second row. That look was instantly filled with dissatisfaction, and beckoned to a staff member not far away. The staff member wearing a white uniform with a hang tag immediately walked over. With a soft tone, he asked, Professor Huang, what's the matter? Why is he sitting in the second row? This is Yi Qing, a lone researcher who has researched a high-end talent in naked eye 3D technology. Who rode the seat for him? Immediately changed to the first row for me. Prof. Lu, who was sitting next to Huang Guanyu, also looked dissatisfied at this time and said, this is an insult to Yi Qing. Please immediately arrange the seat right away. If you can't make the decision, I will talk to your superior leaders. People who engaged in scientific research, especially high-end scientific research and technical talents. These people's self-confidence was especially strong. Say in terms of money, most of them wouldn't care, but in terms of face, they looked at it more than anyone else, especially after seeing Yi Qing, a cutting-edge talent, being so cold-shouldered by the other party. He immediately started to stand up for Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at the few old grandpas he knew before, looking at the staff with an appearance of wanting to eat someone. His heart felt like 10,000 grass mud horses running through it. Fellow big brothers, I'm fine sitting at the back. Don't leave me such an eye-catching position in the first row. Thinking of this, Yi Qing very modestly said, it's fine, I'm fine sitting here. Thank you all for your kindness. Just don't make it difficult for each other. Yi Qing, you're still young. You don't understand this matter. Leave it to me. Right, this is about a person's dignity and status. They're not recognizing you. Leave it to us. You just watch. A few old grandpas were like explosives that were about to be detonated at this time, glaring angrily at the staff. The young staff member. The pressure in his heart was no less than a Tarzan crashing down. His mouth wriggled and he couldn't say a complete sentence. It was best that the promoter who had organized this scientific research meeting found out that it was not good and walked over to ask, Old Huang, what's the situation? Huang Guanyu reached out and pointed at Yi Qing and said, look at where Yi Qing is sitting. Old man Jiang, is this something you arranged? Jian Hong, as an older generation of scientific research figures, knew that these old partners valued their position, and immediately said to the staff with a tiger's face, "No matter who did this, immediately transfer me to the first row. This is a sign of respect for Yi Qing, do it right away." After saying that, he turned his head towards his old partner and explained, "This matter is just a misunderstanding, don't take it to heart guys." Only after hearing this from Jiang Hong did the old grandpas who were blowing their beards and eyes give up. Yi Qing thought to himself, "Finished," and the staff that disappeared, came to a director's office, wiped his sweaty head, knocked on the door and walked in. Director Huang, Dean Jiang personally sent word to move Yi Qing's position to the first row. Director Yang was a slim man with a kind of smile hanging on the corner of his mouth at all times, but this smile looked especially fake, like a professional smile in general. Since Principal Jiang gave the word, then let's jump the position in the first row. These old farts, still so stubborn, isn't it just a position? What's there to earn? Director Huang said mildly. In fact, he is more than anyone knows the importance of the first row position. In Yanxia, what can reflect the highest compulsion? That is the first, such as the first badminton master, the first chess master, often the first, are synonymous with the status and compulsion. Otherwise your leadership speech, you told him to stand in the very center to speak, to see the leadership turn back to pack you to death. Moreover, Director Huang arranged for Yi Qing to sit in the second row because he was requested by Chen Luo, the third son of the 4 young men in Shangjing. The two are hair small since childhood. The relationship is particularly iron. Last night, after knowing that Yi Qing bubble his own sibling thing, Director Yang intends to give Yi Qing this back a little small shoes to wear, give him to arrange to the second row position, ready to lose Yi Qing's face. As a result, Yi Qing couldn't wait to sit in the second row. If Director Huang knew about it, he would be furious. The staff directly forgot about the second sentence that Director Yang said, and ran towards the scene without stopping, respectfully inviting Yi Qing to sit in the first row. Looking at the professor next to him, "Professor sure," Yi Qing cried in his heart, but had to say words of thanks to the crowd with a grateful face. Also Professor Sher took advantage of the fact that the scientific research meeting hadn't started yet and began to whisper to Yi Qing to popularize the importance of position. In Professor Sher's words, Yi Qing translated the following explanation. The people in the second row were basically some water goods and A goods or something like that, looking very similar to the genuine goods, but in fact, the difference was far and wide, and there was no scientific research results that could be taken out, and the first row is the genuine goods. Everyone has to get out of the large scientific research achievements, like Yi Qing, this kind of no scientific research team, no money to support the people, actually overcome the naked eye 3D technology this epical difficulty. Yi Qing, he does not sit in the first row. That is the scientific research talents of the great insult. This matter is inexcusable. Yi Qing heard Prof. Sher's introduction. His heart was speechless. A small position actually involved so many curves. This scientific research community inside the water is also too deep. After Prof. Sher finished, he watched as Jiang Hong started to go on stage, followed by 2 academicians and old men in suits. With the leaders on stage, this scientific research conference will officially kick off. President Jian picked up the microphone. The language formally said to everyone, "Welcome the arrival of the academicians, the companions of the scientific research community. I announce the official start of this scientific research conference." Chapter 74, inviting Yi Qing to the stage to pretend to be X. As Jiang Hong opened his mouth, the exchange officially kicked off. The theme of this exchange is ecological environment purification and protection. As we all know, with the progress of the times, global mankind has entered into a stage of rapid development, which inevitably produces scientific research garbage. The ecological damage caused by these garbage is huge, and all the known rare animals in the world are on the verge of extinction, and the clean land of the ocean has also suffered tremendous damage. Jiang Hong spoke impassionedly for a few minutes about the importance of the environment, not mentioning a word about the discharge of nuclear wastewater from the Dwarf Kingdom, but alluding to it in every sentence. At the end of the speech, Jiang Hong and the leaders signaled that the group could speak positively. All the bigwigs at the scene didn't hold their breath and had a serious thinking look on their faces. A long time, sitting in the third row of a middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, "Human beings want to develop. Society is deteriorated, this is inevitable. Of course, weaken deterioration of this process infinitely compressed to zero. I personally feel that the following measures need to be taken. Returning farmland to forests, real estate control, strict punishment, strict control." 3 minutes later, Jiang Hong, extremely speechless, said, "Thank you, Professor Mao's speech. Everyone expresses their own views, the first thought out, so that it is convenient to effectively control the environment in the future." After saying this, he turned his gaze to the experts in the first row, seeing that the group all looked preoccupied, while Yi Qing, expressionless, lowered his head and looked at the floor. Jiang Hong magnificently misunderstood. thinking that Yi Qing actually had something on his mind, but was in the way of saving face and was not good enough to take the lead in front of these old-timers. So Jiang Hong said to Yi Qing with a smile on his face, "Yi Qing, do you have any ideas in your heart? Don't be embarrassed. Scientific research will be the collision of ideas that will produce a brilliant spark." Jiang Hong's words made Yi Qing dumbfounded. "This Nima, I'm just afraid of being named to answer a question. That's why I kept my head down. You would actually think that I have some kind of thought process. Your association is too damn rich." And the bigwigs in the first row all looked at Yi Qing in unison. After they learned about the theme of this scientific research meeting, they have been thinking of solutions, and so far there hasn't been a mature program. And the reason they didn't open their mouths was because they wanted to perfect their programs from others, or open up new ideas, but never dreamed that Yi Qing actually already had a program. Huang Guangyu, Lu Jian, Professor Zhu and others all looked at Yi Qing, signaling Yi Qing not to be stage fright and just say it. The reporters and spotlights at the scientific research meeting immediately shot towards Yi Qing. The cameras of the live broadcast were all aimed at Yi Qing. Yi Qing's back was instantly wet with cold sweat, looking at the expectant eyes of the crowd of bigwigs and leaders, as well as the foreign friends and reporters present. His scalp went numb as he stood up and, human potential is endless. In this short few seconds, Yi Qing's six-waist crazy spike adrenaline, combined with the technology of optics associated with a horrible thought. Surrounded by spotlights and live broadcasts from various TV stations, Yi Qing spoke. After every era of technological development to a limit, it will face a neck bottle, and once crossed it will step into a new era. Environmental pollution. This is the neck bottle we have to face. I have a general solution in mind. Say it for everyone's reference. Everyone present who heard Yi Qing's words all looked at Yi Qing with an excited face. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing, this terrifying young man, was actually the first person to find a solution. The translator translated Yi Qing's words to the foreign guests in a low voice. Jiang Hong excitedly invited Yi Qing onto the stage. All the cameras were focused on Yi Qing, and Yi Qing's young face appeared on more than 50 television stations across the country. Even Dima, who was in Sioux City, saw Yi Qing's familiar face. This pussyfootedness excited all the people who attended the last party. Yi Qing brooded for a moment, then spoke. "The program I'm thinking of is the strong separation of purple power. Strong departure can be understood as a terrifying centrifugal ability that goes beyond the positive and negative poles. It has a terrifying absorption ability that can absorb and gather microorganisms that are invisible to the naked eye, while the purple electricity is the purifying effect." Yi Qing was learning to speak more and more fluently. All the people present were quietly listening, especially the bigwigs sitting in the first row. Some of them had already taken notes. More than 2 hours. Yi Qing put the concept of the role of strong ionizing purple electricity basically said once, and then roughly said how to make a strong ionizer, and then found that the dry goods were being hollowed out pretty much after that. He closed his mouth, said, "I'm done." Then he walked off the stage and sat down in his seat to continue fuming. Next door, Professor Shi patted Yi Qing and said with a look of admiration, "Little Yi did a good job. We'll have a private chat later. In the future, don't throw the dry goods about the center part out." "Right, old Shi is right. I think the leader will come back to talk to you later." Yi Qing was speechless. He had said what he could and couldn't say, and there was still hairy dry goods, while some of the others were listening as if they were mesmerized. Some were listening with a confused look on their faces. For example, Prof. Jiro Anabe of Sakura Country, now can't wait to rush up and ask Yi Qing why he didn't continue. Now getting himself up and down. The heart is like being scratched by dozens of cats in general. Suffocating Jiro Anabe difficult to rush. Jiang Hong said to the surrounding camera with an excited face. "Thank you, Mr. Yi Qing, for your speech. It brought us a good start for this scientific research meeting. If the crowd has ideas, they can all speak up. The collision of ideas is the core of scientific research." After hearing Jiang Hong's words, Bashu's lecturer Yi Lu stood up and spoke. But the topic basically centered around the strong ionizer. High-end topics were opened up. The crowd also began to speak their own opinions, and finally had the appearance of a scientific research meeting. The scientific research meeting lasted until 12 noon. Jiang Hong punctually announced the adjournment of the meeting. "Continue tomorrow, in the afternoon, to organize the information. Each take a break." Compared to the Yanxia researchers here, they are all older. The high intensity of the scientific research meeting may cause these old grandpas to die suddenly at the scene. Then the loss would be huge. When Yi Qing heard the word adjourn, he was energized. Sitting here by himself is a torment. The torment of deep water and hot fire. What he said can be understood by others, but what others say, they do not understand at all. The topic is too high-end, and it takes a lot of effort. Huang Yuting, who has been acting as an assistant, also stretched her waist elegantly. Tired. She had to help her grandfather take minutes and organize useful topics. How could she not be tired? Glancing at Yi Qing, Huang Yuting realized that the ordinary-looking man in front of her actually had a different kind of charm. Chapter 75, Creating Sins. Bah, Zhang Yuding, what are you thinking? Men are dirty creatures, you have to be firm in your determination. Thinking of this, Huang Yuding glared at Yi Qing. The latter felt puzzled. He didn't mess with Huang Yuding. The crowd began to disperse. Yi Cheng saw that Huang Yuding had already followed lecturer Huang away, and said to Professor Shi, who still looked like he was meditating, Elder Shi, it's dispersed, go back and think again. The body is the capital of the revolution. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Professor Shi left his rich world of knowledge and nodded. Then let's go back first, I'll organize the information. We still have to continue the meeting tomorrow. The group of people walked towards the outside, intending to eat something, pad their stomachs, and then continue their research. Inside the hotel restaurant, the aroma of a full house had already wafted over the room. Yi Qing followed behind the bigwigs he knew and found a seat, starting to eat in big gulps. Professors of age, who usually ate very lightly, after seeing Yi Qing eating so flavorfully, broke the rules and ate more. Sakura Nation's Anabe Saburo looked at Yi Qing with feverish eyes, thinking quickly in his heart about how he could hook up with Yi Qing. Yi Qing finished his lunch and politely said that he wanted to go back to perfect his information. The crowd of bigwigs nodded understandingly. Yi Qing the waterboy finally left the midst of this heavy academic atmosphere. Walking out of the hotel, he happened to run into Huang Yuding. Yi Qing, who didn't know that Huang Yuding was a lily, let out a long breath and said to Huang Yuding, the atmosphere inside isn't pleasant. Right, it's not bad. I used to follow my grandfather to attend scientific research meetings and symposiums. I've gotten used to it long ago. Yi Qing, you are also a scientific researcher. Don't you like this atmosphere? Huang Yuding made an unprecedented conversation with Yi Qing, the love rival. Yi Qing was just like a husky mixed inside a wolf pack. It would be strange for him to like this atmosphere. Explaining, he said, it's okay, I just came out to get some air. What are you going to do this afternoon? Want to come along? The bored Yi Qing was simply wanting to go out with Zhang Yuding to have some fun and relax and unwind. As a result, Huang Yuding said with eyes full of caution, Yi Qing, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't try to pick me up. Beware, I'll telling ya. After saying this, Huang Yuding, who had a very smart head, regretted and felt that she had said it early. Her own words would undoubtedly startle the snakes, raising Yi Qing's vigilance so that he wouldn't dare to come and pick herself up, thus not leaving behind strong evidence that would allow Yinya to see eye to eye and leave Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at Huang Yuding with a speechless face. Where did the other party's head go? Rabbits don't eat grass by the nest. It's not like I'm starving for food. Do I need to pick you up like this? Okay, let's just play our own game. Save you the trouble of saying I'm picking you up. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he waved at the cab not far away, then took the car intending to go to Wangfujing to have a look. Che, count on you to run fast this time. Otherwise sister will catch you sooner or later. After finishing her speech, Huang Yuding turned around and walked towards the distance, intending to meet the other members of the Lily Association. Meanwhile, inside a private club in Shangjing, a middle-aged man wearing a shirt vigorously pressed the cigarette butt out of his hand and said irritably, it means that my fiancé is now having a hot fight with that man called Yi Qing, and I don't have the slightest idea how to clean him up. Director Huang, who had previously made things difficult for Yi Qing, nodded and said, right, this guy is now hitting it off with a few famous professors, and going up there has already begun to pay attention to him. It's best to not move him right now, or else you and I will have no good fruit to eat, the third young master said with annoyance. It's simply bullying. Beautiful will turn 18 after 12 in the morning tonight. Hateful. This matter absolutely can't let Sister Yi Qing get a head start. I'll think of another way to fix him, or else it'll be hard to clean him up later on when he gets bigger. The two began to conspire. Time was lost in this way. After Yi Qing skipped around Wangfujing, he looked at the night that was about to darken, and headed back home. When he returned to the hotel, he saw an innocent and cute girl standing in front of his room. After Yi Qing saw the other party's appearance, his entire face turned green. Is the other party a chaste girl? There were so many changes, and she was pestering herself. Brother, you're back? Junmei's face was overflowing with a youthful smile, and she spoke to Yi Qing with a happy face. Yi Qing wasn't happy at all. Was the other party eating himself up? It was trying to use herself to spar with the third young master in her mouth. Yi Qing didn't buy it at all and said, thank you, please step aside. After saying that, he opened the door of his room with a click and was ready to go back to his room to rest. Unbeknownst to him, Junmei made a nimble skidding step and nimbly slipped inside Yi Qing's room. The fire in Yi Qing's heart all of a sudden bubbled up. What the hell do you want? Junmei surveyed the surroundings and said bluntly, what do I want to do? Don't you know? Elope with you. Okay, you don't have to do this with me. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Junmei did not eat Yi Qing's move in the slightest. Stretching out her own fingers and pulling her own sleeve, she said with amusement, brother, Do you think that if I pull open my clothes and yell that much, what do you think will be the consequences? Well-known multimillionaire, attempting to forcibly female ****** a lovely young girl. Do you think you'll be on the hot search? After hearing the other party's words, Yi Qing's face turned green. Had he met a white-bone demon? He couldn't even beat him to death, but he was still evil. Holy auntie, what the hell do you want? Brother Yi Qing, I know you're a good person. I hope you can help this helpless young girl of mine. Help me go and make it clear to the third young master. Just say that I'm your woman, and tell him to stop harassing me in the future. When Yi Qing heard this, the veins on his head bulged with anger. He and the other party just had a glass of wine, or he paid the bill. Why would he dare to command me like this? Little sister, this is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Who am I to make an enemy? Go back early. You still have class tomorrow. Bye-bye, don't see me off. After saying that, he ignored the other party and prepared to go out to live. He can't afford to mess with himself, but he can always hide. Seeing Yi Qing preparing to leave, Junmei immediately stood up quickly and blocked Yi Qing's way. Her mouth quickly explained, Yi Qing, you are now in the same boat as me. Third young master won't let it go. I know him too well. He will definitely try to do everything he can to deal with you. You won't be able to escape. You'll only be able to even the score with him. Otherwise he'll be like a lone wolf, dead set on you, and bite you hard when you're not paying attention. Chapter 76, Third Young Master's Bitch. After Junmei finished speaking, her clear face pretended to be very fierce, and she gestured vigorously at Yi Qing, pretending that I am very fierce. The look is not fierce at all, showing very cute and lovely. What the hell? I, Yi Qing, am so big, not scared. What's this third young master? Have any tricks to show? I, Yi Qing, will follow it, but you don't want to encourage me to take the initiative to get into trouble and look for trouble. Hearing Yi Qing say this, Junmei's eyes gurgled a few times and said in a very good manner, I'm sorry, this is something I did wrong. I'm the one who dragged you into this. Wait for me to sit here for a while and then leave, okay? The tone was all soft and sticky, like a kitten that had been abandoned by its owner. Yi Qing, who already had a nice mouth and a tofu heart, was more or less intolerant in his heart when he heard the other party say this. Whatever you want, sit as long as you want, don't disturb my rest. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards his dorm room. Entering the bedroom, Yi Qing unlocked the door, for fear that he could not resist the beauty plan. The small head occupies the high ground, the big head offline. That's really the end of the matter. As a result, a night outside the door, a little noise. Jin Beautiful really obediently did not come to disturb themselves. The truth is really like this? Jin Beauty in the living room to sleep to about 5 o'clock in the morning, looked at the time, whispered, time is almost up, and then do not go to school, will be late. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Yi Qing's closed room door and arrogantly said, there is a saying, it is called yellow mud falling inside the crotch of the pants. If it's not, it's still. Yi Qing, this matter can't be blamed on me. After saying this, he got up from the sofa, put on his backpack, and then stumbled around the living room 2 times, and felt that it was almost the same, and then opened the door of the room, holding on to the wall. His footsteps were soft, and every step he took, his whole body would twitch a little, and his face was pale as he walked forward with difficulty. This hard walking looks like someone who has suffered serious internal injuries. The person who had been secretly monitoring Junmei. When he saw this appearance of Junmei, his entire face went white. This Yi Qing had too much guts. He really touched the third young master's woman. This matter must be reported up immediately. The horseman felt out his cell phone and started contacting his boss. Opening his mouth in panic, he said, Boss, something big is wrong. Something big has happened. Sister-in-law has been ed by Yi Qing. Really? She's so miserable. She's trembling when she walks. Still holding the wall of the walk, the horseboy added fuel to the fire and said to his boss, 3 men make a tiger. That's how rumors spread. Yi Qing, who was still sleeping, was in the wind of this rumor that swept up the attention of the third young master. When the third young master received the news from his own men, he directly exploded with anger. His blood pressure soared, and after shattering a few expensive antiques in a row, he angrily roared, Yi Qing, I want you to die. You dare to touch any of my Fanwen's women. If I don't report this, I will not swear to be a man. The third young master, who felt his head was green, immediately called and started shaking people, preparing to take mad revenge on Yi Qing. Guan Dao of the Green Dragon Society, who was sleeping with his lover in his arms, was suddenly woken up by the ringing of the phone, and was angry and wanted to curse. But then when he saw that it was the third young master who was calling, he immediately let go of the anger in his heart as if it was a fart. He said in a flattering manner, Third young master, what is it that I need to do? Third young master's cold voice came to mind. Guan Dao, I want you to do one thing. Help me get someone killed. When Guan Dao heard this, he wanted to agree in a single breath. but remembering that the target to get killed was unknown, he asked curiously, "Third young master, who do you want to get killed? Do you have a photo so that I don't do anything wrong?" Soon a photo of Yi Qing speaking at a scientific research meeting was sent to Guandao's cell phone, and third young master Fan Wen's voice filled with killing intent came to mind. "This is the photo of the target. Find a way to find someone to do away with him. I'll give you $10,000 when you do." Guan Dagger was stunned by the huge payout of $10,000, and knowing Yi Qing's identity, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Third young master, the other party is a multi-millionaire. There must be bodyguards around him. I'm afraid that this money is not enough. 50,000. I'll give you 50,000. As long as you, Yi Qing, do it for me, I'll give you 50,000. By then it'll be enough for you to live the rest of your life in style." The third young master wasn't bad at all as he spoke to Guandao's. "Good, I'll take this, but you have to give me a deposit first." The third young master wasn't at all bad with money, stating that he had first called Guandao with $10,000. When the $10,000 arrived, Guandao quickly took action, preparing to gather some outlaws to get Yi Qing killed. Yi Qing was thus targeted by human killers. The next day, the sky of Shangjing was gray and heavy. Yi Qing didn't feel comfortable at all as he got up, prepared to wash up, and then went to the scientific research meeting. The scientific research meeting started at 9 in the morning, right on time. The topic was still the same as yesterday's. Many powerful professors had researched more thoroughly on yesterday's basis and expressed some very technical views. Yi Qing, the watery goods, also understood a lot. At 12 o'clock at noon, the meeting was adjourned as usual. Yi Qing, who had learned a lot of knowledge, happily walked towards the outside, ready to find a place to have a good meal of Shangjing cuisine. Getting into a cab, Yi Qing was ready to go eat the roast duck of Quanjude. After getting on the car, the Kanye in Beijing and Yi Qing as usual, blowing the grate, just waiting for the traffic light at the intersection. A white cement tanker barbarically ran through the red light, toward the cab. The kanji of Shangjing, when he saw the situation, his face was white with fear. Yi Qing's entire heartbeat accelerated, and his body subconsciously curled up in an attempt to minimize the damage a little. The bodyguard following Yi Qing, seeing this sudden situation, immediately accelerated and crashed towards the cab in front. It was the bodyguard's collision that saved Yi Qing's life. The cab was hit by the bodyguard, and the entire back of the cab was knocked sideways, allowing the cement tanker's fatal crash to hit the cab's front end. The Shangjing driver, who had just been chattering away just now, under the collision at this distance, the whole person was raised backward, and then his body was flicked forward. His body was tightened by the seatbelt, and the bones inside his body let out a crunching sound, and a large mouthful of blood was immediately sprayed out of his mouth, and the whole person's pupils were rapidly dispersing. Yi Qing could not be spared. The cab and the collision of the cement tanker, the whole person was thrown up. His head heavily touched on the roof of the car, and then the center of gravity was unstable, quickly fell into position, making a strong swing up, then head dizzy. The whole person is unconscious. The sudden change scared all the passers-by on the side of the road. The bodyguards behind Yi Qing were all retired elites from the army, and now their faces were all white with fear. The four of them rushed towards Yi Qing in no particular order. Two of them ran straight towards the cement tanker, as the captain of the team, Black Wolf, rushed at the door of the cement tanker first, violently smashing the window with a fist. A pair of eyes erupted with a shocking murderous aura as he looked at the driver. Chapter 77: Li Tai's Arrival. A voice full of killing intent recalled, "You'd better get off the car obediently, or I want your life." The driver looked at the Black Wolf with a pale face and said with a face full of unconcern, "It's fine, I would have been a rotten life. You can kill me if you want to." The police came very quickly. After all, such a big traffic accident in Shangjing, the police will certainly attach great importance to it. Daxing police first rushed to the scene. Looking at the front of the cab was hit with a serious deformation, as well as the driver, who was under control. Yi Qing, who was lying on the ground waiting for an ambulance to rescue him, and then began to quickly inquire about it. Captain Black Wolf briefly told the story, and then the police went to question the driver. Pale-faced driver, dead bite their own, stay up late driving distracted. So this car accident. The police on the case pointed to the lane prohibited yellow plate vehicle markings, loudly scolded up. The driver still does not change his mouth, and the Black Wolf is dead to remember the other driver's face. After another 10 minutes, the ambulance came late. Yi Qing and the big brother cab driver, who was already all cold, were carried away. The bodyguards followed closely. Not knowing how long it took, Yi Qing woke up from his coma. The pain on his arm hurt. Yi Qing bared his teeth and sucked in cold air, looking at the splint on his arm, standing not far away from the motionless Black Wolf. Yi Qing whispered, "Fortunately, life is great, otherwise it would be over." Black Wolf, "Thank you for saving my life." The silent Black Wolf, after thinking about it again and again, opened his mouth and said, "Mister, you don't need to thank me. This is my duty." and I suspect that this incident was not by chance, it was deliberately arranged by someone. When Yi Qing heard Black Wolf's words, cold sweat broke out on his entire body, and he asked in horror, "Is someone trying to kill me?" "Well, Mr. Yi, think carefully if you have offended anyone recently." Through my careful observation, I found that the driver who committed this crime suffered from a very serious disease, and his life is not long to go. A person whose life is not long to go, why would the cement tanker drive into the small lane, and just right towards the cab that Mr. Yi was riding in? When Yi Qing heard Black Wolf's words, inside his head, he carefully recalled if he had offended anyone recently. The lovely face of Jinmei surfaced in his mind, thinking that he wouldn't be able to call the three young masters of Xinjiang to kill himself just because he and Jinmei drank a glass of wine. Thinking of this, Yi Qing was shocked and uncertain. His face was ugly as he said to Black Wolf, "Black Wolf, I have one thing I need you to do. Mr. Yi, I only do what is within my responsibility. Anything else? I can't do anything." Black Wolf's reply gave Yi Qing a bludgeon that made Yi Qing's entire being numb and clawed. Yi Qing was suddenly rich. He didn't know any dignitaries, the 3 religions and 9 streams, and now that such a thing had happened, he just wanted to find someone to look into it, but he couldn't find anyone. Yi Qing said eagerly, "Black Wolf, don't be busy rejecting me first. Amongst all the people I know, you are the most powerful one. That's why I recognize you and want you to be my personal bodyguard. Now that such a mess has happened, if I don't solve it, I'll have trouble sleeping and eating. Help me. I'll definitely reward you generously afterwards." Coyote just looked at Yi Qing with such an expressionless face. Just when Yi Qing felt it was hopeless, Black Wolf opened his mouth and said, "I can introduce my comrade in arms to you. When he served at the border in the past, he accidentally killed hostages. He's even more powerful than me." Hearing Black Wolf's words, Yi Qing said excitedly, "Don't worry, Black Wolf. Since you've given your comrade to me, I will definitely not let him do anything illegal. Moreover, my company has also set up a security department. All those comrades of yours who retired from the army can be introduced. I, Yi Qing, will definitely treat them generously." Black Wolf, who had always been unsmiling, when he heard Yi Qing's words, he unprecedentedly leaked out a smile, and said thankfully, "Mr. Yi, I thank you on behalf of my brothers. They're all first-class good fighters. Some of them are old, some of them have been injured, and had to leave the army, and are struggling to survive amongst the society. I thank you on behalf of them. It should be me who thanks you." Black Wolf, Yi Qing said excitedly. After experiencing this incident, Yi Qing knew his thin and soft points. What he needed was these high-end force talents who could fly over the walls to escort him forward. Black Wolf nodded and started to contact his comrades in front of Yi Qing. After a few brief words, Black Wolf handed the phone to Yi Qing and said, "My brother wants to talk to you." Yi Qing nodded and took the phone, saying in a gentle tone, "Hello, this is Yi Qing." A rough voice rang out from inside the phone, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. "Hello, Mr. Yi, my name is Li Tai, nicknamed Greedy Wolf. My daughter is in urgent need of a large sum of money for an operation. Can you advance it to me first? I will definitely protect you well afterwards." Without waiting for the other party to finish, Yi Qing spoke up and said, "Lives are at stake. I'll give you $500 first. If it's not enough, I'll get it for you again. You take care of your child first, and wait for the rest when you're busy and empty." Yi Qing's words won Black Wolf's great favor, and the greedy wolf on the other end of the phone shed tears of excitement. 8 feet big man, his voice choked and said, "Mr. Yi, thank you. In the future Li Tai, this life is yours. I'll go and settle down my daughter to come to Xinjiang right away." After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone. Yi Qing saw the other party hung up the phone, instructed the finance to transfer 500 to Li Tai, and then said to Black Wolf, "You and your comrade in arms. This matter is not urgent. Let him accompany his daughter more." A simple smile bloomed on Black Wolf's dark face. "Mr. Yi, thank you. You are the best rich man I've ever seen. You rest first. I'll contact the rest of the people for you." Black Wolf was now admiring Yi Qing from the bottom of his heart. $500 without blinking his eyes. He gave you Li Tai. Like other rich people, they can't be so generous as Yi Qing. Yi Qing nodded, lying on the bed to rest up, decided in his heart that this matter should not tell Enya, lest she worry. Yi Qing woke up from a nap and it was already dark. Looking at his wrapped arm, he thought to himself that he could finally not have to go to that scientific research meeting now. As for the third young master, after learning that Yi Qing was hospitalized after being hit, he was in a great mood. Complimenting Guan Dao, he said, "Guan Dao, you've done a great job this time. The laborer is very happy, but get rid of that little punk Yi Qing as soon as possible. It's best to torture to death." "Got it." Guan Dao, who was always ready to run away, when he heard the third young master's words, he nodded and said, "Third young master, don't worry. I'll take care of Yi Qing as soon as possible." I've already found a good assassin in South Vietnam. I'll take care of Yi Qing as soon as possible. Chapter 78, Killer Attack. Well, I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Go deal with it as soon as possible. The two of them hung up the phone and each got busy. Guan Dao was busy contacting the killers, and third young master was busy looking for women to fight with. Time was lost like this. The third day of the research meeting, the bigwigs present realized that Yi Qing didn't show up. They were a bit panicked, fearing that something had happened to Yi Qing. Huang Guanyu started to contact Yi Cheng, and after learning that Yi Qing had a car accident, he said that the guys would visit Yi Qing in the afternoon. Yi Qing said no, a little scratched son, but could not resist the insistence of these old men. In the afternoon, a large group of people came to Yi Qing's hospital room, began to say some words of concern for Yi Qing. The result of talking, the topic changed, began to pull to the top of the academic issues. Yi Qing lying in the hospital bed, looking at a loud voice, full of spirit of the old grandpa. The whole person want to cry. They are hiding in the hospital, but also cannot escape the destruction of this group of old masters. Good thing that Jian Hong is more sensible, said to the group, all stop. This is a hospital. There is something to go back and we will talk about it. Yi Qing, you have a good rest now. What ideas can give me say? At that time we video screen projection in the field. The same can be academic exchanges. Well, this Nima is simply on the evil capitalism. I'm already lying on the sick bed. You actually want to pull me to this scientific research meeting. Not something. Yi Qing breathlessly waved his hand at the crowd and signaled the Black Wolf to send the other party out the door, and immediately felt that the whole time was quiet. Just now, that scene was comparable to the oldest mom's quarrel in the vegetable market. Yi Qing was almost broken down by the other party. Lying on the pillow, Yi Qing fell asleep in a daze. Once he woke up, the sky had already hung dark. Yi Qing looked at the empty room. His heart seeped a bit, and he shouted in a low voice, Black Wolf. As Yi Qing's voice came to mind, the door of the room was opened and a man with a height of 1.76 m and thick limbs walked in. The man's age was 35-6. His limbs were thicker than normal people. His palms had thick calluses. His country face, and his whole body exuded a lingering aura. When Yi Qing saw the stranger in front of him, he asked with a bit of nervousness in his heart, who are you? Where did Black Wolf go? Mr. Yi, I am Li Tai, nicknamed Greedy Wolf. Thank you for saving my life. If it wasn't for you coming to the rescue, my daughter wouldn't know what to do. Greedy Wolf respectfully bent over to Yi Qing and thanked him, with a hint of choking in his tone. Why did you come to Shangjing so early? Why don't you accompany your daughter more? Yi Qing said to Li Tai in surprise. Mr. Yi, there is nothing wrong with my daughter anymore. I heard about your situation from where you is, so I immediately rushed here. Accompanied by my 4 brothers, we will be close to protect your safety. Those who dares to be unfavorable to you, I, Li Tai, will not be the first one to let him go. Li Tai's words were full of killing intent. Yi Qing, who was lying on the bed, felt his goosebumps standing up. Yi Qing rubbed his hands and explained, this matter is not as serious as you think. You traveled a long distance to Shangjing. You are tired. Go eat something and rest and relax. Li Tai refused Yi Qing's kindness and stubbornly stood by the side, like a door goddess, guarding Yi Qing's side at all times. Yi Qing couldn't argue with Li Tai, so he could only ask Black Wolf to send some meat to warm up Li Tai's stomach. Time passed like this. 2 o'clock in the morning. The whole hospital was empty. The silence made people's goosebumps rise. The faucet in the water boiler room, dripping water droplets. Inside the silent corridor, sound. A man with a slim figure, wearing a white lab coat, walked towards the ward where Yi Qing was staying. The face covered by the mask only revealed the man's narrow eyes, which were like a poisonous snake. The bodyguard guarding the door, seeing this man with suspicious behavior, went forward and asked, what's the deal? The man opened his mouth and spoke a fluent Mandarin with a hint of Shangjing flavor. Doctor, I'm here now. Surely I'm here to check the room. The several brothers brought by Li Tai glanced at each other. Their eyes were like a cat looking at a mouse. Oh, room inspection. Doctor, you get stuck in. After saying that, he clicked and opened the door of the room very actively. The doctor couldn't imagine that the other party was so uptight. Actually didn't even frisk and check himself, but simply let himself in. Not panicking in the slightest, he nodded at the few people and then stepped into Yi Qing's hospital room. Inside the ward, the white moonlight to the room inside the scene out. Yi Qing lying on the bed with a small call. Sleeping can be like, doctor, see this, reach out a slip. A Mitsubishi military spikes from the wide sleeve inside the cutout, tightly held in the palm of the hand, straight toward Yi Qing. The doctor intends to use the military spike's horrible discharge ability, in 2 seconds to understand off Yi Qing, and then take the money far away from the country. Smoothly walking to Yi Qing's side, the doctor lifted up the military spike and stabbed towards the aorta on Yi Qing's neck, an excited smile leaking out of his eyes. Just like winning first place in a competition, or buying a lottery ticket and winning the first prize. As a result, before the spike could be stabbed, the doctor felt that his arm was gripped by a strong force. This sudden shocking change directly scared the doctor to the point that the hairs on his entire body stood up. With his right hand, he threw the splinter, quickly caught it with his left hand, not more than a second before and after, and then raised his hand and stabbed it towards his back. The military thrust that had just gone out with his left hand hadn't even touched its target yet. The sound of breaking air rang out. Ka-ching! A sharp pain resounded from the doctor's ankle, and under this sharp pain, the doctor fell to his knees before he could see clearly who was attacking him. It was as if the tendons in his feet had been violently taken out of him, and his whole body was lifted and curled up on the ground. The pain tolerance training that he had received in the past didn't work at all. The pain that was drilled into the bone marrow directly made the doctor miserably scream out. Then his mouth was violently gagged, and the whole person was like a maggot, kneeling down on the ground struggling and squirming vigorously. In his sleep, Yi Qing was awakened by the doctor's scream, and saw Li Tai single-handedly holding a doctor in a white coat, with one hand tightly covering the other's mouth. The doctor's upper body struggled vigorously, while the lower half of the body dragged on the ground, motionless. This bizarre scene to Yi Qing was dumbfounded. It was best to loudly stop it to, "Li Tai, let go. The other person is about to be muffled off by you." After Li Tai heard Yi Qing say this, his hands let go and the doctor fell like a rag doll with his face super on the ground. Picking up the Mitsubishi military spikes on the ground, Li Tai asked like a furious tiger, "Say it, who asked you to come?" Chapter 79, You Are the Green Dragon Society's Guan Dao. Yi Qing looked at the military spur in Li Tai's hand. The sharp bloodletting grooves made people shudder. His heart trembled as he asked, "Li Tai, this is a military spur, right?" "Well, this is a Mitsubishi military spike. There are 12 ring-shaped inner holes on it. Once it is stabbed inside the body, the air will be brought into the body, and the person's blood will be let out in a very short period of time." Li Tai carefully introduced the killing power of the military spikes in his hand to Yi Qing. Listening to Yi Qing, the whole person was shocked and angry. The worry and fear from before turned into extreme anger now. Turning to the doctor who curled up into a caterpillar, he angrily asked, "Who told you to come?" The doctor, whose jaw was removed by Li Tai, curled up and squirmed on the ground vigorously, using it to alleviate the pain in his body, but it turned out to be of no use at all. He didn't hear Yi Qing and Li Tai's questioning at all. Seeing this, Li Tai immediately walked over and grabbed the doctor's chin with one hand and broke it. A click sound of misaligned bones rang out. The doctor was finally able to let out a pig-killing scream. "Ah!" Li Tai violently slapped the doctor's face, interrupting his screams. He looked at the doctor with ordinary dead eyes and said, "Honestly explain, who told you to come, or I will make your life worse than death." The doctor met Li Tai's icy cold eyes, immediately knew that today encountered a ruthless character. Their own across in Southeast Asia a few years, never met such a powerful master. Without any effort to put himself down, voice hoarse said, "I say it, you will let me go?" Li Tai didn't reply, but looked at Yi Qing. The latter nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding businessman. I won't kill you." When the doctor heard Yi Qing say this, he sold the guan knife without any professional ethics. After all, a small life is important. What professionalism of a killer inside the movie, who would not betray his employer to the end of his life bridge, is all fake. The doctor sold the knife in 3 times. The end of the face full of tears said, "Brother, I guarantee that I will never do this illegal and disorderly thing again. I'm wrong. I charge $1,000 deposit are given to you. Please let me go. I feel that my legs cannot feel. In such a drag I am afraid that will be amputated." Yi Qing felt a bit confused after hearing the doctor's words. He didn't know any Guan Dao at all. Li Tai said to Yi Qing in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, leave this to me, I'll handle it. I'll go and check what this guan knife is." After seeing Yi Qing nod his head, Li Tai lifted the paralyzed doctor and headed outside. Arriving at the door, Li Tai threw the doctor on the ground and said to his brothers who had been living with him for more than 10 years, "Zhang Hu, Lu Yang, you two go find a man named Guan Dao. This doctor is in your hands. The rest of you stay put and take turns to rest." The 4 people at the door heard Li Tai's order, and as before, they straightened their backs and said, "Roger, promise to complete the mission." The paralyzed doctor saw the scene in front of him, and his head buzzed. This Nima has met someone inside the army. Finished. Zhang Hu, who was 1.86 meters in height, has the explosive power of a tiger, dragging the doctor towards the outside. Lu Yang followed closely behind. 10 minutes later, the doctor was brought to a public toilet. Make the call. Say you completed the mission and need to get the final payment. Say it has to be cash. Transferring money, you're afraid you'll leave clues and be found out by the police. Zhang Hu instructed to the doctor. In order to stay alive, the doctor immediately took out his cell phone and began to contact Guan Dao. In accordance with Zhang Hu's explanation, began to chat with Guan Dao. After hearing the good news that has solved Yi Qing, Guandao eagerly said, "Professional killers is not the same. Has been the back way to think of a good. The transfer of money with the leakage of WeChat. Come to Locust Road 72. I will give you the money," said Guan Knife. Immediately hung up the phone, began to quickly pack their own things too. Intends to go abroad to avoid the wind. And so a few years this matter has calmed down. And then they're on back to Yanxia. On the other side, the doctor put down his cell phone and looked at Zhang Hu with eyes full of anticipation and said, "Brother, do you think I can go now?" Zhang Hu and Lu Yan looked at each other, then leaked out a face full of sardonic smiles towards the doctor. "Don't. Your boss promised to spare me. What do you want?" "Ah, my leg." Click, click. 2 minutes later, Zhang Hu and Lu Yan walked out of the public restroom one after the other, and then took a taxi toward the Locust Road Dare to Go. The doctor, who was wearing a mask and hadn't taken it off so far, was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. The whole person's limbs were irregularly twisted up. One could imagine what kind of torture the doctor had just faced. Locust Road. Guandao carrying a large suitcase, waiting anxiously at the roadside. A pair of eyes around. "See, the killer has not come to take the money." Whispered curses. "Damn, how so ink? And then do not come to me to take the money away." After saying that he intends to smoke a cigarette to refresh himself, and later still have to take the airplane to prepare to run away. Splat! The sound of the lighter falling to the ground rang out. Guandao, with a cigarette in his mouth, had a pain at the back of his neck and the whole person fainted. After Lu Yang lightly knocked Guandao out with a blow of his hand knife, he then caught Guandao's body and gestured to Zhang Hu around the corner before taking Guandao and quickly disappearing down the street. Wow! The sound of splashing water rang out. The unconscious Guandao was immediately awakened by the splash of cold water. The first thing he felt when he woke up was that his feet were off the ground and his entire body was hanging in midair. Two men with cold appearance looked at themselves. Guandao, who hung out on the road, immediately knew that he should have been blocked by his enemies. Calmly said, "Two big brothers, I have $1,000 in my pocket. This money will be taken as a filial piety to your tea expenses. As long as you let me go, I, Guan Knife Force, will have a generous reward." Zhang Hu was happy to hear the other party say this. Without a word, he walked to Guan Jianyang, clenched his hands into fists, and a crackling bone-crunching sound resounded, then began to beat up the human couch. The entire dark room resounded with the sound of crackling fists to flesh, as well as Guandao's pig-like screams. After 5 minutes, Zhang Hu stopped swinging his fists, turning to Guandao, who had gained more than 10 pounds on his entire body. He asked, "It was you who wanted to kill Mr. Yi?" Hearing Zhang Hu's question, Guandao no longer screamed miserably. His eyes looked at Zhang Hu in shock. His heart was filled with panic. Yi Qing had found himself so quickly. Would the other party kill him? Zhang Hu did not know Guandao's heart trauma. Seeing Guandao shut his mouth, a look of "I am a tough guy," stretching out his palm, he grabbed Guandao's pinky and flicked it outward forcefully. Ka Qing! Ah! 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 Screams rang out. Chapter 80, The Furious Yi Qing. The intense pain of his little thumb breaking caused Guandao to let out another miserable scream. "Were you the one who wanted to kill Mr. Yi?" After Zhang Hu finished speaking, his upper hand gripped Guandao's ring finger. Guandao, who was in the midst of screaming miserably, felt the touch on his ring finger and looked at Zhang Hu as if he was looking at the devil, his mouth quickly explaining, "No, it's not me who wants to kill Yi Qing, it's the third young master Chen Luo. He's the one who wants to kill Yi Qing. I'm just an intermediary. Don't ever do it again. My whole body is cracking. Please, don't kill me. I have money. As long as you guys let me go, I'll give you all the money and promise not to retaliate against you afterward. Please, Grandpa." The former big brother of the road was crying like a 3-year-old child at this time, with snot and tears coming out of his nose. Zhang Hu nodded at Lu Yang after asking the mastermind. Lu Yang walked straight toward Guandao. The latter thought that Lu Yang wanted to kill him, crying even more ferociously. It was a miserable being. Crying upset Lu Yang raised his hand and struck a hand knife cut down. The back of the neck suffered a violent blow. Guandao shut up. The whole dormitory inside quiet. The mastermind asked out, "Now how to dispose of him?" Lu Yang asked in a low voice to Zhang Hu. "Strip him of his clothes and throw him inside the green belt." After saying this, he went forward and violently stripped Guandao into a yellow pig, and then looked at the money inside the clothes cover and said, "This money we will take away first. Go back and ask Tai how to deal with it." The two began to contact Li Tai and repeated the information they had inquired about without missing a beat. After saying that, the two of them threw the unconscious Guandao inside the green belt naked like that. Then they took the money and headed towards the hospital. Inside the hospital room, Yi Qing had no sleep. After all, he had been targeted by the killer. It would be strange if he could sleep. After seeing Li Tai answering the phone, Yi Qing opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Li, have you found any clues yet?" Li Tai nodded. "I found it. Behind the killer is the third son of Shangjing, Chen Luo. Nima, After hearing this news, Yi Qing can be said to be furious. The whole face is angry green. He engine beautiful drink a cup of wine. Actually want to get me killed. Under the sky there is still the law of the land. Really think that I am a soft persimmon is very easy to pinch. Thinking of this, Yi Qing said to Li Tai, brotherly, you help me release the news. Say as long as you can make Shen Luo in this world can no longer speak. Whoever can do it, I will give whoever $10 million. If I can make Shen Luo's family unable to speak in the world, I'll give him $10 million in cash, on top of over $10 million worth of shares to 3D Naked Eye Technology shares. Li Tai, who had been to the battlefield, killed the enemy, been shot, and climbed out from the dead, was dumbfounded when he heard Yi Qing's words, was really dumbfounded. Limited brain cells, had been thinking about how much $10 million was, how much could be bought, and how much the shares should be worth. In the end, Li Tai came back to his senses and said to Yi Qing, Mr. Yi, this matter can be completely left to me. I can make them unknowingly evaporate in the world. Yi Qing waved his hand and said, Brother Li, it's best that we don't do anything illegal. I want Shen Luo's family to be in constant shock, to make them collapse. You are all people with children and wives. Just do your job at ease. I'll set your annual salary at 10,000. And those brothers you brought with you 8,000. Go back. We'll sign the contract. And then I'll give you a car and a room. If you have any comrades, friends can be called. The treatment is always favorable. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Li Tai was touched in his heart. He is a reckless man. Except for fighting and training, he can't do anything else. He doesn't have a skill in society. Now that he meets Yi Qing's kind-hearted and nice boss, it's simply a blessing from his ancestors' grave. A blessing that he accumulated in his 8 lifetimes. Moved, he said, Mr. Yi, don't worry, as long as I, Li Tai, am around for a day, no one in this world can harm you in the slightest. These words were said with a strong voice, a promise to Yi Qing, and also a goal Li Tai had set for himself. After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the outside, and couldn't wait to tell this good news to his brethren, causing the 2 people on watch to exclaim, and the 2 people, Zhang Hu, who came back with the money shortly afterward, also knew about this great piece of good news, annual salary of 8,000, which in the past simply do not dare to think, and now actually realized. After the child wife, parents no longer need to stay in the countryside over the road days. The 5 people together intend to hand over $1,000 tonight to a Yi Qing processing, but the value of tens of millions of Yi Qing that can care about a little money, so that they divide it up on the good. 200 per person. This can be 5 people excited bad. The first day of work on the white got $200. This world drop pie things hate to come every day. Split the money of the 5 people to do up business. Take Yi Qing's laptop began to publish news on the internet. The $10 million reward notice immediately dominated the entire extranet site. Countless killers and mercenaries all over the world were stunned by this amazing reward. In their minds, they all wondered what kind of person Shen Luo was. A life was actually worth $10 million. The third young master, who was hugging a young model in his sleep, didn't know that he had been rewarded by Yi Qing. Now he is sleeping soundly. It so happens that the hotel where Shen Luo sleeps, it so happens that there is a Siamese small killer, named Wan Jincheng. This time to Shangjing is intended to speculate on the house. I heard that the price of the house in Shangjing in the summer of the day. Wan Jincheng with all the savings to come to Shangjing to buy a house. Want to earn a hard time, looking for a few intermediaries, looked at a few houses, then came to the hotel to rest. Wan Jincheng fell into a deep sleep, was contacted by the phone burst. Finally, he learned about the amazing good news, because this bounty news was so amazing, and the only killers in Yanxia were Wan Jincheng and Viper. Viper had already become a dead snake. The doctor who was scrapped by Zhang Hu. There was no way out. The introducer could only contact Ruan Jincheng. Ruan Jincheng, who was wearing fancy pants, was stunned by the shocking news, especially when he saw the photo of the target Shen Luo. Ruan Jincheng was like being slept with by the goddess of fortune. His luck was bursting. Excitedly, he said, I've seen this person before. I'm going to get him killed right now. 10 million Yanxia coins, enough for 10 lifetimes. Ha ha. Speaking here, Ruan Jincheng rummaged through the box and searched for it, finally finding a fruit knife. Yanxia's control is too strict. Guys didn't even bring it, but with my hands, even without using a weapon, I can solve this common now. After saying that, Soft Jin Tan copied the small knife and went on. Coming to the front desk of the hotel, Nguyen Kim Tan fished out a wad of money from inside his wallet, threw it on the counter and asked, answer me a question and this money is yours. Chapter 81 Chicken Fly and Eggs. The front desk girl who worked the night shift, stayed up until now more than 3 in the morning. Her eyes were fighting. Seeing the stack of money that suddenly flew in front of her eyes, the whole person was energized. With a smile on her face, she said, Sir, our hotel has a confidentiality agreement. We can't leak any information about our guests. I'm sorry I can't help you. The receptionist said with her mouth that she couldn't help Ruan Jincheng, but a small hand quickly wrote on the paper. Who are you looking for? What's your name? The little killer Ruan Jincheng looked at the surveillance inside the hall and said that he understood the operation of the little sister. Reaching out to take the pen, quickly wrote to the word Chen Luo. The receptionist waved her hand at Ruan Jincheng with a smile on her face, signaling that there was nothing she could do. The left hand quickly tapped the computer and quickly wrote to room 1609. This operation. It almost made Ruan Jincheng mistakenly think that he had met a fellow traveler. Without a word, he turned around and left. After changing into a suit and putting on a hat, mask, and gloves, the little killer came to the door of the suite where the target was staying. Ruan Jincheng felt out a bank card and showed some technical work at the door, easily opened the door, tiptoeing towards the inside of the room. The room turned out to be dark, with only the sound of the man snoring. Ruan Jincheng grinned. This is all God's will. Feet lifelessly came to the side of the bed, raised the fruit knife and stabbed at Chen Luo, because the room is too dark inside. Turn on the light for fear of waking up the target. Director Ruan Jincheng can only kill blindly. A knife down resounded a woman's agonizing scream. Hearing the woman's screams, Ruan Jincheng knew that he stabbed the wrong person, nimbly pulled the knife, followed by their own feelings again to the side of a stab. This time the pain was right. A man's voice of shock and anger rang out. Sleeping can incense Chen Luo. First was his female companion alarmed roar to wake up, and then just opened his eyes. What is the situation? Do not know. Feel their thighs can receive a knife. Immediately screamed loudly in pain. When life is seriously threatened, human beings are the most selfish. To put it nicely, it's called death of a friend, not death of a poor man. Received a knife. Chen Luo, afraid of the other side, again stabbed two, sideways, tightly holding his side of the young model, blocking their own body in front. Ruan Jincheng, who was full of 10 million bonus, was now killing crazy, holding the knife for peeling fruits and frantically outputting forward. Bear, 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 bear. The sound of knives entering flesh rang out continuously. The little tender model was miserably attacked from front and back. Chen Luo held up the little tender model as a meat shield in death. Listening to the increasingly faint screams, the fear in his heart grew more and more prevalent. His voice trembled as he said, "Who told you to come here? As long as you let me go, I can give you $500. When the little killer heard this, his pride was strongly insulted. $500? Who the hell are you looking down on? Laborer Ruan Jincheng is a fierce man who wants to earn $10 million. Thinking of this, the little killer, full body full of power to reach out to the young model, grabbed, attempting to take away this obstacle in the way of the shield. Chen Luo, in the strength of the body, is not the opponent of the small killer. See, the shield is about to be snatched. Immediately rolled over out of bed. Pants are not wearing towards the outside to run. The mouth shouted loudly, "Murder, murder." Ruan Jincheng, who was already not a strong professional skill, actually slipped away when he saw the duck in his mouth. The knife inserted in the body of the young model also did not pull out. Immediately chased towards the outside. In this way, inside the hotel came out a scene of indecent exposure. Chen Luo in the corridor running naked, his mouth miserable, shouting murder. The small killer in the 2 meters behind him struggling to catch up. The soundproofing inside the hotel room was too good, and no one heard Chen Luo's cry for help. And inside the monitoring duty room, the security guard on duty witnessed this hot scene. The naked man's thighs were dripping blood, and he immediately started calling the security guards on duty. Inside the corridor, Chen Luo feels his lungs are going to explode. His feet are getting heavier and heavier, as if filled with lead. But when he hears the life-threatening footsteps behind him, he can only squeeze out his own strength to run towards the front. Chasing behind Chen Luo's small killer, clenched his teeth, secretly hated in the heart, thought, "This kid is too, your moms will run." I thought to myself again, do not want to weigh words. In front of this kid slipped away. Their own commission of $10 million will go down the drain. Thinking of this, he flew up and kicked towards Chen Luo. Bang! The sound of two people colliding rang out. The force was mutual and the two collided together. Landing on the ground, the two immediately turned into rolling gourds. The little killer tightly hugged Chen Luo's body. His mouth loudly cursed, "Kid, you run again, but also can't run away from me. Obediently suffer death." After saying that, he rode on Chen Luo's body. His hands tightly strangled the other party's neck, gritting his teeth and outputting on Chen Luo. Chen Luo no longer had the strength to struggle. Having received a knife in his leg and running so persistently for a few minutes, his body had already reached its limit, and now he could only stare at the little killer with wide eyes, like a dead fish, finally with infinite attachment to life. Shocked over. "Stop, what are you doing? We've called the police. Give me a listen." The security guard who had arrived late yelled at the little killer. The little killer, who hadn't had the time to check whether Chen Luo was dead or not, was anxious in his heart when he saw this. Suddenly, he kicked Chen Luo's crotch to determine whether Chen Luo was dead or not. The result of a foot down. Shocked, Chen Luo directly issued a miserable sound. The sound was miserable and creepy. This chicken and egg encounter made the rushing security guard feel a chill in his crotch, then took out his stick and warily leaned towards the little killer. After all, the other party was too fierce and vicious. Ruan Jincheng's mind was about to explode, and now his heart hated himself immensely for not bringing out the knife, or else he would have already ended up with the target. Looking at the security guards who were getting closer and closer, Ruan Jincheng quickly weighed his heart once more, and then quickly fled. Security is very understanding, did not go after. After all, in the concept of security, the pursuit of thieves and criminals is the police. Their monthly salary of 35 cents of the security guards cannot afford to get on one. The security guard came close to look at the unconscious Chen Luo, as well as bleeding thighs and has been deformed. Ding ding. Fear said, this kid absolutely hooked up with other people's wives, so it suffered such fierce revenge. Another security guard said approvingly, yes, he was definitely caught in bed. That's why he suffered such a crazy revenge, said the two in unison. Suffered. There is a woman. A quick look, after saying that the two ran after the blood on the ground, took the pager and frantically ate the boss, and then began to call the police and ambulance. The last two came to. Chen Luo lived inside the suite. Look at the body is still inserted into the clothes to put the knife of the young model, said in unison, kill the wife of the fierce man. Chapter 82, this is not over. With the loss of time, the police and ambulance arrived at the scene. The model who was hit by a dozen knives and the chicken and egg Chen Luo were both carried on stretchers. The police questioned the security guard about the incident and initially judged it as a case of love murder. After all, the little killer's kick was too vicious. Someone without the hatred of a cuckold would never be able to do it. Time came to the next day. Inside the Shangjing City Hospital, Chen Luo woke up, into the eyes to see his old father with a face of hate his own. The intense pain coming from Ding Ding's made Chen Luo, a man in his 40s, cry, Dad. Before he could say anything, Chen Luo's father angrily interrupted his son. I'm not your dad. You're my dad. You rebellious son. Do you know what's on my mind right now? It's to kill you for money. You've harmed our Chen family. Tell me honestly, what have you done recently? Tell me everything. Chen Luo, who was full of grievances, heard his father's words and was a little scared in his heart. His father hadn't been so angry for more than 10 years. Strongly holding back the soreness of his ding-dong, he asked, Dad, what happened? You actually asked me what happened? I'm asking you, did you offend Yi Qing? Do you know how dangerous our whole family is right now? There's an astronomical bonus out on the foreign extranet. Whoever can get you killed Chen Luo will be rewarded $10 million. It's $10 million. $10 million plus 20% of the 3D Naked Eye technology shares if you wipe out our whole family. Do you know how many people are staring at us now? Countless people want to strangle us in exchange for this heaven-breaking wealth. Chen Luo was frozen in shock by his father's words. Yi Qing actually gave up $10 million to buy his life. It must be that the last assassination plan failed, causing Yi Qing's crazy revenge. Thinking of this, Chen Luo panicked and said, Dad, you must save me. I don't want to die. Yi Qing is crazy. Let's go to the police to arrest him, as well as let the police protect me for 20 hours. I don't want to die. Looking at his own son being scared and on the verge of collapse, Chen father slapped towards his son. The old but strong force hit Chen Luo's soul was about to float out of the sky. Say, what exactly happened between you and Yi Qing? Scared out of his soul, Chen Luo began to talk about the grudge between himself and Yi Qing. 10 minutes later, Elder Chen looked at his son in shock. His own daughter-in-law was actually only 18 years old, and he had no knowledge of this. What's her name? Jin Mei. Now is the time to finally understand that his son is still not married and has children in his 40s. The feelings are waiting for that 18-year-old girl. I'd beat you to death, this pervert. Actually like a baby. From the baby until now. You man sick. How I gave birth to you this out. Elder Chen's frantic output at his own son. His own heart attack was almost exasperated by this rebellious son. After the beating, the whole body was only left with a deep powerlessness. This matter themselves do not know how to calm down. Finally intends to talk to Yi Qing. If the talk is not close, Chen family in the use of all the power to and Yi Qing board wrist end. Lying on the hospital bed, brushing the news, Yi Qing, after seeing the local push of the late-night murder case after the male protagonist, almost laughed out loud, said to Li Tai, who stood beside him like a tower of iron, Brotherly, look, this is a good show is not coming. I believe that after not long, they will come to the door to ask for cooperation. This thing killer do beautiful. Just do not know let the three young masters extinct or not, said personally, dialed $10,000 to the other party's contact. This matter did not let Li Tai know. After all, Yi Qing is afraid of money to move the people, Li Tai and other people personally. That would be finished. After dialing the money, Yi Qing opened his mouth and asked, Brotherly, when will your comrades arrive? Mr. Yi, there are 8 brothers who came over this time. All of them are buddies who used to be with me in life and death. When they come, I plan to set up a squad to protect your safety in shifts, and I have a proposal to register my own security company, so that when the time comes, I can apply for a firearms possession certificate. Hearing Li Tai's words, Yi Qing nodded his head without hesitation and said, Brother Li, is simply my lucky star. A word wakes up the dreamer. This matter will be done according to what you said. Hearing that Yi Qing instantly agreed to his proposal, Li Tai's dark face also bloomed into a happy smile. The two of them started chatting inside the hospital room for a while before Yi Qing got up and prepared to go out for a walk. After all, now behind him stood Li Tai, the protector of the law and the Vajra, and also do not need to be reminded of the fear of trepidation. Yi Qing a boss style, with Li Tai, Zhang Hu, Lu Yang. Three people in the hospital garden walk up. Yi Qing's young face, as well as the three security guards following behind him, made the pedestrians passing by pay attention. Some sharp-eyed people who saw Yi Qing's face immediately remembered who Yi Qing was. Wasn't this the new multi-millionaire Yi Qing who had made a big splash at the scientific research conference? What had happened to him that he was walking inside the hospital with one arm hanging? People who were looking for traffic hotspots took out their cell phones and started filming, and quickly launched a period of time online. The video of multi-millionaire Yi Qing's broken hand appearing in the hospital quickly caused a large number of clicks. Yin Ya, Xiao Yuro, Lu Xia, and Jiang Wenwen, who were brushing the short video, all called to inquire, and said that they would immediately fly to Shangjing to take care of Yi Qing. A large social death scene is about to be staged. Yi Qing, anxious and full of cold sweat to explain their own accidentally fell hurt hand. Nothing serious. In 2 days are back to the Magic City is the reason. Blocked these stupid girlfriends. In fact, not only Yi Qing's girlfriends, Yi Qing's former classmates, and now the company's staff all came to greet Yi Qing one by one. Yi Qing was a bit flattered and thanked all the people who cared about him. Then he went back to his own luxury ward. After all, Yi Qing is not a little cute. After all, Yi Qing is not a cutie. His eyes are not blind. When he was walking outside, he had already found that someone was taking pictures of him. If he continued to sneak around like this, he would become an orangutan inside the zoo, and he would be secretly photographed at any time. And his girlfriend knows that he was hospitalized in an accident. Surely and these people who take pictures can't get out of the relationship. So he went back early, back to the ward of Yi Qing, the brain inside the rapid organization of their own thoughts. Their own heritage is too short. Unlike those old-fashioned businessmen, has its own rich network of relations, whether in the black or white above have their own people. Thinking of this, Yi Qing plans to go back to Shanghai to start donating money, donate airplanes to the police department, to create their own network of relations, used to protect themselves in the future. Yi Qing, who had finished thinking about things, was ready to take a rest, but as a result, Zhang Hu, who was guarding the door, came in and said to Yi Qing, Mr. Yi, there is someone who wants to see you. He claims to be Chen Long, Chen Luo's father.